Indulgence leads to the loss of ambition, while the pursuit of treasures brings forth aspirations. An inconspicuous antiquities vendor is destined to become a master of his craft. The concealed wonders of antiquity and the esoteric lineage of discerning eyes whisper the tales of history, which has never truly fallen silent, in a realm rife with deceit and treachery amidst tumultuous undercurrents. Human hearts are devoid of balance in the face of soaring profits. Chapter 1. The Phantom Face and Money. From a young age, Yu Yao harbored a dream, which he articulated in detail in a composition titled My Aspirations during his elementary school years, to play and earn vast fortunes. Although that essay earned him an abysmal score from an unperceptive language teacher, Yu Yao remained resolute in his pursuit of this ideal. He discovered that the world of antiquities was the most propitious avenue to realize this aspiration. And indeed, he succeeded. Take, for instance, last week, when he acquired a pair of Ming Dynasty Yongle blue and white cups for a mere few hundred yuan and subsequently auctioned them for over 100 million. Without hesitation, he donated a portion of the proceeds to his alma mater, intending to establish a Yu Yao museum on campus. Suddenly, his head tilted sharply, nearly straining his neck, and upon awakening, he wiped away the drool from his mouth. It turned out to be a dream that he had intended to lean back in his chair and rest his eyes for a moment. But the cool air lulled him into slumber. Business had grown increasingly challenging. From 8 in the morning until now, 8 at night, not a single customer had graced his shop. This little establishment, named Gugu Zhai, was situated on the southern Old Street of Jiangzhou City, merely 20 square meters in size, divided into 2 sections by a tall shelf, one side serving as the shop area, while the other housed a cramped makeshift bedroom. Rising to his feet, Yu Yao lit a cigarette, preparing to finish it before closing the shop for the night. With a creak, the door opened at that moment. A middle-aged man, unfamiliar to him, entered, dressed in a gray silk long gown. A golden pocket watch chain peeked from his chest, his hairstyle meticulously arranged, and round spectacles perched upon his nose. Yu Yao was momentarily taken aback. What era was this? What peculiar attire? It seemed he had a profound fondness for the Republic of China style. Nevertheless, there was an indefinable vigor about him, exuding a scholarly aura that was hard to conceal beneath a veneer of streetwise bravado. Good day, how may I assist you? Yu Yao stepped forward with a smile. That as an antiquities dealer, one must possess an astute ability to read people. Some are genuine buyers, others mere window shoppers, while some come to sell. Yet, this man left Yu Yao perplexed as to his true intentions. Shopkeeper, I have an item I wish to consult you about. The middle-aged man spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. Please, is there something you intend to part with? Yu Yao inquired, eyeing him closely, noting the absence of any antiquities in his possession, save for a rolled-up newspaper. The man nodded and retrieved a copper coin from his inner pocket, asking, What is your surname? I am Yu. Since you're my elder, you may call me Young Yu, Yu Yao replied, accepting the copper coin. To be precise, this was a flower coin, also known as a victory coin, not an officially recognized currency, but rather a folk item often minted for blessings and good fortune. This flower coin was larger than the average ancient coin, with a diameter of approximately 4 centimeters, featuring a central round hole rather than the customary square one. The design was unique. The front bore a ghostly visage, not menacing, but seemingly smiling one. I squinted while the other was represented by the coin's round hole, effectively substituting for an eye. The reverse side encircled the hole with characters representing gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, all inscribed in small seal script. Flower coins had been minted since the Han Dynasty, evolving through the ages in myriad forms. Although Yu Yao had never encountered this particular type, he was not easily astonished. The craftsmanship was exquisite, with an authentic patina suggesting it was a prized heirloom based on various characteristics. It appeared to date from the mid-Qing period. The middle-aged man scrutinized him for a moment and nodded. My surname is XU. Yu Yao weighed the ghostly flower coin in his hand. Mr. Su, I am young and inexperienced. If I say anything amiss, I hope you will be forgiving. Too courteous. Flower coins were predominantly minted during the Qing Dynasty and became somewhat commonplace in the folk domain. Yours is in good condition, yet it holds little value. Will you purchase it? I can acquire it, but the price. The middle-aged man appeared contemplative, placing the newspaper on the counter, one hand resting on it as he rubbed his forehead. You decide the price. Yu Yao pondered for a moment. 50 yuan. Truth be told, given its condition and unique design, this coin would fetch at least 500 in the market. Moreover, it was a versatile item suitable for play, adornment, or collection, making it a quick seller. Yet the antiquities trade operates on the principle of inflated prices and subsequent bargaining. When it comes to transactions, initial offers are invariably lowballed. Yu Yao awaited a counteroffer, but the middle-aged man stated deal. Yu Yao was slightly taken aback. thinking to himself that while this man's attire was odd, he hardly seemed short of funds. However, he quickly smiled and pulled out a 50 yuan bill, placing on the counter, "You don't appear to be in dire straits. Not only am I pressed for cash, but I'm also short on time. Young Yu, could you assist me with a favor?" The middle-aged man did not immediately reach for the 50 yuan. "What can I do for you?" He gestured toward the 50 yuan on the table. "I have an urgent matter to attend to. Please use this to buy some paper money and burn it for me." "Huh? What kind of arrangement is that? Can one really burn paper for another? Moreover, today is not a particularly special occasion. Young Yu, I implore you." With that, the middle-aged man hurriedly exited. As the door swung shut behind him, a gust of wind swept in, subtle yet oddly mournful, sending a shiver down Yu Yao's spine. "Hey, we haven't finished our conversation," Yu Yao called after him, but upon stepping outside, he found not a trace of the man. "What kind of situation is this? It seems I cannot profit from you without offering something in return," Yao muttered, hesitating briefly before finally locking the shop door and wandering towards a nearby grocery store. Yellow, fringed paper money was priced at 10 yuan per stack. Yao did not seek to exploit this opportunity further and purchased 5 stacks. Positioned at the side of Gugu Zhai, he hastily tore a strip of the paper money and squatted down to set it ablaze. After the flames subsided, Yu Yao, as if compelled by some unseen force, did not immediately rise, but instead retrieved the ghostly flower coin from his pocket, muttering to himself, "Why am I so obedient?" Suddenly, from the extinguished ashes of the paper money, a wisp of black smoke erupted, swirling upward like a dancer before piercing through the coin's eye with the swiftness of an arrow. Upon passing through the coin's eye, the black smoke transformed into a radiant golden light. Yu Yao was struck with terror, instinctively closing his eyes, yet he could not bring himself to discard the ghostly flower coin, fearing unforeseen consequences. Though his eyes were shut, it seemed too late, for he still beheld a dazzling brilliance of gold. 5 elements penetrate gold. The ghostly eye pierces the heart. A voice echoed in his mind, reminiscent of that middle-aged man's earlier words. Chapter 2. Truly Haunted. Yu Yao, typically not one to shy away from fear, found himself utterly unnerved by the events that transpired. Cautiously, he refrained from making any abrupt movements, instead murmuring invocations to the various deities and celestial beings he could recall, beseeching their protection. Fortunately, the dazzling golden light did not linger for long, and silence enveloped him once more. After a prolonged period of 5 minutes, Yu Yao gradually opened his eyes. He surveyed his surroundings, left, right, above, and below. A slender crescent moon hung in the sky, intertwining with the soft glow of the streetlights, casting a gentle light upon the plaque of the antique shop. The old street lay deserted, while the nearby Binjiang Road echoed with the rush of passing vehicles. A heap of ashes lay on the ground, devoid of any residual warmth. The ghostly face of the currency he held remained unchanged. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Yu Yao was grateful that his vision was intact, clear as day. Could it be that he had merely succumbed to fatigue, perhaps a mirage or auditory hallucination? He slowly rose to his feet, carefully stowing the ghostly currency into his pocket before lighting a cigarette. Perhaps the exhaustion from recent days, coupled with dreams and illusions, had taken their toll. Approaching the basin stand in the corner of the shop, he washed his hands and dried them, rubbing his temples as he contemplated taking a brief rest. He was alone in the store, devoid of any company. However, he noticed a rolled-up newspaper lying on the counter, likely left behind by the middle-aged man. Yu Yao casually picked it up and unfurled it. What kind of newspaper was this? There wasn't even a front-page illustration. Wait, what? It was in black and white. The ink. It was the Minsheng Union Daily, dated October 26th in the 27th year of the Republic, corresponding to the 4th day of the 9th lunar month. Yu Yao skimmed through several headlines, which detailed the events of that year. Flipping through the pages, he stumbled upon a particular headline that abruptly captured his attention. The Grandmaster mysteriously passed away yesterday. National treasure disappears without a trace. Beside it was a photograph. Upon gazing at the image, Yu Yao felt as though his hand had been seared by flames, and he instinctively hurled the newspaper away. Though it was merely a small black and white photograph, far from today as high-definition images, Yu Yao recognized it instantly. It was indeed the middle-aged man who had just entered the shop. This was truly a haunting experience. How could such an attire still exist in this day and age? Furthermore, the newspaper's issuance date was the 4th of the 9th lunar month, and the yesterday mentioned in the article referred to the 3rd of the 9th lunar month. Today was also the 3rd of the 9th lunar month, a day of mourning. Oh, wretched 3rd of September night, with dew like pearls and the moon like a bow. What a splendid day it was supposed to be, yet here he was, embroiled in such an incident. Mr. Ghost, I should have no connection to you. Why have you sought me out? Yu Yao stood at the counter, staring at the newspaper he had discarded on the floor, trembling slightly as he lit another cigarette. He felt a mix of shock and fear, tinged with a hint of curiosity. A grandmaster? Who could this individual possibly be? He had not taken the time to investigate earlier. After finishing his cigarette, Yu Yao gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, compelling himself to retrieve the newspaper and place it back on the counter. Since it had come knocking at his door, he mused, what is meant to be will be. If it is misfortune, it cannot be avoided. A legendary figure of folklore, Master Su Taiyan, the expert in antique and cultural relic identification. Oh, so, he is indeed Su Taiyan? For a moment, Yu Yao felt somewhat disoriented. As a humble antique dealer with theoretical knowledge and historical insight far surpassing his perceptive abilities, Yu Yao was well aware of who Su Taiyan was. During the Republican era, there was a saying about the influence of cultural relics, known as 3 words, referring to individuals whose surnames all contained the character yen. These figures were Su Taiyan, Xiao Liuzhai, and Tan Rusu. However, these 3 were not of the same ilk. Su Taiyan, shrouded in legend, was a genius in the field of cultural relic appraisal. He once operated a shop in Lulikang, receiving considerable acclaim in his time, earning the moniker Su Yin, known for his ability to ascertain authenticity at a glance. Yet, his background remained enigmatic. It was said he had extensive connections, but never worked for the authorities. Xiao Liuzhai, on the other hand, was an antique dealer specializing in the export of cultural relics, having established a company in Shanghai and another abroad. Many esteemed artifacts currently displayed in foreign exhibitions were sourced through him. Tan Rusu was the mastermind behind the largest antique forgery ring of the time, primarily focused on ancient paintings, but also dabbling in bronze and porcelain, producing remarkably convincing replicas. To speak candidly, it is likely that some collector or even a museum might still possess items crafted by the Tan Group. I am surnamed Su. This voice resonated again in Yu Yao's mind. A sense of reassurance washed over him. For if it truly was Su Taiyan, this spirit was no ordinary entity, a master of the craft. Surely, he would not trouble a mere insignificant figure like himself? As Yu Yao pondered, he completed reading the brief news article, which contained fewer than 400 words. It appeared that even in the Republican period, sensational headlines were prevalent. Announcing Su Taiyan's death while the cause remained unknown was certainly peculiar. Yu Yao was curious about what constituted a national treasure, only to deduce that Su Taiyan must have possessed such artifacts. However, he did harbor suspicions regarding the Japanese, who had invaded China and were fervently plundering antiques at that time. While not much was of use, one detail did capture Yu Yao's attention. Su Taiyan had owned a shop in Lulikang, also named Gaguzai. This might elucidate the reason for his manifestation here. Could it be that he was in need of money from beyond? If that were the case, perhaps trouble would no longer ensue. The golden gleam in the money might, if not merely an illusion, signify a response to the receipt of funds? Lost in such thoughts, Yu Yao retrieved the ghost-faced coin. This item was certainly not for sale. He found a red cord in the shop and gingerly threaded the ghost-faced coin onto it. Subsequently, he opened a small safe tucked away in a corner of the counter. Inside the safe, there was little of value, only a few thousand yuan in cash and a small brocade box. Yu Yao carefully placed the coin, now adorned with the red cord, into the box and, with hands clasped in reverence, bowed and said, Master Su, the name of my humble shop is merely a coincidence. And I mean no offense. I shall burn this paper money. It should suffice for your needs below. Do you think this will prevent you from needing to return? Primarily, I am concerned for your well-being. After speaking, Yu Yao patted his chest, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Glancing at the ornate box within the safe, he couldn't help but retrieve it once more. Inside this box lay a white jade ring he had fortuitously acquired just 2 days prior. Whether he would have a prosperous year ahead depended on this very piece. Upon opening the box, he found himself irresistibly drawn to the ring. Based on Yu Yao's earlier assessments, this was an antique piece from the Qianlong era, crafted by the Su artisans. Though it could not rival the official works produced by the Imperial Workshop, it was nonetheless a fine item. However, at that moment, Yu Yao's brow furrowed in dismay. Chapter 3. A Fortunate Find? A Misjudgment. It turned out that this ring was not a lucky find, but rather a serious misjudgment. In the antiquities trade, this is referred to as old jade, new craftsmanship, a classification that poses significant challenges in identification. Although both pieces were from the Qianlong period, the pricing between plain rings and those inscribed with poetry varied drastically. A plain ring typically fetched under 50,000, as it lacked intricate craftsmanship. In contrast, A finely carved poetic ring could see its price soar by 10,000 for each character, eventually reaching up to 300,000 with additional valuation. Yu Yao had acquired this ring for 100,000. If he could sell it for 300,000, it would indeed be considered a fortunate find. In the realm of antiquities, one might go 3 years without a sale, only to reap rewards for 3 years thereafter. This year, however, his profits had amounted to little more than a trifling sum, and as autumn approached, he eagerly anticipated the sale of this ring. Alas! Before he could even make the sale, its value had already halved. Yu Yao felt a pang of regret. Lighting another cigarette, he took a few deep puffs, smoke escaping from his nostrils. Wait a moment. Something felt amiss. Indeed, something was off. When had I developed such poor judgment? At the time of evaluating this ring, equipped with a flashlight and magnifying glass, I failed to discern it was a case of new craftsmanship disguised as old jade. Yu Yao set the ring down and picked up a brush pot from the shelf. After placing it back, he then took hold of an inkstone. It was not until dawn at 5 o'clock that he finally dozed off, cradling a jar in his arms. He dreamt once more, envisioning a bustling street of antiques, lined with shops and stalls, teeming with a diverse array of characters, some clad in traditional robes, others in tailored suits. Some were Chinese, while others hailed from the west and the east. Time passed in a blur, and Yu Yao, still half asleep, seemed to hear a persistent knocking at the door. Fishhead. Hurry up and open the door. What time is it? Get up already. Yu Yao sprang to his feet. With a loud crash, the jar he had been holding fell to the ground, shattering into several pieces. Regaining his composure, he noticed the base remained intact and carefully picked it up, heading towards the exit. So what if it broke? The base was the only genuine part. Previously, he had failed to realize that the top was a replacement, aged to appear authentic. Placing the jar's base on the shelf, Yu Yao opened the shop door. Outside stood a tall, muscular man with naturally curly hair and striking features, exuding an air of intimidation. He was indeed formidable, though his name was not quite as fearsome. Pu Jie and Yu Yao were childhood friends, now engaged in the business of collecting and excavating antiques. In earlier years, while both trades fell under the umbrella of the antiquities industry, they were hardly interchangeable. Collecting involved scouring the streets and old residences for treasures, while excavating referred to retrieving items directly from farmers in the countryside. However, the times have changed. In essence, Pu Jie is merely a scavenger, seeking sustenance wherever there is an enticing aroma. It is already past noon. What is this nonsense about early risings? Pu Jie casually extracted a cigarette and lit it, casting a glance at Yu Yao. I see you're in a daze, but a bit of confusion is fine. A significant deal is on the horizon, so don't let it startle you. Startle me? Yu Yao retorted, pulling out his own cigarette. Do you think I would dare to take on the business you introduced? That white jade ring is nothing but a cheap imitation. At this, Pu Jie appeared momentarily taken aback. Is that so? The jade is quite oily and lustrous, with a solid patina. If it weren't for my recent financial constraints, I would have let you snatch it at a bargain. Yu Yao scoffed. When have you not been financially constrained? Pu Jie rolled his eyes and remarked, your perception leaves much to be desired. Were it not for Uncle Yu's support, you might still be struggling alongside me. With a flourish, Yu Yao produced a brocade box and slapped it onto the table. Pu Jie fell silent, retrieving the ring from the box, examining it closely, and eventually resorting to a magnifying glass for further inspection. You claim my eyesight is lacking? Compare the old scratches with the intersections of the engravings, Yu Yao instructed, demonstrating with gestures. Eventually, Pu Jie grasped the situation. Damn it, that scoundrel Lu Datu. I must confront him. What a coincidence. We agreed to seek him out, and just as I arrived, someone else was already offering the ring. Spare me. Yu Yao scoffed. Once the payment is settled, even if it turns to a pile of dog excrement, you must swallow it. What Yu Yao referred to were the industry rules. Seeking a refund? It's not impossible. But within the trade, it is akin to announcing oneself as a fool, an embarrassing display indeed. Furthermore, according to the rules, even if a return could be negotiated with a big shot or association overseeing it, only half the money could be refunded. Lu Datu is a seasoned veteran in the antique trade of Jiangzhou. Even if you confront him, he likely has countless excuses to evade responsibility. Pu Jie fell silent for a moment, pondering the quality of the item. If handled correctly, he might find a buyer to deceive, who would be easily fooled by wares of this caliber. Otherwise, how would Lu Data have approached you? Pu Jie chuckled awkwardly. Aren't I also seeking fortune? Besides, weren't you oblivious at that time as well? He extinguished one cigarette and lit another. All right, opportunities will present themselves gradually. Consider this debt I owe you this time. There is indeed a significant deal at hand. Speak of it. You think I wouldn't let you? Pu Jie pulled out his phone and displayed a photograph. Yu Yao remarked, tight on funds, yet you change tools? To excel in one's craft, one must first hone their instruments. Look, the quality of this photograph is exceptional. Yu Yao took the phone and scrutinized the image closely. The photograph depicted a Tang Sankai figurine of a noble woman, standing elegantly, with her hair styled and cheeks full. Her form opulent and graceful, exhibiting the harmonious proportions characteristic of the flourishing Tang dynasty. Tang Sankai are funerary objects. Do you wish for death? Yu Yao exclaimed, handing the phone back to Pu Jie. Tang Sankai refers to the glazed pottery of the Tang dynasty, predominantly in the colors of yellow, green, and white, hence the name. However, Tang Sankai is not limited to just these three hues. For instance, this particular lady figurine features brown glaze. Tang Sankai, being funerary objects, served as burial goods and were never regarded as antiques in ancient times. It was not until the late Qing dynasty and the early Republic period that a multitude of Tang tombs were discovered in the northern mountains of the Central Plains, leading to a surge of interest. Indeed, a significant portion of antiques comprises funerary items, which many do not mind. In essence, Yu Yao is merely an antiquities dealer. He acquires items without the intent of keeping them, as long as there are willing buyers. He mentioned to Pu Jie earlier that he discerned a problem from the photographs. Chapter 4. You cannot sell it cheaply. The figurine in the photograph still bears traces of soil. These marks are not ancient, clearly indicating it has recently been unearthed. Such a figurine could not have come from an ordinary burial site. If the situation goes awry, one could easily find themselves incarcerated for several years. Pu Jie, however, shot Yu Yao a glance. Do you think I'm blind? This item did not just emerge from a tomb. You may not be aware, but this was excavated by an old family in Lanshan County while digging a cellar, and it is the only item found. There's no burial beneath it. Yu Yao's expression softened. As long as it did not originate from a tomb, the matter could be discussed more freely. Where's this item now? Pu Jie raised an eyebrow. Is still at his home. I acquired 2 old bronze pieces from him, and once, I bought some antiques from a household in their village, giving him share. I have never lost with him. This time, he said he was keeping it for me. Keeping it? If someone offers a suitable price, he will certainly sell it. Who would disagree? However, this time the old man is rather obstinate. I raised my offer to 10,000, but he refused to sell. You wouldn't have blown your budget, would you? Yu Yao frowned. I should be fine. I'm being cautious. He mentioned he would only wait for me today. If it doesn't work out, he will seek other buyers. What amount does he desire? He said he needs funds for his son's wedding, and he won't settle for less than 50,000. I simply cannot amass that much. Yu Yao lit a cigarette, contemplating that if this item were genuine, it could be worth nearly $1 million. 50,000 would indeed be a significant bargain, but without seeing the actual piece, words alone hold little weight. Let's go and take a look. Upon exiting, they turned onto Binjiang Road, where Pu Jie's Volkswagen Jetta was parked by the roadside. Pu Jie chuckled, carefully peeling off the old price tag he had affixed previously. You are quite clever, Yu Yao remarked as he got into the car. Pu Jie quickly started the engine. I suggest if you have spare funds, you ought to consider purchasing a car. If you're going to buy, you should acquire a good one. Besides, I run a shop and do not dart around like you do. Can you still muster 50,000? Pu Jie sidestepped the question and inquired instead. I barely have 1,000 to spare, Yu Yao replied. Then what are we going to see? Should we just give him the 5,000? We could pool together. 20,000 should suffice. Fine, perhaps it's best we do not go. I will treat you to a meal and let this matter rest. Pu Jie lit another cigarette. That old man is quite resolute. Do you think I am joking? Look at you. Yu Yao responded. If he is indeed as stubborn as a mule, as long as the item is right, cannot I borrow the money? What can I say to you? Enough. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Let's go. Lanshan County is a district under Jiangzhou. With the urban area of Jiangzhou situated on the southern bank of the river and Lanshan County on the northern bank. In ancient times, this place was considered a significant town, relatively affluent with many wealthy households. Many land developers from Jiangzhou often flocked to Lanshan County. Pu Jie drove across the Grand Bridge, passed through the county town, and arrived at a village called Kuan. Kuan village still retains some old architecture to this day. Mr. Zhao, we have guests, Pu Jie announced as he led Yu Yao to the entrance of a modest courtyard. This courtyard was not an ancient structure beneath the red brick gate. The wooden door stood ajar, and the shadow wall was adorned with tiles, the pattern of pine and crane symbolizing longevity, slightly faded. Little Pu has come? An Eldeliman, around 60, greeted them, wearing a somewhat worn blue jacket, revealing a broad smile that displayed yellowed teeth. This is my brother, surnamed Yu. Here to look at some items. Pu Jie introduced, Meet Mr. Jia, the homeowner. Come in, sit down, just in time to taste my freshly harvested persimmons. Mr. Jia ushered them into the courtyard. In front of the main room, there was a small square table surrounded by several stools, and on the table lay a plate of persimmons coated with white frost. I can't handle that. Too astringent, Pu Jia said nonchalantly as he took a seat, pulling out a cigarette and offering one to Mr. Jia. Let's get to the point. We can take a look today. All right, I'll fetch it, Mr. Jia replied, placing the cigarette behind his ear, casting a casual glance at Yu Yao before heading inside. Only then did Yu Yao settle down, lighting a cigarette as well, murmuring, I observe that this old man seems quite shrewd. Pu Jia waved his hand dismissively. Let's wait until we see the items. The persimmons were placed on the windowsill, and the items were arranged on the small table. The Tang Sankai figurine of a noblewoman stood about a foot tall and was truly captivating at first glance. Yu Yao, not one to be polite, immediately reached for it after Mr. Jia set it down. After a moment of inspection, he placed it down and smiled at Mr. Jia. Mr. Jia, did you unearth this from cellar? Indeed. Hasn't Little Pooh mentioned it to you? Nothing else was found besides this? None at all, Mr. Jia confirmed, lighting a cigarette. Young man, I sense there is more to your words. Not at all. I merely fear encountering any tombs, Yu Yao replied. It's certainly isn't a tomb. This piece was buried in the loess. I wonder if someone hid it underground many years ago. My courtyard only became a residential site in the 80s, and it was originally wasteland. Yu Yao nodded. Mr. Jia, I heard from Pu Jia that you won't sell it for less than 50,000? Alas, considering that Little Pooh has taken care of me, I should offer a lower price. After all, I obtained this item without effort, didn't I? But my younger son is getting married, and I truly find myself short on funds. Mr. Jia took a drag from his cigarette. With a serious expression, Yu Yao insisted, Mr. Jia, 50,000 is simply unacceptable. This Tang Sankai figurine was valued at 600,000 at an auction 10 years ago. Even if you were to sell it for $1 million now, that would merely be a trivial matter. At this, Pu Jia felt a jolt of anxiety, suddenly coughing. Mr. Jia was momentarily taken aback. What? You would offer $1 million? How could I possibly afford that? I meant to say, such a fine item should not be sold cheaply. It must fetch a good price. You have long-standing ties with Pu Jia, and we cannot jeopardize your lucrative business for our own gain. Regarding your son's wedding, if you mention this to him, he will undoubtedly await you to sell at a great profit. Yu Yao spoke with a semblance of seriousness, yet Uncle Jia seemed to grasp the situation. Glancing at Pu Jia and remarking, Pu Jia, it appears you have no intention of making a purchase today. Just as Pu Jia was about to respond, Yu Yao pressed his hand down and turned to Uncle Jia, saying, Uncle Jia, we do wish to buy. However, if this item is authentic, we cannot afford it. If it is not genuine, we do not wish to be made fools of. Uncle Jia chuckled dryly. You have quite the nerve. Since you are unwilling to take the plunge, I shall not trouble you further. Uncle Jia, I have not finished. Yu Yao smiled. If your item is indeed genuine, even if it did not come from a tomb, it must be declared if excavated from the ground. Otherwise, you could be charged with the illegal possession of cultural relics. Uncle Jia's expression shifted. What do you mean? Am I the only old fool here? Do you believe I can make you too unable to leave with just a stomp? I believe you. Yet I also believe you won't remain in the village forever. Furthermore, I heard from Pu Jia that your son is working in Jiangzhou, correct? Yu Yao suddenly sneered. Uncle Jia, you set a trap and have the audacity to flaunt it? Impressive. Uncle Jia, initially glaring, suddenly shifted his gaze and forced a laugh. Why are you two so serious? If the deal fails, let's not forget our camaraderie. If there is no camaraderie, I could quietly call the police. I say, Uncle Jia, if the police search and discover the soil, even if you insist it is an artifact, they will seek expert appraisal. One expert is not enough. And if anyone suspects it is a forgery, you will have to endure some hardships in custody until the final verdict. I did not expect to encounter such a high-minded individual today. Speak, what do you wish to do? We cannot come here without purpose. Yu Yao replied leisurely as he lit another cigarette. Pu Jia, unable to contain his anger, retorted, Uncle Jia, I have always treated you fairly. I never imagined you would be the first to try to deceive me. Uncle Jia coughed twice. Pu Jia, it is merely fortuitous that you stumbled upon this. I cannot stop you. Did you not shout as you left and not inform others? However, you have brought along a remarkable individual, Mr. Yu. Yu Yao interjected. Let us speak no further, Uncle Jia. We are all here for profit, so do as you see fit. Uncle Jia pondered for a moment. You two wait here. With that, he stood and re-entered the house. When he returned, he held a large brocade box, stating, Today, Mr. Yu, you have unraveled the situation, and according to custom, I cannot let you leave empty-handed. Uncle Jia placed the brocade box on the square table, and Yu Yao unceremoniously opened it. To his astonishment, inside was a jar over a foot tall, known as a general jar. The name itself is quite intriguing, as its straight mouth and broad shoulders, topped with a lid resembling a general's helmet, give it its title. The general jar first appeared during the Jiajing period of the Ming dynasty and became particularly popular in the Kangxi era of the Qing dynasty. Kangxi blue and white general jars are highly sought after by collectors of porcelain. However, upon encountering the general's jar, Yu Yao furrowed his brow, having been recently shaved and adorned in a red robe. What are you up to, Master Jia? The term shaved refers to the absence of a lid on this jar, while adorned indicates that a layer of paint has been applied to its surface. In those tumultuous times, many antique porcelain pieces were destroyed in the campaign against the Four Olds. Some families resorted to painting them for protection, relegating them to kitchens or similar spaces, transforming them into ordinary containers to spare them from destruction. This particular general's jar was not only coated in red paint, but it also bore a large character for vinegar inscribed in yellow. It had once served as a vinegar vessel. However, near the belly of the jar, a palm-sized patch of mottled red paint revealed an exquisite blue and white design depicting a mounted general. Additionally, the paint at the bottom appeared naturally worn away, exposing a ring of the base, while the inner wall remained unpainted. Master Jia smiled warmly at Yu Yao, declaring, "This piece is yours." Yu Yao's frown deepened. The exposed blue and white design shimmered in a vibrant gemstone blue. The depiction of the mounted general was rendered with remarkable artistry, given the condition of the base and inner wall. This was indeed a Qing dynasty Kangxi official kiln blue and white general's jar. If it weren't for the missing lid, it could be valued at 2 to 3 million. Even with the lid gone, it would still be worth around 1 million, as long as the integrity of the jar remained intact. Despite a potential halving of its value, it would still command a market. Such a fine object, how could Master Jia possibly gift it away? Young man, you are overthinking this. You've broken the rules and wish to leave with something in hand, yet I have little to offer. The Kangxi blue and white is indeed genuine. The exposed sections, the base, and the inner wall are all authentic. However, the paint is not from the period. It was applied later. What does this mean? Aside from the intentionally exposed areas, the rest of the jar has suffered some form of damage over time. The glaze is worn and the designs are faded. Thus, it is merely a matter of covering it with paint. Those who wish to buy it will do so willingly. Pu Jie suddenly understood, exclaiming, "You can't deceive us. You think we would be fooled by this? What does it mean to deceive? You offer a low price, and those who are greedy will fall for it. Those who are not greedy would certainly not purchase a painted jar without washing it first." Master Jia retorted confidently. Pu Jie, with wide eyes, pointed at Master Jia. "I thought you were a genuine antique dealer, but it turns out you are merely a facade. This is all just a ruse." "Dire plus, yes, you. I have no intention of deceiving you. To speak honestly, your appearance is rather intimidating, and I must admit, I am a bit afraid," Master Jia replied, lighting a cigarette and gesturing towards Yu Yao. "Moreover, your brother possesses an exceptionally keen eye. In the future, I would find it impossible to deceive you. Originally, this general's jar could be worth 1 million, but if what Master Jia said is true, that most of the surface is worn down and the underglazed designs are faded, then only the value of the porcelain shard depicting the mounted general remains." Upon hearing this, Yu Yao realized the truth. He pondered, this object is indeed quite misleading. If one were to encounter a greedy buyer. "I knew it. Young Pu, your brother's truly remarkable." Master Jia chuckled. However, even if the jar were to be smashed, selling just that piece of porcelain could still fetch 1,000 or 800. I may gift it, but, dear Mr. Yu, you must offer me a word of advice. Without waiting for Yu Yao's response, Pu Jie remarked, "The antique market in Jiangzhou is quite small. If we take this item, wouldn't that be akin to confronting Liu?" At that moment, Yu Yao cast a penetrating glance at Pu Jie, causing him to instinctively cover his mouth. Yu Yao nodded and then turned to Grandpa Jia, inquiring, "Are you questioning the authenticity of this Tang Sankai lady figurine?" With a smile, Yu Yao continued, "Since we have decided to acquire this general's jar, I must say a few words. Tang Sankai is a low-temperature pottery that requires 2 firings. First, the raw body is fired, followed by glazing and a second firing. As for the figurines, the faces are not glazed, for even the thinnest glaze has a fluid nature, and a moment's carelessness could result in a marred visage. Therefore, the faces are painted with pigments. Over the course of more than 1,000 years since the Tang dynasty, the pigments on the faces of these figurines have long since faded. Your piece is well crafted in every aspect, yet the facial pigments are of poor quality, synthetic dyes that have been artificially aged. Natural pigments, when faded, yield a pure complexion. However, these chemical pigments, having deteriorated improperly, leave behind faint traces. Antique appraisal may seem profound, yet for those with a certain foundation, it can sometimes be as simple as a thin layer of paper. The reason this layer remains unbroken is that one does not know where to poke. Chapter 6. A Web of Intrigue. Yu Yao, with an impassive expression, closed the brocade box. Grandpa Jia, our accounts are settled today. With that, he lifted his foot and strode away. Pu Jia exchanged a glance with Grandpa Jia and remarked, "You certainly know how to play your cards." He then hurried to catch up with Yu Yao. Grandpa Jia watched as their figures vanished at the door, pondering when Jiangzhou had produced such a promising youth. Once they had left Qukang village, Pu Jia quietly inquired, "You aren't truly considering using that general's jar to deal with Lu, are you? In matters of reciprocity, one must act accordingly. Otherwise, it would be unjust," Yu Yao replied. "Every grievance has its origin, and debts have their rightful owners. If we target someone else, it would be akin to inviting trouble. Lu is not someone to be trifled with. Besides, having navigated these circles for so many years, he is unlikely to fall for our ploys. Just say whether you wish to confront him or not," Pu Jia pressed. "Of course I do." "Very well. If you are resolute, I shall accompany you." Pu Jia gritted his teeth, adding, "However, this must be meticulously planned. Perhaps we should adopt a more direct approach. Tomorrow, Saturday, I will head to Qixing Bridge and see if there are any goods worth seizing." Yu Yao's discernment had undergone a remarkable transformation, and he too was keen to try his luck. The Qixing Bridge Antique Market, unlike the older street where Gugu Zhai is located, is more than just a few antique shops scattered along a busy thoroughfare intersecting with the bustling Binhai Road. The Qixing Bridge Antique Market sits on the southeastern edge of Jiangzhou, where the river flows out of the city. Beyond the bridge, the water takes a bend, creating a small lake-like area. From a metaphysical perspective, the southeast corresponds to the DUI hexagram, symbolizing the gathering of water, which harmonizes with the actual river's flow. Water signifies wealth, and thus the Qixing Bridge Antique Market has always thrived. As the capital of Dongjiang Province, Jiangzhou boasts the largest antique market in the entire province. The Qixing Bridge Antique Market features both a shop area and a stall area, though the latter is only available on weekends. The market is vast, and the array of goods is abundant, with various sources. Within it, there exists a mix of seasoned con artists dealing in counterfeit items, individuals from different provinces selling antiquities, and even dubious wares acquired through deceitful means. The environment is chaotic and rife, with both quality and substandard offerings. To navigate this landscape without incurring losses, one must possess not only a discerning eye for antiquities, but also a keen sense for market trends. 3 years ago, Yu Yao's parents met with an unfortunate accident, and this summer marked the 3rd year since their passing. Beyond the influence of his father, Yu Yao has independently immersed himself in the antique trade in Jiangzhou for 3 years. He is quite familiar with the Kixingqiu antique market. Lu Dado owns a shop there named Yuan Pavilion. Originally named Lu Yibo, he is in his 50s, with a dark complexion and average height. Yet his notably large head has earned him this nickname. As Yu Yao pondered this matter in the car, he reasoned that the white jade ring, crafted from old jade, could fetch more than 100,000 if sold to a discerning collector. However, such affluent buyers are not easily deceived, and the likelihood of encountering difficulties due to non-compliance is considerable. Conversely, selling to fellow dealers may yield a greater chance of adherence to rules, making any subsequent disputes more manageable. Yet, the fact that Pu Jia has previously supplied him raises questions about the choice of Pu Jia as a seller. At that moment, Pu Jia was also deep in thought. Gripping the steering wheel with one hand, he lit a cigarette with the other and mused, "Why is Lu Datu targeting me? I've been pondering this myself. Have I offended him in any way?" "Not that I know of," Pu Jia replied, just as his phone rang. He answered hands-free while driving. "Brother Pu, what is keeping you busy?" "Oh, just the usual. What about you?" "I'm in the same boat. Any good items lately?" These days, finding quality goods is quite a challenge. Even digging in the countryside could land you in trouble. Have you been scammed? No, not at all. Just making conversation. What are you looking for lately? Do you have any pieces from the Yongzheng era? A ring would be ideal. Oh, brother, those are exceedingly hard to come by these days. You might need to scour the auction houses. Auction houses are such a hassle. How about this, brother? I'll keep an eye out, and if I find anything, I'll let you know immediately. But be aware, these jade pieces are not cheap. As long as the quality is assured, I won't mind the price. All right, carry on with your tasks. After hanging up, Pu Jia turned to Yu Yao. Could it be? Is luck truly on our side? Does someone really have a lead? Yu Yao silently lit a cigarette. Who is this person? a high-level broker known as Old Joe. I've only recently been acquainted with him, but I've heard he has considerable influence and often assists prominent figures in sourcing items. Does Old Joe know Lu Datu? He should, in theory. Yu Yao exhaled a cloud of smoke. However, it doesn't seem like a straightforward deal. It feels more like a setup for a con. Pu Jie was taken aback. What do you mean? Yu Yao continued. Perhaps Lu Datu is planning a scheme against you. Goodness. Pu Jie slowed the car and parked by the roadside. Are you suggesting that Lu Datu intends not just to swindle money, but also to set someone up? If I sell the finger ring to Old Joe, he might seize the opportunity to point out the issue, inciting resentment against me, or perhaps even take action against me. He could easily find a way to inform Old Joe that I recently acquired a finger ring. Moreover, he would not disclose to Old Joe that he was involved in the transaction. Yu Yao glanced at Pu Jie. Surely, you must have offended him gravely. Think carefully. It's nothing. No, it must be him who intends to deal with you. Pu Jie frowned, contemplating for a moment before erupting in a tirade. That Lu Datu is a scoundrel. He actually thinks he can set me up. It can't be me, as it was he who invited you to this scheme. He should not have anticipated that you would seek me for the goods. Besides, I run a shop on the old street and have no conflicting interest with him. I truly cannot fathom it. Every time I meet him, it's all about him being the boss. If you cannot think of anything, then forget it. Regardless, he has already entangled both you and me in this mess. I have no desire to resolve this enmity. If not him, then who? Pu Jie pondered. Wait, are you so certain this is Lu Datu's scheme? What if Old Joe is genuinely aiding the buyer in finding something, and it's merely a coincidence? I'm not entirely convinced. However, if you can recall any instance where you offended Lu Datu, then that would be definitive. Let me think it through. Pu Jie began counting on his fingers. Yu Yao remained silent, reflecting on his late father, who had lived his life with utmost caution yet never amassed wealth. In the antiquities trade, mere caution is insufficient. This was his first lesson after taking over Gugu Zhai. Now that insight has descended upon him, he should dare to take risks. I believe I may have stumbled upon something. Pu Jie suddenly spoke up. Chapter 7. The Shadow Behind a Painting. It seems I have indeed been blinded by greed, frequently visiting Lu Datu. How should I put it? The key is that he is willing to offer a price. It's not genuine artifact he bids on. He will also purchase damaged fakes. Such items do not command high prices and are not easily sold. But if he can collect them, I can earn a little from them. Without these items, how could he deceive others? That day, Pu Jie arrived at Lu Datu's shop to deliver a damaged bronze ring that resembled one from a teapot, adorned with some koei patterns. Upon arriving, he found Lu Datu engaged in conversation with someone in the back room, while the assistant managed the front. Pu Jie settled down to wait. The door to the back room was ajar, merely draped with a curtain, allowing Pu Jie to overhear their conversation. Lu Datu seemed unconcerned, or else he would have closed the door. It appeared they were discussing a painting. Old Wan, do you say this painting is by Chioing? Boss Lu, you are an expert in calligraphy and painting. Look closer, there's a signature on the back, along with a collection mark. No need to look. After seeing half of it, I already know it's a forgery. Boss Lu, this is an old mounting. A high imitation is still an imitation. Does it require a new mounting? Then please enlighten me on what makes it untrue. Chioing, one of the 4 great masters of the Ming Dynasty. What is the market price for such works now? It's not easy to find a bargain. You come here, and I'll give you a few pointers. Just look at Chioing's small axe strokes. The texture of the rocks leaps off the paper. Your piece lacks confidence in its brushwork. Following this, there was the sound of the painting being rolled up. It was likely Lu Datu had decided not to examine it further. Old One then spoke again. Boss Lu, even if it's a replica, it boasts old materials and traditional craftsmanship. You should keep it. All right, 3,000. Let's settle it, replied Lu. Boss Lu, you ought to add a bit more. This ancient silk and paper are worth more than 3,000. Then go to another shop. Old One momentarily fell silent. Pu Jie thought to himself that those with keen insight in the market would find it difficult to secure a high price for the scroll once it was taken into the Yuan pavilion and then brought back out. Old One should have understood this, yet his reluctance held him back, leaving him speechless for a moment. After a while, Old One emerged from behind the curtain, holding a rectangular brocade box. Pu Jie did not recognize him, but noted the man's unfortunate demeanor, leading him to believe he might genuinely be in need of money. At that moment, Lu Daido's voice echoed from within. Old Wan, consider it my support. Add another 1,000. Old Wan seemed to waver, but exchanged a glance with Pu Jie, whose eyes reflected a hint of sympathy. Perhaps, had it not been for Pu Jie, Old Wan would have made a move. Yet pride can be a heavy burden. And with a stomp of his foot, he declared, Boss Lu, please excuse me, and walked away. Lu Daitu soon followed, with a mocking laugh. brandishing a high-quality replica from the Republic era, oblivious to the nature of the establishment. Yu Yao nodded. When you converse with Old Wan, you might inadvertently inform Lu Dai too. Hu Jie tapped his forehead, then pulled out his phone, dialing, "Brother Chong, what have you been up to? It's been ages. I've missed you terribly." Yu Yao shook his head. "This isn't a matter of a few thousand. If you were to sell that high-quality replica as an authentic piece, it will be a significant deal." Lu Daido's discerning, "I was indeed commendable." Yu Yao pondered, "Let us tackle this from both angles." Hu Jie nodded repeatedly. "All right. You've always had clever ideas. I shall follow your lead. Tonight, I'll treat you. Let us go to Jiangshangyu for some fish." "Forget it. Jiangshangyu has a minimum per capita consumption of 600. Let us go for skewers instead. I want 4 grilled lamb kidneys." "Aren't you worried about overindulging with such a large portion?" "I'm chilly. Consider a way to bolster my constitution. Unlike you, I'm not addicted to charming the ladies." "Watch your tongue. My uncle is your father." The following day, with the autumn sky clear and bright, Yu Yao stuffed the brocade box containing the general's robe into a woven bag and took a taxi to the Kixinkyo antique market. He arrived not too early. At 8 o'clock, yet the market buzz had not yet reached its peak. There was a storage area in the market, charging 10 yuan per hour. He first stored his woven bag, and then proceeded to the street vendor area. The street vendor section comprised 3 lanes, 2 short and 1 long, resembling a roofless character. The top horizontal space was the greenhouse area, which had a slightly higher management fee than the vendor section. To the south of the greenhouse area lay the shop district. The vendors in the street vendor section were diverse, and the shoppers varied greatly as well. There were the elderly and the young, seasoned collectors and novices, even pairs of young couples enjoying a stroll. Dressed in a yellow windbreaker and blue jeans, Yu Yao appeared quite youthful, although the keen glint in his eyes betrayed a hint of maturity. With the weather having turned cool, he treated himself to a choco pie, savoring it as he browsed the stalls. He swiftly moved through numerous stalls, each showcasing a plethora of new yet damaged items, leaving him with no inclination to squat down and inspect them closely. Possessing such discerning vision indeed saves both time and effort. In the past, Yu Yao would often rise early on weekends to scour for treasures, returning home exhausted and sore from the labor. In no time, he had traversed an entire long street, barely pausing, save for a brief moment when he noticed a lively commotion. A customer had just paid 10,000 in cash for a bronze lotus crane pot crafted by Yanjian, seemingly having stumbled upon an extraordinary find and quickly scurried away with it. The stall owner, still caught up in the drama, wore a pained expression, as if mourning the loss of a precious item that had vanished from his grasp. Yu Yao then turned onto a shorter street, casually observing the surroundings. Contemplating that he was unlikely to find anything of value, he decided to head straight to the elegant play pavilion with a General S jar he had picked up. Just when he thought he had no expectations, fortune smiled upon him unexpectedly. An item at one stall captured his attention. Chapter 8. The Spring of the Jade Pot. Sold piece by piece. This was a jade pot spring vase, a classic design within the realm of Chinese porcelain, easily spotted in any antique market. Originally derived from the Tang dynasty's clean water pots, this shape was solidified during the Song dynasty and has continued through the ages. With its flared mouth, slender neck, bulging belly, and ring foot, its lines flow gracefully, exuding an air of elegance. This particular jade pot spring vase, adorned with a white base and black floral patterns, showcased deep carving techniques. In its deepest recesses, the clay body was revealed, resembling a beige hue. Neither the common Mazkane clay of the Yuan dynasty nor the Jailing clay of the Ming and Qing porcelain. At first glance, the patterns depicted mountains, water, trees, and birds, resembling a complete painting. Yet, upon closer inspection, the forms of these elements appeared somewhat abstract and not entirely realistic. It was indeed unusual for a traditional jade pot spring vase to feature such a distinctive style of painting and carving. However, what truly drew him in was not merely this aspect. Yu Yao looked up at the brilliant sunlight, lit a cigarette, and slowly squatted down, first reaching for a nearby pastel-colored plate adorned with butterflies. Upon flipping it over, he glimpsed the red-painted mark indicating it was made during the Yongjing era. The stall owner, a robust man in his 40s, remarked, "Ah, my young friend possesses a keen eye, coming straight to the finest piece." Yu Yao chuckled, inquiring what is the lowest price. Upon hearing this, the owner realized this young man was no novice. His manner of asking prices revealed a depth of understanding. Typically, one would ask for a general price, but only an experienced buyer would cut to the chase, seeking to eliminate any superficial markup. "Show me what you have," the owner replied. "I haven't even opened for business yet." "What time is it, and you're still not open?" Yu Yao scoffed, glancing at him. Would mere penny suffice? That's simply one tea do. The stall owner chuckled awkwardly, thinking how could someone who appeared so knowledgeable speak so offhandedly? Show me what you really have. Was merely a polite invitation for the bidding process to commence. In the world of antiques, commerce is a subtle dance, adorned with friendly banter on the surface while harboring the intent to outmaneuver one another in the shadows. Yu Yao, having originally intended to dabble in various items, chose not to engage further and placed the butterfly plate back down. The plate was a new piece, its sheen still intact. As if by chance, Yu Yao once again picked up the exquisite jade vase, a rare find indeed. This is a genuine antique. The vendor, noticing that Yu Yao had finished one cigarette, offered him another white sand cigarette. After lighting up, Yu Yao inquired, "How old is it?" "I suspect it dates back to the Song dynasty." "Haven't you ever opened your shop since then?" Yu Yao had a sense of the situation, but his lips remained loose, with such mediocre craftsmanship. "The bird looks like a paper airplane. Where did you source this?" The vendor, who could speak of craftsmanship, should have avoided such pretentiousness. This piece was indeed acquired from a reputable source. Taking a puff of his smoke, the vendor admitted that, to be honest, he could not comprehend this object. It was something picked up casually. Although it resembles a jade vase, it appears more like an old wine bottle. When he mentioned the Song dynasty, it was merely a fabrication. It certainly did not resemble items from the Yuan, Ming, or Qing dynasties, and he couldn't possibly assert it was from the Republic era. Could he? "If you're not interested in the song, shall I play the drums for you?" Yu Yao chuckled. "Let's be candid. I'm a dealer. How much did you acquire it for? I'll add a bit to take it away." "Oh, you opened a shop at such a young age? I underestimated you," responded the vendor. "Fine, I bought it for 800. You could take it for 1,000. This item, in truth, wouldn't even sell for 800. It merely enriches the variety." "What variety?" "A variety that one cannot comprehend." 200, Yu Yao decisively countered. The vendor pondered for a moment. Initially, he hadn't paid much attention to this item, but now he was genuinely intrigued. "All right then, 600 is the lowest I can offer." Yu Yao stood up, feigning departure. 100 less, 500. From the vendor's perspective, whatever he acquired, he would sell for a profit, yet earning a little more is always preferable. As for Yu Yao, he initially intended to hold out longer. It wasn't that he was short of that 100, but rather, once engaged, it was easy to get into the spirit of negotiation, regardless of whether one was a wealthy magnate or a mere trader. Haggling over 100 or 80 yuan at an antique stall is quite commonplace. This, in essence, is a form of enjoyment. Just then, a woman squatting in front of the stall nearly reached out for the item, but Yu Yao was quicker. Turning his head, he remarked, "Hey, what are you doing?" She had eyebrows like ink paintings, eyes brimming with spirit, long eyelashes, and an air of elegance. Her oval face, though her nose was not high, had a delicate shape, complemented by ruby lips and pearly teeth, a pointed chin, and a slender, fair neck that evoked a sense of tenderness. She sported a spirited short hairstyle and wore athletic attire. Perhaps, complemented by long hair and traditional garb, she would possess even more allure. "Do you want it?" "I had just negotiated a price," Yu Yao replied in a gentle tone. Indeed, he had intended to play a game of allure and retreat. The vendor, with a hint of mischief, offered an explanation. The girl shot Yu Yao a glare. "You don't negotiate a price without holding the item. Do you understand the rules?" "Oh." Upon hearing this, Yu Yao was surprised that such a young and beautiful girl was familiar with the rules. She might indeed be part of the circle. In the realm of antique stalls, when negotiating a price, one must hold the item. Once it is set down, the opportunity to negotiate is lost. Conversely, if someone else is holding an item while bargaining with the vendor, you must wait patiently to inquire. It is considered impolite to interrupt. "But you haven't picked it up yet, have you?" Yu Yao smiled, clutching the jade vase in one hand while handing the vendor 300 yuan with the other. The stall owner accepted the money and said, "Let me wrap this up in newspaper and put it in a plastic bag for you." With the transaction completed, Yu Yao felt a surge of confidence and handed over the bottle. To his surprise, the stall owner did not immediately wrap it. Instead, he placed down an empty space in front of him and opened a large box beside his stool, retrieving another identical jade vase. Of course, while they could not be perfectly identical, at first glance, the differences were not discernible. What a revelation. He had a pair. "My friend, I have another one here. Would you like to make a set?" The stall owner chuckled. Yu Yao gritted his teeth in frustration. Why hadn't he mentioned having a pair earlier? "I just remembered." The stall owner replied with a grin. "Well, let me give you 300 more, and we can make a deal." The stall owner wrapped the vase Yu Yao had previously examined in newspaper, placed it in a plastic bag, and handed it to Yu Yao, adding for this one, "I made a promise not to back out." However, The other one cannot be sold for 300. At that moment, the girl picked up the other jade vase and began to examine it closely. Yu Yao thought to himself, such a beautiful girl, even in sportswear, which was clearly a brand name. She wouldn't be an accomplice of the stall owner, would she? Given her youth, she likely wouldn't comprehend the value of such an item. All right, you are quite the negotiator, daring to sell items you don't even understand. What's your price? Yu Yao lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. This one is 800, not a penny less. He was fully aware of the worth of the pair. He wouldn't hesitate to pay 8,000. But the stall owner's antics had left him dissatisfied, so he countered, I'll give you 500 more, totaling 800 for the pair. Is that acceptable? Not at all, the stall owner replied firmly. Just as Yu Yao was about to interject, the girl suddenly chimed in. I'll take it for 800. All right, the stall owner chuckled, casting a glance at Yu Yao as he began to wrap the vase. Miss, don't you see this is a pair? I've already bought one and was still negotiating. It's rather inappropriate to just jump in with an offer, don't you think? You were just talking about rules. The girl smiled slightly and replied, perfect, that evens things out. And for the one in your hand, I can offer you 800 as well. You can smoke a cigarette and make 500. It's a good deal. ISNT it? Hey, what do you mean by evening things out? If it weren't for the fact that you're a woman, what would you do? A good man doesn't argue with a woman. Yu Yao glanced at the stall owner, uncertain of how to proceed. This item is 800, and I want it. I asked for the price first, didn't I? The stall owner scratched his head, initially hoping for a small profit, only to find these two in a standoff. Now, with both parties unwilling to back down, the rules seemed irrelevant, and the items were in his possession. 1,000. The girl stood up, raising the price directly. 1,001. Yu Yao retorted without hesitation. 2,000. The girl shot him a glare. Yu Yao was taken aback by her sudden increase and paused momentarily. What exactly are you trying to achieve? Nothing much. Just buying something. Since we're disregarding the rules, the highest bidder wins. The stall owner was overjoyed. Young lady, are you truly purchasing this? The girl opened her handbag and swiftly counted out 20 bills, presenting them directly to the stall owner. What do you think? The stall owner hesitated, my friend. Are you not going to negotiate further? Yu Yao thought to himself, fortunate that he had secured this piece beforehand. Upon glancing at the girl, he noticed her extravagant demeanor. Even if she couldn't discern the intricacies, she was unlikely to relent anytime soon. Since she had already produced the cash, he certainly wouldn't buy it now. Yu Yao expressed this thought, but made no move to leave. Are you really done negotiating? Do not expect to earn another penny. Once the girl took her plastic bag, Yu Yao raised his own, suggesting a meeting of minds. Shall we converse a moment? The girl did not refuse. They stepped out of the market area and stood behind a large tree in the pavilion zone. Yu Yao began, I must ask, have you truly understood what you're dealing with? As a beautiful young woman, instead of purchasing exquisite jade jewelry, why bother with a mere broken vase? Broken vase? The girl scoffed. I do not care whether you stumbled upon a fortune or merely posturing. Today, I am offering you a bargain. I can take that piece off your hands for 2,000. She opened her handbag again. Yu Yao raised his hand to halt her. Wait, I asked. Do you truly comprehend this item? While the girl was undeniably attractive, Yu Yao was keen to sell the jade vase for profit. It was not a matter of merely 2,000. The girl paused, her gaze meeting Yu Yao's, exuding a hint of arrogance. Ah, so you do understand? 2,000 is my offer. Will you sell? Yu Yao lit a cigarette. The girl frowned and closed her handbag, fanning herself lightly. Is it not customary to smoke while negotiating? Yu Yao brushed off the ash from his cigarette, contemplating that in business, one cannot hold everything close. Perhaps he should count to 3, and they would say it together. The girl considered this approach. All right, on 3. In unison, they both uttered the words barter. Yu Yao chuckled. I did not expect someone as young as you to be quite the expert. What do I call you? Where do you hail from? They were equally surprised by each other's knowledge. And you? Yu Yao replied, I run a small shop. Shingu. She introduced herself. Miss Shun, a pleasure to meet you. Yu Yao extended his hand, but Shungu did not reciprocate. No need for pleasantries. Let us get to business. I see you wish to profit. I am here to buy that piece. Name your price. Yu Yao raised a finger. 10,000? Miss Shun scoffed at him. 100,000. Given that you recognized it as a product of the Pao village kiln, specifically the deep carved black flower on white ground from the Song dynasty. If you were to present a pair at auction, it would surely fetch over 200,000. The Pao village kiln, which began production in the Tang dynasty and continued into the Yuan dynasty, though not as renowned as the 5 great kilns during the Song dynasty, was still a significant folk kiln that produced many exquisite pieces from rough materials. The ceramics from Pao village often featured distinctive decorative patterns, and their deep carving technique was unique. However, in the past, Yu Yao would have been unable to ascertain its value, especially since this piece's creamy yellow body was relatively rare, and its abstract artistic style could easily mislead one into mistaking it for a piece from a modern ordinary folk kiln. Yet the Shanggu, of a similar age to Yu Yao, was able to identify it, which was indeed impressive. Why do you not seize the opportunity? Furthermore, is there anyone who can illustrate 100,000 with just a single finger? How much are you willing to pay? At most 20,000. Yu Yao glanced at her and suggested, shall we exchange contact information to consider this further? Shanggu frowned, but ultimately produced a business card and handed it to Yu Yao. I assure you, the item is genuine. However, do not get your hopes up. This type of merchandise often has a price without a market. You mentioned an auction, right? Let me inform you that I work at an auction house, and many items go unsold. When Yao inspected the card, he found that this girl named Shanggu truly was affiliated with an auction house, specifically the largest in Jiangzhou, known as Tianhao Auction House, the most significant in the entire Dongjiang province. At such a young age, she served as an appraiser in the porcelain and miscellaneous department. He felt a sense of admiration. Yu Yao then produced his own business card to offer her. Yi Gu Shai. Shanggu examined the card and remarked, Mr. Yu, your achievements are even more impressive, with profits nearly 100-fold, yet still unsatisfied. Yu Yao pondered for a moment. So, you are collecting this for yourself? Indeed. Today is my day off. It is purely for personal collection and does not violate any auction house regulations. Even if it did, I would not expose you. I am curious. How had you honed your discerning eye at such a young age? Yu Yao was genuinely intrigued, not merely due to her beauty. Chapter 10. The bait is set. Is this how you typically flirt with girls? Shanggu shot him a glance before turning away. Flirt? That term seems rather inappropriate. Yu Yao called after her retreating figure. Standing in place, Yu Yao contemplated for a while before heading to the market storage area. He first stored the jade vase from the Ba village kiln and then retrieved the general's jar. Carrying the jar, he visited a small shop in the market and purchased 2 bottles of 43-degree Matai, Flying Fairy, for just over 200. If they were genuine, they would surely be worth upwards of 1,000, but the packaging looked decent, and as long as it was drinkable, it sufficed. In the antique market of Qixing Bridge, the shops followed a uniform layout, featuring a door and a window on the facade, typically consisting of 2 rooms, a larger outer room and a smaller inner one. The outer section housed counters and shelves, while the inner space often served as a small meeting room for negotiations. The shop area was quieter than the street vendor and greenhouse sections, primarily frequented by purposeful customers, acquaintances, or those within the circle. In the elegant play pavilion, only major categories were handled: calligraphy, jade, porcelain, without any other items displayed. In truth, Lu Dato also dealt in bronze artifacts, but this category was rather unique, and he never showcased those items publicly. Upon entering, Yu Yao found that the attendant at the elegant play pavilion was absent, while Lu Datu sat behind the counter, munching on sunflower seeds. In one corner of the counter, an old red-skinned gramophone rested, now considered an antique, playing a recording of the 4th son visits his mother. Lu Datu was tapping his knee in rhythm, singing along, when he caught sight of Yu Yao entering. Ah, little Yu, you're becoming increasingly handsome. Boss Lu, your singing skills are becoming quite remarkable. Yu Yao casually placed the 2 bottles of Matai on the counter. I can't keep up anymore. I'm getting old. Young Yu, at such a tender age, you are well-versed in Peking opera? Ah, I see you are quite knowledgeable, young man. Lu Datu smiled broadly, saying, Come as you will, but what have you brought along? Is it not a bit too much? You are a senior, and besides, I am here today specifically to express my gratitude for your presence. What seniority are you talking about? Lu Datu waved his hand casually. Indeed, I'm getting on in years. My memory seems to be fading, for I cannot recall what you were thanking me for. Yu Yao smoothly pulled up a chair and sat at the counter, placing the bag containing the general's robe on the ground instead of on the counter. After lighting a cigarette, he lowered his voice and remarked, That white jade ring has been sold. Oh, was it you who sold it, or was it Xiao Pu? Did you not both purchase it together? Well, it matters not who sold it. Yu Yao replied ambiguously. We made a profit, but we must not forget Boss Lu. I was considering bringing you a little something as a token of appreciation, but on second thought, since it came directly from you, it would seem rather disrespectful. I happened to acquire 2 bottles of fine wine to bring you. In truth, it was Yu Yao who had put forth the entire sum of 100,000 for the jade ring, as Pu Jie was temporarily short on funds. Pu Jie did not mind, treating it as a mere facilitation of the deal, and when Yu Yao sold it, he would receive whatever Yu Yao deemed appropriate. It seems you have made quite a profit, then? How much profit, and to whom it was sold, are matters one does not inquire into within a trade. Lu Datin knew this well, and so could only respond in kind. Indeed, it is thanks to you, Boss Lu, otherwise if you resell it yourself, would it not multiply several times over? Yu Yao subtly indicated, Boss Lu, there's a well-connected individual in the trade, Old Zhou. Have you heard of him? Lu Datu stroked his chin. Old Zhou? Let me think. Ah, I believe there is such a person. He is somewhat of a figure in the industry. Or so I hear. His connections are reputed to be impressive, though I am not well acquainted with him. Oh, if only we had such connections. Yu Yao nodded while glancing at the bag at his feet. Lu Datu mused. Could it be that the jade ring has indeed passed through Old Zhou's hands so swiftly? Furthermore, the items he brought do not seem intended for my eyes, but rather to be sold through Old Zhou. Regardless of connections, as long as the items are good, one need not worry about making a fortune. Lu Data chuckled. Young Yu, it appears you brought along other items as well. Are you planning to express gratitude to someone else? No, these are my personal belongings, just something I happen to bring along today. Yao rose, well then. Boss Lu, I shan't take up any more of your time. I shall take my leave. Lu Datu emerged from behind the counter. Since you have come all this way, let me brew you a pot of tea. Have a cup before you go. No, it is the weekend, the perfect time for business. I wouldn't want to hinder your success. Yu Yao picked up the bag. This is a shop, not a street stall, Lu Data suddenly inquired. Young Yu, you must be 25 this year, am I right? 26. In fact, I'm already 27 by the lunar calendar. Do you have a girlfriend? Boss Lu, are you trying to play matchmaker for me? With a young talent like you, do you really need my assistance in that regard? Lu Data laughed. What you are carrying, I suspect, must be something of value. Having just sold the ring and acquired good goods, fortune and wealth surely accompanies you, and so too will luck and love. Truly, it is nothing of great worth, Boss Lu. You need not see me off. Is it considered an antique then? Since you're here, can't I at least have a look? What a worthless trinket. Why would you even be interested in it? Lu Dado finally steered the conversation in that direction, tugging on Yu Yao's arm. Come on, since no one else is in the shop right now, let me take a gander. Yu Yao, feeling resigned, agreed. All right, but please don't mock me. I've never delved into old houses before. This morning was my first attempt, and I only managed to acquire this one item. Searching through old houses? Your methods have broadened, it seems. Lu Datu exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Not quite. Our old neighborhood is being redeveloped, and there's still a few households that haven't been demolished. Recently, one household was on the verge of being vacated. I had already signed the paperwork, and they consulted me about the policies, so I took a casual look at something there. That is all about connections, Xiao Yu. I see a bright future ahead for you. Lu Data chuckled as Yu Yao placed the bag on the counter. He opened the bag and revealed a brocade box, pulling out its contents. Oh, this is a hanging robe. Chapter 11. The buyer is not as savvy as the seller. Yu Yao lit a cigarette, choosing not to explain further. That household is quite far from mine, and I'm not familiar with them. However, I've heard they lived quite well in the past. During the Republic era, someone even worked as an accountant in a pawnshop there. Yu Yao's brief narrative added a touch of provenance, enhancing the item's authenticity. Lu Data nodded, expertly inspecting the jar, peering inside, and finally scrutinizing the exposed blue and white porcelain piece. This is a significant find. There's not a single flaw to be found. The only mystery lies beneath the thick layer of red paint. Xiao Yu, are you keeping this for me because there's already a buyer? Lu Datu inquired, stroking the rim of the jar with a smile. I just acquired it. There's no buyer yet. Yu Yao cautiously replied. Boss Lu, do you think it's truly from the Kanshi era? Lu Data glanced at Yu Yao, contemplating. I can't say for certain, but if the paint could be removed. Let us not rush, Lu Data chuckled. Since fate has brought us together, you might as well let me have it, saving you the trouble of cleaning it. Yu Yao furrowed his brow. Well, that is not entirely out of the question. Here's my thought. Once I clean it, examine it, and consult an expert to confirm its authenticity, we can sell it for a fair price, ensuring everyone is satisfied. Lu Data nodded, acknowledging the soundness of the plan. That's the right approach. But think about it. If we clean it and it turns out to be a fake, or if it sustains any damage, wouldn't it be better to sell it as is? I doubt that will happen, Yu Yao mused. This is clearly a robe from the Four Olds era, and the exposed area shows no issues. The rest is unlikely to have any problems either. How about this? I'll offer you a fair price, and that way you'll avoid any hassle. If I make a profit later, I'll share a portion with you. If I incur a loss, I'll bear it myself. Such words were pleasing to hear, yet were merely empty promises. Profit to be shared? We'll see about that. Regardless of how much is earned, you'll still claim losses. Yu Yao murmured, seemingly to himself. All right then, let us proceed. Did I not give you that ring earlier? Lu Dadu lightly tapped the counter. At this moment, he was resolute in his intent to acquire the item. In the realm of antiques, from a buyer's perspective, two mindsets are particularly perilous. The first is an unwavering determination to obtain the item, and the second is a disdain for the seller. These two attitudes can easily blind one to potential traps. If one's discernment is lacking, the risk of making a mistake increases significantly. Although Lu Datu was typically savvy, his momentary greed led him to fall prey to both pitfalls. His judgment was ordinarily sound, yet the general's jar had its secrets concealed, preventing him from discerning any issues. He underestimated Yu Yao, unaware that the young man was scheming against him. It was common knowledge that should the jar be restored, its value would soar. Lu Datu was fixated on profiting from it, believing he could intimidate Yu Yao with his so-called risks, all while using the ring to leverage the conversation. Little did he know that Yu Yao had already seen through the ring's flaws. Yu Yao hesitated before sitting down again and lighting another cigarette. "Lu boss, with your remarks about the jade ring, I find it difficult to refuse. Indeed, in the spirit of reciprocity, we are all interconnected," Lu Datu replied with a smile. "But there is one thing," Yu Yao suddenly shifted his tone. "This item is not inexpensive. You cannot leave me with nothing. What is the minimum you can offer?" Without hesitation, Yu Yao extended his hand, signaling 50. Lu Datu inhaled sharply. "Young Yu, you're being a bit too audacious. Once restored, this piece would be worth 100. I might as well do it myself. Even if it has flaws, I'll accept that." As Yu Yao reached for the jar again, Lu Datu gently restrained him. "You must have profited from that jade ring as well, haven't you?" "Boss Lu, you keep bringing up the ring." Yu Yao's face darkened slightly. "Fine, I will concede the price of the ring to 40. No more haggling." 30. Lu Datu raised his hand. Yu Yao shook his head lightly. "Let's go." "You insist on stopping me. In that case, Lu boss, I will be the first to bring good items to your Yuange." With that, Yu Yao quickly placed the jar into a brocade box and prepared to wrap it in plastic. "No need to tidy up, it's a deal." Lu Datu gritted his teeth. Yu Yao paused, suddenly revealing a wry smile. "Lu boss, you could at least pretend to hold out a bit longer. I moved from 50 to 40, and now I am regretting it." "Ah, young Yu, we are both in the same trade. We shouldn't play tricks on each other." "Well then, let us consider this a single profit from 2 items. Yu Yao pursed his lips, and although he spoke thus, a sense of reluctance lingered. "However, Lu boss, since we are both in the same profession, I cannot guarantee this item. Perhaps you should reconsider? I seek some assurance." "Very well." Yu Yao reluctantly shook his head again. "Lu boss, I must admit defeat to you." After the notification of the bank transfer chimed on his phone, Yu Yao promptly took his leave. "Young Yu, our exchanges have now counted twice. I may be older, but the future belongs to you younger folks. I have faith in you. As long as you have good items, bring them to my Yuange, and you will not suffer losses. I will assist you whenever I can." As Yu Yao departed, Lu Datu patted his shoulder. "Certainly, this hinges on the fact that the general's jar is indeed an authentic piece, with its exposed portions flawless. Moreover, for Lu, it would be quite challenging to seek recourse. Who could foresee the issues lurking beneath the paint? I suggested cleaning it before selling. Yet you insisted on bearing that risk. Regardless of who hears this, it cannot be said that Yu Yao is at fault." Once again, glancing at the additional 400,000 in his account, Yu Yao felt elated. He remembered there was still the final stretch of the street market he had yet to explore, so he meandered over there. Chapter 12. The Returned Jade Dancer. At this moment, the first wave of shoppers had dispersed, and it should have been assumed there was little of value left. However, Yu Yao primarily sought to lift his spirits with a leisurely stroll. After meandering about, he found no treasures until he reached the last stall, where 2 individuals were embroiled in a heated argument. One was the stall owner, a robust man in his 30s. The other, a lanky youth in his 20s. Clutching a palm-sized piece of jade, a jade dancer, with a slender waist and flowing sleeves, characterized by simplistic lines. Listening attentively, Yu Yao gradually grasped the situation. It turned out that the lanky youth had purchased this jade dancer at dawn for a considerable sum of 8,000. At the time of purchase, the stall owner had claimed that, despite the inferior quality of the jade, it was undoubtedly from the Ming dynasty. There is a saying in the industry, true stone is not as valuable as fake jade. To elaborate, even counterfeit ancient jade pieces, if crafted from quality materials, can sometimes hold significant value. If you believe you're making a genuine purchase, you may not incur substantial losses. For instance, brands with high jade quality demands, if crafted from premium seed material, now command exorbitant prices. Thus, they can be worth quite a lot compared to ancient jade plaques. However, one crucial aspect remains. It must be made of good materials. This particular jade dancer, on the other hand, is composed of rather ordinary jade mountain material, which is abundantly produced. The price disparity between new and old pieces is considerable. If this jade dancer were indeed from the Ming dynasty, even as jade, it would be valued at around 10,000, provided the craftsmanship is acceptable. Conversely, if it is a new imitation, it might not even fetch 1,000. The argument arose primarily because the stall owner refused to issue a refund. The lanky youth ultimately proposed a compromise, suggesting that if he received 6,000, he would settle for 2,000 back. Yet the stall owner remained steadfast in his refusal. You claim it is a new imitation. Yet why did you not discern that at the time of purchase? I have set my asking price at 15,000. Who was it that haggled with me? The stall owner, in frustration, sat down, ignoring the lanky youth entirely. It was still dimly lit at that hour. It is not merely a matter of clarity. If you sold it for 20,000, how could you possibly return a 10,000 refund? So, you are resolute in your refusal to refund, are you? The lanky youth exclaimed. The stall owner's words were forceful, yet each statement was reasonable, such is the nature of the antique trade. I might as well spend an additional 8,000, but I shall not allow you to benefit from this. Just wait, the lanky youth declared, lifting the jade dancer as if to smash it, seemingly intending to summon someone to support his stance against the stall owner. Yu Yao, quick-witted and nimble, grasped his arm, saying, "My friend, do not be hasty. There must be some decorum in every situation, mustn't there?" The tall and slender individual, initially fueled by a momentary impulse, ceased his actions upon being halted by Yu Yao. He then addressed Yu Yao, stating that it was not his intention to disregard the rules, but rather that there was a prior agreement. If deemed a new imitation, he would offer a full refund. The crowd surrounding them erupted in astonishment. The mention of a refund altered the dynamics significantly. In the antiquities trade, it is uncommon to encounter such guarantees. However, once articulated, it becomes a binding agreement between the two parties, transcending mere convention. If one fails to uphold their word, the fault lies squarely with them. The vendor let out a cold huff, affirming, "I did say that. But how do you intend to prove it's a new imitation? Don't bring forth half-baked opinions. If you're capable, summon 2 genuine experts to stand with you." The tall individual found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, he had merely consulted a friend who dabbled in ancient jade, a friend who was only marginally more experienced than himself. "Could you allow me to take a look?" Yu Yao inquired once more. With so many onlookers present, the tall individual was untroubled by the possibility of Yu Yao absconding. After a moment's contemplation, he handed the jade figure over to Yu Yao. Yu Yao examined it closely. The jade quality was mediocre, yet it could still be classified as Hetian jade. The most striking aspect was the craftsmanship of the lines and the gracefulness of the pose, which grew increasingly captivating with each glance. This was undoubtedly not a Ming dynasty jade dancer. "How about this? Would you consider parting with it for me?" Yu Yao smiled at the tall individual. "Are you truly interested?" The tall individual was taken aback. "I understand the turmoil within you. You contemplated throwing it, yet you hesitated. To refrain from doing so has left you with pent-up frustration. I see potential in it, so let us agree to this transaction, and we shall both find joy in it. What use do you have for this imitation? It is not even made from quality jade." Before the tall individual could finish his thought, the vendor interjected, glaring, "If you continue to label it an imitation here, I shall not hesitate to strike you. Do you believe me? Perhaps you should temper your words," Yu Yao interjected, chuckling. "Antiquities should be a refined pursuit. Observe the two of you, and you'll see a lack of decorum." The vendor fell silent. "Now, how much can you offer?" Yu Yao pressed the tall individual once more. "Earlier, I mentioned 6,000. You want to refund that. Can you match 6,000? Very well, let be 6,000. However, you must not come seeking additional funds from me later." Yu Yao, aware of the crowd's presence and reluctant to prolong the discussion, agreed promptly. "Rest assured, that will not happen." After the transaction was completed via mobile transfer, the tall individual, perhaps feeling a tinge of embarrassment, muttered a thank you and hurriedly departed. Yu Yao held the jade dancer, casting a glance at the vendor. "Fortune favors the prepared. I have saved 2,000. Well, what is meant to be will be. It is his lack of discernment that led to this. This jade dancer, a Ming imitation of the Han style, if not for its mediocre quality, could have commanded a much higher price." The vendor lamented. Yu Yao smiled, turning to leave. A Ming imitation of the Han? The vendor's discernment surpassed that of the tall individual, yet he too had erred. This was clearly a piece from the Han dynasty. However, it is indeed perplexing. This jade dancer was certainly not a relic of continuous lineage, nor was it freshly unearthed. Rather, it likely emerged from the ground within the last century and had not been extensively handled, hence its subtle luster. The brilliance typical of Han jade had been obscured by time, yet had not been sufficiently polished to reveal its former glory. Additionally, the unique burial conditions may have contributed to the absence of the characteristic hues used for dating. Nevertheless, a true connoisseur, through meticulous examination of the craftsmanship, could ascertain its origin. This nuance possesses considerable technical merit. The vendor was not mistaken. What belongs to someone is indeed theirs, and it is a matter of discernment. Although Yu Yao's eye for quality has a rather unique origin, the jade dancers of the Han Dynasty are not priced the same as those of the Ming Dynasty. This particular piece is merely of ordinary jade, yet acquiring it for 6,000 could still yield a resale value of 80 to 100,000. Upon returning to the old streets Gugu Zhai, Yu Yao secured the jade Huchuan Ping and the jade dancer in safe. There, he once again beheld the ghost-eyed coin, perfectly positioned within the vault. After a moment's contemplation, he took the cord and draped it around his neck, choosing to wear the ghostly-faced coin close to his heart. No further words were necessary. Every third day of September henceforth, I shall light incense and burn paper money for you, Master Su. Chapter 13, The Old Kiln. Just as I finished tidying up and sat down, Pu Jie entered, pushing the door open. I remarked, when fortune arrives, it cannot be obstructed. Guess what? Astonishingly, I incurred no losses. Yu Yao expressed mild surprise, saying, "You mentioned it was old jade with new craftsmanship, and it's sold for 100,000? Surely, old Zhou has taken a liking to you. Go away." Pu Jie sat down, and I informed him that the purchase had indeed been a misstep. However, the original plain ring was undoubtedly from the Qianlong era. Upon inspection, he noted that even plain jade rings from the Qianlong period are hard to come by. Old Zhou certainly possesses discernment. Yu Yao nodded. The history of ancient jade in China consists of two peaks and one marvel. The two peaks are Han jade, and that from the Qianlong era, while the remarkable figure is none other than the renowned Lu Zigong. The jade artifacts from the Qianlong period, especially those from the Imperial Workshop, are beyond compare, and even those crafted by the common folk are of exquisite quality. This can be largely attributed to Emperor Qianlong, who fostered a cultural trend. His passion for jade is evident in the names of all his sons, each bearing the radical for jade. Old Zhou further remarked that while old jade with new craftsmanship might only fetch 50,000, since we spent 100,000, he would honor that price. The additional 50,000 serves as a deposit for the next item. Is this what you call not incurring losses? Unless you no longer wish to do business with him and are indifferent to reputation, the next piece will undoubtedly come with a deduction. In this era, who is willing to part with their money up front? If he continues this way, should I stumble upon something of value, why not be the first to contact him? Furthermore, can I still dare to deceive him in the future? It all depends on the individual. If it were Lu Datu, he would exploit any naive buyer to the fullest. Yu Yao lit a cigarette, stating, "Enough of the jesting. What else did you discuss with old Zhou?" I inquired whether he was already aware of my recent acquisition of a ring, to which he asked where it had come from. "What did you say?" I replied. "What is there to say if I made an error? The circle is quite small, and I prefer not to gossip." Yu Yao nodded in agreement, affirming that this was the best approach. The remainder of the matters he could investigate and ponder on his own. In any case, Lu Dado has already taken a hit. He acquired the general's robe jar for 400,000. Really? Such a sum? Pu Jie's eyes widened in disbelief. An old general's prowess is worth two. Yu Yao's face glowed with pride, stating, "Adding it all up, I will give you 200,000. You received 100,000 for the ring, and I will transfer another 100,000 to you. Hee, is it fair to give you so much for something you handle alone? Well then, you may keep 100,000. That is still a significant amount. How can one be so generous? Such a lack of ambition. Is it not agreed that 2 and 1 make 5? How could I possibly incur a loss on your behalf? This military robe general's jar. Was it not you who guided me to behold the exquisite figurines of court ladies? My friend, could I truly be so careless?" Yu Yao raised his hand and promptly transferred funds to Pu Jie. Magnanimous, assertive, and grand. Yet, this matter ought not to be declared openly. Since it has come to this, let us engage in it to the fullest. Pu Jie nodded, lighting a cigarette. "When did you develop an interest in Tang Sankai?" he inquired. "You think I am like you? In this profession, one learns throughout life. While you slumber, I toil diligently," Yu Yao replied, unconsciously rubbing the corners of his eyes. At that moment, the door of Gugu Zhai was pushed open, and in walked an elderly gentleman with a head of silver hair. He exuded an air of elegance, clad in a refined Tang suit, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, and supported by a simple yet elegant cane. Although the cane appeared unpretentious, Yu Yao discerned that it was crafted from a single piece of Hai Huang Ziuli wood, a material of considerable value in its own right. "Ah, the esteemed elder has arrived. What delights may you fancy?" Yu Yao greeted him with a smile. What should I call the proprietor? The elder inquired. I am surnamed Yu. You may call me Xiao Yu. Do we have a guest? The elder remarked, glancing at Pu Jia, a friend visiting for leisure. Please, feel free to browse, Yu Yao thought to himself. Recognizing that the elder's discerning, I likely found little of worth within the shop. Pondering what might pique his interest, do you have any pieces from the old kiln? The term old kiln signifies an individual with considerable experience in the antiques realm. It reflects a classification of porcelain among seasoned collectors. Porcelain constitutes a significant category within antiques, with an extensive historical span and a myriad of varieties, encompassing a rich array of artistic forms. Among these, there are colossal artifacts and countless shards. Collectors of porcelain form a vast community, and those labeled as old players categorize porcelain predating the Yuan dynasty as old kiln. Of course, there exists a boundary, as the earliest primitive porcelain appeared during the Shang dynasty, while genuine porcelain emerged in the Eastern Han. However, prior to the Tang dynasty, pottery predominated. Thus, old kiln primarily refers to porcelain from the Tang and Song dynasties, with notable examples being Yueyao and Xingyao, often termed Southern Blue and Northern White, alongside the 5 renowned kilns of the Song dynasty, Ru, Guan, Gejun, and Ding, in addition to various folk kiln porcelain. Being immersed in this circle, Yu Yao was well aware of the term old kiln and recognized that those who appreciated it often possessed a certain depth of understanding. The porcelain from the old kiln predominantly features monochrome glazes, eschewing the flamboyance of colored porcelain, and is deeply imbued with historical and cultural significance. Moreover, in recent years, the market for Ming and Qing official kiln porcelain has surged, while the old kiln pieces, aside from a few famed kilns, have seen less movement, indicating that those seeking old kiln items are often genuine enthusiasts, rather than mere opportunists seeking profit. Have you made a deposit? The elder inquired. Not yet, Yu Yao replied. The elder chuckled. Without a deposit, how can one be deemed a buyer? Had it not been for the fact that Shungu was a captivating beauty, this item would have been presented long ago. However, upon hearing the elder's words, he mused that it would be harmless to let him examine it. The elderly gentleman exuded an extraordinary presence and discernment. Yu Yao was not merely contemplating a one-time transaction. He recognized the potential for a long-term opportunity, especially given his recent surge in acumen. With this in mind, he proposed, "Your vision is impressive. Allow me to present this item for your appraisal." The elder nodded in acknowledgement. Yu Yao opened the safe and retrieved the exquisite Ba Village kiln jade vase. Only after Yu Yao placed it on the counter did the elder proceed to examine it. Four-seasoned collectors know that the exchange of porcelain and fragile items must be handled with care. Pu Jia cast a surprised glance at Yu Yao, silently wondering when he had acquired such an item. However, as Yu Yao was engaged in negotiations, he refrained from further inquiries. The elder set the jade vase down and inquired, "Are you certain it is an old kiln piece?" Yu Yao affirmed, "It is indeed from the Ba Village kiln of the Song dynasty. Moreover, the rice-yellow body is rarer than the deep gray variety. The design may appear abstract, yet remains true to the artistic style of the Ba Village kiln of the Song dynasty." The elder nodded slightly. Do you have anything else? At present, I do not, Yu Yao replied. However, if you have an appreciation for old kiln pieces, I could take your contact information and reach out if I come across something of value. Yu Yao mused inwardly that the elder seemed unimpressed. Chapter 14. Examination. No need. I was merely browsing. Farewell, the elder said, departing from the shop. That was quite an imposing figure, Pu Jia remarked, observing the elder as he strolled leisurely westward along the old street. Just a short distance from the Gugu Zhai, a Mercedes S600L was parked by the roadside. After a moment, Pu Jia turned back and asked, "When did you acquire that jade vase? Weren't you supposed to be at Qixing Bridge today?" "I found it," Yu Yao casually replied. "How much did you pay?" 300. Actually, the owner of another piece was also interested in purchasing mine. Yu Yao then recounted the details, mentioning that this Shungu was an appraiser in the porcelain department of Tiana Auction House. Pu Jia remarked, "Isn't this Shungu quite beautiful?" "Indeed, she is quite stunning," Yu Yao admitted. "You seem rather smitten," Pu Jia teased. "When have I ever been smitten?" Yu Yao countered. "Your demeanor, while speaking, just now suggested otherwise." Changing the subject, Yu Yao said, "Having made a tidy profit, we should treat ourselves to dinner at Jiangshanyu tonight, and you shall be our host." "Absolutely." Jiangshanyu is one of the priciest restaurants in Jiangzhou, specializing in river and seafood delicacies as well as seasonal dishes. Although the prices are steep, the chef's skills are exceptional, often resulting in full occupancy. In the evening, they arrived early and were fortunate to secure a private room without a reservation. However, the server appeared hesitant. They were requesting a private room, and the smallest one available accommodated 6 people, with a minimum per capita expenditure of 600, meaning they would need to spend a total of 3,600 to gain entry. Pu Jie, unusually generous, waved off the server's concerns, declaring, "Let us not waste time. If we don't eat enough, I'll still give you 3,006. It's a lucky number. I assent it. That should suffice." In truth, spending money at a restaurant was not a daunting task. Even if the dish prices fell short, there was always wine. The two discussed their meal, primarily focusing on fish and foregoing shrimp and crab. They ordered 4 specialties: steamed bass, braised wuchang fish, grilled mullet roe, and pan-seared Yangtze knife fish, along with 2 stir-fried seasonal vegetables and 2 cold dishes, extravagantly amassing a total of 8 courses. He also ordered a bottle of bamboo leaf wine, which, while not expensive, was a favorite of both, complementing the fish quite nicely. In truth, although the Yangtze knife fish is not wild, the price of the dish has already exceeded 3,600. Both were quite pleased, and Pu Jie chuckled, suggesting that the next day he would bring his parents along for another meal. As for the money, it is estimated that it will soon be manageable. However, once I earn a substantial amount, they might loosen up a bit. Yu Yao nodded, mentioning that he hadn't seen Uncle Pu in a long while. Hearing this prompted him to consider visiting him whenever he found some free time after making money. Forget it. Had I known this, I would never have enrolled in this so-called archaeology program, he exclaimed. Not only does it have little connection to antiques, but there are only 2 girls in the entire program, both of whom could hardly be described as attractive. Moreover, who says serving in the military is of no use? If it weren't for your formidable skills, do you think that Mr. Jiao would be so easy to talk to? Pu Jie laughed. In the future, I might as well just stick with you. Do you think you could just split everything equally? Yu Yao raised his glass. This situation has its reasons. It certainly cannot be calculated that way in the future. You will oversee while I assist, and naturally, you will take the lion's share. Yu Yao set down his glass and lit a cigarette. Jia, do you know the 3 knots? What 3 knots? Do not play mahjong with your mother-in-law. Do not sleep with a woman who has more ideas than you, and do not partner with your best friend in business. I knew it, he responded. When brothers work in harmony, they can achieve great success. The two then proceeded to discuss matters further. By the time they reached the midpoint of their meal, Pu Jie's WeChat began to buzz incessantly, and he finally stood up, declaring, "I must take my leave." Yu Yao shot him a glance, feeling a bit miffed that he had just proclaimed brotherly solidarity only to prioritize a romantic interest. This is different from before. It's quite irresistible. All right, off you go. Fine. I'll settle the bill first. After Pu Jie departed, Yu Yao continued to eat but found himself lost in thought. Presently, his vision had undergone a dramatic transformation, and he experienced no adverse effects. That middle-aged Su Taiyin had not reappeared either. Nonetheless, a lingering unease haunted him. What if his vision were to fade again? At that time, he had worn the ghostly flower close to him for this very reason. Yet, it seemed that overthinking was futile. One must seize the moment when the flowers are in bloom. Do not wait until there are none to regret. With that thought, Yu Yao resolved to stop pondering and soon realized he was rather full, prompting him to rise and leave. Exiting the private room and traversing the corridor, he arrived at the door of another room, where he unexpectedly encountered a person. Shengo. Yu Yao felt a sudden thrill. What a coincidence. Are you here to indulge yourself after a fortunate encounter? Shengo displayed a look of disdain. I had a friend who left early, he replied. Yu Yao interjected. I wonder how your consideration for that village kiln jade pot spring is coming along. I have a new buyer lined up who just saw the goods in the shop this morning, and they are willing to pay 100,000. Oh, I'm intrigued to hear about such a wealthy buyer. It sounds almost fabricated, but it's true. An elderly gentleman, with hair white as snow, yet a youthful face, donned in traditional Tang attire, holding a sea yellow purple oil pear cane that is worth far more than this bottle. As the words left his lips, the door to the private room swung open, revealing an elderly gentleman with flowing white hair and a youthful visage, clad in traditional Tang attire. Young man, are you referring to me? He inquired. Yu Yao nearly stumbled over his words, despite having indulged in a bit of drink. How could he fail to recognize the venerable elder who had visited Gugu Zhai earlier that day? The elder had undoubtedly overheard his remark. An embarrassment washed over Yu Yao. What a disgrace. The elder merely glanced around, clearly not even engaging in any pricing discussions. To Yu Yao's astonishment, Shengu burst into laughter. Grandfather, I only remarked on his discerning eye. I never claimed his character was equally commendable. The elder nodded. Since fate has brought us together, why not join me inside for a chat? No, thank you. I have finished my meal, Please enjoy yours, Yu Yao replied, waving his hands in refusal. To his surprise, this elder was Shun Ji's grandfather. It was clear she had mentioned Yu Yao to him. The elder, intrigued by such youthful discernment, had likely come to see for himself. As Yu Yao contemplated leaving, Shangu interjected, "Are you under the impression that we still wish to treat you to a meal? We want you to broaden your horizons." Yu Yao glanced again at the elder. The elder nodded. "Today, I have some leisure time. I initially intended to assess my precious granddaughter. But since she claims your eye is quite keen, let us examine something together. However, what I present for evaluation will not be trivial. Examining artifacts is not a challenge. The concern lies in not disturbing your process," Yu Yao replied, sensing a hint of condescension in the elder's tone. He readily acquiesced. "Please come in." The elder entered the room, followed by Shangu, with Yu Yao trailing behind. This private room was a 6-person setting, but larger than Yu Yao's, featuring a table with sofas and a tea table on one side. There was no restroom within, possibly explaining Shun Ji's earlier absence. On the tea table sat a small bowl. Chapter 15, Inferior Goods. This bowl was crafted from porcelain, adorned with a sky blue glaze, standing less than 10 centimeters tall and featuring a rounded belly and narrow mouth. The glaze possessed a milky opacity. Yu Yao leaned in to examine the interior and discerned that the body quality was average. Shengu casually settled into the sofa, crossing her long legs. She inquired, "What do you think?" Yu Yao smiled. "Since it is the elder's assessment of you, it is only fitting that you speak first." She had already voiced her opinion. The elder also took a seat on the sofa. Yu Yao glanced at Shengu, noticing her cheeks flush slightly. Undoubtedly, she had misspoken, or at the very least had erred. However, the difficulty in identifying this item was indeed considerable. Had it been the old Yu Yao, he would have struggled even to categorize it, let alone determine its era. Yuan Dynasty June Kiln, Yu Yao declared succinctly, lighting a cigarette afterward. He believed he appeared quite composed, but the gleam of pride was unmistakable. In the elder's eyes, a spark of astonishment flickered. Previously, he had heard from Shungu about Yu Yao's fortunate find of a jade vase from the Ba village kiln at a street stall. While this could be described as a display of keen perception, it was ultimately nothing extraordinary. After all, Shungu had recognized it too. However, this sky-blue glaze bowl was an entirely different matter. Though June Kiln is renowned as one of the 5 great kilns alongside Ru, Guan, and Gu, its intricacies are profound. The history of June Kiln spans a lengthy period, from the Song to the Qing dynasties. June Kiln is not merely a singular kiln. It represents a kiln system. Even during the Song dynasty, there were distinctions between official June Kiln and folk June Kiln. After the Song era, only folk June Kiln remained. The June Kiln, part of the renowned folk kiln system, comprises over a dozen significant sites spanning multiple provinces. Beyond the intricacies of the June Kiln itself, this particular small bowl possesses its own uniqueness, graced with a sky blue glaze. While the color palette of June is indeed extensive, the sky blue glaze is not predominant within its spectrum. In truth, those unfamiliar with porcelain might be unaware that aside from the official June wares of the Song dynasty, other variations historically garnered little acclaim, only to rise in stature during the late Qing dynasty. There exists an adage: a fortune in gold is not as valuable as a piece of June porcelain, a sentiment that only emerged in the late Qing and early Republican eras. Additionally, another characteristic of June was its uneven craftsmanship throughout history, particularly in the Yuan dynasty, where the emphasis on white porcelain and the emergence of Yuan blue and white overshadowed June Kiln productions. The latter were often overlooked. "Could you elaborate further?" The elder fell silent for a moment before replying. Yu Yao began articulating a series of theories, insights he was already acquainted with. However, mere theoretical knowledge proved inadequate. The crux lay in the following analysis. This small bowl, devoid of red spots, subtly reveals tiny red dots within the glaze. Coupled with an understanding of the clay quality and the distinctive techniques of the June Kiln across the Song, Jin, and Yuan dynasties, one could not only date it, but also ascertain that this bowl is indeed a product of glazing error with a notably thin application of glaze. Thus, it strictly qualifies as a substandard piece from the Yuan dynasty June Kiln. The elder listened, captivated, yet Yu Yao abruptly ceased his explanation. "Why have you stopped? Was I not clear enough?" The elder exhaled deeply, clearly understanding. "Young brother, I am curious to know from which esteemed lineage you hail." Upon hearing the elder refer to him as young brother, Shungu felt a pang of urgency, realizing that her own standing had been diminished in that moment. Yu Yao glanced at the elder, but refrained from responding, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. However, The elder, assuming Yu Yao was reluctant to share, continued. I am Shun Zhongyuan. In the realm of ancient artifacts, particularly porcelain, I do have a few acquaintances. Upon hearing the name, Yu Yao recognized it. No wonder it felt somewhat familiar. Yet, he had only encountered it in newspapers and on television. And after meeting, various circumstances had prevented him from making the connection. Shun Zhongyuan's reputation loomed large in Jiangzhou and the entire East Jiang province. He was indeed a formidable figure in the antique world. It was no surprise that Shinge, so young, yet possessing such keen insight, had such an illustrious grandfather to guide her. Shun Zhongyuan, a man of considerable wealth, had a granddaughter who worked at an auction house, presumably for the purpose of honing her skills. Are you the illustrious Elder Shin? He inquired. Such titles are mere embellishments. I have not previously heard of you, young you, yet your discernment may rival my own, Shun Zhongyuan expressed with genuine admiration. I owe a debt of gratitude to Shinge. Otherwise, I would remain unaware that Jiangzhou has produced such a promising talent. Not at all. I merely enjoy pondering these matters. In truth, I have no formal mentor. If I must credit anyone, it would be my father, who was also involved in the antique trade. Thus I was influenced from a young age. My small shop, Gugu Zhai, is a continuation of his legacy. Oh, where is your esteemed father now? My parents have both passed away due to unforeseen circumstances. Ah, my apologies. I truly did not anticipate that. One cannot fault the uninformed. To meet you, Elder Shun, is indeed my fortune. Shun Zhongyuan rose to his feet, beckoning, come, let us indulge in another couple of drinks. Yu Yao glanced at Shun Ge and inquired, Shun Lao, what did Shun Ge just say? It seems you were quite taken aback. Shun Ge shot him a glare. The two resumed their seats at the table, though Shun Ge remained perched on the sofa, unperturbed by Shun Zhongyuan's presence. Xiao Yu, he continued with your keen eye, why doesn't Gugu Zhai display more exquisite items? Yu Yao chuckled in bemusement. I would love to showcase more, but alas, I simply do not have any. He cleared his throat. Currently, the market is rather sluggish. The shop serves merely as a facade and a stronghold, with major clients preferring direct transactions. Shen Zhongyuan nodded. Your self-taught prowess is truly astonishing. Indeed, I find it quite remarkable myself, Yu Yao replied modestly. Shen Zhongyuan laughed heartily. Besides porcelain, are there other realms in which you excel? I possess a basic understanding of various categories, Yu Yao replied nonchalantly. What? Shen Zhongyuan's face manifested renewed astonishment. In the antiquities field, specialization is the norm. To comprehend multiple categories simultaneously is nothing short of extraordinary. While claiming to have a cursory knowledge of all fields may sound humble, it is quite difficult for those in the industry to accept. One could claim to engage in all kinds of business within the trade, as there remains a degree of mutual support among peers. However, to assert understanding and expertise in appraisals, antiquities is a field reliant on visual acumen. Without extensive experience, one cannot hope to succeed. Even Shun Zhongyuan, a venerable figure in his 70s with considerable acclaim, would not dare make such a claim. He regarded Yu Yao, feeling that perhaps he was boasting a bit too boldly. Note, porcelain possesses both body and glaze. Monochrome glazed porcelain, fired in a single process, is most susceptible to fine, irregular cracks, known as kypian, due to the differing expansion coefficients of the clay and glaze. The Ru, Guan, and Ge kills from the Song dynasty typically exhibit kypian, whereas Jun kills often do not. The inferior quality of the clay results in a thicker, more viscous glaze, which after firing manifests in a somewhat coarse, curved patterns, resembling the trails of earthworms on wet ground, hence referred to as earthworm tracks. Chapter 16. The Exchange Market. Should I perhaps adopt a more humble demeanor? He mused. Ahem, it is best to be pragmatic. Grandfather, he is the quintessential figure who comments on his own girth and then gasps. At that moment, Shun Ge stepped forward. Yet, Shun Zhongyuan waved her off, turning his attention back to Yu Yao. Xiao Yu, there's an exchange market tomorrow afternoon. Would you be interested in attending? The term exchange market is an old saying within the industry. In earlier years, the antique markets in Beijing and Tianjin would consistently host such events. This was a venue for industry professionals to engage in trade, primarily attended by antique dealers and specialists, often facilitating barter transactions. The exchange market carries a connotation of exclusivity, typically featuring seating and tables, along with tea and snacks. In the past, bidding was conducted discreetly. A mere gesture would suffice to finalize arrangements. However, today's exchange markets have evolved somewhat. Presently, individuals are less inclined to linger. When a vendor possesses a prized item, they may organize an exchange market akin to a private auction, attended by affluent individuals with discerning tastes. Due to the quality of the items, Vendors prefer to avoid lengthy discussions with amateurs or nouveau riche. Should they opt for a formal auction, they would face procedural delays and additional commission fees. Certainly, only remarkable treasures can incite a bustling marketplace. Mediocre items hold little allure for connoisseurs. They simply cannot thrive. I am indeed intrigued, exclaimed Yu Yao promptly. Having navigated the antiquities scene in Jiangzhou for 3 years, he had yet to partake in such a marketplace, lacking both superior goods to offer and the requisite status as a buyer. Even now, he still lacked the financial capacity to acquire significant artifacts. However, his discerning eye had developed considerably, and he yearned to witness the spectacle. Regrettably, he had neither the funds nor the connections. If Elder Shun could facilitate his entry, it would be most fortuitous. Since the opportunity presents itself, let us go together, Shenzhong Yuan stated. This marketplace will feature 3 significant artifacts. Tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock. In the second floor of the Guolan Pavilion at Linjiang Mountain Villa. As they departed, Shenzhong Yuan handed Yu Yao a business card crafted from pale yellow wood grain paper, inscribed solely with a name and a mobile number. Yu Yao hesitated briefly before inquiring of Shungu whether he still desired the Jian village kiln's jade-hued spring vase. If not, I shall seek another seller, he asked. No need. Xin replied testily. Shun Zhongyan smiled slightly, remarking that it was preferable to form a pair. 100,000. I will take it. Such old wares are scarce, and this price is fair, ensuring no loss. Yu Yao, with unreserved cheer, declared that since Elder Shun had spoken, the deal was sealed. Yu Yao departed first, and after his exit, Shun Gu turned to Shin Zhongyan, stating, Grandfather, this individual's character raises concerns. You kindly offered to enlighten him at the marketplace, yet he did not even propose a lower price. Shenzhen, however, shook his head, asserting, business is business. His goods are genuine, and one cannot question his character. Seizing opportunities to profit is merely his skill. As for bringing him to the marketplace, it was not out of kindness, but curiosity. At his age, previously unknown, how could he possess such discernment? It is truly puzzling. Shingu pressed his lips together, falling silent, though his expression remained one of discontent. The following afternoon, Yu Yao arrived early at Linjiang Mountain Villa. This establishment was essentially a hotel, though it resembled a garden-style retreat by the riverside, nestled against a small hill, akin to a quaint park, lush with verdant trees and the songs of birds. Accommodations, dining, and entertainment were situated in distinct areas. Upon entering the main gate, Yu Yao made his way to the Guolan Pavilion. This pavilion, designed in an ancient style, housed a tea house that spanned 3 stories. The first floor typically served breakfast, the second floor offered open seating for tea, while the third floor contained private rooms. The upcoming marketplace had reserved the second floor's hall, where attendees would sip tea while appraising and auctioning treasures. Yu Yao arrived 20 minutes early, presuming Shenzhong Yuan would not arrive so soon and refraining from calling him. Upon entering the pavilion, he settled onto a sofa at the staircase entrance of the second-floor tea room, lighting a cigarette as he waited. Little Yu? Before he could finish his cigarette, he heard a voice and turned to find none other than Lu Tu approaching, carrying a rectangular box for paintings and calligraphy. Boss Lu, Yu Yao rose. You are here as well? However, Lu Tu's expression was tumultuous. Young man, you seem quite composed. Yu Yao, reading the room, understood that Lu Tu had indeed cleaned the previously discussed hanging robe and general's jar. In truth, removing paint from porcelain is no simple task. However, for an experienced hand like Lu Tu, it should pose little difficulty. At the same time, Yu Yao felt a twinge of surprise. According to Shenzhong Yuan, the participants in this smuggling affair were few, yet of considerable caliber. To his astonishment, Lu Tu was among the suppliers. Lu Tu's expertise lay in calligraphy and painting. One could only wonder what sort of pieces he would bring this time. I have nothing to feel guilty about, so why should I not remain composed? Yu Yao chuckled softly. Lu Tu shot him a cold glance. Xiao Yu, I must admit, I underestimated you in the past. I am honored by your acknowledgement. But where exactly did you underestimate me, Lu Boss? I am but a lone soldier, while your family is vast and prosperous, Yu Yao replied, maintaining a smile. Yet, Lu Tu's expression darkened upon hearing these words, for they concealed a formidable underlying strength. If you wish to play, I shall oblige. However, your foundation is robust, while mine is fragile. Barefooted individuals fear not those in shoes. Furthermore, you have a family to support, while I stand alone. Who fears whom? Impressive. Xiao Yu, are you challenging me? Lu Tu retorted. What has gotten into you today, Lu Boss? We were having a pleasant conversation, and now you've grown irate. Yu Yao's subtle barbs left Lu Datu nearly speechless. He raised his thumb in acknowledgement, but shot a fierce glare at Yu Yao before signing in at the entrance and stepping into the hall. Just as Lu Datu entered, Shenzhong Yuan approached Yu Yao. Nothing, just encountered an acquaintance and shared a jest. Yu Yao inquired, Miss Shen hasn't arrived? She mentioned she had matters to attend to. Shenzhong Yuan replied with a chuckle. Young people tend to be easily agitated. After all, collecting antiques ultimately reflects one's mindset. Wise words indeed, Yu Yao agreed. Cool me. Let me show you inside. Upon entering the hall, Yu Yao observed that it had been newly arranged. In the center stood an 8 immortals table, devoid of any items. Surrounding this table were 6 or 7 others, arranged in a semicircle, upon which tea, pastries, and dried fruits were artfully displayed. Yu Yao followed Shenzhong Yuan to one of the tables. At a table situated some distance away, Lu Datu, who had already been seated and engaged in conversation with a companion, felt his expression shift upon witnessing the scene. He silently wondered how this young man could possibly attend such a prestigious smuggling affair. It turned out he was brought along by Old Shun. Once all the guests had arrived, the door to the tea hall was closed. With 3 suppliers, along with Yu Yao and Shenzhong Yuan, the gathering comprised a mere dozen individuals, most of whom Yu Yao did not recognize. However, the majority were familiar with Shenzhong Yuan and, after exchanging pleasantries, they couldn't help but cast a few more glances at this unfamiliar young face. Chapter 17. The Emerald Peaks by the Riverbank. A middle-aged gentleman, upon arrival, shook hands with Shenzhong Yuan, who took the opportunity to introduce Yu Yao. Xiao Yu, this is President Liang Yudao of our Jiangzhou Collectors Association. Yu Yao politely shook his hand and offered a brief self-introduction. A flicker of doubt crossed Liang Yudao's eyes, but it vanished almost instantly, replaced by a warm encouragement. After the introduction, Yu Yao realized that Liang Yudao was there to host the event. If it were merely a single item being smuggled, the supplier would have taken on the role of host directly. However, the combination of 3 items necessitated a host, and Liang Yudao was a suitable choice. Today's gathering was not merely for one item, and I took the liberty of presiding over it. Shall we proceed in unison, or tackle each piece individually? This is not a formal auction, so Liang Yudao spoke rather casually. Let's take them one at a time. It is rare in this day and age to gather such an abundance of exquisite items, remarked a middle-aged man, slightly plump and clad in a suit. General Sun is quite affluent. He wouldn't wish to monopolize everything, would he? Interjected a tall, slender elder dressed in a Zhongshan suit. The middle-aged man waved his hands in dismissal, saying, Who among us would dare to claim such wealth? I merely wish to broaden my horizons. Laughter rippled through the crowd. Liang Yudao then gestured for quiet. Very well, we shall proceed one item at a time. Who will be first? Consequently, the previously speaking slender elder stepped forward, carrying a brocade box. Since I have already spoken, I shall go first. The box was substantial, nearly half a meter tall. As the elder opened the box to reveal its contents, Shenzhong Yuan quietly informed Yu Yao, This gentleman is Hu Zhanshan, a renowned porcelain collector from Jiangzhou, particularly focused on Qing Dynasty imperial kiln wares. I suspect he has set his sights on yet another fine piece, seeking to augment his collection. A Qianlong imperial kiln blue and white deer head vase was placed upon the table. This vase stood over 40 centimeters tall, its form dignified, the glaze lustrous, and the intricate blue and white entwined lotus design masterfully executed, displaying a pure hue. Yu Yao, amidst the crowd's fascination, scrutinized the piece and found no flaws. He could not help but marvel internally, recognizing that for a collector like Hu Zhanshan to part with such a treasure attested to the quality of his collection. This was a significant player indeed. A few intrigued individuals gathered around the central 8 immortals table, continuing to examine the piece while engaging in conversation. Yu Yao quietly inquired of Shenzhong Yuan, It seems you are not particularly interested, Elder Shen? Shenzhong Yuan chuckled lightly. It is not that I look down upon it. Rather, in this gathering, the value proposition of such items is not favorable, and I already possess similar pieces. Ultimately, that particular item was indeed purchased by the slightly plump General Sunday. The second item was a statue of Buddha, a gilt copper statue of green Terra from the Esoteric tradition, exquisitely crafted with a grand and orderly appearance and a substantial layer of gilding. Upon inspection, Yu Yao was astounded. It was evident that this was an official piece. Qing Dynasty imperial Buddha statues were produced by the imperial workshops, often commissioned by the emperor and overseen by the internal affairs court, crafted collaboratively by Han and Tibetan artisans. Every piece presented thus far was of exceptional quality, with both items being prime examples from the Qianlong era. During the Qianlong reign, the nation's power and wealth reached their zenith, resulting in a wealth of remarkable artifacts. Additionally, Emperor Qianlong's passion for art collection significantly fueled this trend. Yet, even this gilt copper Buddha statue did not pique Elder Shen's interest. Yu Yao chose not to probe further, recognizing that Buddha statues are a unique category of collectibles, encompassing various aspects. Shen Zhongyuan's disinterest did not necessarily reflect a lack of appreciation or value. The transactions for these two items proceeded smoothly. Throughout this process, Yu Yao felt somewhat dizzy, though the sensation was fleeting. He surmised it was due to the unprecedented quality of items he had encountered since acquiring his discerning eye. Next came the artwork by Lu Datu, whose attention swiftly shifted. After viewing the previous two pieces, Yu Yao felt a profound sense of anticipation for Lu Datu's creation. Despite his disdain for Lu Datu, he could never despise something of genuine quality. Before unveiling the painting, with the assistance of those present, Lu Datu brought over an octagonal table and set it against another, then opened the box containing the artwork, spreading it out for all to see. It was a silk-mounted landscape scroll, measuring a remarkable 8 feet, its silk having faded to a light brown, resembling an original old mounting. The upper portion depicted distant emerald peaks, while the middle and lower sections showcased a clear river flowing alongside rugged rocks and wild trees leaning at angles. The inscription adorned the top of the painting, "Emerald Peaks by the Riverbank," with varied ink techniques that harmonized beautifully. Signed by Xianzai, it bore 2 seals, one in vermilion reading Qin Gong Tai Bao, and the other in white stating Dong Shi Xianzai. What a splendid piece! "Emerald Peaks by the Riverbank," exclaimed the onlookers in admiration. Dong Qichong, Yu Yao, standing nearby, could not help but scrutinize it closely. Dong Qichong, known by his courtesy name Xianzai, held a significant reputation. Although his works could not rival those of the illustrious 4 masters of the Ming dynasty, Shenzhou, Qiu Ying, Tang Bohu, and Wen Zhengming, he nonetheless occupied a respectable position within the Ming art scene, particularly in the late Ming period. He was rightly regarded as a master of calligraphy and painting. After the crowd had taken in the artwork, Lu Datu proactively began to introduce it. This Emerald Peaks by the Riverbank displays clarity in brushwork and elegance in color. The techniques of stippling, rubbing, dotting, and sweeping all contribute to a seamless unity of peaks, rivers, trees, and rocks, embodying the ancient masters while avoiding mere imitation. It is tranquil and profound, utterly devoid of any impurities, a true masterpiece by Dong Qichong. An onlooker chimed in. Not only is the painting exquisite, but the calligraphy in the inscription also exhibits a rustic grace, free and spontaneous, showcasing considerable skill. "Youth, what is your perspective?" suddenly inquired Shen Zhongyuan, his voice soft yet resonant, causing an abrupt silence among the crowd. What was going on with Old Shen today? Although art was not his forte, he would not typically ask a mere child for an opinion. Furthermore, in such a high-caliber gathering, it was unlikely that anything counterfeit would be present. Liang Yudao, glancing around, mused that it seemed Old Shen wished to elevate this young Yu in front of so many established figures, offering a few words of commentary on a genuine piece that could not possibly lead to controversy, thereby helping him gain some recognition. "Old Shen, is this young man specialized in calligraphy and painting?" Liang Yudao inquired with a smile. Yu Yao, upon arriving, felt increasingly agitated, as if he could no longer contain himself. "Huh? Lu boss, one cannot say that." A familiar associate of Shen's interjected. The younger generation must not be underestimated. After all, the waves of the Yangtze River pushed the earlier ones forward. In truth, Shen Zhongyuan had not anticipated such a response. He greatly admired the painting and, with Yu Yao nearby after he had finished viewing it, casually posed the question. To his surprise, the atmosphere suddenly turned silent. At this moment, Yu Yao spoke slowly. "Old Shen, do you wish for an honest response?" Chapter 18. Is this not tempting fate? Upon hearing this, Shen Zhongyuan exclaimed. "Ah?" Lu Datu could no longer restrain himself. "Yu Yao, what do you mean by that?" Yu Yao glanced at Lu Datu and replied, "Boss Lu, I mean no harm. I believe it would be more prudent for me to engage in a private conversation with Mr. Shen." Shen Zhongyuan furrowed his brow, conceding. "Wait," Lu Datu exclaimed. "Your interference will certainly alter others' perception of my painting. Speak candidly in front of everyone. Mr. Lu, it is not that serious. I merely wish to discuss with young Yu." Shen Zhongyuan reassured him, pressing his hand down. "Mr. Shen, I harbor no ill intent towards you," Lu Data replied. "The marketplace is filled with experts. Dialogue is essential. However, Young Yu's previous remark was rather cryptic. If it remains unclarified, how can I continue my business? Yu Yao thought to himself. Haven't you already deceived enough? Yet, he chose to remain silent. Liang Yudao pondered for a moment and said, Mr. Shun, Young Yu, since the conversation has begun, why not share your thoughts publicly? However, everyone, as Young Yu is the youngest among us, let us not take advantage of him. Many in attendance chuckled at this subtle jest. Liang Yudao was adept in navigating social dynamics, keen to avoid offending either Lu Datu or Shen Zhongyuan. Shen Zhongyuan glanced at Yu Yao and encouraged, Please, speak up. If you err, consider it a learning experience. Lu Datu glared at Yu Yao, urging him to continue. Suddenly, Yu Yao raised an eyebrow and pointed a finger at Lu Datu, stating, Remember, it was you who invited me to speak. His tone was calm, yet Lu Datu felt a jolt, as if a blade had grazed his heart. Clearing his throat, Yu Yao began. The seal of Qinggong Tai Bao was not utilized by Dong Qichong in his later years, and this painting indeed reflects Dong Qichong's midlife style, full of vigor and mastery. Furthermore, the materials and years of silk, ink, seal, and mounting are all in order. Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Oh, so he is praising the painting? Meanwhile, Lu Datu's expression fluctuated. Since the last encounter where Yu Yao had outmaneuvered him, he sensed that this young man was far more complex than he had previously assumed. While the initial affirmations seemed harmless, he suspected ulterior motives lay ahead. However, Lu Datu had studied calligraphy and painting since childhood, apprenticed at a mounting shop in his youth, and had been engaged in the antique business for several years. He possessed considerable expertise in this field. In today's marketplace, though many experts were present, Lu Datu felt confident in his understanding of calligraphy and painting. Moreover, the appraisal of such works in the antique realm is quite unique, beyond basic material verification. One must also consider brush strength, technique, intent, and spirit. This realm holds subjective nuances, where disputes often hinge on one's credentials. Thus, as long as the materials and years of silk, ink, seal, and mounting were sound, Lu Datu felt unperturbed by whatever else Yu Yao might assert. His own foundation in calligraphy and painting was robust enough to meet any challenge. I dare you to speak. Let us see what you can discern. Yet, Yu Yao halted at this juncture, stepping back a couple of paces and lighting a cigarette. Apologies, but I prefer to keep my distance, lest ashes or embers fall. Shen Zhongyuan thought to himself, this young Yu truly possesses remarkable composure. Whether it be confidence or exceptional mental fortitude, this young man is indeed impressive. Although it appeared so on the surface, the painting remained unconvincing. Yu Yao exhaled a ring of smoke, finally addressing the crux of the matter. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Others turned their gazes towards Lu Datu, whose face flushed crimson. You little rascal, are you here to stir up trouble today? Let me tell you, calligraphy and paintings are not like other antiques. Not only you, but even the elderly in the industry handle them with utmost caution. How dare you claim they're inauthentic right off the bat? Truly audacious. Lu boss, I said I wouldn't speak, yet you insist I must. If I do speak, you become indignant before I can finish. Are you afraid of hearing the truth? You. All right, let young you finish. Afterward, with so many witnesses, who would fear a fair judgment? Shen Zhongyuan interjected, his voice resonating. Oof. Lu Datu huffed, flinging his sleeves as he plopped down on a nearby chair. Yu Yao, however, appeared quite relaxed. He extinguished his cigarette and returned to the painting. Ladies and gentlemen, please observe this painting. Above, we see verdant peaks rising robustly, representing Yang and Qian. Below, the graceful meandering river embodies Yin and Kuan. The execution is commendable, but alas, there exists an unfortunate gap in the center. This precisely aligns with a hexagram from the Book of Changes, which states, Yang energy ascends, Yin energy descends. Heaven and earth do not converge, and all things remain disconnected. Furthermore, examining the five-element structure, this is a landscape painted in lush greens with a clear wooden essence. Yet the jagged stones along the riverbank exude a compelling metallic energy where metal overcomes wood, thus overpowering the primary theme. An 8-foot vertical scroll is meant to grace a hall. Yet within this hall, heaven and earth do not converge, and the five elements are in conflict. Is this not a path to ruin? Dong Qichong, a geneshur of the 17th year of Wanli, served as a Hamlin editor and rose to the position of Minister of Rights. His character is said to be lacking, but his foundation in national studies and Zen-influenced painting need no further introduction. One can examine Dong Qichong's surviving works, which meticulously adhere to corresponding principles. and not a single one commits such a blunder. At this juncture, it seemed Yu Yao had concluded his remarks. Lu Dada was left dumbfounded. Yu Yao first asserted that the materials of silk, ink, seal, and mounting were all authentic before declaring the painting itself inauthentic. Lu Dada had thought he was already triumphant. What else could he argue? Merely the brushwork and artistic spirit remained, and he believed he could not be bested in that arena. Yet this fellow was not following the expected script. Heaven and earth do not converge. The five elements are in conflict. He had prepared a barrage of retorts. Yet here was Yu Yao discussing scholarly principles and metaphysics, and it seemed quite logical. Looking around, everyone was either nodding in agreement or pondering the painting intently. Shen Zhongyuan even smiled faintly and patted Yu Yao on the shoulder. Silk, ink, seal, and mounting. Yet you can discern its inauthenticity from this perspective. Young Yu, you have truly opened my eyes yet again. In this interplay, Lu Datu cursed inwardly, bewildered as to how to counter the argument. If Yao had mentioned something about insufficient brush strength or lack of artistic spirit, Lu Datu could have offered a few retorts. However, Yu Yao's points revolved around national studies and metaphysical issues in composition, and they were rational and substantiated, making them indeed difficult to refute. Chapter 19, Old Sue's Piece. Upon hearing this, Lu Datu's mind buzzed again. The others, however, turned their attention back to Yu Yao. At this moment, the gazes of the crowd subtly shifted, revealing an air of peculiarity. No wonder old Shin brought him along. It turns out he truly possesses remarkable skills. This is an ancient painting from Suzhou, most likely a reproduction from the late Ming to early Qing dynasties. The artist who imitated it was well versed in Dong Qichong's brushwork and intentions. Yet the construction of this landscape lacks authenticity, revealing flaws due to insufficient mastery of Chinese philosophy and aesthetics. Yu Yao remarked thoughtfully, "What exactly is a Suzhou painting?" From the Wanli period of the Ming dynasty to the Jiaqing period of the Qing dynasty, the areas around Shantang Street, Zhuozhou Alley, and Taowu in Suzhou became a hub for skilled painters specializing in forgeries, thus establishing a long-standing and prolific center for art forgery. The counterfeit artworks produced there are referred to as Suzhou paintings in the art community. What is the extent of the influence of Suzhou paintings? Numerous museums across China house these forgeries. Those that have made their way overseas are countless. Even within the collection of the Palace Museum, there exist Suzhou paintings. Moreover, during the late Qing dynasty, some impoverished painters of the Maritime School initially honed their skills by copying Suzhou paintings. It is evident that Suzhou paintings have indeed produced notable works. In contemporary times, if an ancient artist created a fine imitation of another's work, it still holds certain value. However, it is unacceptable for Lu Dadu to present this piece as an authentic work by Dong Qichong. Yu Yao's two decisive blows have effectively deemed this landscape of emerald peaks a forgery. Lu Dadu's attempts to claim it as genuine are now futile. Nevertheless, even if it is not an authentic piece, Lu Dadu still has two possibilities to consider. One is that he failed to recognize this old Suzhou painting. The other is that he deliberately wields it to deceive others. In fact, Lu Dadu was indeed mistaken. He originally acquired this landscape of emerald peaks believing it to be genuine. Despite his reasonable discernment, his understanding of Chinese philosophy and aesthetics fell short. Lu Datu's expression grew grim, mirrored by the dismay of those who had previously supported him. The marketplace buzzed with discussions, rising and falling in cacophony. To be frank, the vast majority could not discern the issues within this painting. In reality, how many experts have been deceived by Suzhou paintings? Furthermore, this is a Suzhou piece from the late Ming to early Qing era, with its silk, ink, print, and mounting all in order. The skill of the forger was quite profound, yet a single flaw in composition betrayed its authenticity. Lu Datu, a shrewd individual, chose to remain silent at this moment, quietly rolling up the painting and placing it back into its box. Lu Boss, even if it is a Suzhou painting, it is still an imitation of the ancients. Why not keep it? Perhaps someone would still be interested in collecting it. Liang Yudao suggested diplomatically. Lu Datu forced a smile, recognizing the politeness in the statement. Although it is merely an old imitation, Yu Yao's critique of its disjointedness and elemental discord would deter any potential buyers. Even if someone were willing to purchase it, what price could it command? It would be wiser to stow it away, and once the matter has settled, seek an opportunity to discreetly sell it elsewhere. Chairman Liang, you are too kind. Lu rarely makes mistakes. This one may be my first. Lu Data reflected. This old Suzhou piece is indeed capable of deceiving the eye, and I consider myself fortunate to have stumbled upon it, albeit without thorough inspection. At this point, Lu Datu resolved that he would certainly not part with this painting. I wish to remind myself constantly, and I firmly believe that such oversights will not recur. At the same time, I extend my gratitude to Xiao Yu. Although his insights may be coincidental, they underscore the reality that in the realm of antiques, one learns throughout one's life. How eloquent he is! Yu Yao set down his teacup, reflecting that Lu Datu is indeed a seasoned expert, articulating his thoughts beautifully. He acknowledged his misjudgment without undermining his own expertise. Yet, it was clear that Lu Datu harbored resentment towards Yu Yao, his teeth clenched in silent frustration, while feigning magnanimity, trivializing Yu Yao's keen perception as mere happenstance. Shen Zhongyan glanced at Yu Yao, thinking to himself that he had undoubtedly offended Lu Datu this time. However, Yu Yao had indirectly assisted him, without Yu Yao's intervention. Shen Zhongyuan might have purchased that painting at an exorbitant price. This favor must be remembered. After Lu Datu spoke, a few people responded briefly before swiftly changing the subject. The auction had concluded, and everyone understood the underlying sentiments. No one would outwardly dwell on the matter. Yu Yao, Shen Zhongyuan, and Liang Yu Dao shared table. Xiao Yu, here is my business card. Let's exchange ideas when time permits. At this moment, Liang Yu Dao regarded Yu Yao with newfound respect. Yu Yao accepted the card and offered his own in return. Subsequently, several individuals approached, seizing the opportunity to engage with Shen Zhongyuan and Liang Yu Dao, thereby becoming acquainted with Yu Yao. In the world of antiques, discerning vision reigned supreme. Yu Yao's performance today bore immediate fruit. As they were leaving, Shen Zhongyuan proposed to escort Yu Yao, who, after a moment's contemplation, declined, citing other matters nearby. Shen Zhongyuan did not press the issue. Yu Yao harbored his own intentions. While he had entered with Shen Zhongyuan's accompaniment, he felt it inappropriate to leave in the same manner, as it might give the impression of dependency on Shen Zhongyuan. Even in the past, despite my own limitations, I have never wished to rely on others. Yu Yao savored his tea slowly, waiting until most people had departed before he ambled out of the second-floor tea room. Just then, a middle-aged man approached from behind, calling out, "Mr. Xiao Yu, please hold on." Yu Yao turned to see a well-groomed man with a meticulously styled side part, sporting silver-rimmed glasses, dressed in a chestnut-colored leisure suit, with black trousers and shoes, exuding an air of competence. This man had been present at the trading venue, though he had remained relatively silent, refraining from placing bids. "May I inquire who you are?" Yu Yao asked, eager to make a formal introduction. "I am Zhou Qingyan. I purchased that white jade ring from Pujia." "Ah, old Zhou," Yu Yao exclaimed, surprised that he had not encountered him before. Yet here he was at the trading venue. However, realizing the abruptness of the term, he quickly corrected himself. "Mr. Zhou, it is a pleasure to meet you. Please, call me old Zhou. It feels more friendly." Zhou smiled. "Pu Jia has spoken of you. Meeting you in person is indeed a pleasure." Yu Yao returned the smile, and together they descended the stairs. Noticing the absence of onlookers, old Zhou leaned in closer and said quietly, "Xiao Yu, Lu Datu has already targeted you once, and you have retaliated swiftly. Today was indeed fortuitous." Yu Yao replied, "Old Zhou, he still intends to use you as a pawn. You must have figured that out by now." Chapter 20. The Meeting of Dragons and Horses. Old Zhou lit a cigarette, seemingly answering a question that had not been posed. Pu Jia, though not particularly perceptive, was not one to harbor ulterior motives. "Ah, old Zhou, since we have crossed paths today, I happen to possess a jade dancer. Are you interested?" Yu Yao interjected. "Oh, I have a keen interest in jade artifacts. Let us proceed to my shop for a closer look." Upon entering the store, Yu Yao brewed a pot of tea and retrieved the Han Dynasty jade dancer from a safe. Old Zhou examined it closely. "Is this a Ming imitation of Han?" Yu Yao thought to himself, what a discerning eye. It seems that while old Zhou has knowledge of Qianlong jade, his understanding of Han jade is somewhat lacking. "Old Zhou, take a closer look at the craftsmanship. Could it really be Han jade?" Old Zhou had experienced Yu Yao's perceptiveness in the market before. He offered Yu Yao a cigarette. "What is the price?" "You are generous, so I shall be as well. This piece is worth between 80 to 100,000. But you can take it for 50,000. Weren't you saying you would consider that as a deposit for Pu Jia? Let us count it as such. I do not like owing people." Old Zhou chuckled. "I was merely making a suggestion. There is no real basis for that. It's merely a way for him to think of me when he comes across good items. To be honest, I stumbled upon this piece." After pondering for a moment, old Zhou replied, "Very well, I shall not be polite." He promptly transferred the payment via his phone. After the transaction, old Zhou sipped his tea and engaged in casual conversation with Yu Yao. He was in high spirits, as Yu Yao's discerning eye had truly impressed him. Despite Yu Yao being relatively unknown before this encounter. "Have you known Olshin for long?" Not very long, Yu Yao answered ambiguously, then inquired. It seems you have not always been in this line of work. I used to be a journalist for the Jiangzhou Evening News for over a decade. That is how I built my network. My interest in antiques began as a hobby, but they can be quite costly, so I gradually began to trade them. One cannot simply acquire without selling. Old Joe had been in the industry since the late 1990s until around 2010, during which newspapers experienced a golden age, allowing him to accumulate a vast network. However, in recent years, with the rise of new media, newspapers have declined sharply, leading to a significant reduction in income. Old Joe decided to resign and delve into the antique business as a high-end broker. I see, Yu Yao nodded. Old Joe took a puff of his cigarette, and the conversation turned to Lu Datu. I have dealt with Lu Datu twice, but he is not a trustworthy individual, so I have kept my distance. In journalism, one may not be able to claim many skills, but the ability to read people is certainly one of them. Did you suffer any losses at his hands? Not all. When I first met him, it was through the director of the Seven Stars Bridge antique market, and he did not yet have the audacity. Yu Yao nodded, recognizing him as a typical bully who preyed on the weak. Seeing Pu Jie as a background-less newcomer, he thought him an easy target. Old Joe laughed heartily, and yet Yu delivered quite a resounding slap to him in the market. One must reciprocate, Yu Yao remarked. That is my nature. If one treats me with respect, I shall return it tenfold. If one strikes me, I shall strike back thrice. Ah, young man, you have spirit. However, Lu Data will not let this go easily. When soldiers come, I shall face them. When water flows, I shall build a dam. Since I have taken action, I fear no conflict with him. Lao Zhou extinguished his cigarette and probed. To be honest, your keen perception truly opens my eyes. Is there a secret behind it? If I were to claim it as a gift from nature, you would surely dismiss it. However, I cannot articulate anything more. Yu Yao found it impossible to be entirely candid with him and could only chuckle. Lao Zhou nodded at Yu Yao and continued, speaking of which, I have something here. I wonder if you could lend your discerning eye to it? What is it? Porcelain. What kind of porcelain? A large blue and white brush pot. Yu Yao hesitated. Is it yours? It is not in my possession. Yu Yao chuckled. You aren't thinking of riding a donkey, are you? The term riding a donkey refers to a situation where an item does not belong to one, yet one possesses knowledge about it and connects it to a buyer. After negotiating the price on both ends, one profits from the price difference. Unlike typical brokerages, in which both parties meet, the riding a donkey approach often sees one party reaping the larger share. Could I engage in such a clandestine venture? Lao Zhou waved his hand dismissively. I would either introduce the transaction for a commission or purchase it outright before negotiating with the buyer. Besides, this item belongs to an acquaintance, and I am uncertain whether to buy it, as I truly cannot gauge its value. Yu Yao interjected, if it's not in your possession, how can I evaluate it? Simple. You accompany me, and if you deem it worthwhile, just let me know. This seems a bit irregular, doesn't it? Lao Zhou pondered, how about this? We shall collaborate on this transaction, splitting the profit evenly. That way, it eliminates any unnecessary complications. Yu Yao smiled. Then wouldn't you be at a disadvantage? In any endeavor, one must not be fixated on immediate gains. If you believe in my capabilities, we have plenty of time to work together. All right then, please proceed with the arrangements. Excellent. Lao Zhou pulled out his phone and made a call, discovering that the person was available right away. Yu Yao locked the shop door and accompanied Lao Zhou. To Yu Yao's surprise, the owner turned out to be a police officer, and they met at his home during his afternoon off. Allow me to introduce. This is Director Zhou Ning from the Binjiang Police Station, and this is Yu Yao, the proprietor of Gugu Zhai. We are collaborating this time. Upon completing the introduction, Zhou Ning shook hands with Yu Yao, stating, Lao Zhou and I are old friends. There is no need for you to stand on ceremony, little Yu. The two settled in the living room, and Zhou Ning promptly presented the item, saying, let us skip the pleasantries. I have duty at the station tonight. I am not well versed in this. It is an heirloom from my grandfather, and I never intended to sell it. However, I recently discussed it with Lao Zhou, and since I am not a collector, selling it would improve my circumstances. Why lament poverty when you are a high-ranking officer in a provincial capital? Lao Zhu the Makasu. Moreover, this is a family heirloom. Selling it casually seems inappropriate. Yu Yao smiled, but remained silent, directly inspecting the brush pot displayed on the table. It was indeed sizable. But what captivated him first were the illustrations on the pot. The imagery depicted Qiu Chuji meeting Genghis Khan, an event historically known as the Dragon Horse Encounter. Chapter 21. The Chongzhen Imperial Kiln. The reason Qiu Chuji's meeting with Genghis Khan is termed the Dragon Horse Encounter is that Qiu Chuji is associated with the dragon, while Genghis Khan is linked to the horse. The horse is often referred to as the Drought Dragon. and the term dragon horse is frequently used in tandem. This pen holder stands over 20 centimeters tall with a diameter exceeding 15 centimeters, allowing for a clear view of the artwork. In the depiction, Chio Chujai stands resolutely with a sword at his back, his long beard flowing gracefully, emanating a serene yet transcendent aura. One hand holds a whisk, while the other is concealed within his robe sleeve. Beside him stand the young attendant. Opposite Chio Chujai is Genghis Khan, adorned with a golden crown and draped in a long robe, rising from his throne with an imposing presence that exudes authority. Flanking Genghis Khan are guards on either side. Surrounding the two figures are illustrations of mountains, stones, and trees. Yu Yao reached out to grasp the pen holder, its glaze remarkably bright, and the blue and white hues vivid and lush. Upon examining the base, he noted the unglazed outer rim and the inscription in blue script, Gung Wu. Can we date it? Old Zhou inquired softly from his side. It shouldn't be yuan blue and white, right? Zhou Ning added. It is certainly not yuan blue and white. The material is incorrect, Yu Yao responded. Yuan blue and white never comes in this form. Is it from the Qing dynasty, then? Old Zhou asked again, concluding that such a base mark must belong to a folk kiln. Yu Yao had grasped the situation. Yet despite Old Zhou's acquaintance with Zhou Ning, he remained uncertain about the depth of their relationship. In the antique trade, one must often conceal the true value. Once the era and nature are determined, the price becomes easily ascertainable. At that moment, both Old Zhou and Zhou Ning were smoking, and Yu Yao lit a cigarette as well, casting a knowing glance at Old Zhou. Old Zhou immediately understood, recognizing that Zhou Ning and he were close friends. Thus, they should keep their profits above board. If they were to profit transparently, it meant they could not acquire the item at a bargain and then resell it at a higher price. They could only act as intermediaries, earning a commission once the sale was completed. Yu Yao still felt a twinge of hesitation. Profiting openly depended on the item's true worth. Old Zhou seemed unable to discern its actual value, which could represent a substantial transaction. Moreover, his rapport with Zhou Ning was quite solid. They had first met when Zhou Ning was an ordinary criminal investigator, and Old Zhou, covering police work, had even assisted in apprehending suspects alongside him. Their professional relationship had ultimately blossomed into friendship. Let us proceed. I want to take advantage of Zhou Ning. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ning thought to himself that this pen holder must be quite remarkable. Indeed, this young Mr. Yu is no ordinary individual. Old Zhou has brought him in for his expertise. Although Yu Yao and Zhou Ning had little acquaintance, Old Zhou's words had laid the matter bare, compelling honesty. At this juncture, he could not be solely driven by profit. Furthermore, this could also serve to foster friendship. Zhou Ning, being the chief of the Binjiang police station, found that Gugu Zhai fell within his jurisdiction. This was not a folk kiln piece. It was a Ming Dynasty Chongzhen official kiln, exceedingly rare in the market. Really? Old Zhou's eyes brightened. While he could not authenticate the Chongzhen official kiln, he was well aware of its market value. The blue and white porcelain from the Chongzhen official kiln is indeed precious due to its rarity. However, such pieces do exist, from the few that have survived. They are predominantly exquisite blue and white ceramics. Furthermore, research into Chongzhen blue and white is scarce. Years ago, there were even humorous misconceptions surrounding it. Due to the rarity of Chongzhen official kiln blue and white porcelain bearing year marks, most pieces feature only cyclical characters. Upon encountering a piece of Chongzhen blue and white porcelain, I felt its style deviated from that of the previous Jiajing and Wanli periods and immediately attributed it to the Kangxi era. During the Kangxi reign, both official and folk kilns produced exquisite porcelain that bore a certain resemblance, leading to instances where Chongzhen official kiln pieces were mistakenly identified as Kangxi folk wares, and such misunderstandings were not uncommon. Therefore, it is entirely reasonable that Old Zhou could not discern the difference. However, for Yu Yao, such an oversight is inconceivable. This is not merely a piece of Chongzhen official kiln blue and white porcelain. It is a rare, exquisite work. Earlier, Zhou Ning mentioned the Yuan blue and white porcelain, to which Yu Yao pointed out the inconsistency in the pigment, as Yuan blue and white predominantly utilized imported Su Mali Qing, whereas this brush pot is crafted from domestic Shitsizi blue. Shitsizi blue is not considered a top-quality material. It is challenging to control in terms of color, often appearing rather dull, and is prone to excessive diffusion, frequently resulting in dark brown spots in concentrated areas. Yet, this particular piece exhibits a vibrant green hue, with clear patterns and a delicately thin body, rendering it both exquisite and elegant. Yu Yao nodded, noting that many Chongzhen blue and white porcelain pieces feature narrative scenes. This piece, depicting a significant historical event, holds even greater value. Zhou Ning, lacking understanding, quietly listened. Old Zhou remarked that during the late Ming period, vernacular novels flourished alongside the development of woodblock printing, leading to the emergence of numerous narrative scenes on folk kiln porcelain, which is understandable. However, official kills differ from folk kills, primarily serving the imperial court. Particularly, the depiction of Genghis Khan, a ruler of a previous dynasty, raises questions about its presence on the official kiln porcelain of a subsequent dynasty. Yu Yao glanced at Zhou Ning before addressing Old Zhou, stating that he was there to discuss business, not to delve into historical studies. Oh, if young bossy knows, please share, Zhou Ning interjected with a smile. Old Zhou waved his hand, insisting that even if one is not interested, they should still discuss it. As this is not merely historical inquiry, but a pertinent issue. If the explanation is inadequate, doubts about authenticity may arise. Yu Yao pondered that both Old Zhou and Zhou Ning maintained their composure quite well. In the pursuit of profit, one must sometimes exercise patience and discernment. The historical significance of the encounter between Longma is indeed profound. At the time, Xiao Chuji was already in his 70s, yet for the sake of the common people, he traveled great distances along Genghis Khan's western expedition route, enduring many hardships to achieve this meeting. What was his purpose? To persuade Genghis Khan to do good and cease the slaughter, to revere heaven and love the people. According to the Yuan history, Genghis Khan diligently adhered to these celestial instructions. Chongzhen ruled for 17 years amidst chaos, with the peasant uprisings in the central plains and the flames of war beyond the borders, leaving the populace in despair and constant bloodshed. When Xiao Chuji approached Genghis Khan, he famously proclaimed, "A single word can halt the killing. To cease the slaughter." Was this not also the aspiration of Chongzhen? Yu Yao articulated slowly. Old Zhou smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "Indeed, the creation of such a brush pot by the official kiln is, in fact, a political appeal and a societal yearning. I am truly impressed." Xiao Ning chuckled. Well, selling a brush pot has also turned into a history lesson. Immediately, Old Zhou turned to Zhou Ning and declared, "Zhou, this brush pot is extraordinary. I believe its market value could exceed 2 million. Chapter 22. Zhao Gongming. What? Zhou Ning was momentarily taken aback. Although he had surmised that the value of this pen holder might be considerable, as a layman, he had never envisioned it reaching such staggering heights. To his astonishment, the price exceeded his expectations. With the matter laid bare, Yu Yao revealed that the item was merely a dry branch model. Had it been a more rare piece from the Chongzhen era of the Ming dynasty, the price could easily double. Lao Zhou nodded repeatedly, expressing his intent to run the necessary errands and ensure a favorable sale for Zhou Ning. However, a frown creased Zhou Ning's brow. He felt uneasy about the implications of this information becoming public. Who could harbor animosity towards wealth? Moreover, this was a family heirloom, not a bribe. Rest assured, we shall keep this matter confidential. Yu Yao nodded in agreement, confident that even if he and Lao Zhou were not particularly close, he would uphold the integrity of the transaction and protect the seller's identity. Indeed, Zhou Ning remarked, glancing at the two men, "I never anticipated that this item could be so valuable. Reflecting on it now, had it been accidentally damaged, 2 million would have gone down the drain." Lao Zhou chuckled heartily, not to worry about damage. However, if one were to approach the wrong buyer, it could very well be sold as a common piece, resulting in a significant loss. Zhou Ning smiled in return, observing them closely in your line of work. There exists the customary commission structure of 3% for the seller and 2% for the buyer, correct? Lao Zhou affirmed this, acknowledging that the traditional practice of 3% for successful sales and 2% for purchases indeed applied. Should the pen holder sell for 2 million, the total commission would amount to 100,000, with both he and Yu Yao receiving 50,000 each. Let us not adhere strictly to tradition. Instead, you may take 10% from me. As for what you negotiate with the buyer, that is beyond my concern, Zhou Ning declared. Yu Yao remained silent, though he was apprehensive about Lao Zhou's potential reluctance. Not everyone possesses such discerning eyes. He believed 10% was quite reasonable. As a non-professional, Zhou Ning understood, as Lao Zhou had previously indicated, that if the item were not placed in the right hands, Zhou Ning would not reap such rewards. The mutual understanding between Zhou Ning and Lao Zhou was evident. They were both astute individuals. To Yu Yao's surprise, Lao Zhou was unreserved very well. I had intended to ask for a bit more. I have no objections. However, the discerning eye of young Master Yu is anything but ordinary. If I were to fall short after sending someone to procure it, my reputation would suffer. After finalizing the arrangement, the two men did not linger and took their leave. The bulk of the endeavor would be entrusted to Lao Zhou, given his extensive connections and resources. In essence, Yu Yao's profits stemmed from the authentication fee. That evening, Lao Zhou insisted on treating Yu Yao to dinner, inviting Pu Jia along as well. Lao Zhou asked Yu Yao to choose the venue, but he was indifferent, and ultimately, it was Pu Jia who selected the restaurant. They dined at a place called De Josie, which, upon first hearing, seemed somewhat unappealing. Yet, the restaurant's signature dish, braised elbow, was rich without being overwhelming. The establishment featured a rustic ambience, comprising a spacious courtyard divided into small private rooms by little pavilions. Apart from the main hall, which included a bar, the remaining rooms served as kitchens and operational spaces without seating arrangements. Halfway through his meal, Yu Yao rose to go to the restroom, which was located in the backyard and required passing through a small hall. As he traversed this hall, he inadvertently noticed an altar table adorned with a wall poster next to the bar. The wall bore a couplet, "May business flourish across the seas, and wealth abound reaching the three rivers." On the altar table sat a rather sizable bronze incense burner, behind which stood a bronze statue of Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming is known as the god of wealth. In fact, during the investiture of the gods, Jiangxia did not officially appoint Zhao Gongming as the god of wealth. He merely conferred the title upon the true lord of the Xiantan, who commanded four deities: the treasure-inviting celestial master Xiao Sheng, the treasure-gathering celestial master Qiao Bao, the wealth-inviting messenger Chun Jiugong, and the prosperity celestial officer Yao Shaoxi. Due to his command over these four minor deities of wealth, Zhao Gongming has been revered as the legitimate god of wealth by the populace. It is not surprising that a restaurant, being a commercial establishment, would venerate Zhao Gongming. What particularly caught Yu Yao's attention was the craftsmanship of this bronze statue. Not only was the figure remarkably lifelike, but the detailing of the facial features and attire was executed with exquisite finesse, far surpassing ordinary craftsmanship. Additionally, the quality of the bronze was exceptional, clearly made of fine, pure copper with a slight purplish hue. Furthermore, the patina, which is the surface layer, was notably rich and substantial. This was no ordinary craft. It was a treasured antique. When compared to the incense burner in front of the statue, the distinction became even more pronounced. The incense burner, although large and nearly as wide as the statue, was a bright yellow with an elegant design, featuring 3 dragon feet and twin upward-facing handles. It was immediately apparent that it was a modern creation. Yu Yao wished to see if there was any inscription on the back of the statue, but it stood firmly in the middle of the couplet, affixed to the wall, making it imprudent to move. He turned to seek the bartender for inquiries, but the bartender was busy attending to a customer's bill. So Yu Yao proceeded to the restroom first. The man appeared to be in his 40s, slender in build, and quite well-groomed. "Are you the owner of the establishment?" Yu Yao inquired with a smile as he approached. "Yes, and you are?" The man turned, scrutinizing Yu Yao. "Oh, I came to dine, just returned from the restroom. Is this your first visit? Are you satisfied? The flavors are excellent. The statue of the god of wealth you have displayed looks impressive as well. Indeed, it is well made, but it is not appropriately placed here. I am planning to replace it with a porcelain statue of the god of wealth," the owner casually remarked. "Why is that?" "This incense burner is bronze, and so is the statue. Someone mentioned that the metallic energy is too strong. Then why not replace the incense burner?" Yu Yao immediately regretted his words. If the owner intended to replace it, it would be an opportune moment to acquire it. Why had he spoken up? Sometimes, it is merely a habitual reflex. One cannot blame the ancients for advising silence. This incense burner is a custom-made, wealth-attracting burner. Since its placement, business has been booming. How could I possibly replace it? Yu Yao sighed in relief. It truly was fate. "Owner, I also run a small shop and am in need of a statue of the god of wealth. Since you wish to replace it, why not consider selling it to me?" The owner studied Yu Yao and replied, "You misunderstand. I do not intend to keep it in my shop, nor do I plan to sell it. Moreover, this bronze statue is an antique. It may not come cheaply. The price is negotiable. When it comes to purchasing, one must consider the connection. Had it not been an antique, I might not have been interested at all." The owner hesitated for a moment. "This piece was left by my wife's family. I must consult her." Yu Yao thought to himself, so it seems the decision is not solely his. "Certainly. My surname is Yu. Allow me to leave you my contact number. Once we have come to an agreement, please do inform me." The proprietor chuckled, saying, "All right then. You truly are something, coming to dine and eyeing the treasures in my shop. What if I have no intention of parting with them?" Yu Yao smiled. "A gentleman does not covet another's cherished possessions. If you choose not to sell, I simply shan't purchase. However, could I first examine the rear and the base?" Chapter 23, Wang Yulan. The owner nodded. "Go ahead, but be cautious." Yu Yao leaned in from the side, gently shifting to discover a seal beneath Zhao Gongming. In small script, it read, "Made by Wang Yulan." A wave of delight surged within Yu Yao. He then carefully returned everything to its original position, noting that there was no damage. Indeed, this bronze statue must be nearly a century old. It's quite remarkable that it has been preserved so well, the owner affirmed. This statue is certainly more than 100 years old, Yu Yao remarked, taking a puff of a cigarette. How do you know? The proprietor elaborated with earnestness. It bears the seal, made by Wang Yulan. My wife's great-grandmother was named Wang Yulan. This is a treasured heirloom of their family. Just imagine. It could have been custom-made for her dowry. However, as a woman, she likely would not have crafted bronze items herself. Perhaps it was merely a token of good fortune. Yu Yao could not help but smile wryly, thinking that the owner possessed quite the vivid imagination. What a coincidence. While the name Wang Yulan may seem ordinary, there was indeed a renowned folk bronze master by that name during the Ming Dynasty. Due to the lack of historical documentation, little is known about this master, save for the fact that she lived in the Ming era with only a few bronze artifacts attributed to her surviving to this day. Moreover, the bronze works attributed to Wang Yulan are predominantly teapots. As for figurative sculptures, Yu Yao was encountering mention of one for the very first time. According to auction records, fine bronze teapots by Wang Yulan command a market value exceeding $1 million. As for the figurative sculpture, although there are no precedents, it is unlikely to be inexpensive. However, there lies a complication. Given the scarcity of Wang Yulan's works, systematically discerning her artistic style proved challenging. Generally, connoisseurs of bronze artifacts ascertain authenticity based on the era and the craftsmanship's excellence. For instance, they first ascertain the period to confirm it is indeed of the Ming Dynasty. Then, if the quality is exceptional, coupled with the Wang Yulan seal, it can be established as genuine. Nevertheless, since ancient times, imitation has never been absent from Chinese culture. Whether in the modern era or across different dynasties, forgeries abound. In antiquity, the concept of intellectual property was virtually non-existent. If Wang Yulan's creations were marketable, others would surely replicate them, adding their own seals. Of course, even among contemporaneous forgeries, most cannot rival the authenticity, yet there exists the possibility of high-caliber imitations. Thus, Yu Yao could only assess Zhao Gongming's bronze statue through this lens. Ultimately, if it were a high-quality imitation from the same era, he would have no recourse. However, possessing the Wang Yulan seal brings a certain comfort. Very well, may I inquire your surname? Good sir, please leave your contact number as well. Certainly. My surname is Wang. The owner provided his contact information, adding with a smile, "If you enjoy your meal, do recommend your friends." I exchanged a few words with the proprietor. "What have you been discussing with the boss for such a long time?" Old Joe inquired. Yu Yao lowered his voice. "Since we cross paths, I might as well share it with you. However, please refrain from looking into it until I finalize things." As a result, both Pu Jie and Old Joe exchanged bewildered glances after hearing Yu Yao's words. Despite being seasoned in the industry, they had never heard of Wang Yulan. This highlights one of the advantages of being an avid reader. It's not merely about having sharp eyes. Yu Yao, specializing in archaeology, had ancient history as a core subject, and his passion for reading extended to various historical texts and anecdotes. Although he had only been in the field for a little over 3 years, Yu Yao harbored lofty ideals of making a fortune. Hence he had perused numerous auction yearbooks from the past decade or so. Though not all, he had certainly seen the vast majority. Yu Yao felt compelled to briefly explain further. As for Ming Dynasty bronze vessels, the Xuanda furnace is paramount. The only folk master I know of is sure south. If you say Wang Yulan's bronze pot has been auctioned, I must admit I have no recollection of it, Old Joe remarked. Let us first see if he is willing to sell. If not, it's futile. Yu Yao replied. I fear that if I alarm him, he might uncover Wang Yulan. As you mentioned, he must have known about this seal for quite some time, yet he hasn't seemed to care much. The key is that he fortuitously has such a great-grandmother. Sometimes, people can be stuck in their ways for a lifetime. Old Joe stated, as the saying goes, what is meant to be will eventually come to pass. If he lacks the fortune for this, then there's nothing we can do. Pu Jie chuckled. Your luck has been quite good lately. First the Chongzhen official kiln brush pot, and now the bronze statue of Zhao Gongming. Keep it going. Yu Yao smiled wryly. This isn't luck at all. It's akin to the adage. It's not a lack of beauty, but rather a lack of discerning eyes. It's not that genuine antiques are scarce, but true insight is what's lacking. In the past, how would I have been able to casually glance at something and discern it as a masterpiece from the Ming Dynasty? The following morning, Yu Yao tidied up the shop, sorting out the items he deemed unworthy and the trinkets, intending to package them for a low-price sale. Such items had become an eyesore to him. However, Guguzhai had never possessed many quality items, and as a result, the shelves were now half empty. After a morning of labor, Yu Yao felt exhausted. He took a brief rest before brewing a pot of tea to enjoy in the shop. Not long after, the door of Guguzhai swung open, and a man entered. He wore a baseball cap pulled low, a striped stand collar jacket, and carried a hard plastic bag that seemed to contain a shoebox. Yu Yao stood to greet him. "Hello." The man looked up, revealing a pair of black-framed glasses and a scruffy beard, appearing to be in his 30s. "Boss, do you buy items?" His voice had a somewhat croaky quality, not particularly pleasant. "As a business, I certainly buy suitable items. Please take a seat." Yu Yao gestured toward the table and poured a cup of tea for him. "Thank you," the man smiled, patting the plastic bag. He had come in a hurry, leaving an empty shoebox and packaging inside. Yu Yao chuckled lightly, nudging the teacup aside. "This isn't a gift. The packaging doesn't matter." The man placed his items on the table and remarked, "You certainly have an eye for quality. What is your surname?" "I humbly go by Yu." "And you?" "Li. I have a few matters to attend to. Would you mind examining the items first?" "Very well. Please have a seat and enjoy a cup of tea. The teacups are new and have not been used." Upon hearing this from Yu Yao, the man's expression subtly shifted. Although the proprietor appeared youthful, he seemed quite astute. Yu Yao removed the plastic bag and opened the shoebox. Inside, unwrapped, was a small bronze Jew. Originally, a Jew was a type of wine vessel, which later evolved into a ceremonial object, and thus would not be particularly large. Sun Jun glanced at the bronze Jew. Its lines were graceful, the green patina resembling jade. Yet the vessel bore a crack. Throughout the entire encounter, Sun Zhongyuan had not taken the object into his hands. After examining it, he pulled out a cigarette, offered one to the man, and lit one for himself. "My knowledge of bronze artifacts is limited. From which era does this originate?" Chapter 24. The Folly of Presumption. The man glanced at Yu Yao and hesitated. "I heard from my father that it dates back to the Western Han Dynasty." "Ah, it is an heirloom." This brief statement, though innocuous, contained two significant flaws from the perspective of an expert. Firstly, this bronze Jew could not possibly be an heirloom. The rust indicated that it had not been unearthed long ago. Moreover, it could not belong to the Western Han, as there were no Jew vessels from that period. Among bronze artifacts, there are numerous wine vessels. The Jew is one of the earliest, its history predating even the Xia dynasty. During the three dynasties, Xia, Shang, and Zhou, commoners used Jew made from pottery, while only the nobility could afford bronze Jew. Hence, the Jew's evolution into a ceremonial object also symbolized status. For instance, the rank of Jew appeared during the Western Zhou, and the hierarchical titles of Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron are well known to all. However, it is essential to note that bronze Jew gradually disappeared during the Eastern Zhou period. The Western Han did not possess bronze Jew, a conclusion supported by both historical texts and archaeological analysis. "Since it is an heirloom, you might as well keep it," Yu Yao said, inhaling slowly. "It is not that the item is inauthentic. On the contrary, considering the overall patina and the detailed cloud and thunder patterns, it is indeed a genuine Western Zhou bronze Jew. Although it bears a crack, which diminishes its value, it is certainly not a common artifact and could be sold." Yu Yao was not interested primarily because it had been unearthed recently, rendering it unreliable. Of course, in the antique trade, such items are not without their buyers. However, this individual was unfamiliar and had spoken numerous untruths. Thus, this newly unearthed piece could not be accepted. Unearthed bronze artifacts should be approached with utmost caution, especially when dealing with a seller shrouded in suspicion. "Oh," the man was momentarily taken aback. "Boss Yu, please take another careful look." He assumed Yu Yao doubted the authenticity of the piece. "The item is sound. It's simply that I cannot purchase it," Yu Yao firmly stated. "Since the item is indeed authentic, and you have scrutinized it for quite some time, there must be a rationale for your refusal, correct?" Yu Yao smiled. "Let us put it away and enjoy our tea." The man appeared somewhat agitated. "What do you mean by this? Are you playing a game of riddles with me?" Yu Yao took another drag from his cigarette and replied methodically, "My friend, where in the Western Han Dynasty would one find a bronze Jew?" Yu Yao opened the door to conduct business, not wishing to offend strangers unnecessarily, thus refraining from mentioning the origins of the item. The man was taken aback. "Is there none?" At that moment, Yu Yao covered the shoe box and placed it into a plastic bag. "Tell me, is there anything here that you wish to purchase?" "I have no money to buy anything." The man's face clouded with irritation. "If I weren't short on cash, would I be selling my possessions? Then I shall not give it to you." Yu Yao rose. The man, begrudgingly clutching the plastic bag, departed. Yu Yao observed his figure retreating from a shop. narrowing his eyes. He found himself perplexed by the situation. It was clear that refusing to accept the item was the right choice. In a world of antiques, possessing keen insight could lead to both fortune and misfortune. However, merely pushing the matter aside did not satisfy Yu Yao. After a moment's hesitation, he exited the shop, locking the door while keeping an eye on the man's direction, intending to follow him for a closer look. The man left the antique shop but did not enter any other establishments on the old street. Upon reaching a secluded area, he took out his phone and made a call. To his surprise, the recipient was Lu Datu. Boss Lu, he didn't accept it. What? Why not? Does he think it's a counterfeit? He didn't claim it was fake, but he said there were no bronze jugs from the Western Han dynasty. Western Han? Did I not tell you to say it was from the Western Zhou? Ah, Western Zhou? I must have misremembered. Lu Datu cursed inwardly, realizing that in his attempt to maintain discretion, he had chosen someone outside the industry, resulting in this blunder. Yet, even if misrepresented, it merely indicated that the visitor was a fool. There remained a possibility that Yu Yao would still make a purchase. Aside from the Western Han, did you stick to what I instructed? Yes, I did. I even claimed it was a family heirloom, as my elder said. What? Lu Datu's temper flared. Did I not instruct you to say it was something the old man just brought back from his hometown due to financial necessity? Antiques were typically deemed more valuable when considered heirlooms. I was just being creative. Creative? Lu Datu was utterly speechless. Heirloom indeed. This was a counterfeit. Did your family inherit it from the grave? If it weren't a counterfeit, how could it ensnare Yu Yao? Though this Western Zhou bronze jug had some flaws, it was still a setup, and they had already incurred a loss. They awaited Yu Yao to purchase it and then promptly report it. Once discovered in the shop, the charge of trafficking cultural relics would be nearly impossible to refute. Yet, despite meticulous planning, you had to go off script? Such foolishness. All right, enough. Hurry and bring the item to me, Lu Datu said, suppressing his anger. I'll be waiting for you at the roadside across from the market. Understood. But Boss Lu, about the agreed-upon fee for running errands. It will not be shortchanged. Be cautious on your way. Ensure nothing else goes awry with the item. The man hung up the phone, muttering to himself. Isn't it just a counterfeit? What is there to worry about? They can see it. They just aren't saying it's fake. Subsequently, the man hailed a taxi, and Yu Yao, hidden around a corner, promptly called for a cab to follow. The man's taxi stopped at the roadside opposite the Kixinkyo antique market. Yu Yao, from his vehicle, caught sight of Lu Datu waiting by the roadside. At this moment, Yu Yao finally comprehended the situation. Lu Datu had acted swiftly once again. Fortunately, he had not been caught. Moreover, Lu Datu's actions were particularly ruthless. This was not merely a matter of financial loss or causing trouble. If this escalated, it could potentially lead to criminal charges and a lengthy prison sentence. However, it appeared that Lu Datu would not relent easily and would strike again given the opportunity. Should he play along and report it to the authorities? Yu Yao swiftly dismissed this notion. Since Lu Datu had orchestrated this scheme, he would undoubtedly handle it with utmost caution. As long as the matter was not conducted within the premises, there would be reasonable explanations at hand. The fact that he did not meet the man at the store was likely a precautionary measure. Even if he were to report it now, there was no guarantee of immediate action. Indeed, the man left first, while Lu Datu stood by the roadside with a bag in hand. Soon after, another man approached Lu Datu, exchanged a few words, and took the bag before departing. Lu Datu then turned and walked back toward the market. Extinguishing his cigarette, Yu Yao glanced out the window and suddenly noticed a familiar figure. Chapter 25. The White Glazed Teapot. It was Shunge. She appeared to be strolling down the street, but seemed to casually glance at Gugu Zhai. Yu Yao promptly opened the shop door. Miss Shun, what a coincidence. Are you here to see me? He smiled. Come in. Shunge entered the shop and looked around. What is this? Are you moving? Moving? What nonsense. Just tidying up some unseemly items. That's nearly the same as moving. There is hardly anything of worth in here. Are you here for a purpose? Or just to ridicule me? Oh, have you developed a temper? Shunge sat down. I heard you made quite a name for yourself at the smuggling venue. Is that true? Yu Yao deliberately walked to the door before lighting a cigarette, pondering that she had learned about the smuggling venue. Could it be that she sought his expertise in appraising something? That was the only conclusion he could draw. What am I shaking for? Do you wish for me to have Parkinson's? He exhaled a puff of smoke. Do you have something you want me to appraise? Why not ask old Shin? Speaking of shaking, you truly are. Shunge smirked. But you are correct. This item is for our auction house's autumn sale, and it's not convenient to consult my grandfather. Is it because you fear they might think you incapable and reliant on your grandfather? Yu Yao paused. Your auction house should have expert groups in addition to the appraisers in various departments. Even if you are uncertain, you needn't seek me out. Shunge shot him a glare. Do I appear to be indulging in self-importance? Let us not waste time. There must be a reason for your visit. However, I am honored to have piqued your interest. Now that sounds like a proper remark. Shunge tucked her bangs behind her ear. There's indeed a reason for seeking you out. It turned out that Shunge had an old client who claimed to be from the porcelain capital and had successfully auctioned items through her at Tianhe for 3 consecutive autumn sales. Although the porcelain capital did not belong to Dongjiang province, it was not far from Jiangzhou, and the transportation between the two regions was quite convenient. The porcelain capital, with its historical imperial kiln establishments from the Ming and Qing dynasties, possessed a profound legacy, and the antique market, especially for porcelain, remained flourishing. Of course, the market for replicas was thriving as well, with many items indistinguishable from the genuine articles. 2 years ago, he presented a magnificent Wanli 5-color large plate for auction. Last year, he brought forth a Yangzheng blue glazed straight cup, both of which fetched substantial prices. This year, he has submitted a white glazed ewer, as introduced by Shunge. There's no issue with the previous 2 items. Do you suspect something is amiss with this year's white glazed ewer? Shunge asked. All 3 items have been meticulously examined and approved by our auction house's panel of experts, particularly the first 2, which garnered much acclaim during the preview. They were deemed authentic masterpieces, thus commanding such high prices, he elucidated. The expert panel has scrutinized them. What more is there to deliberate? Shunge continued. I personally handled the previous 2 items and found no flaws whatsoever. However, I cannot shake the feeling that something is off with this white glazed ewer, though I cannot pinpoint why. The expert panel is not infallible. Their assurance does not guarantee its authenticity, he added. Yu Yao chuckled lightly. So you seek my assistance, implying I possess some divine insight? Can we not engage in a serious conversation? Shunge frowned. What if this piece is indeed problematic, perhaps too sophisticated, and has managed to deceive the auction house, only to be uncovered during the preview? Yu Yao lit another cigarette. The auction laws do not mandate that the auction house guarantees authenticity. Even if a flaw is detected, it depends on the extent of the issue. Your expert panel has reviewed it. It is challenging to find concrete evidence. Will you take a look or not? Of course. Yu Yao nodded. How could I refuse the request of such a beautiful woman who has sought me out? What do you mean by sought me out? Shunge retorted. You are quite the charmer. If it weren't for that, I would hardly believe you possess such discernment. Belief is all that matters. However, by your account, this white glazed ewer must have already been cataloged by your auction house. Will it be accessible for external inspection? Others cannot see it, but I can. As it falls within my business scope, then I shall accompany you. You ready to go just like that? Yu Yao extinguished his cigarette. I must ask, if I accompany you, who will cover the appraisal fee and compensation for my time? Let's see the item first, shall we? Yu Yao smirked, choosing to remain silent as they departed from Gugu Zhai together. Shinji's car was parked a short distance away in a public parking space. It was a black Volkswagen Beetle. I recall Beetles come in orange, yellow, and white. Why did you choose a black one? Yu Yao inquired as he entered the vehicle. I prefer black, Shunge replied. A young lady, with a bare face and no adornments, who cherishes antiques and favors black. How repressed must your life be? Mind your own business, she retorted. You're merely attractive. Had you been less so, I doubt many women would choose to spend time with you. Yu Yao silently scoffed, intending to light a cigarette, but reconsidering due to Shunji's aversion to smoking in her car. Tianhe Auction House is located near Jiangzhou Antique City, which differs from the Qixing Bridge Antique Market, as it comprises a 5-story shopping complex. Over the years, the antique market has undergone a transformation, primarily featuring shops selling redwood imitation antique furniture, jade stones, and contemporary paintings. True antique shops are rather scarce. Tianhe Auction House occupies 3 floors within an adjacent office building. In reality, Shunge cannot bring an outsider into the warehouse. However, she can sign to complete the necessary procedures to retrieve items within her business scope and take them to the appraisal room. Yu Yao entered the auction house with little difficulty, as it was a place frequented by clients daily. However, to gain access to the core area, the appraisal room, he had to be accompanied by Shunge, who signed documents, recorded his name and phone number, and scanned his identification. Once this procedure was completed and the door to the appraisal room was closed, Shunge placed a delicate wooden box containing a white glazed ewer on the table and handed Yu Yao a pair of disposable white gloves. As Yu Yao donned the gloves, he glanced at the surveillance camera on the ceiling and remarked, "Since I am an invited expert, surely there's an appraisal fee, right? Are you blind to the financial aspect? Each appraiser can have invited experts, but they are responsible for any arising issues and must maintain their own connections." As Shunge spoke, she carefully revealed the white glazed ewer and set it gently on the table. Yu Yao took one look and exclaimed, ah, Xing kiln. Shungu silently gasped. She had only mentioned it was a white glaze ewer without much detail. However, Yu Yao identified it as Xing kiln at first glance, proving his expertise was indeed exceptional. Chapter 26, The Scoundrel. The Xing and Yu kilns were among the most renowned during the Tang dynasty, epitomizing the phrase Southern Green. Northern White. The Yu kiln in the south primarily produced celadone, while the Xing kiln in the north was renowned for its white porcelain. The white porcelain from Xing kiln was said to resemble silver and snow, being both pure and lustrous. During the Tang dynasty, the porcelain clay was not as refined, and achieving such whiteness, even with white glaze, was quite challenging. This ewer exhibited a pure, bright white glaze, with a layer of cosmetic clay applied within. Cosmetic clay is a thin layer of color slurry applied between the porcelain clay and the glaze, typically composed of high-purity materials. The color of the slurry often corresponds to that of the glaze. For instance, for white glaze, a white slurry is used to conceal the grayish hue of the porcelain clay, enhancing its whiteness after glazing. Most porcelain from the Xing kiln employed cosmetic clay, which not only beautified the piece, but also filled the pores of the body, preventing a porous porcelain body from absorbing excessive glaze. The use of cosmetic clay on porcelain persisted until the Yuan dynasty, while during the Ming and Qing dynasties, high-quality kaolin was predominantly utilized, effectively mitigating many issues faced by earlier porcelain, such as crazing, which rarely occurred unless deliberately pursued. This white-glazed ewer was free from damage and exemplified the typical ewer shape of the Mid-Tang dynasty, standing approximately 20 centimeters tall, with a short spout and a rounded handle. Yu Yao, now gloved, casually picked up the ewer to inspect its base. Upon examination, his eyes narrowed slightly. The base featured a typical biform, with an outer ring revealing the body, while the central part remained glazed, resembling a jade bi. The exposed section was finely polished, and the glazed center bore the character ing. Shungu stood beside the table, while Yu Yao sat, preventing her from seeing the change in his expression. She spoke up. This is no ordinary Xing kiln piece. It comes from the Dang warehouse. The character ing signifies the Dang warehouse, which can be regarded as a prototype of an imperial kiln from the Tang dynasty. Originally, the Dang warehouse served as a private storeroom for Emperor Xuanzong, Li Longji. It later evolved into a royal repository for exquisite tribute items. The Xing kiln porcelain inscribed with the character ing or da ing is often regarded as a treasure, as these pieces were specifically selected and engraved for the imperial palace or as gifts from the emperor. Yu Yao, holding a ewer, gazed at the character ing for a moment, shook his head gently, and then, slightly raising his head, spoke. This character is too precise. You scoundrel. At that moment, Shungu stood beside Yu Yao, who was seated. His gaze naturally fell within the vicinity of her chest. Shinji's face turned pale, and she hurriedly exclaimed, You needn't look. This statement was directed at Yu Yao, and her voice was loud enough for him to ascertain that she was indeed scolding him. Yet he was utterly perplexed. Are you out of your mind? You are the one who is insane. What nonsense were you spouting just now? I was merely stating that there is an issue with the character ing. It is too precise. Suddenly, Yu Yao noticed a rise and fall of Shanji's chest due to her anger, and realization dawned upon him. Oh, you misunderstood. I wasn't referring to your. Cough cough. I was speaking of the character nai. Shingo was momentarily taken aback. What? The character? Isn't there a nai above the character ing? Yu Yao firmly lifted the ewer again, turning it over. Look, this da ing ku from the Xing kiln is all inscribed with ing or da ing. Although the engravings are not uniformly aligned, based on the porcelain that has survived through the ages, the nai above the character ing is rarely this accurate. It is usually somewhat slanted. Oh, Shinji's face flushed crimson. How embarrassing. Yet Yu Yao found himself unable to resist glancing at Shinji's chest once more. It was indeed quite perfect. Well, take another look. Yu Yao placed the white glazed ewer down again. Shingun nodded, somewhat flustered, and after gathering herself, she picked up the white glazed ewer from the table and began to scrutinize it closely. This item is not genuine. Observing that Shungu had examined it sufficiently, Yu Yao spoke again. To conclude its authenticity based solely on the character being misaligned seems rather far-fetched. Shingu replied, The issue of the character being too precise is merely one aspect. Yu Yao interjected, There's another problem as well. Look closely at the exposed clay at the bottom. This clay is too white and too fine, yet substantial amounts of cosmetic clay have been used. Anything sent to the ing-ku would not be so careless. Such clay quality should require no cosmetic clay, let alone in such abundance. Shingu, being somewhat of an expert herself, grasped the implication immediately. You mean this high imitation is overly meticulous in the clay-making process, yet the subsequent procedures did not follow suit. It could have been made without cosmetic clay, but it was used excessively. Moreover, it has taken an average amount based on commonly seen Qing kiln pieces, which makes it appear excessive here. Precisely. Ancient craftsmen did not adhere to rigid standards. They were certainly specific and adaptable. However, the artisans of high imitations may possess the requisite skills, yet they inherently lack confidence. There are indeed porcelain pieces from the Qing kiln that integrate clay and glaze without cosmetic clay, but they are exceedingly rare. Counterfeit artisans dare not omit it for fear of arousing suspicion. Upon finishing, Shungu couldn't help but exclaim, "I never expected you to be even more astute than I had imagined." This statement, unfiltered and sincere, reflected her genuine admiration. In truth, this was not a fatal flaw. It was a point that could be argued, for ancient craftsmen were indeed human and capable of making mistakes. However, when it comes to antiques, the presence of even a single doubt can cast a shadow over their authenticity. While one may not be able to categorically declare an item a counterfeit, establishing its genuineness requires the complete absence of any uncertainties. Moreover, if a porcelain piece exhibits two such doubts, seasoned experts may regard it as a high-quality imitation. Typically, this is an unremarkable situation. Yet, a rogue is undoubtedly lacking in discernment. Yu Yao modestly waved his hand. Shen Ji's face flushed again. "And I shall first check in the items and then treat you to dinner." A few minutes later, the two exited the auction house together, and Yu Yao remarked, "I have lit a candle for you. You won't dismiss me with just a single dinner, will you?" Shingu, however, furrowed her brow and replied, "Shall we have Western cuisine instead?" "Very well, the guest's preference prevails." Yu Yao felt a bit shy to press further. In truth, simply extending a helping hand would not be out of the question. After all, Shingu and Xinzhong Yuan had previously spent 100,000 to acquire the jade pot he had unearthed. Furthermore, it must be noted that Shangu is indeed a striking beauty, and it would be disingenuous for Yu Yao not to feel a twinge of attraction. However, she seemed rather elusive to approach genuinely. Yu Yao, who had a penchant for appearances, was reluctant to be overly forward. Chapter 27. Managing Life and Death. Not far from their location was a Western restaurant that exuded a certain elegance. Yu Yao thought to himself, how generous. To be candid, he had never dined in such an upscale establishment, not solely due to the expense, but mainly because he was not particularly fond of Western cuisine. Unfamiliar with the etiquette of ordering, which included appetizers, soups, side dishes, main courses, and desserts, he opted to follow Shunji's lead. However, regarding the main course, he preferred his steak well done, yet the restaurant only offered a maximum of medium rare for that particular cut. "Trust me, this one is best at medium rare." Shingu advised him, "I cannot tolerate the thought of blood oozing in my mouth." "Then it shall be medium rare." The waiter, although striving to maintain an air of politeness, could not conceal a glimmer of disdain mingled with envy in his eyes. Yao noticed but paid it no mind. The meal was somewhat uncomfortable, particularly when a dish of caviar left him nearly gasping for breath due to its fishy aroma. "What do you plan to do with this white glazed ewer?" Yu Yao inquired. "What else can be done?" "Report it to the boss. Your general manager's surname is Chun. If I recall correctly, I have a vague impression. Chun Liangdian, formerly of the Cultural Relics Bureau, was hired by the board after retirement." "Retired? At such an advanced age? He just turned 60 this year." "He retired early." General Chun is a meticulous individual, leaving no room for doubt in the items up for auction, which is why Tianao Auction has garnered a good reputation over the past 2 years, Shingu elaborated. "Well, this autumn auction, you have lost another significant piece. You are quite adept. Can you not procure a replacement to fill this gap?" "Come now, that depends on luck. With such significant artifacts, one cannot simply expect to stumble upon them." Yu Yao waved his hand, initially intending to suggest that Shungu ask Shen Lao for a piece to auction, but ultimately refrained from speaking. Shungu fell silent, focusing on her meal. Just then, Yu Yao's phone rang. He gestured to Shungu and answered directly. It turned out to be Boss Wong from the Big Pork Knuckle. "Boss Wong, is this a convenient time to talk?" "Yes, indeed. What is it? Can the bronze statue be sold?" "It can indeed be sold. However, my wife insisted that it simply wouldn't suffice to settle for less than 200,000. "What? 200,000? Boss Wong, this is merely a bronze statue, not gilded. Surely your superior is not jesting? 200,000 is still quite a lucrative offer." Yet, Yu Yao was genuinely taken aback by the exorbitant price proposed. From the pricing perspective, it appeared that the buyer had not fully comprehended the actual worth. Otherwise, the figure would be considerably higher. This was evidently a blatant attempt to overreach. "I apologize, Mr. Yu. But this is a family heirloom passed down from my wife's side. This time it's a firm price. In truth, we had no intention of selling. It was you who insisted that I inquire. Is there really no room for negotiation? Could you not offer another price? Very well then. Let's leave it at this. I will contact you should I decide to proceed. As soon as Yu Yao hung up, Shun Gu interjected. And you claim there is nothing of value? What is this? That is an entirely different matter. Besides, the item hasn't even been collected yet. The seller's expectations are simply too high. What exactly is this bronze statue? Shun Gu pressed further. Yu Yao shrugged, reluctantly revealing the truth. You are aware of Wang Yulan, right? The master of bronze artifacts from the Ming dynasty? Shun Gu, being acquainted with the auction house, responded, his works rarely come to auction. I recall 2 pieces at major auctions. One fetching over 1 million and the other nearly 4 million. Quite substantial indeed. Before Yu Yao could respond, Shun Gu added, however, most of his creations are bronze kettles. How could there possibly be a bronze statue? Indeed, I too failed to ascertain that. So let us not delve further. Even if Yu Yao were to acquire it, he had no desire to auction it. The process would be slow to yield funds, and there was the risk of a low hammer price. It would be far more prudent to resell it privately. Shun Gu pondered for a moment. Isn't your hesitation due to the slow influx of cash? You would still need to invest up front. So 200,000, is it? I shall lend you the amount, and after the autumn auction concludes, you can repay me. Yu Yao regarded her with curiosity. I thought your work at the auction house was merely for experience. Why so serious? Just tell me if it's agreeable or not. She replied, but how can you be so certain that it's genuine? What if it isn't an authentic piece by Wang Yulan? You know that no bronze statues made by him have ever surfaced. Only the bronze kettles exist. Your character may be questionable, yet your insight is remarkable. Furthermore, the absence of such pieces on the market makes it all the more likely to command a higher price, especially for a bronze statue. The demand surpasses that for bronze kettles. I shouldn't have taken that call in front of you. Consider this. If it sells well, it will undoubtedly exceed your private selling price. If you're concerned, you can set a high starting bid. Moreover, you needn't pay up front. Where else could you find such a fortunate opportunity? With the conversation reaching this point, and upon reflection, Yu Yao ultimately acquiesced. All right, let us proceed as you suggest. We shall collect it tomorrow. I must express my gratitude. You first discerned that the white glazed pot was a high imitation. And now you have guided me to procure an auction item. Shun Gu earnestly remarked. Few possess the dual skills of both execution and concealment as I do. Yu Yao jested in self-deprecation. Shun Gu chuckled. Tomorrow, I shall treat you to a meal. You may choose the venue. Sound good? The following morning, Yu Yao and Shun Gu arrived at the Zhouzi to collect the bronze statue of Zhao Gongming. Boss Wang's wife made an appearance as well, and the couple was beaming, as if they had stumbled upon a tremendous bargain. Yu Yao, being astute, insisted on signing an agreement with Boss Wang, ensuring that both parties affixed their signatures and fingerprints. This document was essential, as it would be presented at auction. Should the couple later create a fuss, it could lead to complications. With this agreement in place, matters would be considerably more secure. Such is the nature of foresight. Yu Yao remarked that, in this age of advanced information, all vulnerabilities seem to arise purely by chance. He added, though your character may be lacking, your discernment and insight are commendable. Yu Yao then looked at her and said, Miss Shun, even if you perceive my character to be wanting, could you refrain from voicing in the future? After all, I have assisted you. Shun Gu, noticing his serious expression, felt a twinge of embarrassment and replied, all right, I shall remember that. I must head to the office now. Think about what you would like for dinner. Shall we do it another day? Of course, as you wish. Yu Yao suddenly chuckled mischievously. You're in a hurry to get to the office. Just drop me off at the intersection of Binjiang Road. Chapter 28. Another deal arises. Yu Yao, feeling that the jest was rather frivolous, approached the entrance of Gugu Zhai when he suddenly sneezed. Who is it that speaks ill of me? It's me. Pu Jia emerged from the adjacent calligraphy shop, holding a scroll of water-writing cloth. I went to retrieve the statue of Zhao Gongming. Yu Yao opened the shop door, entered alongside Pu Jia, and closed it behind them. Pu Jia casually placed the scroll on the table, and Yu Yao whispered with a laugh, with your skills, you practice calligraphy? Do you find Sister Zhang, the shopkeeper's wife, particularly charming? Don't speak nonsense. Both Brother Zhang and Sister Zhang are in the shop. I'm merely waiting for you here, and it would be rude to sit idly, so I spent 30 yuan. Pu Jia lit a cigarette. What about the statue? How much did you acquire it for? 200,000. What? So high. That price cannot be justified. It was indeed unjustifiable. They raised the price on the spot. I spent quite some time negotiating, and even 19,000 was off the table. However, I one teeny to pay. After Yu Yao recounted the events, Pu Jie chuckled. A hero is often ensnared by the allure of beauty. I knew you'd be enchanted. I assure you, I'm not easily swayed. Let us send it to auction. There are pros and cons, but with such a high acquisition price, and since they're willing to front the funds, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Very well, then. Pu Jie took a puff of his cigarette. It seems another deal is on the horizon. The young man has been quite industrious lately. Upon hearing this, Yu Yao mused that the elder's house and belongings were difficult to divide. Were they to sell and split the proceeds? Indeed. However, I received the news rather late. The old gentleman was fond of collecting, and while he had amassed quite a few items, most of the larger pieces have already been sold. I arranged to visit this afternoon, and I hear there are still some smaller items available. After being picked through, what could possibly be left to trade? Yu Yao retorted. I tell you, not only are the large items gone, but the smaller ones have also been sifted through. Surely, something is better than nothing? Let's take a look. Perhaps there are hidden gems. Let us take a shot in the dark. Yu Yao glanced at Pu Jie, acknowledging the effort he had expended. At 3 in the afternoon, the two arrived at a courtyard in the eastern part of the city. The yard was modest, featuring 4 main rooms, 2 wing rooms on either side, and a small entrance. Surrounding this courtyard were a few relics of architecture from the Republic era. At the entrance of the small courtyard, Yu Yao and Pu Jie had yet to step inside when they observed 2 men emerging. One of the men was carrying a bag, while the other clutched a small plate of pale blue glaze in his hand, his expression brimming with excitement. As they reached the doorway, the exhilarated man held the plate up to the sunlight, unable to suppress a grin as he remarked to his companion, "What a fortunate find. The treasures from the Kangxi era are truly remarkable. You can see the clam luster when held to the sun." The other man glanced at Yu Yao and Pu Jie, exchanged a knowing look, and they swiftly departed without further conversation. Indeed, the base mark of the small plate read the Qing Kangxi Nianji in blue and white double circle script. However, both Pu Jie and Yu Yao simultaneously shook their heads. Pu Jie then chuckled. Those two are quite foolish. Clam luster only appears on colored porcelain. To claim such a thing for a monochrome glazed plate is utterly absurd. The so-called clam luster refers to a film-like substance that forms on the surface of colored porcelain, typically taking decades to oxidize and gradually thicken over time. Viewed in the light at an angle, it bears a resemblance to the iridescent sheen found on the inner walls of clam shells, primarily manifesting around the colored materials. Yu Yao remarked, while it's one thing to spout nonsense about clam luster, the more critical issue is that this plate is not from the Kangxi era. Oh, you can discern that? Pu Jie responded. Monochrome glaze is among the finest porcelain of the Kangxi dynasty. When I caught a glimpse of it in the light, I immediately noticed the glaze was incorrect. This is a new piece. Is the old gentleman's eye for quality really so poor? It's not a new piece. It's a Guangxu imitation of Kangxi, and it doesn't resemble an official kiln replica. Consider it an antique, suitable for casual enjoyment. Wow, you're becoming increasingly arrogant. As the two entered the courtyard, they noticed a grape trellis in the center, beneath which stood a large jar containing goldfish. The doors to both the main house and the side rooms were ajar, suggesting they had been largely emptied. Inside the main hall, a simple folding table was centrally placed, beside which sat 2 middle-aged men, one stout and the other thin, who, despite their differing physiques, bore a slight resemblance to each other, likely confirming their brotherhood. In the hall were also 2 other men, one in his 30s and the other in his 50s, examining items on the folding table. Pu Jie approached the stout man and greeted him. The stout man replied, "This is all that remains. Feel free to take a look." On the folding table rested a pair of brush pots and an inside-painted snuff bottle. Meanwhile, the younger man picked up a white jade tablet, while the older man scrutinized a blue and white large bowl that had originally been placed on the table. Additionally, beside the folding table stood a large cabinet, adorned with cloud motifs in copper at its corners, with a similar design on the locking clasp above the front. Pu Jie first examined the brush pots, which, as their name suggests, are designed to hold brushes. They are typically tall, with slender necks and wide bellies. This pair of brush pots was remarkably intact, featuring powdery, painted landscapes. After observing them for a while, Pu Jie turned to Yu Yao, who had set down the snuff bottle in his hand and shook his head slightly. The pair of brush pots dated back to the Republic era and were of inferior craftsmanship, particularly in the awkward depiction of landscapes. The snuff bottle Yu Yao had examined was also mediocre, originating from the currency earning period of the 1950s and 1960s, characterized by a rather formulaic quality, reminiscent of mass production. The man holding the jade plaque began to inquire about the price from the 2 brothers, who, though uncertain of their understanding, displayed an air of confidence as they boldly stated 30,000. The man commenced to haggle, ultimately purchasing it for 18,000, leaving the brothers with 9,000 each. At this moment, the man in his 50s set down the large bowl in his hands and sighed, appearing unimpressed. The lean brother remarked, "That redwood cabinet is quite nice too. Don't dismiss it, it's a good piece." The older man chuckled, "Where's the redwood that is lacquered?" The brothers were momentarily taken aback, seemingly lacking the knowledge. Redwood currently has two interpretations. One refers to a category that includes varieties such as rosewood, mahogany, and chicken wing wood, while the other specifically denotes red sandalwood, often referred to as old redwood. Regardless of the interpretation, redwood items typically do not require lacquer, as the material is dense and less prone to deformation, often showcasing natural patterns. At most, they require oil for maintenance. Chapter 29, Schwanda Blue and White. This large cabinet is lacquered, and the interior is likely made of ordinary wood, most commonly cedar. Is it possible for something that isn't redwood to be so heavy? The stout man inquired. With hemp and plaster, how could it not be heavy? The man replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. He was indeed correct. This cabinet is a Republic-era reproduction of Ming Dynasty lacquer furniture, crafted using a method involving wrapping with white hemp cloth, followed by plastering, and finally applying lacquer. During the Republic era, such methods were no longer necessary, but this piece, being a high imitation, adhered to traditional techniques. The application of plaster undoubtedly added considerable weight. Yao glanced at the cabinet and immediately grasped its essence. By this time, he had picked up a large blue and white bowl, examining it intently. The man in his 50s cast a sidelong glance at Yao and let out a soft snort through his nostrils. He had already assessed this item and found it lacking in interest. The bowl was indeed substantial, with a diameter ranging between 25 and 30 centimeters, and its body was quite thick. It would be impractical to use such a bowl for dining purposes. However, the decorative design was quite impressive, featuring a blue and white motif of sea dragons, with a 6-character inscription in regular script along the rim, made during the Schwanda period of the Ming Dynasty. When discussing blue and white porcelain, aside from the Yuan Dynasty blue and white, the most renowned is the Yongxian blue and white, associated with Emperor Yongle Zhu and Emperor Schwanda Zhu Zhangji, although there was also the brief reign of Emperor Hongxi Zhu Gaoqi between them. His tenure lasted only 10 months, making the term Yongxian quite common. Both Yongxian blue and Yuan blue and white share a commonality in their extensive use of imported cobalt blue pigment for their designs. Though the term extensive does not imply exclusive usage, the Schwanda era was notable for its high-quality artistic works, exemplified not only by Schwanda official kiln blue and white porcelain, but also by the famous Schwanda censer. However, this particular blue and white bowl was not a complete piece and bore defects. Firstly, the bowl's rim exhibits several chips, with the most significant measuring approximately the size of half a melon seed. Furthermore, the bowl's interior is significantly worn, adorned with numerous cracks, and the inner wall bears some minor scratches resembling glaze damage. However, should this indeed be an authentic Schwanda blue and white bowl, it would still possess considerable value despite these imperfections. The man in his 50s would not easily relinquish it due to these flaws, evidently. He does not regard it as a genuine artifact. His reasoning is sound. The most crucial aspect lies in the hue of the blue and white design. The color of this bowl does not resemble the deep, rich blue of the famous Summa-liking, nor does it exhibit the rusty crystalline spots typical of inferior variants. Moreover, it does not even resemble the blue of domestic materials. Instead, the color of this bowl is somewhat bright, striking a balance between being vivid yet elegant. This gives it the impression of being a modern imitation that has not quite achieved authenticity. Additionally, the nose of the blue and white dragon depicted on the bowl lacks prominence, evoking a somewhat porcine appearance, albeit not unattractive. Authentic Schwanda blue and white porcelain is hardly encountered so easily. Ironically, the inscription indicating the Schwanda reign of the Ming Dynasty appears particularly genuine, further fueling suspicion. Yet, after holding the bowl, Yu Yao clutched it tightly and ultimately inquired of a pair of brothers, one stout and the other slender, about its price. At this moment, the man in his 50s surprisingly did not leave. Instead, he snorted derisively, his expression tinged with mockery. Applauding is the pastime of the idle, while evaluation is the prerogative of the buyer. Yu Yao's immediate reference to the bowl as broken did not escape the man's keen observation. This young fellow genuinely intended to purchase it. Had he discerned it as a counterfeit, he would not have entertained the thought of buying it, implying that he must be somewhat naive. Merely expressing interest in acquiring a replica does not render one foolish, for some individuals purchase replicas with the intent to deceive others. Ironically, he sought to acquire a flawed imitation when complete replicas are not difficult to find. He instead chose one with defects, making it challenging to resell. The two brothers exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with delight. Finally, someone had inquired about the price. Indeed, several groups had come by over the past few days. Yet no one had even asked about the price of this seemingly intimidating Xuan de blue and white bowl from the Ming dynasty. Not even the aforementioned man in his 50s, who, after a long examination, chose to walk away without uttering a word. Moreover, this man appeared to be knowledgeable, as evidenced by his discerning gaze upon the mahogany cabinet. The stout brother first glanced at Pu Jie, asking if they were together. Indeed, could you provide a straightforward price? Pu Jie replied. The stout brother then turned to his slender counterpart, extending 2 fingers. He seemed to have learned this from somewhere. In the antiquities trade, it is not uncommon for vague gestures to signify tentative offers. This serves as a form of testing. Should the counterpart be inexperienced or willing to overbid, they might inadvertently reveal too much. Yu Yao, however, was not easily swayed by such tactics. 20? He remarked with a smile. Surely it cannot be 200 million. Can it? If you don't provide a direct quote, this becomes quite the guessing game. Upon Yu Yao's mention of 200 million, the two brothers merely responded with annoyance, yet the man in his 50s visibly shifted his expression. This was due to the fact that the auction record for Xuan de blue and white bowls indeed surpasses 200 million. Certainly, the blue and white bowl that set an auction record is undoubtedly a paragon among all blue and white bowls, rendering others incomparable. It was this remarkable figure that sparked the association. All right, if you truly desire it, take it for 20,000, the stout man declared. 20,000? Our father had a particular fondness for this bowl, claiming it to be from the Xuanda imperial kiln. Surely, it must be worth at least 100,000. If not 200, the lean man exclaimed immediately. Yu Yao chuckled inwardly, recognizing that these brothers lacked knowledge of antiques, yet they maneuvered adeptly in the business realm. If they genuinely believed it to be from the Xuanda imperial kiln, despite its imperfections, they would deem 200,000 far too modest. The man in his 50s had been observing the scene, now leisurely lighting a cigarette and smoking at a relaxed pace. At this moment, he was even more convinced of the object's inauthenticity, deeming it merely a replica worth no more than 2,000. Yu Yao contemplated for a moment. Since you have made an offer, I will oblige. 2,000 it is. Despite his words, he maintained a firm grip on the bowl, unwilling to release it. Put it down. Put it down. Did you not see that my brother is unwilling at my 2,000? The stout man pressed, pointing insistently. Pu Jie appeared somewhat perplexed, perceiving that the bowl was indeed not genuine and had flaws. However, he also recognized that Yu Yao was intent on acquiring it. Chapter 30. Authenticity at Play. Yu Yao, still holding onto the bowl, eventually placed it back on the table, yet remained standing at its side. I favor this bowl primarily for its size and the dragon motif. As for its authenticity as a Xuanda piece, you two are more knowledgeable than I. Therefore, I shall not prolong the discussion. I will add another 1,000. If that is acceptable, splendid. If not, we shall take our leave as we find nothing else appealing. Upon finishing, Yu Yao lit a cigarette, purposefully glancing at the man in his 50s. The stout and lean brothers understood that Yu Yao was implying that he had not found anything of interest prior, so they should cease their insistence. 10,000. That's the lowest. The lean man gritted his teeth. At this moment, Pu Jie also lit a cigarette, stating, 10,000 is too high. We should settle for something reasonable. Yu Yao refrained from further haggling, instead smiling at the man beside him. Sir, since you have no interest in the item, why linger? The man, momentarily taken aback, then expressed mild irritation. You are quite meddlesome, aren't you? Ignoring him, Yu Yao turned to the brothers, saying, let us discuss the price privately. The brothers, now resolute, walked with Yu Yao to a corner of the room, whispering while glancing at the items on the table. Pu Jie pulled up a chair to sit, while the man in his 50s remained by the door. In the end, Yu Yao secured the blue and white bowl for 8,000. In truth, a bit more negotiation could have yielded an even lower price. But Yu Yao had already spent considerable time bargaining and did not wish to squander more. He feared that if the brothers could not reach a consensus, complications might arise. Despite their loud proclamations of 10 or 20,000, the brothers were quite pleased to sell it for 8,000, even going so far as to assist in wrapping it meticulously in layers of newspaper and providing a sturdy cloth bag for it. As Yu Yao and Pu Jie exited the courtyard, the man in his 50s followed suit, trailing behind them in the alleyway. This object is not something you can easily deceive others with. A man in his 50s could not help but speak up. This was truly a matter of pent-up frustration. Initially, he found the item to be utterly unremarkable. However, the young man who acquired it appeared quite adept, exuding a sense of triumph after the transaction. Strangely, he even seemed to harbor a hint of disdain towards the older man. The latter nearly choked, struggling for breath and coughing repeatedly. "Ah, Xiao Yu, you were here too?" At that moment, someone approached from across the way. It was old Zhou. "Huh? Boss Huang has arrived as well." Old Zhou then noticed the man in his 50s behind him and could not help but smile wryly. "Well, since you two have already inspected the items, I suppose I need not enter. Surely, there is nothing worthwhile left." Pu Jie chuckled heartily. "You have indeed arrived too late. You two know each other." Boss Huang chimed in, affirming that there was no point in looking further, as only the odds and ends remained. Old Zhou, however, noticed the bag in Yu Yao's hand. You managed to snag something after all. What treasure is it?" Yu Yao coughed a couple of times, thinking he couldn't have come for nothing. Boss Huang then grinned. "A Xuanda official kiln blue and white bowl." "Really?" Old Zhou was taken aback, but he soon sensed something amiss in Boss Huang's expression, which seemed tinged with mockery. Nevertheless, he held Yu Yao's discerning eye in the highest regard. If Yu Yao affirmed it, he would believe without reservation. "We can discuss it in detail later," Yu Yao replied awkwardly. Old Zhou glanced at Boss Huang. "Xiao Yu, this is Boss Huang Yongyi. He also operates a shop at Qixing Bridge. Emo Zhai is his establishment, and he has an exceptional eye for quality." Emo Zhai? Pu Jie suddenly recalled that old one had been rejected by Lu Dadu at Lu's Elegant Play Pavilion, and later. The high-quality imitation of Qiu Ying's painting was acquired by none other than Emo Zhai. So this man is the owner. Yu Yao vaguely remembered the incident and thought to himself, what does he mean by exceptional? It still didn't impress after all that time. No wonder he overlooked the porcelain. It turned out he was originally in the calligraphy and painting business. Old Zhou then introduced Huang Yongyi to Yu Yao. "Boss Huang, you may not know, but this is Yu Yao, the one who exposed Old Su's counterfeit Jiang and Shui, Feng, to during the incident at Linjiang Mountain Villa." Lu Datu was left embarrassed on the spot. Upon hearing this, Huang Yongyi's expression faltered, and his gaze shifted. "So you are the esteemed Yu boss. My apologies for the oversight." On one hand, he had heard of the incident, recognizing Yu Yao's extraordinary discernment. On the other hand, he and Lu Dadu were not on good terms, which explained why he had paid more to acquire the items that Lu had rejected. "Let us not block the way, since it's such a coincidence. How about I treat you all to tea?" Old Zhou suggested with a smile. "It's perfect, as I wasn't planning to enter anyway, and would like to hear more." Yu Yao felt he couldn't refuse Old Zhou's kindness, especially after their recent collaboration on a deal involving a Chongzhen official kiln blue and white brush pot. And Old Zhou was still on the lookout for buyers. Pu Jie also felt favorably towards Old Zhou. "All right, since we're all here, let us sit down and chat." At this moment, Huang Yongyi's thoughts were quite complex. Could it be that the Xuanda blue and white bowl that Yu Yao acquired was indeed genuine? Yet, it appeared anything but. With this mystery lingering in his mind, he simply replied affirmatively. Ultimately, the three of them made their way to a tea house near the Qixing Bridge Antique Market, entering a private room designated for Tiguanyin tea. Yu Yao and Pu Jie had no particular preferences regarding tea, allowing Lao Zhou and Huang Yongyi to make the arrangements. Ultimately, they ordered a pot of Tiguanyin along with some dried fruits. They did not enlist the services of a tea master, opting instead for a simple gathering among the four of them. Could it truly be from the Xuanda Imperial Kiln? Lao Zhou was the first to break the silence. Yu Yao refrained from opening the bag, merely glancing at Huang Yongyi. How does Boss Huang perceive this? Huang Yongyi appeared somewhat awkward, stating, "Well, I find it rather difficult to express my thoughts on this." Pu Jie, who was rather impatient, interjected, "Come on, we are all friends here, and no one would breach decorum or jeopardize our business. Just take it out, and let's discuss it. I'm equally puzzled as to how you acquired this piece." After a moment's contemplation, Yu Yao decided that to remain silent now would be somewhat presumptuous. He retrieved a large bowl from the bag, unwrapping the newspaper that encased it, and placed it on the table. Lao Zhou was the first to examine it, shaking his head gently as he observed, "This blue material seems off. It cannot possibly be Su Mali Qing." Yu Yao chuckled. If it were indeed Su Mali Qing, would Boss Huang still be able to set it down after such a long gaze? The matter at hand involved the authenticity of the piece. In the realm of antiques, mistaking a genuine item for a counterfeit, or vice versa, constitutes a significant oversight. The distinction between true and false often lies in the appearance of the item. For instance, some objects may seem brand new, yet are quite old, while others, like this bowl, may lack typical characteristics, but are nonetheless authentic. Chapter 31. Imperial Gambling Implements. Oh, Huang Yongyi paused, realizing that while the Xuanda Imperial Kiln had indeed utilized domestic blue materials, the hue of this piece did not resemble any known variants from the Xuanda era, which typically exhibited a bluish-gray tone. Huang Yongyi demonstrated his discernment. Yu Yao nodded in agreement, but remarked, however, "You have overlooked a certain scenario. In the later periods of Xuanda, there were indeed Imperial Kiln pieces that combined Su Mali Qing with domestic blue materials, resulting in a color that embodies features of both." Upon hearing this, Huang Yongyi felt as though he had emerged from a fog, realizing such a possibility existed. No wonder. If mixed, it bore a resemblance to the modern blended blue materials. Nevertheless, Huang Yongyi harbored further doubts. Otherwise, he would not completely dismiss this blue and white bowl. Boss Yu, one more thing. I find the dragon depicted here somewhat problematic. Its snout is not as elevated, resembling more of a pig's nose. Wouldn't you agree? This was not merely a matter of poor craftsmanship. Rather, it was one of the forms of dragons represented in Xuanda Kiln pieces, which are indeed challenging to distinguish, as some folk kilns produce similar, albeit inferior, renditions. Ultimately, it is the overall grandeur that must be assessed. Yu Yao sipped his tea and continued. With these two doubts eliminated, let us consider the glaze. It displays a bright blue hue paired with an orange peel texture, characteristic of Xuanda blue and white porcelain. Furthermore, observe the base, fine white sand with fiery red speckles, which aligns perfectly. Lao Zhou slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "I am utterly convinced by your insights. Who would have thought such details could be gleaned?" Hu Jie was even more exhilarated, realizing that this transaction was a tremendous success for both of them. However, Huang Yongyi remained slightly skeptical as he pressed on. "Since we come this far, I might as well ask, Boss Yu, if this is indeed from the Xuanda Imperial Kiln, an item used in the palace. How could there be so many crackle patterns in the bowl center, while the chips along the rim may be attributed to later damages? The cracks are perplexing, yet the bowl's heart resembles an old wound. How could it have been so mistreated when it was once used in the Imperial Palace?" Yu Yao chuckled, for Boss Wang might not fully grasp the significance of this Xuanda Emperor. This exquisite blue and white bowl is, in fact, a piece of gambling equipment from the royal court. Gambling equipment? This is indeed a knowledge blind spot for Huang Yongyi. The realm of antiques encompasses an immense expanse of knowledge, and each individual may possess different gaps in their understanding. At that moment, Old Zhou interjected. "Could it be a dice bowl?" "Indeed," Yu Yao nodded. "This bowl is known as a dice bowl. The so-called cracks in the bowl's heart are actually the result of long-term use, struck by dice." Hu Jie, too, was unaware of this, scratching his head. Was gambling also prevalent in the palace? And did the emperor specifically commission such official kills? "This is rather. What does it matter?" Yu Yao replied. Xuanda Emperor Zhu Zhangji continued the prosperous reign of Ren Xian and was considered a commendable ruler. However, he was both capable and playful. He had a nickname, the Cricket Emperor, as he enjoyed cricket fighting. As for throwing dice, it was also among his pastimes, which is readily verifiable. Huang Yongyi smiled wryly, lamenting the scarcity of knowledge when needed. "Indeed, I should have recognized this sooner. However, with so many uncertainties surrounding the bowl, just one inconsistency renders it untrustworthy, which is why I refrained from purchasing it. I never anticipated you would clarify everything. Each profession has its own expertise. Your mastery in calligraphy and painting is something I can scarcely aspire to." Yu Yao humbly acknowledged. "Do not belittle me, my young brother. That painting, Jiang and Shui Feng too, was undoubtedly misjudged by Lu Datu, yet you were able to discern its true value." At this moment, Old Zhou remarked, "Yu Yao, my dear brother, you must have been biding your time, for your sudden emergence has dazzled us all." Huang Yongyi nodded repeatedly, saying, "I am completely convinced by this Xuanda blue and white bowl. Had I not encountered you, I would have remained oblivious to my own oversight." Yu Yao could only smile silently. Gently waving his hand, Huang Yongyi continued, "I recall that the auction record for the Xuanda blue and white bowl is over 200 million. Upon hearing this, Hu Jie exclaimed, "What? So high? Is this not comparable to the Yuan blue and white jar from Giguzi?" Old Zhou interjected, "One cannot draw such comparisons. The Giguzi Yuan blue and white jar was auctioned in 2005, while the record for the Xuanda blue and white bowl was established within the last 2 years, a difference of over a decade. If it were to be auctioned now, who knows? The Giguzi jar might fetch over 500 million. Yu Yao glanced at Pu Jie, reflecting that a bowl cannot be simply compared to another. "This dice bowl is indeed vastly inferior." He continued, "As for that Xuanda blue and white bowl that fetched over 200 million, it was crafted from the finest Su Mali Qing. With impeccable form, craftsmanship, and painting, It is a masterpiece. This piece, on the other hand, is made from a mixed blue material, and the painting quality is merely mediocre among the Schwanda official wares. Furthermore, the rim has a chip, and the bowl's heart is cracked. Even if it were to be auctioned, it would not belong to the same tier. Old Joe nodded, affirming, yes, but it should still be valued around 3 million. You have indeed stumbled upon a significant find. Huang Yongyi sighed, lamenting, I arrived too late. At that time, the two brothers had only that white jade tablet and this large bowl left, both considered treasures. The bowl I misjudged, and the white jade tablet I also failed to seize. Yu Yao took a sip of tea and leisurely remarked, Boss Huang, there is no need to lament that plaque. It is not genuine Hetian jade at all. What? Both Huang Yongyi and Pu Jia were taken aback. Since they had been preempted, they had not examined it closely. But the plaque resembled an entrance ornament, both white and lustrous, evoking the appearance of exquisite Hetian white jade. That is an antique piece from the Republic of China. Its sheen is due to the patina, not the quality of the material itself, Yu Yao elucidated. Xiaozi, an old term in the antiques trade, refers to colored glassware, which can mimic jade when crafted skillfully. For instance, white Xiaozi can rival Hetian white jade, while green Xiaozi may be comparable to jadeite. Indeed, have you ever encountered such pure Hetian jade? So immaculate, so lustrous, and devoid of any impurities. How could it possibly be priced at 18,000? Yet, if it were an old Xiaozi, it would only cost a few thousand, Yu Yao interjected. Those who frequently engage with Hetian jade know that concerning white jade, achieving both density and oiliness is quite rare. Why is mutton fat jade so extraordinarily precious? Because it is not only white but also possesses exceptional density and oiliness. In reality, mutton fat jade is not the whitest of Hetian jade. It has a slight yellowish tint. The purest Hetian jade, broadly speaking, often comes from Russian or QH materials. However, Russian jade tends to be dry, while QH jade is quite translucent. True connoisseurs of jade prioritize density and oiliness, subsequently seeking out purity of color or shade. Huang Yongyi's brow unfurled, realizing the missed opportunity. Yu Yao, having just sipped his tea, nearly choked. It felt rather odd for an elderly gentleman to express such sentiments to him. Chapter 32. Lang Shining. I have yet to make a decision, Yu Yao confessed candidly. He even contemplated adding the piece to his collection, as it was a Schwanda official kiln blue and white porcelain. Regrettably, it was damaged. It is best to collect complete items. However, for now, holding off on a purchase, allowing the bullet to rest in the chamber, is quite prudent. Old Joe, being a perceptive individual, nodded in understanding and refrained from further inquiries. As the tea neared its conclusion, Huang Yongyi's mood had significantly lightened. The current antique market differs greatly from the past. Genuine items are increasingly scarce, and the chances of stumbling upon a bargain are dwindling. Yet making mistakes is a frequent occurrence. Purchasing a counterfeit at a high price is referred to as taking medicine, and one must endure several such experiences before gaining wisdom. Conversely, like old Huang, who unknowingly released a genuine item, such mistakes are termed losing a treasure. The Chubby and Slender brothers had also sold fine items for a pittance, which is another form of losing a treasure. At this juncture, Huang Yongyi genuinely wished to befriend Yu Yao. As dinner time approached, he suggested, let me treat you all to a meal tonight. Sounds good. Pu Jia readily agreed, buoyed by enthusiasm. Old Joe smiled, Boss Huang. I believe it is best for Yu Yao to treat. Today, he is the distinguished guest. In truth, it was merely a meal, and it mattered little who hosted it. Old Joe, due to his good rapport with Huang Yongyi, cleverly aimed to ensure that Yu Yao would feel inclined to attend. It is polite to decline an invitation from others, but refusing to host when invited would be seen as stingy. No, I shall take care of it, Yu Yao replied. How could that be? Huang Yongyi immediately waved his hand, indicating that he had something else to show. Given the crowd gathered today, it would be an ideal opportunity for everyone to take a look together. After all, wouldn't it be proper for him to treat them after? If they were merely acquaintances, Yu Yao might not have been inclined to engage. However, today Huang Yongyi had overlooked a remarkable item, which Yu Yao had the fortune of retrieving. Although such matters often relied on one's discerning eye, a reality inherent in the antique trade, Yu Yao felt a touch of embarrassment. It's not another piece of porcelain, is it? Yu Yao inquired. No, it's a painting, Huang revealed. Boss Huang's EMO, Zhai specializes in calligraphy and paintings. Do I really need to embarrass myself further? The situation was slightly more intricate, and besides, I am genuinely in awe of you, Boss Yu. Your youthful brilliance encompasses all sorts of antiques. Upon hearing that there was something to behold, Old Joe stood up eagerly. Well then, shall we go? Time is of the essence. Those who do not share a passion for antique art may find it challenging to comprehend the excitement of collectors. The mere mention of a noteworthy item often evokes a sense of urgency. The four departed the tea house and made their way to the EMO Jai at the Kixinkyo Antique Market. The storefront of EMO Jai comprised two connected units, offering a more substantial presence. Moreover, the two assistants at Huang Yongyi's shop were young women, not only fair of face but also quite articulate. The business at EMO Jai was indeed thriving. Leading the three into the inner chamber, Huang Yongyi closed the door and retrieved a picture frame from a tall cabinet. When he presented it, the frame was initially turned away from Yu Yao, but upon closer inspection, Yu Yao noted that it was crafted from ironwood and adorned with auspicious carvings, an uncommon combination, as ironwood's density typically precludes intricate designs in traditional furnishings. The back panel of the frame was also made of ebony, imparting a solemnity with its deep tones. The frame measured over 2 feet in height and 1.5 feet in width. Yu Yao scrutinized it, perceiving it as an antique frame. As you are all connoisseurs, I shall refrain from further commentary and allow you to examine it, Huang Yongyi declared, lifting the frame to reveal the artwork resting on the tea table. Yu Yao understood why even Huang Yongyi was uncertain. Strictly speaking, this was not a traditional Chinese painting, but rather an amalgamation of Eastern and Western techniques. At the center of the piece, 2 golden pheasants perched upon rocky outcrops, their colors vibrant and striking, surrounded by flourishing blossoms and verdant grasses, with butterflies flitting about. In one corner of the painting, the inscription read, Jin Xiu Bao Chun Tu, painted respectfully by Chun Lang Shining. Below were 2 small seals, one in white characters reading Chun Lang, and the other in red, Shining. This arrangement seemed somewhat awkward. Why would the seals be separated in such a manner? Ideally, both should be on one seal. Even if one were marked as Chun and the other as Lang Shining, it would suffice. Nevertheless, both seals were indeed authentic and verifiable. Lang Shining, a foreigner, might have possessed a rather unique perspective. Lang Shining's painting? Pu Jie could not help but interject. It is well known, even among those outside the circle. He was an Italian who had acquired a green card from the Qing dynasty, arriving in the capital in his 20s as a missionary before entering the palace to work in the Rui Pavilion. Initially, during the Kangxi era, the Rui Pavilion focused on researching and displaying Western technological advancements, but by the Qianlong era, it had transformed into a workshop within the Imperial Workshop. Lang Shining resided in the Imperial Palace for over 50 years, witnessing the reigns of the Kangxi, Yongzheng, and Qianlong emperors, ultimately passing away and being interred in the capital. The foreign monk recites scriptures. This foreigner held a more prominent reputation among court painters than many of his Chinese counterparts. Proficient in Western painting and having mastered traditional Chinese techniques, he forged a unique path within Western art, giving rise to a novel painting style known as the Lang Shining New Style. Upon observing this artwork, Old Zhou could not help but furrow his brow. Despite being a court painter with a considerable body of work, very few of Lang Shining's pieces have entered the public domain. Apart from those housed in the Palace Museum, most reside in major museums across the globe. The few paintings by Lang Shining that have appeared at auction have rarely fetched less than 10 million. The renowned Yuan Mingyuan leisure scene had, nearly 2 decades ago, been sold for over 100 million, a staggering price that sent shockwaves through the collecting community. Old Zhou glanced at Yu Yao, who pinched his chin and remarked, Boss Huang, this frame is not the original, is it? Huang Yongyi nodded, indeed it is not. When I acquired the painting, the original mounting was severely damaged, leaving only the core of the artwork. I sought someone to repair the edges. As for this frame, I obtained it previously. It appears to be an antique, fitting the painting size perfectly, and together they create a pleasing aesthetic. This is silk, also incorporating the meticulous techniques of Western painting, Yu Yao pondered. May I detach it to examine the back of the silk? Of course, Huang Yongyi replied, carefully lifting the painting's frame and gently removing the small clips surrounding the backboard. He then took off the backboard, allowing Yu Yao to inspect the reverse side of the painting. Old Zhou leaned closer. You're examining it quite thoroughly. Indeed, this painting requires meticulous scrutiny, Yu Yao acknowledged, noting that the silk was old and not artificially aged. Huang Yongyi interjected, correct, I have studied this as well. All right, there's no need to inspect the back any further. Yu Yao exhaled, stepping away from the table to light a cigarette. Boss Huang, what do you think of the pigments? Huang Yongyi replied, I believe they are old pigments. They should be fine. However, they appear overly smooth, with no signs of flaking. Yet if properly preserved, they could last for 300 years. Chapter 33, Lithography. Yu Yao nodded. Since you have invited me here, I shall speak candidly. This painting is not a mere imitation. However, he had not finished speaking. Go on. Huang Yongyi felt a sense of unease. This situation would unsettle anyone. If it were authentic, it would be worth over 10 million. This painting is a printed reproduction. Yu Yao finally concluded. Hu Jie was taken aback, hastily picking up a magnifying glass from the side to examine it, inhaling sharply as he observed. A printed reproduction can look like this? There are no visible dot patterns, and the gradation of colors is astonishingly natural. Huang Yongyi looked at Yu Yao. Are you suggesting this is a lithograph? Indeed. Moreover, it is a silk lithograph, which is more challenging to identify than a paper version. The reason I wanted to inspect the back was that this lithograph utilized old silk, and after printing, it was undoubtedly refined by skilled artists through partial manual retouching, with the entire image subjected to a process of aging, making it exceedingly difficult to distinguish. However, on the reverse side, there exists a distinct difference between hand-painted originals and printed lithographs in terms of pigment penetration. Huang Yongyi pressed his forehead, remarking that this Lang Shining's oversight was hardly easy to uncover. Fortunately, it cost only a modest sum. How much did it cost? Old Zhou inquired. Just a few thousand yuan, Yu Yao replied with a laugh. A few thousand? How could it not be a mistake? This is no ordinary lithograph. It is an antique lithograph from the Republic of China era. At that time, the multicolor printing technology was not yet mature, and the success rate was exceedingly low. Moreover, the maximum printing area was likely no larger than this. It also utilized aged silk and pigments, alongside exquisite aging techniques. This lithograph is worth at least tens of thousands. The name itself reveals that lithography is a foreign import, initially invented by the Germans and later introduced to China during the Guangxu period of the Qing dynasty from Japan. Once China mastered this technique, it began to employ it in the printing of ancient texts and artworks. Naturally, there was a maturation process. For instance, initially, only black and white prints were possible. The lifelike quality of lithograph stems from both the technology employed and the importance of the operational process. Manual intervention is imperative. The mesh used in plate making is so fine that it is nearly imperceptible, and the depth and layers of the image are achieved through irregular wrinkles. Furthermore, the use of spot color printing resolves issues of color deviation. This piece is still on silk. Unlike paper, silk is a fabric, and once printed and skillfully treated, it becomes exceedingly difficult to discern as a mere printed item. This stands in stark contrast to the common printed forgeries found at antique stalls. Simultaneously, Lang Shining's technique, which combines meticulous brushwork with Western methods, is far more challenging to distinguish in lithographs than in freehand styles. Hu Jie also lit a cigarette, remarking on the considerable deception posed by such replicas. Yu Yao nodded in agreement, noting that the current lithographic technology has reached a high level of sophistication, with some museum exhibits featuring reproductions made using lithography. However, true antique lithographs remain elusive to replicate, primarily due to the subsequent aging processes that only skilled artisans can execute. Huang Yongyi inclined his hands in a gesture of respect towards Yu Yao, admitting that he was aware of the rarity of genuine works by Lang Shining. Yet he often succumbed to a sense of luck. He had a general understanding of lithography, but this piece was so strikingly realistic that he failed to contemplate it further. The saying "the observer is often the most bewildered" applies here, which is quite natural. Yu Yao mused that his own lack of discernment had indeed played a role. As a student of archaeology, the replication of artifacts is a requisite subject. Among the various methods of replicating ancient texts and artworks, he had learned about lithography, hand copying, woodblock printing, offset printing, and even digital printing, with lithography being the most superior. At that moment, Huang Yongyi suddenly blinked, seemingly speaking to himself, wondering if he were to show this painting to Lu Dadu, would he be able to see through it? Old Zhou glanced at Yu Yao, but remained silent. Yu Yao shook his head, acknowledging that in the past, finding an opportune moment might have been feasible. However, Lu Dadu had recently become quite vigilant. After conducting some research, he would likely be able to identify the piece. Recently vigilant? Is it due to the incident with the Jiangnan Shui Feng painting? Huang Yongyi interjected. Yu Yao, of course, did not mention the matter of the general's jar. Yes, he faced a setback and is now scheming against me. Huang Yongyi scoffed, dismissing Yu Yao's discernment, asserting that with such a lack of insight, Lu Datu posed no threat at all. The rabbit, when cornered, may bite, remarked old Zhou, cautioning little Yu to exercise greater vigilance. Huang Yongyi nodded in agreement, then stood up, exclaiming, "Come on, let us first have a meal." Though it was merely a lithograph, it had been comprehended at last. Furthermore, as brother Yu mentioned, it could yield a modest profit. As the four indulged in food and drink within the private room, old Zhou casually inquired, Old Huang, are you considering diversifying your business? In these times when commerce is arduous, merely dealing in calligraphy and paintings is insufficient. I have been contemplating a visit to the porcelain capital, Huang Yongyi responded. The scarcity of genuine artifacts in a market has rendered porcelain increasingly sought after in recent years. Although they may be fragments, as long as they are authentic, they still possess considerable aesthetic and collectible value. If one were to acquire pieces from the same kiln, arranging them into a mosaic for a hanging screen would create an exquisite work of art. Having begun his journey in calligraphy and painting, Huang Yongyi found a certain affinity with hanging screens and picture frames. In truth, Yu Yao had never visited the porcelain capital, which holds an irreplaceable position in the annals of Chinese ceramic history. Despite the prevalence of high-quality replicas today, the antique market remains vibrant, with various categories enjoying good liquidity. A visit would indeed be worthwhile. As Yu Yao is engaged in the antique trade, it is only natural for him to investigate the market. However, in the past, his discerning eye was not adequately developed, and he could hardly afford to venture out of Jiangzhou. Let us go together. Old Zhou clapped his hands, suggesting they set a date. For many hands make light work. With the autumn air crisp and invigorating, even if they do not achieve any gains, it would be an enjoyable excursion. In the realm of antiques, having a larger group does not necessarily equate to greater strength. Yet Yu Yao's participation would be highly welcomed. Huang Yongyi raised his glass, proposing, "What do you say? If we can finalize it, shall we embark?" "Absolutely." Yu Yao raised his glass in agreement, thus sealing the arrangement. Pu Jie chuckled. "I have a female acquaintance in the porcelain capital, whom I met while playing games. We get along well, yet we've never met in person." The three turned to him with quizzical expressions. "What are you going there for? To pursue romance or to acquire artifacts?" Yu Yao jested. Pu Jie, slightly embarrassed, replied, "Well, I was just mentioning it offhand. It's a side note." After some discussion among the four, they concluded that Yu Yao and Pu Jie had no pressing commitments. Old Zhou was quite free, while Huang Yongyi needed to allocate a day or two to manage his store and business affairs. They ultimately decided to take the high-speed train early in 2 days. The journey from Jiangzhou to the porcelain capital would take approximately 3 hours by train. On the evening before their departure, Yu Yao purchased cigarettes, liquor, and tea, bringing along bags filled with provisions to Pu Jie's home. Pu Jie's father, Pu Kunzi, was a retired employee from a crafts factory. Post-retirement, he remained active, working as a gatekeeper at the East River Provincial Museum. Pu Jie's mother was employed at the community committee. They were not a wealthy family, yet they enjoyed a stable life. For dinner that evening, Pu Jie's mother prepared dumplings, braised ribs, and a couple of stir-fried dishes, while the two young men accompanied Pu Kunzi in consuming a few drinks. Pu Kunzi was 2 years older than Yu Yao's father. When Yu Yao's parents were alive, Pu Jie would address them as Uncle Yu and Aunt Yu, while Yu Yao referred to Pu Jie's parents as grandfather and grandmother. Yu Yao and Pu Jie, having been childhood friends, were classmates in kindergarten and elementary school. Though they were not in the same class during secondary school, they still attended the same institution, which allowed their families to become acquainted. Yu Yao graduated from high school and was admitted to university, while Pu Jie enlisted in the army. Pu Siyuan Ji held a fondness for Yu Yao, remarking that the lad was exceptionally clever and, more importantly, loyal. He felt assured with Pu Jie in his company. Yu Yao relished the meal, believing that no matter how exquisite or costly the dishes outside might be, they could not compare to the comforting flavors crafted in his own home kitchen. As they neared the end of their meal, Pu Siyuan Ji sipped his drink, appearing slightly tipsy, and said, "I have something to share with you too. But can you keep a secret?" Pu Jie was momentarily taken aback, pondering what his father could possibly have to keep confidential, especially in front of Yu Yao. Quick to react, Yu Yao inquired, "Did something significant happen at the museum that hasn't been reported yet?" However, he felt a twinge of curiosity, as Pu Siyuan worked in the security department, primarily overseeing the entrance and occasionally maintaining order during exhibitions, but he typically did not have access to any crucial information. Pu Siyuan nodded and lowered his voice. "It's not trivial." In truth, he needn't lower his voice. There were only the 3 of them in the room, and the door was securely closed. Pu Jie's mother had already finished her meal and departed to dance in the square, lost in her own world. "How do you know this, Dad?" Pu Jie asked. "Earlier today, after work, I had a matter to attend to in the office building and passed by the curator's office. He was on the phone with the door slightly ajar. "Ah, so you were eavesdropping?" Pu Jie teased. "Eavesdropping? I merely walked by. Who knows why he didn't close the door properly?" Yu Yao interrupted with a smile. "Come on, sir. What is the big news?" Pu Jie added eagerly. "Yes, Dad. We can absolutely keep a secret." Pu Siyuan set down his glass and glanced at Yu Yao. "You know about the museum treasured artifact, right? Of course. The Taidian Fongding. Yu Yao replied. The Taidian Fongding is not only the prized possession of the Dongjiang Provincial Museum, but it also stands among the finest bronze vessels in the entirety of China, comparable only to the Simua Ding of the National Museum of China and the Maogong Ding housed in the Taipei Palace Museum. The presence of the Taidian Fongding has significantly elevated the museum's reputation. Provincial and municipal museums that possess such monumental artifacts naturally regard them as their crowning treasures. Akin to the Zhenguyi chime bells of the Hubei Provincial Museum, the sword of Gojian from the Yuqing, the golden threaded jade garment of the Hebei Provincial Museum, the dwelling in the Fuchin Mountains from the Zhejiang Provincial Museum, the Xuanzang vase from the Jinling Museum, and the bronze sacred tree from the Sangsingui Museum of Sichuan, among others. Is it possible it could be lost? Pu Jia asked, blinking in disbelief. Are you even thinking? Pu Siyuan Ji shot a glare at him. Yu Yao reflected that he had seen the Taidian Fongding during past exhibitions. Regardless of whether it is rarely or frequently displayed, it would be impossible for it to go missing. The Simua Ding, Maogong Ding, and Taidian Fongding each possess unique characteristics. The Simua Ding is the largest and heaviest bronze ritual vessel discovered to date. The Maogong Ding boasts the most inscriptions of any bronze artifact. The Taidian Fongding, while not as large as the Simua Ding and lacking the number of inscriptions found on the Maogong Ding, holds the most significant historical context, is remarkably well preserved, and showcases exceptional casting techniques. The inscriptions within the cauldron chronicle the 9th year of King Wu of Zhou's reign, during which he paid homage to the deceased King Wen at Bai, before journeying eastward to Mengjin. At Mengjin, King Wu convened an assembly of vassal states, with an impressive attendance of up to 800, to conduct a military exercise against the tyrant Zhou. This event is historically referred to as the observation of troops at Mengjin. The minister Tai Dian accompanied King Wu in both the sacrificial rites and the military exercise, receiving substantial rewards from the king. He utilized the bounty to create the treasured vessel, which serves as a commemoration of these significant occurrences. Tai Dian was a prominent official who assisted both King Wen and King Wu. 2 years after the observation at Mengjin, King Wu formally launched his campaign against Zhou, and Tai Dian achieved remarkable feats in this endeavor. The cauldron bears over 200 inscriptions documenting these events for future generations. When the Taidian Square cauldron was exhibited at the Provincial Museum, it was naturally out of reach, shielded behind glass. Pu Tsunji initially intended to create suspense, but mere glare from him silenced Pu Jia, while Yu Yao quietly contemplated, suddenly enveloped in silence. The curator appeared to be making a call to the leaders of the Provincial Cultural Relics Bureau, addressing them with utmost humility. Pu Tsunji gradually spoke again, suggesting, "You might be surprised, but this square cauldron attributed to Tai Dian could potentially be a forgery." "A forgery?" exclaimed Yu Yao and Pu Jia in unison. Yu Yao pondered that although he had previously lacked discernment, this Tai Dian square cauldron had been meticulously vetted by the Cultural Preservation Department of Jiangzhou during the Republic of China era and had been under protection ever since. How could it possibly be fake? What's the rush? I merely suggested it might be, Pu Tsunji clarified. It turned out that the previous day, the curator had received a letter from the Kinha Museum of Art in Japan. After conducting further research, he had spoken with representatives from the museum that morning. They asserted that they also possessed a Tai Dian square cauldron, and theirs was the authentic artifact. Chapter 35. Truth and Deception. Pu Tsunji could not elucidate Pu Jia's inquiries either, stating that he had heard it was a relic of the curator's father, recently discovered. I lingered briefly at the entrance, but could not remain for long. Yu Yao furrowed his brow and picked up his phone to search for the Kinha Museum of Art. This was indeed unfamiliar territory for him. However, he was able to find information, and there was quite a bit available, revealing his own ignorance. From the gathered details, it appeared that this museum was situated in a rather remote location and had not sought to publicize itself extensively, maintaining a low profile. Most of the information online was not officially released, but rather travel accounts. The Kinha Museum of Art is a private establishment located in a secluded valley on the outskirts of Kinha County, ingeniously designed to blend with the natural terrain. To enter, one must traverse a mountain tunnel specifically constructed for the museum, evoking a sense of paradise. It is said that the museum's collection primarily comprises ancient artifacts, numbering around 1,000, including a significant quantity of valuable items. Notably, artifacts from the Huaxia civilization account for over 400 pieces, nearly half of the collection, surpassing even those originating from Japan. Additionally, there are artifacts from various other countries, predominantly from Asian nations. The curator of the Kinha Museum, identified as Nakaguchi Yuichi, is described as an elderly gentleman with a passion for antiques. The museum showcases only his most exquisite collection, while additional items reside in his private quarters. What are you searching for? Pu Jie inquired, leaning in. Certainly, let us delve into the matter of the Chica Art Museum. Such topics are best left to mere speculation. Why do you insist on pursuing it further? This is an official affair, and we are in no position to intervene. Indeed, I merely mention it as a curious anecdote. Do ensure that you do not utter a word of it outside. Pu Tsunji advised. Yu Yao nodded, reassuringly responding, Do not worry, sir. I merely found it intriguing and took the liberty to investigate. While he verbally acknowledged this, he began to search for Nakaguchi Yoichi. But aside from information pertaining to the Chica Art Museum, he unearthed nothing of relevance. Yet, he felt a lingering familiarity with the name Nakaguchi, prompting him to search using the keywords Nakaguchi in antiquities. This time, he discovered a name, Nakaguchi and Gyro. No wonder. Yu Yao recalled. This was information he had previously encountered. In that era, Japan had nearly invaded much of Asia. Should Nakaguchi and Gyro have followed in the footsteps of his country's soldiers, looting artifacts would have presented him with unparalleled advantages. Sir, you mentioned that the so-called genuine Taijian Fong Ding at the Chica Art Museum is a relic of Nakaguchi Yoichi's father? Yu Yao set down his phone, offering a cigarette to Pu Tsunji, who accepted, while Yu Yao lit one for himself. Who is Nakaguchi Yoichi? Oh, I just discovered that he is the curator of the Chica Art Museum. Indeed, Pu Tsunji confirmed it was mentioned in the call that it belonged to his father. But since it has just come to light, it was likely previously well concealed. What do you think? Pu Jie glanced at Yu Yao. This doesn't seem like a mere casual inquiry, does it? Yu Yao took a puff of his cigarette. I was primarily reminded of a Japanese antique dealer from the Republican era named Nakaguchi and Gyro. Is there a connection with Nakaguchi Yoichi? Wait a moment, Pu Jie interjected. You don't suppose there are two Taijian Fongdings, one male and one female? Do not be ridiculous, Pu Tsunji reprimanded. Yu Yao shook his head. I attended the exhibition and noted that there was an inscription rubbing and a translation beside it. There can only be one piece. However, according to your account, the Chica Art Museum claims it is a recently discovered artifact, implying it has not been exhibited before. In such a case, we cannot even ascertain its authenticity, let alone whether it exists in duplicate. Pu Tsunji inhaled deeply on his cigarette. It is not impossible. After all, they have formally made contact. I suspect they will send someone over. So what do we do? After we reach an agreement, we could select a venue and gather experts to compare and authenticate both dings. Pu Jie scratched his head. Forget it. Such monumental matters are beyond the concerns of common folk like us. Very well, that settles it. I only divulge this to you both as you are now involved in the antique business. Remember, do not speak of it indiscriminately. Get some rest early tonight. For we set out at dawn. He mused that once he amassed sufficient wealth, he might first acquire a home, as residing in a hotel was indeed inconvenient. After a brief freshening up, Yu Yao lit a cigarette and suddenly retrieved the old Republican-era newspaper he had set aside. Gazing at the photograph of Xu Tian, he pondered. Master Xu, your presence in Jiangzhou, aside from a connection with the Gugu Zhai, could it be that the Taijian Fong Ding originally belonged to you? The expressionless visage of Xu Tian stared back for the photograph. Yu Yao continued. Surely you do not expect me to resolve this matter for you? I must insist. Even with your discerning eye, I lack the capability. Moreover, how shall we determine which piece is genuine and which is counterfeit? How could such a lifelike imitation suddenly emerge? After a moment of soliloquy, Yu Yao sighed and ultimately set the newspaper aside. This matter is indeed shrouded in a veil of truth and deception, perplexing in its nature. Perhaps, as Pu Jie suggested, it is not the concern of common folk like us. Yet, inexplicably, Yu Yao found himself linking this incident to Su Taiyan, which led to an abundance of thoughts. The next day was Sunday, and the sky was somewhat overcast. Yu Yao rose early and first visited a nearby breakfast shop, where he savored a basket of soup dumplings and a bowl of millet porridge before taking a taxi to the train station. On this weekend morning, the roads were clear, allowing for a smooth journey. After retrieving his ticket from the automated machine, using his identification card, Yu Yao entered the waiting hall and scanned the surroundings, spotting Lao Zhou and Lao Huang, though Pu Jie had yet to arrive. After a brief wait of over 10 minutes, Pu Jie hurriedly approached, a deck of playing cards in hand, having just purchased a new set for a leisurely game of landlord for the next 3 hours. Why didn't you buy a set of mahjong instead? Teased Lao Zhou, reminiscing about the days of traveling on those green trains when it was common to squeeze into the aisles for a game of cards. As they spoke, the sound of the ticket-checking announcement resonated through the air, prompting the four to chuckle and board the train. They had booked first-class seats in adjacent rows. and upon settling in, they rotated their seats and unfolded the small table, making it quite convenient for their card game. While Lao Huang abstained from playing, the trio engaged in a spirited game of landlord, though their conversation meandered towards the subject of antiques. With Lao Zhou and Lao Huang seated together, Yu Yao found himself beside Pu Jia. In the midst of their chatter, a man in his 30s stood behind Yu Yao, inquiring if they were aficionados of antiques. Yu Yao turned, momentarily taken aback, for the man was clad in a police uniform, albeit without a cap. Yes, just trying to make a living. Lao Zhou responded with a calm smile, then casually remarked, "Why are you still in your auxiliary police uniform while out and about?" The man, caught off guard, chuckled and replied, "Isn't it just for convenience? Are you heading to the porcelain capital?" Lao Zhou replied with a non-committal hum, signaling his desire to conclude the conversation. However, the man persisted, leaning on the back of Yu Yao's seat. "I am indeed from the porcelain capital. My family possesses some ancestral treasures. I wonder if you would be interested?" Such individuals are often either great deceivers or mere amateurs, prompting Yu Yao to turn away and continue with his game of cards. Lao Zhou, facing the man, merely offered a polite smile, uninterested in engaging further. "Surely, you do not only have an interest in porcelain? My family's prized possession is a jade seal," the man proclaimed, his enthusiasm undiminished. This statement unexpectedly piqued Lao Zhou's interest, for he had a particular fondness for jade artifacts, often assisting buyers in their pursuits while also indulging in his own collection. A jade seal? Surely not. As the game came to a close, Lao Zhou seized the opportunity to set down his cards. Yu Yao, upon hearing this, felt even more skeptical. Seals are not casually bestowed. They are reserved for emperors. What common family could possibly inherit such a thing? An ordinary jade collector would not possess one unless they were an esteemed connoisseur. Indeed, it is a jade seal, engraved with a coiled dragon. The man suddenly lowered his voice, clearly eager to impress. Yet, Lao Zhou was well aware of the improbability of such a claim. If he truly wished to sell, he would have done so long ago, rather than hastily shouting out in hopes of encountering a few strangers on the train. Yet, he remains psychologically unable to overcome this hurdle, restless and eager. Yu Yao glanced at Lao Zhou and wisely remarked, "Discussing such matters may not be prudent for us." "Prudent? My home is conveniently located in the city. I shall leave you my number. You may visit whenever it suits you," the man replied, producing a business card. Upon inspection, Lao Zhou discovered the man was a salesman for a compressor manufacturer named Huliang. "Compressor?" Lao Zhou mused, taking note of the auxiliary police uniform the man was wearing. Huliang quickly clarified, "I was once an auxiliary police officer, but it was exhausting and poorly compensated, so I switched careers. As I mentioned earlier, this attire is merely for convenience." Yu Yao chose not to speak further, casting a glance at Lao Zhou, sensing that Hu Liang's chatter was somewhat off-kilter. However, Lao Zhou chuckled heartily. "Hu Liang, you ought to sell sewing machines instead. Perhaps form a band while you're at it." Hu Liang laughed in agreement. You've seen that film. Ever since its release, my colleagues have taken to calling me Big Guitar." "Very well. I'll reach out when I have the time," Lao Zhou replied. Upon exiting the station, the four of them traveled by taxi to the hotel they had reserved near Qingguang Road. The Qingguang Road Antique Market is the largest of its kind in the porcelain capital. At noon, they found a restaurant specializing in local delicacies, and Yu Yao casually inquired, "Lao Zhou, you don't truly intend to contact Hu Liang, do you? The antique market is less crowded this afternoon. Perhaps it will be better to visit early tomorrow morning. Since we have some free time, why not explore together?" It was Sunday. This antique market differs from others, as most are bustling on Saturdays and Sundays, while Qingguang Road's market is most vibrant on Mondays. Moreover, before dawn, there exists a ghost market. Of course, this ghost market is no longer as it once was. It is often brightly lit now. "He seems rather unreliable," Yu Yao replied. "I want to be going. I have an appointment this afternoon to discuss some porcelain pieces." At this moment, Lao Huang interjected, "What if I meet my online friend? Puis-je de michivusli?" Yu Yao was left speechless. "We just arrived. Let us first relax and gather our strength." Lao Zhou urged Yu Yao, "Accompany me on this excursion. Consider it a favor for an old friend. It truly isn't wise to venture alone in unfamiliar territory." Reluctantly, Yu Yao acquiesced, regarding the outing as merely a stroll, without harboring much hope. In the afternoon, Yu Yao and Lao Zhou contacted Hu Liang and arrived at his residence. He claimed it was in the city, but it was actually situated in the suburban fringe. His home was a small courtyard, though not a bungalow, featuring a two-story building. "Dad, we have guests," Hu Liang called out as he welcomed Yu Yao and Lao Zhou, prompting an elderly man to emerge, tidy in appearance, holding a small purple clay teapot and sipping tea. After exchanging pleasantries, Hu Liang and his father ushered Yu Yao and Lao Zhou into a room on the second floor. Upon entering, Yu Yao couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness!" The small room was cluttered with a variety of items, all antiques. "What is this?" Lao Zhou frowned, his eyes wide. "My father used to run an antique shop. But alas, business turned sour," Hu Liang explained. "I've had enough. This stock is just piling up at home," Hu Liang hastily explained. "But I assure you, I'm not deceiving you. I only present the finest items. Indeed, there's a square jade seal." Yu Yao nearly burst into laughter from frustration. Where'd all these ancestral treasures come from? Hu Liang, ever the opportunist, was merely soliciting customers on the train, hawking his household wares. He used the jade seal to entice interest, hoping that if people came, he might manage to sell one or two items. Particularly to those in the antique circle. At this moment, Hu Liang's father nodded, surprisingly adopting a somewhat dignified demeanor. "Very well, let us first examine the jade seal." With that, he retrieved a brocade box from a cabinet in the corner. Yu Yao remained motionless. Had it not been for Hu Liang's incessant joviality, he might have felt compelled to strike him. Old Zhou sighed, resigning himself to the situation. "Since we are here, let's take a look." He settled onto the sofa by the window. Hu Liang's father placed the brocade box on the small table before the sofa, and then addressed Yu Yao, saying, "If you're not interested, feel free to peruse other items." Yu Yao, not wishing to show disdain to an elder, replied, "All right, I shall take a casual look." Old Zhou opened the brocade box and revealed the jade seal. Indeed, it was adorned with a coiling dragon knob and was notably large, with a 4-inch square base. Its jade remarkably white. Upon closer inspection, it did possess a certain allure. However, it was composed of Jingbai jade. The primary virtue of Jingbai jade lies in its pristine whiteness, uniform and delicate. Yet, its composition is quartzite, ultimately rendering its jade quality quite inferior. It is bright brittle, and its luster resembles that of glass. Moreover, Jingbai jade is abundantly available, and its prices always remain low. In the market, some unscrupulous individuals use Jingbai jade to impersonate Hetian jade, though only the inexperienced are deceived. Old Zhou, possessing a keen expertise in jade materials, felt a chill as he held the coiling dragon knob. He realized he should heed Yu Yao's insights. Nevertheless, since he had already taken it up, he casually examined the seal's inscriptions. Although the inscriptions were carved in a reversed small seal script, Old Zhou was able to recognize them after a moment of scrutiny. The treasure of Emperor Huizong of the Song dynasty. Old Zhou grimaced, feeling as though his teeth were aching from strain. Yu Yao shot him a glance, and he retorted with irritation, "Impressive. The treasure of Emperor Huizong of the Song dynasty. Not to mention whether Emperor Huizong Zhaoji ever possessed such a jade seal. The title Huizong was a posthumous honorific. How could he have known while alive that he would be referred to as Huizong?" Hu Liang appeared genuinely perplexed. After Old Zhou's remarks, he even chuckled along. Old Zhou mused to himself. No wonder he went bankrupt. There aren't that many fools around. Hu Liang's father recognized that this item could not be sold. His earlier comments about antique enthusiasts were merely for show. The wares he possessed were hardly treasures. They were merely an attempt to sell whatever could be sold, hoping to mitigate losses. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Yu Yao sifted through a pile of old books and selected a few. Hu Liang, bustling about, suggested, "Take a few old books." He casually placed the selected volumes on the small table. "Here, old sir, you could take a look." Old Zhou's heart leapt with joy, wondering if Yu Yao had truly discovered something valuable. Without waiting for Hu Liang's father to reach for them, he picked up the books and began to examine them. Upon examination, disappointment spread across his face. These volumes were merely crude editions of novels from the Qing dynasty, and they were far from complete. However, as he flipped through the pages, he discovered several letters nestled within. Though they appeared quite ordinary, their age evident at a glance. One letter was affixed rather securely, which Old Zhou overlooked. Hu Liang chuckled, remarking, "Intellectuals have a penchant for such items." Yu Yao responded, "Since we are here, and brother who is bustling about, we ought to tend to business. What do you say? Could you offer a friend price?" Hu Liang's father casually flicked through the books, noting there were 4 in total. "I recall that these Qing editions cannot be sold for less than 800 each. So, how about 3,000 for the lot?" Yu Yao, noticing he hadn't even opened the books, feigned surprise. "Surely, 800 is more reasonable." Old Zhou, perplexed by Yu Yao's desire to purchase these worn-out books, nevertheless played along, his expression one of discontent. "You've traveled quite a distance. Not to mention the cost of travel. These aren't exactly treasures. Yu Yao glanced at Hu Liang, saying, I wish to support your father's business, but this price is simply exorbitant. Hu Liang understood his father's stock held little value. Father, we're friends. The mountains remain green and the waters flow eternal. Consider, what nonsense is this? Hu Liang's father shot him a glare. You know nothing of the antiques trade. Enough, enough. You two can chat. We should be on our way. My apologies, but I cannot cater to business that is unfeasible, Yu Yao said, bowing slightly. Old Zhou shook his head. You two are busy. Farewell. Yu Yao reiterated, I previously mentioned, 800 is quite fair. At that moment, Hu Liang's eyes sparkled. How about we add 200 to make it a neat 1,000? Would that work? Hu Liang's father exclaimed, You little rascal. When did you learn a bargain? As Yu Yao began to leave, he stated, 1,000 is acceptable. If you refuse, I shall take my leave. Old Zhou played his part well, exiting the door promptly. Take these. Hu Liang stacked the books into Yu Yao's hands. His father remained silent, merely grunting. However, Yu Yao did not accept the books and addressed Hu Liang's father, Sir, this is your business. A decisive answer would be appreciated. If you do not agree, I must depart. Very well, after all, he is Liangzi's friend. Hu Liang's father waved his hand. Yu Yao and Old Zhou appeared genuinely ready to leave. In truth, all the old books had been purchased by weight and for such rough and incomplete Qing editions. Selling 4 for 1,000 would be quite fortunate. These crude, incomplete Minfang editions, which are mere novels, not historical works, would fetch only 200 to 300 at an antiquity shop at best. Yu Yao nodded, presenting the 1,000 yuan to Hu Liang, concluding the transaction. Hu Liang, grinning, escorted Yu Yao and Old Zhou to the door and even hailed a taxi for them. Yu Yao, however, carefully extracted the letters from the books, laboring a bit to remove the one that was tightly affixed, managing to do so without damage. In total, there were 7 letters. Look here, this is a family letter. Quite fortunate, and it remains intact. Old Zhou suddenly realized that this was indeed a remarkable find, without needing to examine the contents. The mere sight of this letterhead revealed it to be a fine specimen from the Songzhou studio of the Qing dynasty. Are you familiar with Songzhou studio? It is the predecessor of the esteemed Lulikang's Rambozai. Letterhead, as you know, serves as the paper for correspondence. One might underestimate its significance. Yet there is much to consider within its creation. In the Qing dynasty, Lulikang's Kingmage and Songzhou studio were the most renowned for producing letterhead. It is said that not only dignitaries and literati frequented these establishments, but even imperial custom-made letterhead was commissioned here. Rambozai still exists today, maintaining a storefront in Lulikang, boasting a history of over 300 years. The Songzhou studio, established during the Kangxi era, is its predecessor. What exquisite calligraphy! How could I have overlooked it at the time? Old Zhou exclaimed as he perused the pages. You were in a state of despondency, then, amid tumultuous winds and an unsettled heart. How could you have appreciated such fine handwriting? Yu Yao chuckled, suggesting they examine the signature. Chapter 38. The 4 Great Calligraphers of the Qing Dynasty. Indeed, that is true. It is merely a matter of finding the right subject, which can be troublesome. Old Zhou nodded. How could I procure it without identifying the owner? Yu Yao smiled subtly, remarking that if the name of this calligrapher were present, even if coincidentally tucked within the pages, it would likely not remain obscured for long. The calligraphy is indeed commendable, but can you discern the identity from just this? The challenge lies in the abundance of calligraphers in the Qing dynasty. Is it truly possible to ascertain from such a cursory glance? Old Zhou was aware of Yu Yao's keen insight, but could not help but gasp in astonishment. This transcends mere perception. If such a prodigious memory were the case, it would be quite formidable. Of course, it is not quite so mystical. Yu Yao spoke candidly, admitting he had only a vague impression, but ultimately, it was the content of the letter that provided clarity. Although the salutation did not mention the son's name, a few poignant lines within the letter included the name, stating, regarding your treatise on the Qinbi, your father has perused it. Xu Pei is indeed making progress. Xu Pei, Wang Xu Pei, the son of the renowned calligrapher Wang Fanggang from the Qing dynasty, was particularly skilled in the inscriptions found on bronze vessels and coins. This statement served to illuminate the matter. Yu Yao elucidated that, aside from the letter's content, when combined with the quality, style, and age of the letterhead, it could be conclusively determined that this was indeed a familial correspondence from Wang Fanggang to his son. In truth, the calligraphers of the Qing dynasty cannot be compared to the unparalleled masters of preceding dynasties. The illustrious history of Chinese calligraphy, prior to the Qing, has seen countless eminent figures emerge, each pushing the art to its zenith, making further advancements exceedingly rare. Nevertheless, while there may not be supreme masters, there are still celebrated calligraphers. Wang Fanggang is indeed one of the 4 great calligraphers of the Qing dynasty. The other 3 include Lu Yong, Aizhen Joro Yongshi, and Tai Bao, collectively known as Wang Lu Cheng Tai, with Cheng referring to Yongshi. Wang Fanggang served as a cabinet scholar. Lu Yong was the Chancellor Lu Luohua, and Tai Bao was also an official. As for Yongshi, he was the son of Qianlong and the elder brother of Jiaqing, a prince consort. Following his mother's death, she was posthumously honored as the Empress Dowager Shujia, having previously been known as Jiaqing. The drama story of Yinshi Palace features scenes with Jiaqing. However, in historical reality, Jiaqing did not meet her demise at the hands of consort Xian and bore several children, living into her 40s before passing away from illness. These so-called 4 great calligraphers are either officials or royalty. Moreover, the art of calligraphy is subject to individual interpretation, leading some to question the fairness of such titles. For instance, it is rather perplexing that He Xiaoji, renowned for bridging the ancient and the modern and regarded as the foremost figure of the Qing dynasty, was not selected. Nevertheless, it is undoubtedly impossible to attain such a title without possessing a certain level of skill and achievement. Wang Fanggang's regular script initially drew inspiration from Yan Jinqing, later evolving through the influences of Yu Shirenan and Ouyang Sun, while his cursive script primarily emulated Mi Fu and Dong Qichang. His calligraphy is marked by a profound reverence for the ancients, emphasizing that every stroke has its lineage. Furthermore, the value of Wang Fanggang's calligraphic works remains quite considerable today. After perusing the areas highlighted by Yu Yao, old Zhou gently returned the 7 letters to him, leaving me in a state of bewilderment. How is it that wherever you go, you manage to find treasures? Yu Yao chuckled, attributing his fortune to sheer luck this time. I did not select the topmost letter. Rather, I casually drew one from within, and to my astonishment, I discovered a letter tucked inside. Subsequently, I rummaged through a pile of books and uncovered a personal correspondence from Wang Fanggang. Old Zhou sighed, acknowledging that although this letter may not constitute a grand calligraphic work, it would certainly fetch a price of tens of thousands for those willing to acquire it. Let's hold on to it for now. We must not hastily part with every item. Old Zhou chuckled ruefully, remarking that despite my efforts to organize and hurry over, it was you who stumbled upon the treasure. How did those 2 lines of poetry go? Bitterly lamenting, year after year, I weave golden threads, only to fashion garments for others. Yu Yao glanced at old Zhou and joked, it seems I become the object of envy. You rascal. Old Zhou playfully patted Yu Yao's shoulder and said earnestly, the capable shall prevail. This holds true in every profession. Indeed, he summarized it well, given his background as a prominent journalist. Yu Yao chimed in, however, you ought to be grateful to me today. Old Zhou added, without me, you wouldn't have come. Indeed, I shall treat you to dinner tonight, Yu Yao replied. Let us also discuss our plans. Aside from Lao Huang's desire for a bulk of porcelain shards, we should explore the antique market. Since we are here, shouldn't we also witness the renowned ancient porcelain? Old Zhou nodded. Luanjiang Antique Street specializes in that. Suddenly, the taxi driver interjected, so you are antique merchants. But Luanjiang is not ideal. It is filled with mass-produced items. The truly exceptional replicas can be found in Jingzidian. Oh, is that another market? Yu Yao inquired. The driver explained, Jingzidian is a village without storefronts, filled with many workshops and kilns. Ordinary goods are directly delivered to the antique market in the porcelain capital. But the truly high-quality items have their own channels. Given your explanation, wouldn't our visit be futile without a guide? Yu Yao questioned. Indeed, the driver conceded. However, since you are antique merchants, why not inquire among your acquaintances first? Old Zhou cleared his throat, asserting, we have never dealt in counterfeit items. The driver chuckled. You are involved in antiques, yet even an outsider like me knows that it is called aging, not forgery. Chapter 39. The Butcher. Strictly speaking, Old Zhou cannot be classified as a true antique merchant. His success hinges on connections and relationships, as he harbors a deep disdain for counterfeit goods. A single fake item can not only lead to financial loss, but also jeopardize long-standing friendships. What difference does it make? Old Zhou scoffed. The distinction is significant. Aging refers to making something new appear old, while forgery involves presenting a fake as genuine. In essence, it is not the antiques themselves that deceive, but the individuals behind them. Do not speak. This driver is quite adept, remarked the driver, who deftly maneuvered the steering wheel with an air of relaxed confidence. You may not agree, but let me enlighten you. Whether it be the entrance of Luanjing or the porcelain kills of Jingxidian, everything is crafted to resemble ancient porcelain, indicating that they are merely antiquities in disguise. The true purveyors of genuine artifacts are you antiquities dealers. Yu Yao remained silent, for the driver's assertions held a semblance of truth. When it comes to counterfeit goods, the streets of imitation and workshops are replete with them. Why does the law not intervene? Because there are no regulations prohibiting the firing of porcelain, nor forbidding the crafting of replicas or antiquities. If prices were not aligned with that of authentic ancient porcelain, we would inadvertently create a genuine marketplace for replicated art. Yet, even if such actions are technically unlawful, they lack the evidentiary chain to substantiate them. The valuation of art is not dictated by the price control authorities. In more philosophical terms, art transcends monetary value. For instance, consider the work of a contemporary artist. How much does the paper cost? Well, the pigments. Yet, it can fetch hundreds of thousands or even millions. Thus, a piece of imitation porcelain is also an art piece. By what standard can one deny me the right to sell it at a premium? Furthermore, antique shops and auction houses need not guarantee authenticity. The same item, whether genuine or forged, can elicit varying opinions based on individual perception. If you deem it valuable, purchase it. If not, abstain. Hence, the antiquities trade has established its own conventions. These conventions, passed down through millennia, have been honed through rigorous practice and continue to evolve, albeit lacking the intricate clauses of formal law. Yet they are most suitable for the realm of antiquities. Naturally, there are those who flout the law, and the antiquities sector is not devoid of rule breakers. As for the consequences of such transgressions, they vary from person to person. Old Joe, too, fell silent. The driver chuckled awkwardly. I speak of matters, not individuals. I hope you are not offended. Yu Yao responded, you make a fair point. Upon arriving at the hotel, Yu Yao remarked, the driver speaks wisely, yet rule breakers are undoubtedly present. Take Luanjiang's Street of Imitations, for instance. I have not visited, but I can surmise there are indeed charlatans. The term charlatan refers to those who peddle fakes as genuine to dupe the unsuspecting. Old Joe smiled. No need for speculation. I have heard from friends that many shopkeepers at Luanjiang's Imitation Street are quite unscrupulous. When confronted by an informed buyer, they may speak candidly. Yet when faced with a novice, particularly one hoping for a bargain, they concoct elaborate tales to deceive. Old Joe mused. This jargon may sound harsh, but it is vividly descriptive. Indeed, one is being taken advantage of. Yu Yao turned. Aren't you off to charm a lady? Why do you still have items in hand? Is it the porcelain shopkeeper? Do not mention it. She was unavailable today. I merely strolled through the antique market on Chengwang Road. Alas, there were no stalls open. Old Joe approached, did I not say? Chengwang Road Market is most lively on Mondays, with a ghost market at dawn. How did you manage to acquire items without any stalls open? I procure them from a shop, Yu Yao replied. Come, let us see. The two entered Pu Jia's room, where they beheld a delicate pastel olive vase adorning the table. The painted motifs included quail, chrysanthemums, and fallen leaves. Aptly named A Peaceful Life. It appeared to be of recent vintage, yet the artistry and coloration were commendable. Lao Zhou stepped forward to pick it up, flipping through the base mark. The year was already short. Pu Jia, filled with pride, remarked that it could very well be a significant find. However, upon seeing the base mark, Lao Zhou displayed a peculiar expression. Such a find seemed rather dubious. Yu Yao approached for a closer look and noted that the base mark was inscribed in red, featuring the double-framed seal script. Jiren Tangji. You can't possibly think this is a genuine find, can you? Yu Yao queried Pu Jia. What's wrong? I can see a glimmer of hope. Pu Jia replied. Yu Yao then picked it up, examining it closely while inquiring of Pu Jia, is this the only piece in the shop? Indeed, this is the illustrious Hongxian porcelain. If there were more, I wouldn't believe it myself. The mark was indeed rather special, as it represented the so-called Hongxian official kiln. Although the Qing dynasty had fallen, the emperor had not entirely vanished. A few years later, Yuan Shikai emerged, declaring the Hongxian era. Thus, Puai's era name, Xintong, was not the final imperial era name of China. It was in fact Hongxian. Though it lasted less than 100 days, he was nonetheless an emperor. The Hongxian porcelain primarily features two marks. One is Jiren Tangji, while the other is Hongxian Yanji. The latter is rarer since the Jiren Tang mark was produced first. Before the official production of the Hongxian Yen mark could commence, Yuan Shikai stepped down, leaving only a handful of pieces that had been pre-fired for his coronation. Consequently, the Jiren Tang mark has nearly become synonymous with Hongxian porcelain, despite its brief existence. Hongxian porcelain is characterized by exquisite craftsmanship and unique value, with scarce quantities still in existence, leading to a surge in demand and skyrocketing prices in recent years. However, the challenge lies in the fact that authentic Hongxian porcelain is exceedingly rare in circulation. A casual stroll through antique markets reveals an abundance of Jirantang pieces, almost overwhelming, leading the average person to doubt their authenticity. Thus, Lao Zhou's immediate reaction upon encountering a Jirantang piece was skepticism regarding its genuineness. Nevertheless, despite his reservations, he could not discern the truth and had to defer to Yu Yao for verification. At this moment, Pu Jia added, by the way, my shop also has some fragments of Hongxian porcelain. I inspected them and found the clay quality to be decent. The owner claimed that his brother-in-law discovered them at a construction site, and he even shared this bottle along with the shards with him. Just after discussing the slaughtering of pigs with Lao Zhou, you've transformed into a celestial being. Yu Yao thought with a wry smile as he set down the olive bottle. Chapter 40. Lu Ji Porcelain House. Upon hearing this, Pu Jia plopped down onto the bed, devoid of suspense. Are you listening to the boss spin a tale? Yu Yao shook his head. How much did you pay for it? A full 10,000. You paid 10,000 for a piece of Hongxian porcelain? For a complete olive bottle, no less, in the porcelain capital? Use your imagination. Do you think that's plausible? Yu Yao remarked bluntly. Technically, Pu Jia was no novice. Such a blunder should have been unlikely. Yet, even seasoned experts can err at times. It often depends on their mindset at the moment and the seller's finesse. Of course, the most fundamental aspect is assessing the authenticity of the item. This olive bottle was indeed well crafted. Even Yu Yao needed to scrutinize it closely. Not to mention, the current market is flooded with replicas, with dozens of variations of the Jirantang mark alone, many of which are entirely fabricated. The piece that Pu Jia was enamored with bore a red double-framed seal script, a style that had been previously authenticated, indicating that the forgers were quite meticulous in their efforts. Imitating Hongxian porcelain does not require extensive efforts in aging, as the original pieces are not particularly ancient. However, the craftsmanship demands a higher level of skill. For the artistry of true Hongxian porcelain can rival that of the Qing dynasty's imperial kills. Yu Yao, resolute in his decision, while Pu Jia exhaled a cloud of smoke. 10,000 yuan is neither excessive nor insufficient. Old Zhou clapped Pu Jia's shoulder, teasing him about his romantic misadventures. Learn from your mistakes, he advised. Aside from Hongxian porcelain, one must pay close attention to the imperial kiln wears bearing hallmarks, as they are less frequently imitated. Yu Yao interjected, imperial kiln porcelain is most often marked with the year, yet there are numerous hallmarks from the Qing dynasty, which is a tradition in itself. For instance, the Zhangyi Hall used during the Kangxi era, the Langyan Pavilion from the Yongjing period, and the Jingshan Hall from the Qianlong reign. Even during Empress Cixi's regency, the Tai Hall and Leshutang were utilized. The Jiren Hall, originally named Haiyanlu, was established by Cixi and later renamed by Yuan Shikai after he ascended to the throne. Authentic pieces from Jiren Hall are exceedingly rare, with some elite collectors exchanging them for several million yuan. Even certain replicas from the Republic era have been auctioned for hundreds of thousands. What is the name of this shop? Yu Yao asked, lighting a cigarette, his expression grim. Lu Ji Porcelain House, was the reply. Do they exclusively sell porcelain? Primarily, yes, though they do carry a few small items. Old Zhou frowned. I suspect they might specialize in high-quality replicas. At this moment, Pu Jia regained his composure, realizing that a lack of skill could lead to disappointment. I'll keep this piece. Even if it's not genuine, it's still presentable, serving as a reminder. Upon hearing this, Yu Yao and Old Zhou exchanged a glance, stifling their laughter. Naturally, they refrained from mocking Pu Jia, recalling how Lu Dadu had similarly expressed himself after a mishap at the market. Lu Ji Porcelain House, I'll remember that. Regardless, we must pay a visit. Even if we don't get the chance this time, there will be opportunities in the future. Yu Yao continued. Wow, Pu Jia exclaimed, slightly astonished. You're even more passionate than I am. You really hold a grudge. That is how I am, Yu Yao replied, waving his hand dismissively. Let us not dwell on it. Tonight, dinner is on me to soothe your wounded spirit. Suddenly, Pu Jia glanced at Yu Yao, then at Old Zhou. You two aren't hiding something from me, are you? Old Zhou waved his hand, pointing at the bag in Yu Yao's possession. Don't look at me. Ask him. Pu Jia took the bag and peeked inside. It contained several old books and a few sheets of stationery. You really are something. Coming to the porcelain capital and not acquiring porcelain, but instead snagging some paper. It's not about paper or porcelain. It was merely a fortunate coincidence, Yu Yao replied. I know you're not interested, so let me tell you. It's a handwritten family letter by the Qing dynasty calligrapher Wang Fanggang. Don't bother looking. The terms soft piece and hard piece are antiquities classifications. In a narrow sense, Soft pieces refer to calligraphy and paintings. Broadly speaking, anything foldable or viewable falls under this category. Hard pieces include jade, porcelain, and bronze artifacts, as well as bamboo, wood, ivory, and stationery, typically classified under miscellaneous items. If we were to categorize broadly, miscellaneous items would fall under the category of hard pieces. Do you look down upon me? Soft pieces are superior, are they not? In truth, Pu shows little interest and merely sets them aside after a cursory mention. However, there exists a saying in the industry: soft pieces disdain hard pieces, hard pieces disdain miscellaneous items, and the black tiger looks down on everyone. This is because the threshold for calligraphy and paintings is relatively high, involving considerable discernment and complexity. In contrast, the authentication of porcelain, jade, and bronze artifacts is more straightforward. Thus, collectors of soft pieces often hold disdain for those who collect hard pieces. Moreover, those who specialize in soft pieces tend to regard calligraphy and paintings as the domain of scholars, while porcelain, jade, and items in the miscellaneous category are seen as the work of craftsmen. Furthermore, there are varying levels of craftsmanship. Those who work with miscellaneous items cannot compare to artisans of porcelain and jade. The term black tiger specifically refers to ancient inscriptions. These artifacts are ancient and difficult to authenticate, with profound content that is hard to grasp. In today's antique market, the once prevalent distinctions between soft and hard pieces have diminished, with the market gradually becoming the decisive factor. Additionally, the notions of superiority and inferiority lack any substantial basis, reflecting a culture of small circles. Each category within antiques holds its own intrinsic value. As a result, when Yu Yao and Old Zhou emerged from Pu Jie's room, they encountered Old Huang in the corridor. Upon seeing the two, both engaged in minor dealings, he glanced at their samples and found their sources lacking. What is the issue? Are the porcelain pieces fake? Not exactly, Old Huang replied. It's mainly the kiln and quality that fall short. There's basically nothing from the imperial kilns, and the selection is too mixed with many fragments. Yu Yao interjected, "Don't rush. Let's take our time. I'll treat tonight. We can discuss further." "All right. But someone has introduced me to a boss who supposedly has a bulk of fine porcelain pieces. He also owned a shop in the Qingguang Road antique market called Lu Ji Porcelain." Chapter 41, Shadow Blue. "I'll contact him shortly. After all, we're going to the market tomorrow, so we can meet him on our way." Before Old Huang could finish, Yu Yao and Old Zhou interrupted in unison. "Lu Ji Porcelain?" Pu Jie also rushed to the doorway. "Is Lu Ji Porcelain renowned?" Old Huang looked astonished, as if they all knew something he did not. Gulme. Let us take a look at the flagship product of Lu Ji Porcelain." Pu Jie led Old Huang into the room. Old Huang, wearing a puzzled expression, entered the room, and only upon examining the exquisite famille rose olive vase did he come to a realization. It dawned on him that it was the name of Lu Ji Porcelain that had been omitted, leading him to smile awkwardly. It seems Lu Ji Porcelain may not be trustworthy. Though Old Huang could not ascertain the authenticity, the scarcity of Hongxian porcelain, coupled with Pu Jie's tone, indicated that he had likely been taken advantage of. If someone has made the introduction, why not give him a call and arrange a meeting with this boss Lu tomorrow? Yu Yao suggested. Old Huang nodded. "All right, as long as you accompany me, I'll feel more assured." That evening, Yu Yao hosted a banquet for the four at a prominent restaurant in the porcelain capital, and they all retired early after the meal. At dawn, the four rose at 4 o'clock. On Monday, the antique market on Qingguang Road transformed into a ghost market, typically commencing around 4 o'clock. The hotel was conveniently situated nearby, allowing the four companions to stroll over. They first indulged in bowls of beef offal noodles at a street-side breakfast stall before arriving at the grand archway marking the entrance to the market. Beneath the arch, the market's entrance was flanked by a long street lined with stalls. Although there were more streets within the market, none were particularly wide. At this hour, the surroundings were eerily quiet, yet the market was aglow with lights, street lamps, illuminated advertising boxes, and the soft glow of makeshift lamps set up on the stalls. Patrons browsing the stalls often wielded flashlights, transforming the ghost market's traditional darkness into a twinkling spectacle. Good heavens! The ghost market, once shrouded in darkness, now sparkles with light, sighed Old Zhou. While these lights did not illuminate the market in full brightness, transactions were certainly not conducted in the shadows. "We must progress with the times," remarked Old Huang, recalling how the ghost markets of yore were truly hidden from the light. Now, they merely represented a trading environment. The origins of the term ghost market are varied, but they all relate to clandestine dealings. Such markets historically featured items of dubious provenance, goods looted from tombs or stolen wares, prompting traders to conduct transactions before dawn, dispersing without recognition after the deals were made. Additionally, during the late Qing dynasty and early Republic, many young aristocrats from the capital sold family heirlooms for quick cash, while some once respectable gentlemen, now fallen on hard times, sold antiques to procure food and drink. They, too, preferred to remain anonymous, making the ghost market an ideal venue. In contemporary times, the ghost market has lost much of its illicit connotation, functioning more like an early start antique fair that capitalizes on its name and the pre-dawn ambience for a bit of flair. However, the presence of unscrupulous merchants attempting to pass off fakes still lingers, as the lighting, though charming, cannot rival the brilliance of sunlight and is not particularly bright. Within this market, one could find enthusiasts, vendors, students from ceramic institutes, and even curious tourists, blissfully unaware of the intricacies, merely there to partake in the atmosphere. As the four entered the ghost market, the clock struck 4:30. The air was quite cool, and both old Zhou and old Huang, being of advanced age, often rubbed their cheeks to stave off the chill. The honking of tricycles delivering goods, the chatter of passers-by, and the steam rising from breakfast carts beneath the streetlights rendered the ghost market far from ghostly. Stalls selling flashlights dotted the street, and the four companions, having forgotten their own, casually purchased one each. "It's quite lively," Pujia remarked as he paid. "It doesn't compare to the past. The antique market has been sluggish in recent years." However, the 20-something stall owner scoffed. "What can we do? Just listen. The tourists wandering about are whispering to each other. Don't believe that there are any real items here." Yu Yao chuckled. "With such a plethora of goods, I refuse to believe there isn't a single authentic item among them." The stall owner nodded appreciatively, recognizing Yu Yao's expertise from the confidence in his voice. The four meandered through the market, occasionally splitting up to explore, yet even after visiting several stalls, Yu Yao found nothing that piqued his interest. After wandering through much of the street, I stumbled upon a stall run by a Mediterranean-haired man, where I discovered a small, shadowy blue porcelain bowl that appeared to be from the Southern Song dynasty. The term shadow blue, also known as reflective blue, suggests a certain luster. This shadow blue porcelain originated from the Raoping kiln during the Song dynasty, which is situated in what is now the porcelain capital. While many are familiar with the renowned porcelain factories of the Yuan dynasty in Fuyang and the imperial kilns of the Ming and Qing dynasties, it is noteworthy that the porcelain capital had established kilns as far back as the Eastern Han dynasty, though they primarily produced coarse ceramics. It wasn't until the Northern Song dynasty that the Raoping kiln officially emerged, beginning the production of shadow blue porcelain. During the Song dynasty, the primary types of porcelain were celadone and white porcelain. The name shadow blue porcelain was coined later, as it was originally referred to as blue and white porcelain. This hue possessed a subtle bluish tint. A distinctive feature of shadow blue porcelain is its exceptionally dense and lightweight body, attributable to the high-quality kaolin clay sourced from the porcelain capital, which is unparalleled in China. The classic text Tiangong Kaiwu praises shadow blue porcelain as possessing the qualities of delicate skin and exquisite bone. The production of shadow blue porcelain was substantial throughout the Song dynasty, and those who appreciate porcelain are well aware that its emergence significantly impacted another ancient Chinese industry, effectively stalling its progress. This industry pertains to glass. Glass has a long history in China, dating back to the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods, and flourished during the Han and Tang dynasties. Visitors to museums may have encountered glass vessels from that era, which display craftsmanship comparable to modern techniques. However, the production of glass ceased during the Song dynasty due to the widespread availability of the dense and lightweight shadow blue porcelain. Comparatively, porcelain is more resilient than glass, making it less prone to breakage. Additionally, porcelain possesses superior thermal insulation properties. For instance, when pouring hot tea, a porcelain cup remains warm to the touch, while a glass cup can become scalding. Furthermore, a practical consideration is that the production cost of shadow blue porcelain is lower than that of glass. Consequently, shadow blue porcelain effectively rendered glassware obsolete during the Song dynasty. This decline continued through the Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties, with only a limited production of ornamental colored glass occurring during the Qing dynasty. The significant output during the Song dynasty accounts for this phenomenon, yet in modern times, few complete examples of shadow blue porcelain from the Southern Song's Raoping kiln have survived. If the small bowl at the stall is indeed an authentic piece from the Southern Song dynasty, its value would be considerable. As I reached out to examine it closely, the Mediterranean-haired vendor interjected, cautioning me not to make a fuss, as it was reserved for a regular customer named Brother Zhong, who would only consider it if it did not meet his standards. Chapter 42. The Ghost Market in Zhongkue. You must be from out of town, the vendor explained, indicating that Brother Zhong was a frequent patron of the Chengguang Road Market, known for acquiring only genuine artifacts and fine porcelain pieces. This bowl was among my best offerings, intended for him to peruse. I found myself perplexed by the vendor's remarks. So, you're keen on impressing this Brother Zhong, yet he does not know you? I inquired. Is this prize piece merely waiting for his approval? I pressed further. What if he doesn't come? Not a chance. Zhong Kuei of the Ghost Market always shows up unless the weather is exceptionally severe, the vendor replied. Zhong Kuei of the Ghost Market? How amusing. I couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? The vendor asked, his expression turning serious. Nothing at all, I reassured him. Yu Yao, while conversing, had already finished examining the small bowl. It was indeed shadow blue porcelain, though not particularly hot to the touch. However, it was not from the Southern Song dynasty, but rather a Qing imitation. The Qing replicas lack much significance, as shadow blue itself originates from folk hills, renowned for its clay quality and glaze color, and is not particularly exquisite. Its value primarily derives from the historical context of the Southern Song period. Yu Yao set down the shadow blue bowl, unable to restrain his curiosity, and inquired, how many vendors are waiting for Brother Zhong like you? How would I know? I only heard that Brother Zhong is searching for shadow blue from the Song dynasty. Does Brother Zhong offer exceptionally high prices? Any true connoisseur would haggle fiercely. The more Yu Yao listened, the more perplexed he became. Then why do you still reserve it for him? You, a newcomer, seem quite curious. The vendor lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke with a mysterious air. Let me tell you, as long as you befriend Brother Zhong, business will flow smoothly. Yu Yao thought to himself, goodness, does he truly regard him as Zhong Kuei? Can he help you capture spirits? It sounded rather absurd. Yu Yao stood up, preparing to leave. Is Brother Zhong here? Just then, the vendor also stood, cheerfully greeting someone behind Yu Yao. Is he Brother Zhong? This individual, significantly younger than the vendor with a receding hairline, appeared rather unremarkable, average height and somewhat slender. Although he had a fair complexion and delicate features, there was nothing particularly striking about him. What should I call you? Brother Zhong approached and stood beside Yu Yao, smiling as he greeted the vendor, who clearly recognized him, though the recognition was not mutual. My surname is Zhao Haisheng. The vendor promptly replied. I heard Brother Zhong is in search of shadow blue? Indeed, Lao Zhao, Brother Zhong responded without pretense. Do you have any goods? This small bowl, perhaps? The vendor gestured to the bowl on his stall. The porcelain displayed could not be handled. Otherwise, the vendor would have likely presented it to Brother Zhong earlier. Brother Zhong then glanced at Yu Yao, as Yu Yao was obstructing his view. Oh, my apologies, I have already seen it. Look. Yu Yao stepped aside, but did not leave, curious to discern what was remarkable about Brother Zhong. You have seen it? Brother Zhong paused momentarily. Indeed, Brother Zhong. I told him this was reserved for you. If you do not want it, then I can sell it. The vendor hurriedly clarified. Brother Zhong nodded, understanding. Ah, Lao Zhao, this is rather inconsiderate. If you wish to do business with me, simply set it aside. Displaying it for others while I cannot buy it would be unfortunate. I was merely concerned that if you arrived and I failed to notice. No worries. I am eager to do business with Brother Zhong. Had I your phone number, I would have contacted you directly. Brother Zhong remained silent, merely nodding as he squatted down. The vendor immediately handed him a stool. Brother Zhong accepted the stool, sitting down to examine the small bowl. Since Yu Yao had yet to depart, Brother Zhong glanced at him while holding the bowl. Young brother, do you also fancy this bowl? I do not. I shall leave after finishing this cigarette. Yu Yao smiled politely, casually lighting another cigarette. You do not fancy it? Brother Zhong seemed to be speaking to himself, yet scrutinized the small bowl intently. He, like Yu Yao, relied solely on the surrounding light, without the aid of a flashlight. He observed for a moment longer than Yu Yao before setting down the bowl, rising to his feet. Noticing that Yu Yao had not yet departed, he inquired, Are you not interested in the Southern Song Shadow Blue? Yu Yao, with a slight smile, replied, If it were indeed from the Southern Song, would you not hold it tightly in your hands? Zhong Ji's expression shifted, and he said, I must request your guidance. Yu Yao responded, It may not be appropriate to speak of such matters in front of the vendor. Upon hearing this, the vendor immediately turned to Zhong Gu and asked, Zhong Gu, what is it? Is there an issue with the item? Do you need a flashlight? Zhong Gu glanced at Yu Yao before asking the vendor, Did he use a flashlight? No, his observation was even shorter, replied the vendor. Zhong Ji's expression changed once more as he said to the vendor, Old Zhao, should I speak candidly? Speak freely. Who in the entire Chengguang Road does not know of Zhong Ji's discerning eye? This is not from the Southern Song. What? The vendor's face fell instantly. But this is undoubtedly from the construction site. This is a Qing dynasty imitation, It could have been excavated from any site, Zhonggu whispered. However, old Zhao, sell it as you see fit. Do not concern yourself with my words. I shall pretend I have not seen it. The vendor, slightly disheartened, nodded mechanically. Zhonggu then turned to Yu Yao. Young brother, may I have a word? Certainly. Yu Yao did not refuse. The two skirted around the stall and found a secluded spot behind a column of a shop. During this time, Lao Zhou noticed them and waved at Yu Yao, who gestured back to indicate all was well. May I inquire your age? Zhonggu asked with a smile once they had stopped. Not yet 30, Yu Yao replied vaguely. Then added, I am from out of town and unfamiliar with the customs. I wonder if a visit to the market requires some sort of offering? Zhonggu chuckled. With your discerning eye, no offering is necessary. I am merely a player, willing to speak a few words of honesty. All thanks to the goodwill of my peers in this circle. Being named Zhong has earned me the nickname Zhong Kuei. Those of higher status tend to be more understated, avoiding ostentation. Upon hearing this, Yu Yao sensed that Zhong Ji's identity was far beyond that of an arrogant player. What discerning eye do I possess? Besides, I have said nothing. The Qing imitation shadow blue bowl is not easily decipherable. Old Zhao, who sells at the ghost market, is no novice. Yet he failed to discern any clues. Zhonggu maintained a smile. You are so young. I presume you must have had guidance from a master? I merely overlooked it. As you said, it is a Qing imitation, Yu Yao replied with a smile. We seem to share a fateful connection. Shall we introduce ourselves? Zhonggu no longer mentioned the discerning eye. Extending his hand, I am Zhongyu, a name derived from the phrase Zhongling Yuxiu. What do we call you, young brother? Yu Yao, you meaning remaining in a meaning radiance, Yu Yao said, shaking Zhongyu's hand, which was dry yet firm. I shall leave my contact information with you. Should you need anything in the porcelain capital, feel free to reach out. I shall not disturb your market stroll further. Zhongyu imparted a phone number, not caring whether Yu Yao remembered it or not. And with a nod, he took his leave. Yu Yao took out his phone and saved the number. Upon reflection, he recalled that earlier, the stall owner Zhao Haixing had mentioned he did not know Zhongyu's number, yet Zhongyu had not responded. It appeared that he was not one to readily share his contact information, nor did he speak of it frivolously. Although Yu Yao had showcased his skills, the fact that Zhongyu was willing to exchange contacts indicated a recognition, perhaps even an admiration, for his discerning eye. However, the limited interaction between them, coupled with Zhongyu's lack of inquiry into Yu Yao's own contact details, suggested a disinterest in matters beyond his local sphere, or perhaps an overwhelming preoccupation with his affairs in the porcelain capital. Moreover, the fact that he only visited the market once a week, yet possessed considerable renown, rendered him quite enigmatic. Pujia approached, inquiring about the individual Yu Yao had just encountered. I thought you had struck a significant deal. Yu Yao glanced over to find Lao Zhou and Lao Huang examining items at a nearby stall. No, I merely made the acquaintance of someone who refers to himself as the Ghost Market's Zhong Kuei. Wow, what a title. Is he the one collecting protection fees at the Ghost Market? What a load of nonsense. It's probably just a way to describe his keen perception. I didn't engage in much conversation, just a brief introduction. Before Yu Yao could finish his sentence, Pujia suddenly struck with lightning speed, seizing the arm of a slender boy standing behind Yu Yao. What's going on? Yu Yao turned to see the boy's face etched with terror. A pickpocket, Pujia sneered. I'm not a thief. The boy shouted. Which of your eyes saw me stealing? If you're not a thief, then how do you know the lingo of pickpockets? Pujia tightened his grip. Your hands are already near your pockets. The boy shivered in pain, but retorted, no evidence. Don't make baseless accusations. At that moment, two burly men appeared, exuding an air of intimidation. One of them, with a nonchalant demeanor, said, Friend, let us talk civilly. Why harass a child? Yu Yao signaled to Pujia, acknowledging that the boy was indeed in possession of stolen goods. Let him go. Pujia released his grip, muttering, Consider yourself lucky. The slender boy swiftly vanished into the crowd. Just as Yu Yao and Pujia were about to leave, the two burly men obstructed their path. The matter isn't settled yet. Pujia sneered. The men exchanged glances, displaying surprise, as if questioning who would dare seek trouble. The nonchalant one replied, All right then. Yu Yao pulled Pujia back. Is it really necessary? You don't need to worry. I've been itching for a fight since yesterday. Pujia pointed towards the secluded spot where Yu Yao had conversed with Zhongyu. Let us go. With that, he strode ahead, followed closely by the two burly men. Before Yu Yao could catch up, Pujia unleashed a flurry of swift kicks, sending the two men crashing to the ground. Without the strength of a diamond, one should not attempt to handle porcelain. The two men scrambled to their feet, bellowing in rage. What kind of skill is a sneak attack? As they spoke, they each drew a dagger, advancing to encircle Pujia. In a whirlwind of motion, Pujia charged forward, evading the sharp blades with uncanny agility. Grasping the collars of the two men, he slammed their heads together with a resounding thud, sending them tumbling to the ground. The green-skinned thug shook his head, sitting up with a fierce demeanor, brandishing a dagger at Pujia. Even a strong dragon cannot overpower a local snake. Do not think you can leave this market unscathed. Is that so? Pujia suddenly produced a pitch-black pistol, flicking off the safety with his thumb. The sound of the slide being racked was crisp and clear, the muzzle soon pressing against the thug's forehead. What about this? Do you think you can walk out? The thug immediately trembled in fear. Be brother I. With a clatter, the dagger fell from the hand of a burly man who had been about to rise beside him, nearly causing him to soil himself in fright. Let me inform you, boss, my friends, and I were merely browsing the antique market. If you cause us any more trouble, I will take down your hideout. Pujia slowly holstered his weapon. Did you hear me clearly? Yes, yes. The two burly men nodded vigorously. Scram. The two men hastily scrambled to their feet and fled in haste. Did you see that? That kid is a cop? He actually pulled out a Type 64. One burly man exclaimed, still shaken as they reached a narrow alley 100 meters away. The green-skinned thug bent down, catching his breath. Are you an idiot? If you were a cop, I wouldn't be scared. They can't just kill people outright. What he had wasn't even a Type 64. No way. I recognize a Type 64. Cops use those. You know nothing. I started watching firearms documentaries years ago. That was a German Walther PPK. It merely resembles a Type 64. But its performance is incomparable to domestic products. The burly man covered his mouth. An international hitman? International what? Have you ever seen an international hitman browsing an antique market? The thug gave the other man a sharp rap on the head, then pulled out a cigarette and took a deep drag. That was a super bodyguard storming into the antique capital. The other man muttered under his breath. I think you've read too many wish fulfillment novels. Meanwhile, Yu Yao was astonished, his mouth agape for a long while. Afterward, he scanned the surroundings, relieved that their position was somewhat concealed. The market-goers were focused on the stalls, hardly paying them any attention. Yu Yao pulled Pujia to a more hidden corner of the building. Where did you get that gun? Did you bring it with you? No. You couldn't have passed security with that on a high-speed train. Pujia grinned proudly. When you're out and about, you can't be too careful. With those two, I could have taken out 10 of them with just one soldier from my former Special Forces unit. All right. You're like you won, taking on 10 at once. I'm asking about the gun. Quickly. It's nothing. I just brought it along. Assembling it separately lets me get past security. I just put it together last night. Good grief. If they find out, we're in deep trouble. Plus, how come I didn't know you had a gun? Where did you get it? Chapter 44. Chunghua Do Tsai. Guji Pated Yuo is Shulde. Calm down. It's nothing serious. I initially brought it along for emergencies, but I didn't expect to use it. Otherwise, even taking down those two would have been pointless. More trouble would follow. Stop keeping me in suspense. Tell me about the gun. In truth, this is not a real firearm, but rather a limited edition replica model of a renowned gun, capable of disassembly and reassembly, with a functioning safety mechanism. Though it cannot be loaded with real ammunition or discharged, it was a parting gift from a comrade upon my retirement. Fear not, it bears a sales number. You scoundrel. Only then did Yu Yao breathe a sigh of relief, realizing it was merely a tool for ostentation. The two resumed their leisurely stroll through the stalls, only to discover that Lao Zhou and Lao Huang had vanished. As they pressed forward, they suddenly stumbled upon a booth teeming with people, the beams of flashlights dancing chaotically. The two of them were also caught in the excitement. Yu Yao and Pujia hastened towards the crowd, with Yu Yao tugging at Lao Zhou's sleeve. Upon turning, Lao Zhou exclaimed, "Look, this stall has an exquisite piece of Chunghua Do Tsai. Are you truly so gullible, old friend?" Yu Yao shook his head. It's not a matter of belief. I have yet to even handle it. They say that even if it's not genuine, it's still a rare artifact worthy of admiration. Hearing this, Yu Yao stood on tiptoe and scanned the scene, and indeed, it was Zhong Yu examining a cup with great scrutiny. The cup appeared to be of standard form, though its patterns were indistinct. This time, Zhong Yu employed a flashlight, inspecting it with utmost care. Although the crowd was sizable, they maintained a respectful distance from Zhong Yu, whispering and murmuring amongst themselves. A tall man, speaking with a regional accent, turned to Lao Huang, who was conveniently nearby, declaring, "Friend, you cannot appreciate Do Tsai without handling it. Who knows when he will set it down?" Lao Huang frowned at this, thinking to himself, "And you presume to be an expert? You are merely a spectator." The man's pronunciation of Do as a third tone, rather than the correct fourth tone, revealed his ignorance. Do is a homograph. When referring to quantities, it is pronounced in the third tone, but Do Kai must be pronounced in the fourth tone, as in combat. Doucai, characterized by a process where blue and white motifs are first painted on a porcelain body, glazed, and then fired, followed by the application of additional colors based on the blue and white designs before being fired again, creates a vibrant interplay of colors, akin to a contest of beauty. The term doucai originated during the Changhua period of the Ming Dynasty, yet it was only in the late Qing Dynasty that the term became widely recognized. During the Ming era, doucai porcelain was collectively referred to as wucai, albeit often prefixed with Chang Kiln wucai for distinction. This nomenclature frequently leads to misunderstandings in films and novels, where characters mistakenly refer to it as doucai in the Ming and early to mid-Qing periods. However, this misunderstanding is subtler than other historical inaccuracies, often overlooked by the untrained eye. Those who appreciate porcelain are well aware of the adage, in the Ming Dynasty, admire Changhua. In the Qing Dynasty, admire Yongzheng. The porcelain achievements of these two dynasties, particularly Changhua doucai and Yongzheng famille rose, stand as significant reasons for their acclaim. Both doucai and famille rose from these periods are rare treasures, with artistic standards of other emperors' works failing to compare. Although the term doucai only gained popularity in the late Qing Dynasty, its value was already well recognized in the Ming era, with records indicating that during the reign of Emperor Shenzong, a pair of Chung cups was valued at a staggering 10,000. Ming Shenzong, whose reign title was Wanli, lived merely a century apart from the Changhua era. In recent years, the Changhua doucai chicken cup emerged in the market, fetching an astounding 2.8 billion, drawing the attention of even those uninvolved in porcelain, collecting to the unparalleled value of Changhua doucai. The chicken cup, named for its depiction of a chicken and its cylindrical shape, was not what Zhong Yu was examining at that moment. Regardless of its form, any genuine doucai piece from the Changhua period would undoubtedly be worth a fortune. However, Yu Yao found himself distanced and surrounded by throngs of people, making it difficult to observe clearly. Such treasures might elude even a lifetime of dedicated collecting. Thus Yu Yao could not help but feel intrigued. He cautiously maneuvered forward. Despite his carefulness, the towering figure beside him grew displeased, exclaiming, "Hey, buddy, take it easy, don't step on my toes." His loud voice attracted the attention of several onlookers. Coincidentally, Zhong Yu, who was illuminating the cup below and pondering over it, glanced up upon hearing the commotion, and fortuitously spotted Yu Yao addressing the large man. "Brother Yu, come over and take a look." Zhong Yu unexpectedly beckoned. With no hesitation, Yu Yao replied affirmatively, requesting to borrow some light as he squeezed through the crowd to join Zhong Yu. The stall owner, a man in his 40s with a well-proportioned appearance and neat attire, now stood speechless, his expression laden with complexity. Who in the market was unaware of Changhua doucai, yet when he acquired the piece, he had not deemed it a genuine artifact. Otherwise, he would not have displayed it so casually. Now, the situation had escalated dramatically. "Don't scare me. I woke up early today, and I haven't even brushed my teeth." To be precise, the crowd had gathered due to the prolonged scrutiny by Zhong Yu. After Yu Yao approached, several familiar faces in the market began to murmur. Who is this young man? Is the ghost market Zhong Kuei inviting him to examine? Although Zhong Yu had invited Yu Yao to take a look, he firmly held onto the cup, prompting a smile from Yu Yao, who understood the unspoken message. He would not let Zhong Yu set the cup down before he could examine it. Instead, he used his flashlight to inspect the cup in Zhong Yu's grasp. It was a flower stone cup adorned with floral patterns and ornamental stones. After observing for a while, Yu Yao thought to himself that it was indeed fortunate to have a strong flashlight to assess the intricacy of the doucai colors. As he contemplated, he tilted his head, and Zhong Yu, understanding his intent, turned the base of the cup toward the beam of light from Yu Yao's flashlight. After a few glances, Yu Yao had formed a general assessment and said, "Brother Zhong, I'm finished looking." With the crowd so dense, Zhong Yu wished to discuss the piece, but found it impractical. Not only was it inconvenient to converse, but even inquiring about the price proved challenging. "Shall we find a quieter place to talk?" Zhong Yu suggested to the stall owner. "Sure." The stall owner, already uncomfortable under the gaze of numerous spectators, realized that negotiating was futile in the current setting. He called upon a neighboring vendor to keep an eye on his stall, and then led Zhong Yu and Yu Yao away. The onlookers begrudgingly dispersed. Lao Zhou and his companions did not follow. After walking a few steps, Lao Zhou remarked, "Yu Yao is quite something. He is already acquainted with this ghost market, Zhong Kuei." Upon entering the market, Pu Jie chuckled softly, clearly convinced that this item was not genuine. Chapter 45, The Undercover Battle. "Oh." Both Lao Zhou and Lao Huang turned their gazes towards Pu Jie. He continued, "I know Fish Head too well. His expression betrays him. At the very least, it is not from the Changhua period." I thought you had uncovered some profound secret. Lao Zhou sighed. I told you without having handled it. Where does your confidence come from? With that, he suggested, let's continue our stroll. The three of them wandered on, while Yu Yao and Zhongyu followed the stall owner to a nearby shop. The stall owner swiftly produced a key, unlocked the roll-up door, and invited them inside. It turned out that he was also the shopkeeper. However, since dawn had yet to break, the shops in the antique market were still closed. It seemed the shopkeeper had set up a stall opportunistically. Please have a seat while I pour you a cup of tea, the shopkeeper said. Echoing the courtesy of the previous stall owner, Lao Zhao. He was older than Zhongyu, yet still addressed him as Brother Zhong. No need, a brief chat will suffice. Zhongyu waved his hand dismissively. The shopkeeper took no offense and sat down. With cups arranged on the counter, the three settled around a side table. Brother Zhong, you may not know me, but I am aware of your reputation. If you find something to your liking, feel free to make an offer. The shopkeeper spoke plainly. Zhongyu smiled slightly. Who said I don't know you? You are Meng Fanqing, the proprietor of Langrumshuan, specializing in Ming and Qing porcelain. Before entering, Yu Yao had noticed the sign for Langrumshuan hanging above the door. Upon entering, he observed the display on the shelves, which, regardless of authenticity, predominantly featured styles from the official kills of the Ming and Qing dynasties. Oh dear, I have underestimated myself, Meng Fanqing replied with a laugh. Zhongyu then turned to Yu Yao, asking, what do you think, brother Yu? Yu Yao, having never risen this early before, felt somewhat drowsy. Seizing the moment, he lit a cigarette and took a couple of puffs. The items indeed seemed worth acquiring, but it would depend on the price that Meng, the shopkeeper, found satisfactory. Zhongyu nodded in agreement. Among experts, there was no need to be overtly explicit, especially in front of the seller. Yu Yao understood the duality of his statement. The first half subtly characterized the cup, aligning with his own views. Meng, since it's come to this, why don't you propose a price that you find acceptable? Meng Fanqing, a composed man with a refined demeanor, laughed and waved his hand, insisting that Zhongyu, as the expert, should make the first offer. Zhongyu once again declined, suggesting that Meng should quote a price instead. Meng Fanqing pondered for a moment, recognizing that the sale depended on an expert's eye. Brother Zhong, what do you think of this cup? In the world of antique trading, such discussions were rare, as buyers seldom praised, and sellers invariably embellished the value. In essence, there was little honesty to be found. However, at this moment, Yu Yao felt a spark of realization. Meng Fanqing was astute. His cleverness was not merely a matter of a few words, but evident throughout the entire process. He understood that Zhongyu was knowledgeable, and by placing the cup on the ground stall, any expert would discern that he did not regard it as a truly valuable piece. At the very least, he had not acquired it for a high price. Thus, he invited Zhongyu to state a price. When Zhongyu insisted on not doing so, Meng took a step back, requesting Zhongyu's appraisal instead. Regardless of whether Zhongyu is truthful or not, he may still discern certain insights. Even if he cannot, taking a moment to ponder how to place a bid is beneficial. Furthermore, having such an item displayed in the shop significantly enhances its market value. This also indicates that Meng Fanqing's intention in bringing the Dotsai Huasher cup to the street market is to augment the stall's allure. In a bustling market filled with numerous stalls, possessing such an extraordinary item attracts foot traffic, thereby promoting the sale of other merchandise. Meng Fanqing, however, remains skeptical of this notion. If one were unable to ascertain the value after examining the item under a flashlight for an extended period, the reputation of the ghost market's Zhongkue would be in jeopardy. Yet, this assertion is irrefutable, as the ability to determine value is inherently subjective. Meng Fanqing glanced at Yu Yao, pondering whether this younger brother was a friend of Brother Zhong. Perhaps he could offer some insights? With Brother Zhong present, it was not his place to speak. He preferred to wait for Brother Zhong to reach a conclusion before seeking his counsel. Yu Yao chuckled lightly, aware that it was Zhongyu who was currently negotiating, and he should refrain from interjecting. Meng boss, as the owner of the goods, let's not engage in pretense. If I propose a price of 10 or 8, you will inevitably counteroffer, Zhongyu stated, indicating his intent to negotiate earnestly. As Meng Fanqing spoke, he quickly calculated in his mind. This Dotsai Huasher cup was certainly not an item from the Chonghua period. However, Zhongyu's clear desire to purchase it raised doubts about his previous assessments. In truth, he had acquired the cup as a modern imitation from a dealer. Nowadays, not every item in the hands of such dealers is genuinely antiquated. Moreover, many local families have learned to procure high-quality replicas and even stage discoveries to create an illusion of authenticity. If this cup were indeed a genuine artifact from the Chonghua period, it would be valued at over 100 million based on current market trends. Yet, Meng Fanqing had only paid 10,000 for it, even including a Guangxu period plate. A price of 10,000 indicates it is merely a modern imitation. If you were to offer it at a price of 10,000 to a naive buyer, a figure in the hundreds of thousands would be more fitting, as it would instill a sense of fortune in the buyer while also yielding a substantial profit. Pricing it too high would hinder sales, while too low would minimize profits. This was his original strategy. However, the unexpected emergence of Zhong Kuei raised questions about whether it was indeed a modern imitation. If it were neither a modern imitation nor an artifact from the Chenghua period, it could belong to other eras of replicas, leaving many possibilities open. Since the Jiajing period of the Ming dynasty, there have been imitations of Chenghua Doucai, and the Qing dynasty produced numerous copies as well. Even later, during the late Qing and early Republic, imitations continued to emerge. If it were a Ming or Qing dynasty official kiln replica, the value would exceed hundreds of thousands. Conversely, if it were a late Qing or early Republic imitation, that figure would be excessively high. As Meng Fanqing pondered these possibilities, he sighed inwardly, realizing that his discernment had faltered. It is one thing to assess ordinary items. Anyone can make a general judgment. Yet, when it comes to high-quality and exquisite pieces, a slight miscalculation can lead to significant errors. Zhong Yu is undoubtedly an expert, and the individual beside him, surnamed Yu, is clearly not lacking in skill either. The competition is psychological, but with the tangible object before them, mere shrewdness is insufficient. In that moment, Meng Fanqing felt a profound understanding of the saying the mountains are high and the waters are deep. Chapter 46, A Cut Above the Rest. In this scenario, there are at least two options that should not be regarded as foolish. The first is to proceed as originally planned, treating it as if one has purchased a modern replica for 10,000 and then negotiate a price in the hundreds of thousands. Ultimately, even if the item sells for less, one would still profit significantly, reaping returns that could reach several times the initial investment. As for how much others might earn, that is of no concern. After all, one must accept the limitations of their own skills. The second option is to set a price of over 1 million, or even higher, treating it as a replica from the Ming or Qing dynasty's official kills. Should the counterpart refuse, one could simply withdraw from the sale and seek other opportunities. There exists another choice, subjective in nature, where one might temporarily set aside the potential profit and candidly disclose the truth to Zhong Yu, admitting that they purchased the item as a high-quality replica for merely 10,000. If Zhong appreciates it, they could negotiate a price as he sees fit. Concurrently, one could express a desire for guidance, seeking to understand more. This option is not necessarily a financial loss. Rather, it is akin to paying a tuition fee for knowledge. And perhaps it could lead to the formation of a meaningful friendship. The first two choices prioritize profit. The ability to earn, or at least not forfeit the chance to earn, typically invites no reproach. The latter choice, however, yields intangible rewards, be it in knowledge or friendship, and the value of these gains remains unproven in the future. Thus, opinions may vary, with some praising and others criticizing. Meng Fanqing's astuteness reflects that of a seasoned merchant, and he ultimately opts for the second choice. Zhong, my decision to set up a stall at the ghost market today was quite spontaneous. You are the expert. I want to elaborate on the quality of this piece. My discerning eye is limited. I acquired it as a Kangxi official kiln imitation of Chenghua for a respectable sum of 120. In the antique trade, there are essentially two coded terms. One refers to individual and the other to piece. By stating he acquired it for 120,000, Meng is effectively quoting a price. If it were a fine example of Ming Dynasty Jiajing official kiln imitation of Chenghua Doucai, its market value could soar into the millions. Should it be a Qing Dynasty official kiln imitation, it would still command at least 1 million. His omission of the term Ming official imitation is due to the rarity of such items, as he has rarely heard of any surviving examples. Ultimately, he dares not exaggerate. Conversely, the Kangxi official imitation of Chenghua, based on the authentic original mark of the period, stands as one of the most exquisite from the Qing dynasty. This Doucai Huasher cup bears the original Chenghua mark, not a pseudo-antique or contemporary mark. Thus, suggesting a price of 200,000 seems reasonable. However, Meng Fanqing, in his fabrications, must leave himself some leeway. Firstly, as he is acquiring it for profit, he cannot afford to purchase at market value. Secondly, this serves to express sincerity by offering a somewhat lower price. Zhong Yu's gaze flickered with a hint of change, but he quickly transitioned to a smile. Boss Meng, my interest in this item does not stem from its age. Rather, it is the abundance of Chenghua Doucai chicken cup replicas in the market that has diminished its appeal, while this washer cup remains a rarity. This statement reflects a depth of knowledge. At first glance, It may seem to assert that this Dotei Huasher cup is merely a modern imitation, yet in truth, he does not directly claim this. He merely indicates a lack of emphasis on its age, while simultaneously noting the scarcity of similar replicas. Certainly, if Zhong Yu were to genuinely regard it as a modern imitation, he would not have expended so much effort in discourse. Rather, it was merely a tactic of negotiation. A gentle nudge. Meng Fanqing was momentarily taken aback. This statement was indeed difficult to respond to. However, he steeled himself and retorted, "Did I not already express? I cannot compare to Brother Zhong. My discernment is limited. Yet, this is truly the price at hand. I cannot possibly incur a loss." Before Zhong Yu could interject, Yu Yao rose, apologetically stating, "Pardon my interruption. Please, continue your discussion. I shall take a stroll. Brother Zhong, should you need anything, do not hesitate to call upon me. My primary purpose today is to explore the market, and I expect to depart around noon." Yu Yao had come to understand that Meng Fanqing clearly did not grasp the situation, yet he exhibited a resolute stance of neither selling nor conceding, suggesting that a price reduction was unlikely. The item in question was indeed worth acquiring, but purchasing it for over 1 million seemed rather unappealing, even if it were enticing. He could not produce such funds all at once. Thus, even if Zhong Yu were to decline, he would have no means to buy it. Furthermore, everything that needed to be said had already been articulated. What was there left to linger upon? As he spoke, Yao had already reached the doorway. Meng Fanqing slowly lit a cigarette, pondering whether this was a matter for further deliberation. Could it be that he had guessed correctly? Was it truly an imitation of the Kangxi period? He then approached the counter, scrutinizing the floral stone cup closely. Driven by this psychological impetus, he found it increasingly reminiscent of authenticity. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Meng Fanqing resolutely decided, regardless of its true nature, this price was one he must firmly uphold. Meng Fanqing's business was undeniably far more substantial than that of the stall owner, Old Zhao. Although he granted face to the ghost market's Zhong Kuei, profit remained paramount. He did not subscribe to the mystical notions circulating, which suggested that gaining Brother Zhong's approval would lead to smoother business dealings. At this moment, Yu Yao and Zhong Yu had moved to a secluded area outside the shop. "Brother, what do you think? I see he's unlikely to budge on the price. How could one possibly purchase such an item for over 1 million? I have no interest. Brother Zhong, you handle your negotiations." Zhong Yu was momentarily taken aback. "You previously mentioned it was worth acquiring. If that is the case, it cannot be a genuine Chenghua piece. However, if it is indeed worth acquiring, then it cannot be a modern imitation. I believe our perspectives align closely. It is clearly an imitation from the Qing dynasty, is it not?" "Indeed," Yu Yao nodded. "If it were an imitation from the Kangxi period, 1 million would not be an exorbitant price." Zhong Yu's expression grew serious. "What?" Yu Yao's gaze shifted. "Brother Zhong, do you truly believe it is an imitation from the Kangxi period? Do you think otherwise?" With only the two of them whispering, Yu Yao saw no opportunity for further concealment and decided to be forthright. "It is indeed an imitation from the Qing dynasty. However, in my view, it is not an imitation from the Kangxi period, but rather an imitation from the Yongzheng folk kiln." Zhong Yu's face changed dramatically, yet Yu Yao remained unperturbed, glancing at the now slightly brightening sky. "Brother, if I may impose upon you for a few more minutes, could you elaborate further?" Zhong Yu exhibited an uncommon urgency. "Just ensure that you do not inform Meng Fanqing that I am desperate." "How could that be?" "Brother, your skills surpass mine. After benefiting from your insights, how could I repay kindness with enmity?" Yu Yao thought to himself that it seemed Ghost Market Zhong Kuei had misstepped this time and succinctly articulated. The Kangxi period's official imitation of Chenghua Dotei is exquisite and profound. However, there is one aspect that remains insurmountable: the pigments. Kangxi's imitation of Chenghua Dotei lacks the exquisite finesse of the original Chenghua dynasty, exhibiting a slight graininess that, of course, can only be discerned under high magnification. Nevertheless, one can scrutinize its luster under bright light. Coincidentally, we were using a powerful flashlight at that time. Upon closer inspection, I noticed that the luster was not merely different. It was not only more refined than Kangxi's imitation of Chenghua, but even surpassed the original Chenghua itself. Zhong Yu could not help but exclaim, "Have you ever handled the official kiln Dotei from the Chenghua era?" Chapter 47. A stream of Ru Kilnu. Yao cleared his throat and said, "Let's first address the issues we need to discuss." "Oh, my apologies. Please continue." Zhong Yu acknowledged his abruptness. Such delicate colors, combined with the characteristics of the imitation, could only be attributed to the Yongzheng era, as it incorporated the use of famille rose to enhance the color. Although famille rose emerged during the Kangxi period, it was not yet fully developed especially not utilized in imitating Doucai. The Yongjing period not only perfected its application, but also employed it with remarkable versatility. Simultaneously, this cup clearly does not exhibit the characteristics of imitations from the Qianlong era. Zhong Yu felt as though he were navigating a labyrinth in search of an exit. However, one critical point remained unresolved. I believe it resembled Kangxi's official imitation due to the subtle eggshell blue hue in the glaze. Indeed, Kangxi's imitation of Changhua possesses this trait. Yet this piece is not from Kangxi, as the luster of the colors has already ruled that out. This, in fact, serves as evidence that it is from a Yongjing folk kiln rather than the official kiln. Yongjing's official kiln imitations of Changhua Doucai have a glaze that is notably whiter. This eggshell blue is more commonly found in folk kiln imitations of Changhua Doucai. However, this piece is a superior specimen among the Yongjing folk kiln imitations of Changhua Doucai. Hence the slight bluish tint is not pronounced. The official imitations of Changhua Doucai from the Qing dynasty's 3 reigns each possess distinct characteristics, and few scholars have delved into the folk kilns, as their quality is generally considered inferior. Nevertheless, some commendable pieces emerge from the Yongjing folk kiln imitating Changhua Doucai. Interestingly, it is noted that among the 3 Qing dynasties, the finest folk kiln pieces belong to the Kangxi era, yet in the realm of Changhua Doucai imitations, the Yongjing folk kiln excels. While these matters may seem straightforward in discussion, the actual identification of an artifact is a remarkably intricate process, requiring a discerning eye. Zhong Yu, as if awakening from a dream, remarked, "Yu Yao, your discerning vision rivals that of the great appraisers of your." "Oh, it is nothing." Zhong Yu collected himself. "Yu Yao, your keen eye was truly evident with that small shadow blue bowl, but this Doucai flower stone cup has truly broadened my horizons." "You're too modest, Zhongge. When we first met, you mentioned that porcelain matters could find their way to you, which is a testament to your esteem for me. Such trifles are of little consequence." Yu Yao smiled and added, "By the way, you must have a clear idea of the prices for Yongjing folk kiln imitations. Ponder that while I peruse the stalls." "Yu Yao." Zhong Yu grasped Yu Yao's arm. "I've left you my number. Could you possibly share yours with me?" Yu Yao thought to himself that it seemed the shadow blue bowl paled in comparison to the impact this Doucai flower stone cup had on him. Frankly, such discernment had previously only been a dream for him. "All right, I'll dial it for you," Yu Yao replied, pulling out his phone and locating Zhong Yu's number to call. At this moment, dawn gradually broke, yet the market remained as lively as ever. Although situated in the porcelain capital, securing fine pieces at the stalls was no simple feat. Originally, authentic vintage items are scarce, yet counterfeit pieces abound. Although their rarity does not imply their complete absence, the few that do exist may not be worth the investment, particularly when considering price factors. Many vendors possess a discerning eye, accurately pricing genuine antiques. Some, like the Yongjing period imitation of Changhua Doucai flower stone cup, elude Meng Fanqing's comprehension, yet he stubbornly clings to exorbitant prices, fearing any potential loss. If it were a Kangxi official imitation of Changhua Doucai flower stone cup, acquiring it for $1 million would indeed be considered profit. However, should it be an imitation from the Yongjing period, despite the glaze showing a subtle hint of blue, it would only fetch around 200,000 to 300,000, and that is only if one is particularly fond of it. After all, the official kiln wares from the Qing dynasty's 3 reigns remain the mainstream acknowledged by the market. In reality, Meng Fanqing's acquisition of this modern high imitation for 10,000, regardless of any deception involved, could be deemed a fortunate find. However, if Yu Yao were to purchase it, he would only be willing to offer a few thousand, making it utterly unfeasible to acquire it from Meng Fanqing. Moreover, given the current market focus on street vendors, there is no necessity for him to peruse the offerings at Langrungshuan. After strolling for over 10 minutes, Yu Yao encountered the trio. Lao Zhou and Pu Jie appeared empty-handed, suggesting they had not procured anything either. Lao Huang clutched a small black plastic bag, seemingly containing a modest item. Yu Yao greeted him. "Made a purchase?" The 4 were at the corner of 2 streets, instinctively stepping back to stand in an open space behind a stall. A Republican-era blue and white cloud dragon pattern inkbox was priced at 1,000, a fair deal. Lao Huang first produced a pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes to share before providing an explanation. Yu Yao nodded, remarking, "I say, this ghost market has nothing of value. What about that Doucai piece?" Pu Jie had been eager to inquire. "Neither from this dynasty nor an official imitation. It's a Yongjing period piece," Yu Yao replied softly. "I knew it," Pu Jie exclaimed, glancing at the stall ahead. "Wow, a whole array of Ru-kiln wares. It was then that Yu Yao noticed, indeed. The stall was replete with Ru-kiln pieces, showcasing every form documented, their sky-blue glaze shimmering in the ambiguous dawnlight. Naturally, such rare artifacts, with only around 70 known to the world, would not evoke any belief that genuine items resided in this stall. The setup resembled a wholesale arrangement. Just for fun, Pu Jie said. His interest peaked as he approached and picked up a three-legged brush washer. Besides the sky-blue glaze, Ru-kiln identification hinges on three main features: crab claw pattern, fragrant ash body, and sesame nails. Pu Jie examined the brush washer, comparing each characteristic. Although it was a counterfeit, it should still possess some semblance of quality, shouldn't it? The crab claw pattern refers to the glaze surface as crackle, resembling the fuzziness of a crab's claw. The fragrant ash body indicates a texture reminiscent of ash left by burnt incense. And sesame nails are marks left by supports used during firing, resembling sesame seeds. This support firing technique allows for fully glazed bottoms, with only minor traces of the supports marring the glaze. In contrast, most ceramics are fired upright, resulting in exposed clay around the base, which often necessitates additional grinding to achieve a smoother finish. As Yao accompanied Pu Jie to the stall, he casually glanced around. When Pu Jie was inspecting the sesame nails at the bottom of a brush washer, Yu Yao cast another look. Noticing that Pu Jie was still preoccupied, he remarked, "I say, what is so amusing about a gathering of sesame nails?" In this context, Yu Yao's reference to a gathering did not imply an excessive number of sesame nails. In the realm of antiques, particularly ceramics, a pair signifies two pieces, while a gathering denotes four. Yu Yao was metaphorically suggesting that there were 4 sesame nails on the base of the brush washer. Typically, Ru-kiln ceramics are fired using support nails in odd numbers, usually 3 or 5, with 5 being the most common for stability. Occasionally, 6 nails are used for oval-shaped Narcissus basins. However, the brush washer in question bore 4 nails, a rarity that had never been encountered before. Even if one were to purchase a replica for enjoyment, such a glaring flaw would be quite disconcerting. No sooner had Yu Yao spoken than the stall owner chuckled. A connoisseur, indeed. That piece is merely a common item, but it comes at a reasonable price. The stall owner, appearing to be in his 30s, showed no reluctance in acknowledging that his stall was filled with replicas. Seeing Pu Jie set down the item, he rummaged through a large travel case nearby and produced another piece. This 3-footed rib vessel is quite well crafted, if you're not seeking authenticity for a brush washer. This one has its merits. Pu Jie accepted the piece, and the stall owner left the travel case open, seemingly prepared to display more should Pu Jie find it unsatisfactory. The glaze is lacking. It's a powdery blue, Yu Yao interjected. Indeed, the sky blue glaze is the most sought after. Yet Ru-kiln wares are not exclusively in sky blue. There are also bean green and powdery blue varieties. This piece, in terms of overall craftsmanship, is the finest imitation available. Furthermore, when discussing official kills of the Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties, one must acknowledge that the high-quality imitations often shine. However, true old wares from the north, particularly from Ru, are more authentic. Yu Yao chuckled heartily, half squatting before the stall owner, and casually offered him a cigarette. "Brother, you conduct your business with admirable transparency." The stall owner accepted the cigarette without hesitation, remarking, "You clearly possess an expert's eye. Frivolous pursuits hold no value for you." Yu Yao gestured towards the open travel case. "May I see that larger piece?" "Ah, you truly do have a discerning eye. This piece is not a Ru-kiln imitation. As you can see, it features a blue-white glaze." "I am aware. If you can part with it, please show it to me," replied Yu Yao. "Of course, why wouldn't I profit if I can?" The stall owner said with a chuckle, retrieving the item and placing it before Yu Yao. At first glance, it appeared to be a blue-white glazed tripod furnace, the glaze leaning towards a lighter shade. However, upon closer inspection, it was not entirely a tripod furnace. A tripod furnace is derived from the shape of a bronze vessel, characterized by a round mouth, flat rim, short neck, rounded shoulder, and a flattened belly. Yet this porcelain furnace, with its relatively straight neck, shoulder, and belly, appeared more grand, and the glaze was notably thick. Most strikingly, beneath the rim was an inscription in blue underglaze, made with reverence on the 28th day of the 3rd month in the 3rd year of the Jingtai reign of the Ming dynasty. At that moment, Old Zhou and Old Huang also approached, both noticing the inscription and exchanging glances. An aberration? The term aberration had previously denoted deceptive replicas in the antique trade, but now it increasingly referred to altered or incongruous forgeries. which was the meaning Old Zhou and Old Huang intended. The vendor refrained from elaborating, simply stating with a serious demeanor, "I acquired this from another." At that moment, Old Zhou cast another glance at the large travel trunk, for he found it hard to believe that Yu Yao would be attracted to such an item. Could it be that the trunk concealed other treasures? However, within it lay 3 or 4 pieces, all imitations of Ruware. The reason Old Zhou and Old Huang regarded this Celadon incense burner as a peculiar artifact was tied to a historical conundrum. The 3 reign titles inscribed were Zheng Tong, Jingtai, and Tian Shan. Although they appeared to represent 3 emperors, in truth, there were only 2. During the reign of the Ming dynasty's Zheng Tong Emperor, Zhu Qizhen, a significant event transpired, the Tamu Fortress incident. The chief eunuch Wang Zhen deceived Zhu Qizhen into leading an expedition against the Oirat Mongols, resulting in Zhu's capture. Following his abduction, Zhu Qizhen's brother, Zhu Qiyu, ascended the throne, changing the era name from Zheng Tong to Jingtai. The Jingtai inscribed on this Celadon incense burner also refers to the famed Jingtai Blue. Eventually, the beleaguered Zhu Qizhen, seizing an opportune moment during Zhu Qiyu's illness, orchestrated a coup and reclaimed the throne, renaming the era from Jingtai to Tianshan. The years of Zheng Tong, Jingtai, and Tianshan spanned a total of 28 years, during which the imperial kiln factory in the porcelain capital remained in a state of semi-paralysis. However, semi-paralysis did not equate to complete cessation of production. The imperial kilns still produced a limited quantity of official porcelain. Though these pieces were created, they bore no era markings. To this day, official kilns with confirmed era inscriptions from this period have yet to surface, possibly due to the ensuing chaos. Thus, this epoch is referred to as the blank period. During this time, even folk kilns scarcely featured era inscriptions, and should any appear, they would never bear the words Ming Dynasty. Astonishingly, this Celadon incense burner bore an inscription indicating it was made on the 28th day of the 3rd month in the 3rd year of the Jingtai era. Could this not be deemed bizarre? While this remains a historical enigma, given that even after the Zheng Tong Emperor's capture, turmoil ensued, one must ponder why no era inscriptions were produced by the official kilns during his normal reign. Nonetheless, within the realm of antiquities, this is widely accepted. Particularly, the era marking on this incense burner is Jingtai, the least likely to appear among the official kiln inscriptions of the 3 reigns. Knowledge of Ming and Qing official kiln porcelain is quite prevalent among collectors. It would be hard to believe that Yu Yao was unaware of this. Yet, not only did Yu Yao examine the incense burner, he even inquired about its price. "All right, my friend, I won't ask further. Just give me your bottom line. Are you truly interested?" The vendor responded, seemingly unconvinced. He indeed acquired this piece from another and was aware of its peculiarity. His decision to retain it was based on the fact that, despite the questionable inscription, the craftsmanship was exceptional, making it suitable for those overly confident and eager to find a bargain. The finer the piece, the more likely it is perceived as an unexpected windfall. Moreover, a crucial factor was its affordability. It was acquired for a mere pittance, ensuring a profit for anyone willing to take it off his hands. Originally, he intended to part with the surplus of Ru kiln replicas he had accumulated, without any intention of bringing along the incense burner. However, during the packing process, with a moment of spontaneity, he placed it in the box. To his astonishment, this young man, who appeared to be quite skilled, was indeed interested in purchasing it. Chapter 49. Establishing the Crown Prince, offering sacrifices to heaven. The vendor's eyes suddenly gleamed with understanding. It dawned on him that there was a potential buyer ready to make a deal. Yu Yao remained non-committal, merely smiling in response. "Why not inquire with your friend about this 3-legged, string-pattern vessel? If he is interested, I can offer you a bundled price." Yu Yao waved his hand dismissively, indicating that they could negotiate separately. He discerned that Pu Jia had been indecisive, having set down the 3-legged vessel, and now stood up to smoke. Simultaneously, it was evident that the vendor did not fully grasp the value of the Celadon glazed incense burner. Hence, he did not see the need to bundle it into the negotiation. "Very well," the vendor mused for a moment. "Let's settle on 3,000. It's a fine piece, and I'm selling at a bargain." In truth, the vendor had acquired the incense burner for merely 100 yuan. Initially, he had negotiated a total of 3,900 for a collection of items, hoping to include the incense burner, but the original owner insisted on an additional 200. After some back and forth, they settled on an extra 100, finalizing the purchase at 4,000. Meanwhile, Yu Yao, observant and astute, could gauge that the vendor's initial offer was not particularly high. While he could not ascertain the exact amount, He estimated it might be a few hundred at most. Given this context, it was entirely reasonable for the vendor to start at 3,000. Even if he had acquired it for a mere 10 yuan, he would still dare to quote such a price. Yu Yao had his own thoughts. Primarily, he wished to avoid lengthy negotiations and preferred a straightforward offer. The vendor had already let slip that Yu Yao was on the lookout for a buyer, indicating his desire to con the unwary. Thus, despite the seemingly low offer, the vendor might not be inclined to part with it for less. I'm not in need, nor are you. 1,800 sounds quite agreeable, Yu Yao declared, promptly producing a neat stack of red bills and presenting them before the vendor. The vendor feigned reluctance, remarking that after all the effort, he would only remit 100 or so, before ultimately accepting the money. Lacking a box, the vendor wrapped the incense burner in several layers of newspaper and encased it in 2 layers of plastic, considering it a sufficient safeguard given its weight. In their eyes, Yu Yao could not possibly be a fool to spend 1,800 on a mere trinket. Yet, the three of them truly did not grasp the item's significance at all. Having departed from the stall, they led Yu Yao around the corner and into a relatively secluded area. Come, let us offer Professor Yu a cigarette and discuss the origins of this exquisite piece. Old Zhou cheerfully proffered a cigarette. Yu Yao observed the trio and remarked, "This is indeed from the Jingtao Imperial Kiln. Did you not notice the inscription on it? Please, spare us the pretense at this moment." Pu Jia interjected, gesturing for mercy. With a serious demeanor, Yu Yao insisted, "It is genuinely from the Jingtao Imperial Kiln. The shape, glaze, and era are all unmistakable. How many pieces from the black third-generation Imperial Kiln have survived? It is inconceivable that one would carry an inscription. Moreover, this inscription is remarkably specific, down to the exact date." Old Zhou was beginning to feel anxious. It is precisely because of that date that it serves as undeniable proof. Yu Yao raised his hand, signaling for calm. "Allow me to explain in detail. The black third-generation Imperial Kiln does not bear any marks, or so it is said. However, what if it pertains to a sacrificial vessel? What if it was commissioned for a significant event?" Old Zhou seemed to recall something vaguely, prompting Yu to continue. "Hence, after Emperor Jingtai, Zhu Qiyu, confined the rightful Emperor Zhu Qizhen, he had another task to accomplish, to depose the original crown prince, Zhu Qizhen's son, Zhu Jianda, and to establish his own son, Zhu Jianji, as the crown prince." Yu Yao continued, "If my memory serves me correctly, Zhu Jianji was proclaimed crown prince in April of the 3rd year of Jingtai, while this incense burner was crafted on the 20th of March. Old Zhou suddenly comprehended. "I see now. This incense burner was intended for a heavenly sacrifice, to commemorate the establishment of the new crown prince." Yu Yao nodded, noting that there are very few pieces from the black third-generation Imperial Kiln, and they typically lack official kiln marks. However, this particular heavenly incense burner is exceptionally unique. At that time, with the old being discarded and the new being established, there would certainly be both supporters and opponents within the palace and the court. For the supervisor of the Imperial Kiln, crafting such a vessel for the establishment of a new heir would not be a desirable task. Indeed, adding a mark at this juncture would indicate that it was created under imperial decree, leaving no room for criticism from either faction. Old Zhou nodded repeatedly. Now everything made perfect sense. Coupled with the dating and craftsmanship, this is unmistakably a piece from the Jingtai Imperial Kiln. Yu Yao's brow relaxed. It would indeed be quite challenging to uncover this oversight without such knowledge. At that time, Zhu Jianda's position as crown prince was indeed abolished, and Zhu Jinji ascended as the new crown prince. However, he did not live long enough to fulfill that role, passing away the following year. Eventually, Zhu Qizhen regained the throne, and Zhu Jianda was reinstated as crown prince. Upon Zhu Jianda's ascension, he became Emperor Chenghua. The Xuan dice bowl and the Jingtai Imperial Kiln incense burner you unearthed cannot solely rely on keen eyesight. Old Huang raised his thumb in admiration, utterly convinced. At this moment, Pu Jia, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. "You've explained all this thoroughly. Yet, there remains a question. This incense burner should have been transported to the capital. How did it reappear in the porcelain capital?" "Goodness, you truly have an eye for detail." Yu Yao replied, "I hadn't given that much thought. It is indeed peculiar that after being crafted, the incense burner was neither sent to the capital nor destroyed and buried. To suggest it returned to the porcelain capital after the heavenly sacrifice seems even more implausible." Chapter 50, The Blue Seal. Yu Yao remarked that the practice of destroying and burying was a regulation during the Ming and Qing dynasties. If a piece from the Imperial Kiln was deemed unfit after firing or for any other reason, it would be smashed and buried. Consequently, There remain numerous shards of imperial porcelain buried underground in the porcelain capital and its vicinity, often unearthed during construction. Moreover, many individuals specialize in this, even renting spaces near the original site of the imperial kiln to dig tunnels specifically for porcelain shards. After pondering for a moment, old Zhou spoke thoughtfully. Given the intense power struggles at the time, if this piece were to be produced and somehow transported out of the imperial kiln, it is not inconceivable that it could have been stolen, seized, or somehow acquired by opposing forces near the porcelain capital, and by mere coincidence, not destroyed. However, Pu Jie remained unfazed by their deliberations, asserting there is no need for such speculation. The vendor did not unearth it themselves. Consider this. Centuries have passed, and who can truly ascertain what events transpired? Even if one entered the imperial city by chance and circumstance after several hundred years, it is entirely plausible that one could find their way from the royal palace into the bustling streets, eventually arriving at the porcelain capital. Old Huang nodded in agreement, asserting that as long as the year and craftsmanship are accurate, coupled with this particular style, it can indeed be authenticated. As for its provenance, historical occurrences are often shrouded in uncertainty. If necessary, one could resort to carbon-14 or thermoluminescence testing. Yu Yao raised the bag in his hand, tilting his head slightly with an air of confidence, asserting that it was unnecessary. He felt assured it was authentic. Furthermore, he was not inclined to part with such items easily. Although he was not particularly wealthy at the moment, having sold a few items had provided him with a temporary financial cushion, allowing him the luxury of retaining valuable pieces. This incense burner, in particular, was a rare find he may never encounter again in his lifetime. Despite merely having stumbled upon it, the three of them had gained a wealth of knowledge, and their shared experience brought them joy, leading to a light-hearted banter as they continued to explore the stalls. As daylight broke, the crowd in the market began to dwindle. Most of those leaving were regulars, accustomed to the pre-dawn atmosphere. Old Huang, with his more contemplative mindset, paid closer attention to the porcelain shards. Having previously inspected several stalls that, while containing some genuine pieces, ultimately left him unsatisfied. Thus, upon discovering a larger stall, he approached it directly. This particular stall occupied 2 standard spaces, offering a diverse array of porcelain types, with a notable selection of monochrome glazed items. Old Huang was contemplating the possibility of experimenting with inlaid porcelain to create hanging screens for sale, hence his particular interest in the monochrome pieces. He reasoned that vibrant blue and white or overglazed colors might not yield the most aesthetically pleasing screens. Yu Yao, though not particularly captivated by the porcelain shards, felt a bit fatigued and stood aside to observe. Lao Zhou and Pu Jie shared his disinterest and wandered off to examine nearby stalls. The porcelain stall was manned by 2 individuals, a man in his 50s and a younger man in his 20s, who bore a striking resemblance to one another, suggesting a familial connection. Indeed, after a brief conversation, Old Huang heard the younger one address the elder as Dad. Little brother. Yu Yao was distractedly watching when he heard a familiar voice calling out. It was the stall owner, Zhao Haisheng, the same Zhao who had previously displayed the shadow blue bowls. Lao Zhao, are you closing up? Not all. My wife brought me lunch, and I'm taking a break while she watches the stall. What about you? Have you found something worthwhile? Lao Zhao gestured towards the bag in Yu Yao's hand. Just picked up a random piece. Yu Yao shrugged. I came with a friend. He is currently examining the porcelain shards. I'm just taking a moment. He nonchalantly retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and offered one to Lao Zhao. Accepting the cigarette, Lao Zhao, adhering to social etiquette, refrained from inquiring further about the contents of Yu Yao's bag. Glancing around his stall, he lowered his voice slightly. I hadn't noticed earlier, but it appears to be a blue-stamped stall. His porcelain is authentic. He's been studying it for 20 years. That is quite a commitment. Yu Yao remarked. The gentleman in Yanjing is known as White Plate, and you are Blue Plate, I suppose? Lao Zhao chuckled. Blue Plate is not my real name. My surname is Su, and my given name is Su Fugui. As old Zhao recounted his past, a hint of tension became evident. Noticing Yu Yao's lack of intent to change the subject, he continued to speak softly. Over 20 years ago, Lan Zhua was merely a peasant from a rural county near the porcelain capital. Facing financial hardships, he often pondered alternative means to supplement his income. At that time, the antique market in the porcelain capital was just beginning to flourish. An acquaintance from a neighboring village had ventured into the trade, traveling from village to collect items and periodically selling them at the antique market. However, having barely completed the 2nd grade of elementary school, Lan could hardly read and had retained little knowledge. Except for the markings on the bottoms of vases, those that were blue and round. Yet, in his mind, he was convinced that possessing such blue stamps signified value. Enlightened as if struck by a revelation, he thought that finding old porcelain should not be difficult. Unfortunately, he seldom encountered such blue stamps. Undeterred, believing he had discovered a path to wealth, he neglected to consult his acquaintance and instead gathered a few old copper locks and mirror frames, heading straight to the market to set up a stall. Consequently, he became the subject of ridicule that day, the biggest joke in the market, with passers-by gossiping about him. They did not even know his name, referring to him simply as Blue Stamp. By chance, an elderly professor from ceramics college, who had a kind heart, stopped by his stall, shared a few words, and offered some guidance. The professor informed him that there were too many types of imperial kiln marks and that he needed to study them thoroughly. Given Land's limited literacy, he suggested starting with porcelain shards, examining the body, glaze, and decoration, allowing him to learn gradually, as practice makes perfect. At that time, porcelain shards were inexpensive, so his studies incurred little cost. He also began to learn various imperial kiln scripts and the history of ceramics. With diligent effort, 2 decades passed, and now, it would be unimaginable that a man who once could barely read has achieved such mastery in porcelain that he surpasses those so-called experts. He now operates a shop in the antique market, yet he remains particularly fond of porcelain shards, even though the profit margins are modest. He has never relinquished this aspect of his business. After listening, Yu Yao mused that this blue stamp certainly seemed more reliable than the Luji porcelain shop, and he should suggest to Old Huang a long-term collaboration with him. Chapter 51. The Great Fortune of Craftsmanship. As old Zhao reminisced about the bygone days, a hint of nostalgia surfaced, and after a brief pause, he inquired, "Did Zhongge not accompany you?" "No, his standards are too high. He likely would not stoop to browse," came the reply. "I heard you two viewed a Dotsai piece at Boss Meng's place. Is that so?" Old Zhao halted, primarily wishing to ask about this, but was sidetracked by the matter of blue stamp Su Fugue. "That piece was priced too high for me. As for Zhongge, I am unaware of their subsequent negotiations," Yu Yao remarked succinctly. Old Zhao immediately grasped the implication of too high as a sign of low value and replied, "All right, let us discuss this further when you have time. You have matters to attend to." "How is it?" "Not bad," Old Huang responded with a smile. "Boss Su has been studying porcelain shards for quite some time. If you intend to create porcelain hanging screens, a long-term collaboration with him will be mutually beneficial." Su Fugue paused, looking at Yu Yao. "Have we met?" "A stall owner just introduced you to me," Yu Yao replied candidly. "Rivals are seldom friends, and instances of backhanded compliments are indeed rare." When Lao Zhao departed, he did not greet Su Fugue, indicating a lack of familiarity between them. "That Lao Zhao." Su Fugue chuckled. "I just saw him earlier. His business has stagnated over the past 2 years. His pride prevents him from approaching." Lao Huang, who had been observing with satisfaction, was intrigued by Yu Yao's remark and interjected, "Su, how about we find an opportunity to discuss matters in depth?" "Certainly. Let's meet this afternoon at my shop." They agreed on a time and exchanged contact information before Lao Huang and Yu Yao left the stall. "I wonder if we are still heading to Luji porcelain?" Lao Huang inquired. "I must ascertain who has treated Pu Jie as a mere pig to slaughter," Yu Yao replied. "In that case, if you prefer not to engage, simply assert that I am the principal, and you can withdraw." "That won't be necessary. Now that we have decided, I shall refrain from delving into business discussions with him. I will merely offer some polite remarks, and you can adapt as needed," Lao Huang responded. At that moment, the shops in the market were still closed. After walking for a while, they encountered Lao Zhou and Pu Jie. This style should belong to the Qianlong era, Yu Yao mused. As anticipated, he observed them examining closely, choosing to remain silent for the time being while he casually inspected the stall. Surprisingly, this stall contained several intriguing items, with at least half being relics from the late Qing and early Republic era, and among them, half appeared authentic. After a brief scan, Yu Yao's attention was drawn to a yellow glazed bottle shaped like a water chestnut. As its name suggests, the bottle's form resembles that of a water chestnut, known for its crisp texture when sliced, often used in lion's head meatballs. However, the water chestnut is typically round and flat with a handle. This bottle, while resembling that shape, had a more rounded belly and a handle that was slightly thicker and longer. Yu Yao pointed at it, and Lao K nodded, indicating that he could take it for inspection. Yu Yao reached for it and crouched down in front of the stall to examine it closely. Upon flipping it over, he discovered the 6-character double-line inscription from the Guangxu period of the Qing dynasty. After observing for a while, he felt confident enough to inquire, "Boss, were these dark patches on the base? I scraped at them with my nail, and they seem rather difficult to remove." Lao Ke smiled knowingly. "Young man, you flipped that base quite adeptly, and your hand inadvertently swept across it. What are you attempting to hide from me? Yu Yao was taken aback, realizing that the stall owner had keenly observed his actions. Lao Ke, noticing Yu Yao's momentary surprise, continued, "This piece is a Yunzhuiqi of factory official glaze. If you genuinely desire it, I can offer you a fair price." Yu Yao thought to himself, well, it's not often I encounter something appealing, only to find that the stall owner is an expert who has seen right through me. Upon hearing him mention factory official glaze and a Yunzhuiqi, it is clear that this item cannot be acquired at a bargain price. Factory official glaze refers to a type of glaze produced by the imperial kiln during the Qing dynasty. Originally developed from the northern folk kiln known for its primary glazes of yellow, purple gold, and oil green, characterized by a somewhat subdued tone that can be slightly overwhelming. These glazes began to be produced during the Kangxi period and continued into the Qing dynasty, collectively known as factory official glaze. The water chestnut bottle, however, is colloquially named. In the imperial court, it was officially referred to as a Taiji paper mallet bottle. The Taiji paper hammer vase represents a distinctive form within the category of the Yunzhuiqi. The term de Yunzhuiqi may sound esoteric, yet it is merely an elegant appellation. The Qing Palace's Internal Affairs Office not only supervised the production of traditional vessel forms at the Imperial Kiln Factory, but occasionally embraced creativity, commissioning new forms and styles to be crafted. Once completed, these pieces would be delivered to the Internal Affairs Office for inspection and subsequent use. Such creations are referred to as the Yunzhuiqi. The dark substance on the base, which Yu Yao initially mentioned, is actually black lacquer applied to the de Yunzhuiqi to convey a sense of gravitas. Over the years, much of the lacquer has worn away, leaving only remnants. Yu Yao had hoped to seize an opportunity, using this detail to his advantage, but was swiftly and brutally corrected by Old K. The de Yunzhuiqi encompasses various forms, each possessing its unique name, often obscure and not commonly known. Take, for instance, the eel yellow glazed water chestnut vase. Affectionately termed by the populace for its vivid imagery, it evokes an immediate mental picture, the glaze reminiscent of an eel's yellow hue, the shape resembling that of a water chestnut. However, according to the nomenclature established by the Qing Palace's Internal Affairs Office, it would be designated as the factory official glazed Taiji paper hammer vase, a title that offers little clarity. Particularly perplexing is the term factory official glaze, which can lead to humorous misunderstandings among novices, conjuring thoughts of unique glaze. What color could such a glaze possibly be? Yu Yao glanced at Old K, expressing his interest in the lowest price for the late Qing artifacts. The late Qing period also produced official kills. Times have certainly changed. Old K gestured toward a red and colorfully adorned gu vase, remarking that in the past, he could have exchanged a Qianlong official kiln piece for one from the Guangxu era. Now, however, should one purchase this vase, he would offer the Qianlong gu vase as a bonus. Pujia and Old Zhou, eavesdropping, exclaimed in unison, "What?" Yu Yao thought to himself that the gu vase is a remarkable piece. He cautioned Old K, saying, "If Qianlong were to return, your collection would pale in comparison. What are you suggesting?" Old K responded succinctly, raising his hand to signify a quantity, indicating 7, a price of 70,000. The value of late Qing official kills has indeed risen in recent years, yet remains far below that of the Qing dynasty's 3 reigns. Moreover, this Guangxu official kiln piece, with its flawed glaze and average form, is unlikely to command more than 100,000. A price range of 60 to 80,000 is comparatively reasonable. Thus, 70,000 is a rather stifling price point, too high to dismiss as reasonable, yet lacking in profit margins. Holding the water chestnut vase, Yu Yao refrained from countering immediately. However, Pujia pressed the vendor Old K with a question. Is it true that purchasing this water chestnut vase indeed comes with a complimentary gu vase? Old K was discerning in his dealings. Initially, when Old Zhou and Pujia were browsing, he would not have spoken candidly if they appeared unknowledgeable about the gu vase. But with Yu Yao's presence, Old K recognized their association and felt confident in discussing the offer of the complimentary gu vase. The gu vase is well crafted, yet it pales in comparison to top-tier replicas, which are valued at several thousand in the market. In contrast, a genuine Qianlong official kiln piece of this form would demand at least 100,000 or more, making it costlier than the water chestnut vase. This is the market, where some top-tier replicas are sold at prices exceeding those of genuine official kiln pieces. Although such comparisons are inherently different and require specific analyses, the underlying factor remains the pursuit of profit. If a top-notch imitation were transformed into an authentic item, once sold, the profits would be substantial. Old K nodded at Pu Jie, suggesting he purchase the vase at my offered price, which could include a floral cup as a gift. However, at this moment, Yu Yao felt a twinge of confusion, given the discerning eyes of Old Zhou and Pu Jie, especially Old Zhou's. How could they linger over such a mediocre floral cup? It seemed there was genuine interest in purchasing it. At this juncture, Old Zhou instructed Pu Jie to hold the floral cup and added, "Boss, what if we were to buy it separately? Although we came together, we are not necessarily one entity." Old K pondered for a moment, concluding that a separate purchase would not suffice without a reduction of 5,000. Approximately 70,000 yuan for a piece from the Guangxu official kiln should be attainable. Moreover, observing Old K's demeanor, it seemed unrealistic to negotiate a reduction of 20,000. Even 50,000 felt excessive to Yu Yao, leading him to refrain from further discussion. Indeed, when Yu Yao set down the water chestnut vase, Old K did not insist further. In his view, this piece would not struggle to find a buyer and would not easily lower its price. Yu Yao's posture suggested he was not one to settle for a mere token discount. Consequently, just as Yu Yao placed the vase down, a stout man approached from the side, squatting down beside him. Yu Yao had not previously noticed this rotund figure, likely having transitioned from a neighboring stall. Despite his girth, the man moved with surprising agility, swiftly picking up the water chestnut vase that Yu Yao had abandoned. Having already given up on the vase, Yu Yao felt no urgency. The stout man was clad in mountaineering attire and jeans, sporting light blue-framed glasses, his hair slicked back with precision, exuding a refreshing scent of perfume. "What is the minimum price for this vase?" the stout man inquired, his Mandarin heavily accented with a Cantonese dialect. Old K, upon hearing this, did not gesture further, stating, 70,000. Central Gate Cup? After a moment's contemplation, Old K grasped the meaning of the term Central Gate Cup, realizing the stout man was not entirely uninformed. He needed to clarify the currency to avoid any subsequent confusion. From the tone, it seemed he hailed from Hong Kong. Indeed, not Hong Kong dollars, nor U.S. dollars. 70,000 is far too steep. In Hollywood, it wouldn't be priced so high. The stout man chuckled, his chubby face creasing into a smile, rendering his eyes behind the glasses nearly invisible. Hong Kong. Pu Jie was taken aback. Hollywood was indeed the renowned film capital. When did it become a place for antiques? Old Zhou adjusted the vase in Pu Jie's hands and, noticing the stall owner engaging with the stout man, quietly explained to Pu Jie, when he mentions Hollywood, he likely refers to Hollywood Road, the most famous antique street in Hong Kong. There are 3 major antique streets in Hong Kong: Hollywood Road, Mallory Street, and Lianggu Road. Pu Jie nodded, realizing he was dealing with compatriots from Hong Kong and Macau. At this moment, Yu Yao moved closer to Pu Jie, whispering directly, "Is there something special about this floral cup?" Pu Jie gestured towards Old Zhou, stating he is the one interested in purchasing. Yu Yao, peering past Pu Jie at Old Zhou, pointed at the floral cup, to which Old Zhou responded with a smile. "Well, we have a moment. You should take a closer look." Yu Yao instructed Pu Jie to place the vase on the ground. He grasped the narrower section of the flower cup with one hand and leaned forward to inspect it from the flared opening. Nearby, the corpulent man engaged in haggling brought a sense of amusement, even eliciting a rare smile from the usually taciturn Old K. "So, what's your offer?" the rotund man queried, extending 2 fingers. 10,000, just to make friends. Pu Jie chuckled, thinking to himself how amusing this Hong Kong fellow was, while he declared 10,000. He was showing only 2 fingers. Did he not understand numbers? "I'll raise the offer to 30,000. The corpulent man responded by extending 3 fingers. Old K shook his head resolutely, stating, 68,000 is my final offer. If that's the case, you might as well put it down. The antique trade doesn't operate on such terms. If you're not willing to negotiate, what's there to discuss?" Old K rubbed his temples, exclaiming, "Talking with you is exhausting. Your accent gives me a headache. Let me put it this way. If you enjoy bargaining, I could start the price at over 100,000, and we'd still end up at 68,000, wouldn't we? This is my business approach. No fluff involved." After a moment, he surprisingly lifted his head, smiling at Yu Yao beside him. "Friend, may I ask you a question?" Hearing this, Yu Yao turned. "Are you speaking to me?" "Indeed. I wish to inquire why you do not desire this vase, given that it is indeed of the right period." Perhaps influenced by Old K's remark, the Hong Kong man spoke a bit slower, articulating each word with more seriousness and less Cantonese accent. This question left Old K in a bemused state, while it could not be deemed a breach of decorum since he acknowledged the vase's authenticity. Yu Yao had already distanced himself from the transaction. However, it was also inappropriate for him to inquire in front of the seller why a customer would refuse a purchase. Yet, even if he asked, it was in vain. Not only was Yu Yao still examining Old K's flower cup, but he would not speak indiscriminately regardless of Old K's presence. Yu Yao smiled slightly and replied, "Because I cannot afford it." The Hong Kong man gazed intently into Yu Yao's eyes. "Is there anything more to it? If you had the money, this price wouldn't be unreasonable." Yu Yao added ambiguously. The rotund man chuckled, acknowledging, "It's not unreasonable indeed. However, after wandering for so long, genuine items are exceedingly rare." Yu Yao ceased to engage further, lowering his gaze back to the crimson flower cup. Yet, he couldn't help but regard the Hong Kong man with newfound respect. His discerning eye was quite commendable. The Hong Kong man then turned to Old K, stating, 60,000 is my utmost limit. Old K hesitated, recognizing that if he did not accept this offer, the man would truly walk away. He had initially priced the water chestnut vase at 35,000, hoping for a profit margin of 100% with a 7,000 markup. However, having spent the entire day at the market without a sale, he understood the dynamics. This Guangzhou Imperial Kiln piece was neither particularly desirable to seasoned collectors nor easily comprehensible to novices. Moreover, the glaze and shape were niche in appeal. "Very well, take it." Old K ultimately conceded. In other businesses, a cost of 35,000 yielding a 25,000 profit would be considered exorbitant. However, the antique trade operates under different principles. The saying goes that one may remain closed for 3 years, only to reap rewards for the subsequent 3 years, which, while somewhat exaggerated, is not entirely unfounded. Firstly, it is unlikely that Old K will encounter such an opportunity in the near future. Moreover, he may only manage to secure one profitable transaction within the span of several months. The modest profits from low-margin items may not even suffice to cover the interest on the capital tied up in his inventory. Before departing, the portly gentleman discreetly slipped a business card into Yu Yao's coat pocket, then patted his shoulder and murmured, "If I'm not mistaken, you are an antique dealer, aren't you? Should you come across anything valuable, do not hesitate to call me." Yu Yao merely acknowledged him with a sound, choosing not to elaborate. Yet he mused that this gentleman possessed not only an astute eye for valuable items, but also an impressive discernment of character. After the gentleman left, Old K nodded at Yu Yao, expressing gratitude for his support. "This floral vase cost me 3,000. If you desire it, feel free to take it with a little extra." In truth, Yu Yao's earlier comments had not significantly aided Old K. Acquiring the water chestnut vase for 68,000 was indeed not a loss, though it yielded little profit. Nonetheless, Old K had a certain finesse about him. At that moment, Old Joe approached. "All right, boss, how about 3,006? A nice, auspicious number." "Sure, take it," Old K replied. Given Old K's earlier statement, it was clear that an additional 3 to 500 would suffice, and with Old Joe's choice of a fortuitous figure, he readily agreed. Yet, Yu Yao remained perplexed about what made this floral vase special. He thought to himself that while 3,006 might be a trivial sum for Old Joe, why purchase an ordinary imitation? It was truly baffling. However, observing Old Joe's certainty suggested there was a compelling reason to buy. With no opportunity for inquiry, Yu Yao opted for silence. As they departed, both Yu Yao and Old Joe carried hefty items. Yu Yao pondered asking Old Joe the rationale behind his purchase and suggested they find a place to rest. The four of them located a small shop, purchased a few bottles of beverages, acquired a newspaper, and settled on the steps of an adjacent clothes store, laying the newspaper beneath them. Yu Yao broke the silence. "Old Joe, what was your intention in acquiring that significant piece?" Old Huang, who had been quietly observing, could no longer contain himself and echoed the question. Pu Jie lit a cigarette, adding, "I noticed that while Old Joe appeared distracted when examining the surface, he was quite focused when gazing into the vase." Old Joe took a sip of his drink, affirming Pu Jie's observation. "Indeed, there must be something within. However, the vase is too deep, obscuring my view." "Did you not use a flashlight to inspect it?" Pu Jie interjected. "Of course. Had I not shown a light on it, would I have spent 3,006? Money does not come easily," Old Joe retorted. Yu Yao inquired, "So, are you suggesting that initially you could not discern anything? Even with the flashlight, you only grasped a vague idea of its contents?" "Precisely," Old Joe explained. "At first I noticed something inside, and my immediate thought was that someone might have inadvertently stuffed a wad of waste paper inside. However, upon reflection, I realized that this vase, being wide at both ends and narrow in the middle, would not allow for such an occurrence. It would have been jammed. It required a patient effort to probe it slowly. Thus, I utilized the flashlight. Even if one were to prod it, it must be something soft. Otherwise, it would clatter at the slightest opportunity, and the vendor would certainly take notice. Yu Yao gestured toward the bag. Come, let's open it and see. Lao Zhou removed the bag and, as he unwrapped the newspaper, continued, when I shone my flashlight, I indeed discovered a bundle of paper beneath. However, it did not appear to be mere scrap. It resembled fine rice paper, neatly bundled rather than haphazardly. This was precisely why I wagered 3,006. After speaking, Lao Zhou peeled away the newspaper, placing the flower pot on the ground. Yu Yao illuminated it with the flashlight, revealing exactly what Lao Zhou had described. The paper bundle's surface was somewhat fluffy. Nevertheless, the bundle was tightly packed, showing no signs of movement. It was highly probable that the void beneath had been stuffed with something akin to paper. Otherwise, given the flower pot's wider base, even if one managed to force the bundle down through the narrower section, it would still shift slightly. It appeared to be raw rice paper, highly absorbent. If it had absorbed moisture, extracting it would be even more challenging. Lao Huang also inspected it with his flashlight. Being well-versed in calligraphy and painting, he understood the intricacies of rice paper. This won't do. Lao Huang immediately protested. What if there's nothing inside the paper bundle, but instead, it conceals a piece of calligraphy or artwork? Although the paper seems relatively new, even modern masterpieces can be quite costly. Yu Yao took a deep drag from his cigarette. This flower pot is a recent creation, not an antique. The act of stuffing a paper bundle inside is rather peculiar. If it were an old item, one could understand how something might have been forgotten over time, possibly even something valuable. However, who would conceal something within a newly crafted imitation? At that moment, Pu Jie suddenly exclaimed, drawing the attention of the three. Have you come to a realization? I am considering the worst-case scenario. Pu Jie sighed. What if at that time, it was meant to absorb moisture and they forgot to remove the paper? That would be quite unfortunate. Chapter 54, Helping You Make Amends. Yu Yao shot Pu Jie an exasperated glance. Can't you think of something more optimistic? Get a rest. In my years in this field, I have come to despise counterfeit goods. If that were the case, I would break it open. Though Lao Zhou's words conveyed a sense of urgency, he remained calm. As this was a gamble from the outset, the price of 3,006 was a pursuit of auspicious fortune. Let us first consider how to extract it. Yu Yao stated, if Lao Zhou is correct, aside from breaking it open, I genuinely cannot conceive of a way to retrieve the item without damaging the paper. Perhaps we should just smash it. Lao Zhou took a deep drag from his cigarette. Let us not, Lao Huang advised. Instead, we should let it sit for a while. We can explore a bit, and after today's activities are concluded, we can ponder it in greater detail. Indeed, let the ideas simmer for a while. Perhaps as we walk, inspiration will strike. Pu Jie stood up. Let us go. You three have each acquired something, while I am left empty-handed. You were the early bird, having secretly procured a piece of Hongxian porcelain yesterday. Yu Yao suddenly recalled, teasing him. Damn it, why bring that up now? The day had brightened considerably. Should we go check if the Liji porcelain shop has opened? Yu Yao glanced at Old Huang. Old Huang replied, I called him last night. He mentioned he wasn't in a hurry to join the bustling market and suggested I come by later. Yu Yao pondered, thinking that he must open after 9 o'clock. It was still too early. Then let's take a stroll for now. Old Zhou wrapped up the flower vase, preparing to hold off on unpacking. Just as the four were about to leave, they spotted Zhong Yu approaching from an unknown direction. Yulaudi, are you busy? Just a casual stroll, Yu Yao replied. As Zhong Yu reached them, he introduced everyone. After some pleasantries, Zhong Yu smiled and asked, May I have a word in private? Zhong Yu continued, I'm uncertain about how well acquainted they are with you. My intrusion is unintentional. No worries. Your request for a private conversation is perfectly reasonable. If we weren't familiar, it should be this way, and if we were close, it wouldn't matter, Yu Yao responded. So, have you finished your discussion with Meng Fanqing? I concluded earlier and was quite straightforward. Even if it was merely a replica from the Yongzheng era, I still wanted it. I just needed to negotiate the price. But he didn't believe me, so we parted ways. Why bother revealing the truth? That would only give him unnecessary insights. Zhong Yu nodded, then shifted the conversation. You Laudi, considering you've come to the porcelain capital, with your discerning eye, I doubt I can assist you in finding anything worthwhile. Is there another dilemma I might help you with? Additionally, how about I arrange a welcome dinner tonight for you and a few friends? Yu Yao contemplated for a moment. Brother Zhong, whether we dine or not, I need to consult them first. However, I do like to inquire about someone. Go ahead. You're aware of the Liji porcelain shop in the Chengwang Road Antique Market, right? Yes, the owner is Lu Baoshan. A flicker of doubt crossed Zhong Yu's eyes. You can't be serious. Upon hearing this, Yu Yao understood. It appeared the Liji porcelain shop had a somewhat notorious reputation among seasoned patrons. Zhong Yu's remark implied that although Luji Porcelain Shop had a tendency to deceive, he believed Yu Yao's keen perception would not fall prey to such trickery. It's not me. Yu Yao offered Zhong Yu a cigarette. How old is Lu Baoshan? Zhong Yu took the cigarette and lit it. In his 50s, quite shrewd, having started from humble beginnings. Just think about it. The term Xing, Quan Xing, is jargon referring to the practice of trading goods among antique dealers, which also denotes a particular type of person who sells others' wares, adept at navigating the market. This is no easy feat. It requires sharp insight, quick wit, and the ability to seize opportunities. Moreover, one must be persuasive, understanding human psychology, and adept at adapting to circumstances. Goodness, Yao exclaimed. No wonder I fell into his trap. Is he the tall one? Zhong Yu chuckled. He does tend to be a bit impulsive. Lu Baoshan occasionally has genuine items in his shop after he opened. He deceives people based on their discernment. Yu Yao murmured in agreement, realizing this person would be challenging to deal with. How much did you lose? It was a new imitation of a pink-painted olive vase from the Jirantang, and I paid 10,000 for it. Isn't that rather excessive? Brother Zhong, as a seasoned patron of the market, why would you help a newcomer like me be taken advantage of? Zhong Yu discarded his cigarette, but extinguishing it underfoot. In truth, dealing in antiquities, particularly those with a vintage appeal, is not inherently against the rules. The world of antiques relies heavily on one's discerning eye. It is akin to wielding a knife, essential for both defending oneself and navigating the treacherous waters of commerce. However, I am aware that Lu Baoshan has committed a rather unscrupulous act. Oh, pray tell, Zhong Ge, I urged. This incident dates back over a decade, during the early days of Lu's porcelain house. Adjacent to Lu's establishment was a shop named Jitsang Ge, owned by a gentleman surnamed Zhang, affectionately known in the trade as De Zhang. Hailing from the outskirts of the porcelain capital, De Zhang initially apprenticed in an antique shop before, with the help of his parents' modest savings, establishing his own store. On one fortuitous occasion, De Zhang came into possession of a remarkable piece, a Kangxi blue and white shallow vase. The vase featured a broad lip resembling a small plate, with a constricted neck, sloping shoulders, and a flared foot, typically characterized by its angular, rounded belly. The overall aesthetic was both grand and dignified. This particular piece stood over a foot tall, adorned with decorative patterns, with the main design depicting a landscape executed in the axe-cut technique, showcasing a striking water separation effect in the blue hues. The expanse of blue, complemented by jade-like glaze, was simply exquisite. Just as De Zhang placed this vase in his shop, Lu Baoshan casually strolled in. Known for his amicable demeanor, De Zhang greeted Lu warmly and even brewed a pot of tea for him. Almost immediately, Lu's gaze fixated on the vase. New stock, De Zhang? He inquired. Indeed. Lu boss, what do you think? Lu examined the vase closely. This is a shallow vase from the Kangxi period. Isn't it? Such quality is rarely found in civilian kilns. The mark indicates it is from the imperial kiln. Chapter 55. Betraying a fellow dealer without consequence. Lu Baoshan delicately turned the vase over to inspect the base and confirmed its authenticity. However, he remarked, yet, I find the landscape lacks presence. One must be cautious with this piece. De Zhang paused, taken aback by Lu's keen insight. What do you mean, Lu boss? Are you suggesting it might be a Guangxu imitation? During the late Qing dynasty, the imperial kilns often attempted to replicate the wares of the Kong, Yong, and Qian emperors due to a decline in national strength and craftsmanship. Many Guangxu pieces imitated Kangxi designs, often bearing marks from the Kangxi imperial kiln. In assessing an antique, one must be wary of any embellishments, regardless of whether they resonate positively or negatively, as they can influence perception. De Zhang, intrigued, joined Lu in scrutinizing the vase. The blue hues appeared more subdued compared to the vibrant sapphire or emerald blue typical of Kangxi imperial wares. Despite this observation, Lu Baoshan did not pursue that line of reasoning further, asserting this is not a concern, especially in the early Kangxi period. It was common for imperial pieces to exhibit less intense blue hues. However, he continued, moreover, the glaze lacks the desired brightness and hardness. In the realm of Kangxi blue and white porcelain authentication, beyond the hue and decorative style, one must also consider the body and glaze. With a particular term used, tight skin and bright glaze. This notion planted a seed of doubt in De Zhang's mind regarding the vase's authenticity. Yet he quickly adjusted his stance, declaring confidently, I see no issues. I firmly believe it is a Kangxi imperial piece, and I shall sell it as such. Lu Baoshan chuckled. As you wish, sell it as you see fit. With that, he took his leave. The following day, a rather imposing guest graced De Zhang's collection hall. He appeared to be in his 40s, portly, and accompanied by a young female secretary and a seasoned middle-aged driver. The guest introduced himself as hailing from Yancheng, specifically visiting the porcelain capital to seek out authentic Qing dynasty imperial kiln wares. As he perused the market, he stumbled upon the collection hall and was immediately taken by its name. Unbeknownst to the guest, after Liu Baoshan's departure the previous day, De Zhang had prudently stashed away a particular Qinghua vase. After inspecting the store, the guest shook his head disapprovingly, remarking, "The items in your store seem unworthy of its distinguished name." Although De Zhang had initially intended to keep the vase hidden, the man's comment prompted him to reconsider. What if the guest was indeed a serious buyer? Thus, he decided to present the vase for inspection. Upon seeing it, the guest enthusiastically exclaimed, "This is the one." How much? Despite being a decade old, the price of a Kangxi imperial kiln piece had always remained high. However, the blue and white color of this particular item was not quite up to par, which significantly affected its value. The allure of blue and white porcelain lies in its striking hues, and this piece fell short, warranting a price reduction. Nevertheless, given that it was a Kangxi piece, renowned and highly sought after, De Zhang estimated it could fetch around 500,000. He quoted a price of 600,000, higher than the market rate, as he remained cautious. Having been aware of Liu Baoshan's dubious reputation, he had opted to conceal the item. Even though he had brought it out, unease lingered in his mind. He resolved to set a high price, thinking, let them take it or leave it. In broad daylight, no one would dare to steal. The guest waved his hand dismissively. "My good sir, I assure you of my sincerity. I cannot accept this price. It is the lowest I can offer." De Zhang defended himself. "You misunderstand. Since you have quoted 600,000, I am not averse to a slight increase. I can offer you 680,000, but let's conclude this amicably." De Zhang could hardly believe his ears. This wealthy patron was willing to raise the offer so significantly. At that moment, De Zhang felt compelled to sell. Such a generous price was a rare find. The guest proceeded to write a check. De Zhang, still apprehensive, insisted on keeping the guest in the store while his wife rushed to the bank. The guest readily agreed, sipping tea while he waited. When De Zhang's wife arrived at the bank, everything went smoothly. Verification and transfer were executed without a hitch. With the transaction complete, the guest departed with the vase, leaving De Zhang in a daze, as if caught in a dream. At that moment, anyone would have felt that fortune had smiled upon them. The wealthy spend lavishly, while poverty constrains one's imagination. Yet, a pang of doubt struck De Zhang's heart. Was it counterfeit? Indeed, he had sought expert appraisal, which had declared it a Guangxu imitation of Kangxi, whereas he had desired an authentic Kangxi piece. Was this not a forgery? "Sir," he interjected, "if you wish to delve into the antique realm, one must be acquainted with certain protocols. Do not hastily label it a counterfeit. I assert there are no issues with it." He produced an expert's certification. However, having navigated the industry for a considerable time, De Zhang knew such certificates could be easily procured with money. "Do not show me this. I have no interest in it," he replied. "Are you attempting to be unreasonable?" The guest brandished his phone, declaring, "I shall report this fraud immediately." Before he could finish his sentence, his secretary and driver entered, each holding a stack of papers emblazoned with bold letters that read, "Collecting Pavilion, selling counterfeit goods. I shall pursue this legal matter to the end." Upon seeing the man and woman, the guest hesitated in his call, instructing them, "You two, go distribute flyers in the market. I will call the police." Who then? Is truly attempting to play the rogue? Wait. De Zhang, overwhelmed by the situation, regretted his earlier greed. Since they were already here, he thought it prudent to negotiate. "What do you propose?" "Return the goods." De Zhang mused that even if he were to process a return, his losses would be minimal, merely a delay in sales. However, if the other party were indeed acting in bad faith, the situation could worsen significantly. It was wiser to resolve the matter amicably. De Zhang ultimately nodded in agreement, but added, "As per our usual terms, returns can only yield half the amount back. A deduction of at least 20% is mandatory. Considering that you are not well versed in our trade, I will reduce the deduction slightly. Thus, from the original sum of 80,000, I can only refund you 600,000. In truth, De Zhang's offer was a strategic retreat, as he feared that this unscrupulous customer might demand both a return and compensation. Thus, he sought to placate him by offering a lesser refund. Hearing this, Yu Yao could not help but interject, "Brother Zhong, are you recounting a story? It sounds as if you experienced it firsthand." Zhong Yu sighed, "Though not my personal experience. It was recounted to me by De Zhang himself. Not long after, he passed away." "What? He passed away?" Yu Yao exclaimed in shock. "Yet, it seems De Zhang only incurred a delay in selling his goods without significant loss." Ah, matters are seldom so straightforward. Liu Baoshan is known for ruining his peers without consequence. Zhong Yu continued. Chapter 56, Because You Are My Friend. Was it a case of substitution? He asked. In a typical scenario, having seen the genuine article, De Zhong would undoubtedly recognize a high-quality counterfeit. Yet this instance is different. The craftsman had access to the original piece for comparison. Moreover, having elapsed over half a month, De Zhang's memory could not possibly retain every detail with the precision of a recording device. This was not merely a case of substitution, but rather akin to a cat swapping for a prince. Zhong Yu elaborated, if it were merely a high-quality counterfeit, De Zhang would still face considerable loss, but only in terms of the price of this particular blue and white vase. Its cost price was 200,000, less than half its actual value. Zhong Yu confirmed that what was returned was indeed a high-quality counterfeit, and De Zhang had failed to discern it. While it was plausible that De Zhang could overlook such a detail, as Zhong Yu stated, the loss would still only amount to 200,000. A cat swapping for a prince? Yu Yao pondered, what was the backup plan? De Zhang had not anticipated that the wealthy customer would report the incident after returning the goods. Furthermore, he had recorded their conversation on his phone, during which De Zhang had asserted that it was undoubtedly a piece from the Kangxi imperial kiln. Yu Yao frowned. This doesn't seem to be a grave matter. First, the antiquities trade is quite unique. Even if De Zhang made such a statement, it merely reflects his lack of discernment and does not constitute the legal criteria for fraud. Secondly, the local police in this porcelain capital should be well acquainted with the intricacies of the antiquities trade, and more crucially, they would likely lean in favor of De Zhang. What you are contemplating now, Liu Baoshan had already envisioned a decade ago. This individual possesses a cunning mind, remarkably astute. Zhong Yu let out a sigh. Goodness! Yu Yao exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Isn't this excessively ruthless? All for a mere piece of Kangxi imperial kiln porcelain worth hundreds of thousands? It was not merely for the sake of a Kangxi blue and white wine vessel. The Grand Collecting Pavilion was situated right next to Liu's porcelain shop, and, at that time, its business was far more prosperous than his own. This vessel was merely a tool for Liu Baoshan to exploit, achieving two objectives with one action. Otherwise, he would not have gone to such lengths. I wondered why he would casually stroll into that shop. His envy must have been brewing for quite some time. Yu Yao sighed softly. What happened next? How was it resolved? The two had confronted each other at the police station. The wealthy man remained unperturbed, speaking eloquently. It was your possession. I allowed you to inspect it thoroughly upon return, and you yourself assured me there were no issues, permitting me to leave with my money. Why did you not mention a switch at that time? De Zhang also inquired why the wealthy man did not report to the police before returning the item. The man's reasoning was that he feared the investigation would take too long, and with such a substantial sum at stake, he could not feel at ease. They engaged in numerous confrontations, yet De Zhang's only witness was his wife, who had been present during the purchase but not during the return. At that moment, a crucial witness emerged, Liu Baoshan. He claimed he had heard a commotion next door out of curiosity and had stepped out to listen. Discovering that someone was returning an item, Liu Baoshan's testimony was undeniably detrimental to De Zhang. Even so, the evidence remained insufficient. However, the matter involved a considerable amount, meeting the threshold for a criminal investigation. Fortunately, the police did not detain De Zhang, but granted him bail. This incident swiftly spread throughout the antique business in the porcelain capital, exacerbated by Liu Baoshan's embellishments. The uninformed onlookers were taken aback, some even dropping their snacks in shock. Although schemes and deceit are rampant in the industry, and tales of trickery abound, it was unprecedented for someone like De Zhang to suddenly find himself a suspect in a criminal case, awaiting police investigation and judicial scrutiny. He was the first in the antique market on Qingwang Road to face such a fate. About a month later, the police conveyed that the prosecution had not been approved by the prosecutor's office due to insufficient evidence. The head of the prosecution department was quite knowledgeable and provided detailed reasoning. The Collecting Pavilion was a common commercial name, not uniquely identifiable. Furthermore, the expert committee determined it was neither Kangxi imperial kiln nor a Qing dynasty imitation. In other words, any collecting pavilion that emerged from the Republic era to the present could potentially be a recipient of this high-quality imitation blue and white vessel. Consequently, the case was dismissed. The police could only mediate, but neither party accepted the terms. Without an alternative, the matter devolved into a civil dispute, since neither was willing to mediate. They were advised to pursue legal action independently. Naturally, the wealthy man would not engage in litigation and subsequently vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, De Zhang, having endured such turmoil, became severely ill and could not recover. His heart had not been in good condition to begin with, and within half a year, he tragically passed away. De Zhang's wife sold off their assets and closed the collecting pavilion. Moreover, this establishment has previously faced such incidents, leading to the cessation of antique shops. With the current occupant being a color printing shop, the market frequently engages in photo, printing, and agreement documentation, thus sustaining a steady business that continues to this day. However, Zhong Yu remarked, "Consider yourself fortunate, for I am here to assist you." In truth, I had only collaborated with De Zhang on one occasion. Yet a person on the brink of death does not resort to deceit. Following the incident, the fickleness of human relationships became evident. As hardly anyone in the market visited him, he was taken aback by my visit and confided in me. "Have you always intended to confront him?" There exist unwritten rules among trades. This matter pertains to De Zhang and him, and I should not interfere. However, circumstances have changed, for you are my friend. As Zhong Yu articulated these words, his voice was not loud, yet a slight tremor resonated within Yu Yao's heart. A friend. Indeed, the essence of friendship is not dictated by the duration of acquaintance. He may share camaraderie with someone like Pu Jie, a childhood companion, while also forming a bond with someone like Zhong Yu, whom he had only recently met. The notion of instant rapport encapsulates this sentiment. Chapter 57. Inspired, make an opening. Subsequently, Yu Yao and Zhong Yu convened for a brief discussion. However, given Liu Baoshan's cunning nature, haste was unwarranted, as urgency often leads to oversights. Thus, you may wander for now. Afterward, you can deliberate among yourselves. In the evening, I shall host, and we will converse over dinner, Zhong Yu concluded. Yu Yao nodded in agreement, and the two parted ways. Their exchange had consumed considerable time, and it was already 9:30, with the market growing increasingly sparse. Generally, stalls would dismantle by 11, while shops would operate as usual in the afternoon, with most street vendors already having departed. As Yu Yao strolled, he kept a watchful eye for the trio. Throughout his journey, he focused on various items beyond porcelain, yet he failed to discover anything of noteworthy value. Furthermore, after 8 o'clock, some antique stalls began to close, replaced by a few cultural craft stalls, showcasing items such as the King Kong Phoenix, Star Moon beads, and walnut gourd olive pits. Approaching the innermost part of the market, Yu Yao spotted Pu Jie and Old Huang at a stall and approached them directly. "Where is Lao Zhou?" he inquired with a hint of urgency. "He has taken the initiative, inspired to confront someone," Old Huang replied. "We could not dissuade him. He went on his own." "Confront someone?" Yu Yao was puzzled. "Look." Pu Jie placed a Qinghua entwined lotus vase he had been holding onto the ground. The stall owner, an elderly gentleman with a long, thin face, was puffing on his hand-rolled tobacco. "I ask you, young man, will you buy or not?" You three deliberated for quite a while, and now one has left, while another arrives. "I am about to close my stall. I truly offered the lowest price earlier. Do not fret, dear sir. I will take a look and provide you with a definitive answer." Yu Yao picked up the vase for inspection. This particular form of vase, known as the appreciation vase, only emerged during the Qing dynasty's Yongzheng period, characterized by its flared mouth, elongated neck, and round belly with a ring foot. Originally, it bore a more melodious name, Yutong Chun. What was the purpose of the Yutong Chun vase during the Yongzheng reign? It was intended for bestowal as a reward. When an individual accomplished something meritorious, they would be presented with a pair of Yutong Chun vases. Over time, those relaying the edicts perhaps became accustomed to the terminology, eventually referring to them simply as appreciation vases. Subsequently, the name Yutong Chun fell into disuse, replaced by the term appreciation vase. The exquisite blue and white vase is adorned with the design of intertwined lotus vines, symbolizing purity and integrity. The emperor's bestowal of these official kiln vases is not without implication. It carries a dual message of grace and authority. This particular vase is not a recent creation. Its appearance is aged, and the glaze is rather ordinary, while the artistry of the intertwined lotus is somewhat lacking. Upon examining the base, I discerned the inscription indicating it was produced during the reign of the Yongzheng emperor of the Qing dynasty. Suddenly, it became clear to me that this is an imitation from the Xianfeng period, which is characterized by its inferior craftsmanship. During the Xianfeng era, the nation faced numerous internal and external challenges, including the debts incurred from the Opium Wars and the devastation wrought by the Anglo-French forces on the Summer Palace. With such turmoil, the focus on official kiln production waned, and even when production continued, the quality significantly deteriorated. A weakened nation yields weaker artifacts. Moreover, Xianfeng blue and white porcelain rarely bears the Xianfeng mark. Instead, they often mimic the Yongzheng style, albeit inadequately. Thus, for an expert, distinguishing a Xianfeng imitation of Yongzheng is relatively straightforward. Upon further inspection, I not only grasped the nature of the vase, but also understood the reference made earlier by Lao Huang regarding an incision. For on the base of this vase, adjacent to the inscription, there exists a small hole, roughly the size of a finger. Inspired by this, Lao Zhou contemplated how to extract the paper from the red glazed flower cup without damaging it. Breaking it would be too regrettable. If he drilled a hole in the base, he could gradually push the contents out through it. Furthermore, he was inspired about how to utilize the flower cup next, transforming a beautiful porcelain vase into a lampstand, which indeed would be quite aesthetically pleasing. However, there was a dilemma. The electrical wires would be awkwardly exposed. Thus, a method emerged to drill a hole at the bottom of the vase to thread the wires through. The red glazed flower cup that Lao Zhou purchased could also serve as a lamp. What price did you quote? I inquired of Pu Jie. 50,000, he replied. If only it bore the Xianfeng mark instead of the Yongzheng. I mused aloud. Upon hearing this, the vendor's expression shifted, realizing that the youngest among us was indeed the most knowledgeable. Although the Xianfeng official kiln was not of high caliber, pieces bearing the Xianfeng mark are particularly rare. Given that it is an official kiln item, those marked with the Great Qing Xianfeng era command a market price higher than those from the subsequent Tongji and Guanxi periods, and even surpass the earlier Jiaqing and Daoguang pieces. However, imitations of Yongzheng from the Xianfeng period are more prevalent than those with the Xianfeng mark, and their market value can generally be referenced against Daoguang porcelain. Such a vase could reasonably fetch around 100,000. However, there is a minor flaw. A subtle hairline crack at the rim, barely noticeable, measuring only a couple of centimeters, yet still discernible. Moreover, if Pu Jie were to purchase it, it was evident he was not doing so for collection purposes, but rather with the intent to profit. I set the vase down, gently shaking my head. Pu Jie did not pick it up, but addressed the vendor. Sir, 20,000. If that isn't acceptable, we shall take our leave. He added, we can't even touch it. Perhaps I shall return next week. The vendor waved his hand dismissively. When you see my stall next time, kindly walk around it. My apologies for taking up your time, sir, Lao Huang added, following suit. The three individuals departed from the stall, finding little else to explore. Yu Yao inquired, where has old Zhou gone to drill? Not having asked at the time, I suggested a phone call to him. Lao Huang retrieved his mobile device. After a brief exchange, he hung up and turned to Yu Yao and Pu Jie, stating he mentioned he's found a shop for repairing porcelain and is currently engaged there. He advised us not to go just yet, as it would be inappropriate with too many of us present. Let's first find a nearby restaurant for lunch. Order some dishes and wait for old Zhou. Yu Yao suggested. The trio located a restaurant, requested a private room, ordered their food, and sent a WeChat message to old Zhou. Just as the dishes were served, within 2 minutes, old Zhou pushed open the door to the private room. You truly have a knack for timing. Pu Jie chuckled, pulling out a chair beside him. I hope you want to keep me in suspense. Is there nothing but a lamp? Lao Huang chimed in. Why the silence? Surely you have something intriguing to share. Chapter 58. Encountering the ghost face money again. I scarcely had the chance to speak before you both began your onslaught. I feared you would bring this up, and besides, it is rather inconvenient in the establishment. Old Zhou remarked, placing the bag containing the flower vase on the chair. Come, let us see. I feel as if I am about to unveil a lottery win. Yu Yao chuckled. Prior to old Zhou's arrival, he had informed Lao Huang to refrain from contacting Lu's porcelain shop, as Zhongyu would be of assistance. Initially intending to discuss matters further, they had postponed the conversation, awaiting the outcome of the reveal. Old Zhou extracted a bottle from the bag, dragging the chair aside and inverting the bottle upon it. Beneath it lay a protective layer of rice paper. After drilling, I removed it, and it was not a painting, but rather crumpled blank rice paper. Old Zhou noted that only paper remained inside, which could not possibly be a painting. Thus there was no need for excessive caution, as long as the contents remained intact. In truth, he felt somewhat disheartened, nearly adding that if anything were present, it would be a different matter. Now, through the hole, a somewhat larger fluffy paper bundle was visible. It would have been far simpler to cut out a base the size of a beer bottle and retrieve it directly, Pu Jie remarked nonchalantly. That would spoil the base mark. Though it is indeed a counterfeit, Lao Huang replied, then turned to old Zhou. You're the rightful owner. You proceed. A pair of chopsticks will suffice. Old Zhou nodded, picked up a chopstick, wrapped one end in several layers of napkin, and cautiously began a prod. Although it required some effort, the paper bundle was extracted relatively intact. It had become misshapen but remained unbroken. Before old Zhou opened it, Pu Jie carefully locked the door to the private room, having already advised that no one should enter after the dishes were served. Upon opening, they discovered that the wrapping was less orderly than anticipated, and the layers became progressively smaller, with the object taking a while to reveal itself. At last, a copper coin emerged before the four of them. Disappointment marred the faces of the three, while Yu Yao nearly gasped aloud. For this coin was, in fact, a ghost face money. To the trio, examining the patina revealed that it could not possibly date beyond the Qing dynasty. Its quality was commendable, but if placed in the antique market, it would hardly fetch more than a few hundred yuan. Old Zhou spent 3,600 to acquire a counterfeit item, ultimately ending up with merely a lamp. He chuckled to himself, thinking he could fashion a pull-string switch, using a copper coin as a weight. Suddenly, Yi Yao reached out, urging him to examine it closely. Even you can't discern its value. Old Zhou handed the coin to Yu Yao and took a seat at the table. Lighting a cigarette, Hu Jia approached and patted Old Zhou on the shoulder, saying, "Brother, this is certainly better than having nothing at all. You're a jinx." Old Zhou exhaled smoke in Pu Jia's direction. Meanwhile, Old Huang remained by Yu Yao's side, continuing his inspection. He too doubted Yu Yao could uncover anything further. However, with some artistic background, he found the ghostly visage on the coin to be rather exquisitely crafted. The central hole served as a ghostly eye, not appearing jarring or sinister, but rather enhancing a sense of profound insight. Yu Yao nearly succumbed to the impulse of retrieving his own ghost-faced coin from beneath his collar to compare it, but ultimately restrained himself. This secret was not one he could share with others. The design on the ghost-faced coin should mirror his own, yet this particular piece was evidently smaller. While his coin measured approximately 4 centimeters in diameter, this one did not exceed 3.5 centimeters. Upon inspecting the reverse side, Yu Yao couldn't help but exclaim softly. His own ghost-faced coin bore 5 characters surrounding the hole: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. In contrast, this smaller coin featured only one character: fire. The placement corresponded precisely to where the fire character was located on his own piece. Yu Yao lifted the coin for another look, observing that the unmarked area on the reverse was quite smooth and had developed a patina. This indicated that the fire character ghost-faced coin was originally cast in this manner, without any signs of other characters having been removed. Yu Yao let out another soft exclamation and scrutinized it further, drawing the attention of Pu Jia and Old Zhou. "There's another character?" they inquired. "Just look at Yu Yao. Even if it's an ordinary Qing dynasty coin, he has clearly got an eye for detail. Just for his inquisitive nature, he deserves it." Old Huang chimed in, nodding in agreement. Yu Yao inwardly chuckled, realizing that had it not been for the circumstances surrounding this coin, he too would have reacted like them. Old Zhou rubbed his chin, remarking that the coin was indeed peculiar. Old Huang pondered aloud. Could it be some sort of talisman? "It's hard to say," Yu Yao replied, feeling somewhat disoriented. "Regardless of its nature, if you like it, consider it a gift." Old Zhou generously offered, observing Yu Yao as momentary daze. "Let me take another look," Pu Jia interjected, extending his hand toward Yu Yao. Pu Jia weighed in his hand and remarked, setting aside whether it's a talisman, "Why would this object be concealed within a newly forged item?" Old Zhou waved dismissively, questioning the utility of such an inquiry. "It's not that simple. Tracing its origin might reveal its purpose," Yu Yao advised Old Zhou. "Listen to me, don't go around asking indiscreetly. Keep it safe. This item feels anything but ordinary." Old Zhou retorted, "Even if it is a talisman, hidden within a counterfeit, it wouldn't be too valuable. Didn't I just say if you like it, it's yours?" Yu Yao pondered for a moment and said, "Old Zhou, if you truly have no interest, I am indeed inclined to accept it. How about this? I will pay 3,600 and the flower vase will belong to you, while the money will be mine." "You rascal. Are you not insulting me? What is this trifling sum to quibble about? That simply will not do. I cannot allow you to suffer a loss." "Loss? What loss?" "Although this flower vase is a replica, its market value is still worth several thousand. I am not blind, that is not the case. Still, it feels inappropriate." Before Yu Yao could finish, Pu Ji interjected, "I propose this. The item still belongs to Old Zhou, so take it for now. Once you thoroughly understand its value. If it's worthless, you may keep it. If it turns out to be valuable, you can settle accounts with Old Zhou. What if it is indeed quite valuable? Paying 3,600 now would be akin to cheating Old Zhou, wouldn't it?" "Agreed. That makes sense. Consider it a favor for my research," Old Zhou exclaimed. "That exquisite brush pot from the Chongqing official kiln has yet to be sold. The money must pass through my hands, so I am not afraid of you defaulting." Of course, Old Zhou's words were purely jest, merely intended to persuade Yu Yao to accept it. He did not place much weight on this flower vase. Although he was unsure of why Yu Yao was so intrigued, he trusted Yu Yao's character. Even if this flower vase were indeed extraordinary, Yu Yao would never allow him to suffer a loss. Chapter 59. The Unruly Zhongyu. Yu Yao understood the intentions of both Pu Jia and Old Zhou. Although Pu Jie was rather blunt, he merely felt it was a trivial matter and urged Yu Yao to take it without further ado. As for Old Zhou, he did not genuinely wish for Yu Yao to assist in the research. He simply wanted him to accept it first. Ultimately, Yu Yao said no more and accepted the vase for the time being. Should any further circumstances arise, they could be addressed specifically then. Naturally, he wished to research and investigate this peculiar flower vase, as it was closely tied to his discerning eye. In the afternoon, Old Huang was scheduled to discuss the sale of porcelain shards with Lan Shuo and Su Fugue, and he had hardly touched any alcohol. Yu Yao had matters on his mind, nursing a glass of beer. Pu Jie, possessing a high tolerance, opted for beer as well, consuming several bottles. Old Zhou, initially in a rather sour mood, found his spirits lifted significantly after gifting the flower vase to Yu Yao, and he drank 2 or 3 bottles as well. During this time, Old Huang brought up the matter of Lu Ji Porcelain House once more, prompting Yu Yao to gather his thoughts and inform Old Zhou that Zhong Yu was willing to help. He had not previously mentioned how Lu Baoshan had taken advantage of their neighbor, Zhang, and continued to elaborate on the situation. Upon hearing this, Pu Jie remarked, "That old fellow, though he appears kind and benevolent, is truly a scoundrel." Zhong Yu had not previously described Lu Baoshan's appearance. Among them, only Pu Jie had seen him. Yu Yao had not anticipated that Lu Baoshan would possess a kind and gentle visage. However, as the saying goes, one cannot judge a book by its cover. A shifty-eyed person may not necessarily be a villain, and a seemingly benevolent one may not be virtuous. Although Pu Jie cursed, he found himself at a loss for further ideas. It seemed that Lu Baoshan would be a challenging individual to deceive. Yu Yao momentarily struggled to devise a suitable plan, but he had a faint sense that since Zhong Yu had agreed to this matter, he would likely devise a comprehensive strategy, and he would probably need only to cooperate when the time came. As evening approached, Zhong Yu called, stating that he would drive to pick them up. Yu Yao went to ring the doorbell of Old Zhou's room, but no one answered. As the phone call concluded, Old Zhou repeatedly expressed his apologies, mentioning that he had forgotten to give a heads up. In the afternoon, 2 journalists from Yanjing, old acquaintances, came to Sidu for an interview, and by chance they made contact. They decided to gather in the evening. Ultimately, Pu Jie's door was opened, and he shook his head, thinking to himself, "I cannot miss this. We still need to discuss how to deal with Lu Baoshan, right?" Zhong Yu arrived in a 7-seater business vehicle, but it turned out to be just the 2 of them. Yu Yao provided a brief explanation, and Zhong Yu was not bothered. "Well then, let us be on our way." The destination was a quaint courtyard nestled amid the bustling city, surrounded on 3 sides by towering buildings, with one side facing the street. The courtyard was modest in size, enclosed by iron railings, and featured a 2-story building with 4 rooms on each floor, a rather old structure that had been freshly painted. "This does not appear to be a restaurant," Pu Jie murmured as they reached the entrance. Zhong Yu clarified, this place was originally slated for demolition, but the plans changed, leaving this courtyard intact. It is indeed not a restaurant, yet one need not dine exclusively at a restaurant. With that, Zhong Yu pressed the doorbell on the iron gate, and a woman in her 40s opened the door. "You've arrived? Wait, weren't there supposed to be 5 of you?" "Fourth sister. 2 of them couldn't make it, so I'm here to introduce myself." Zhong Yu briefly introduced them. 4th brother and 4th sister were longtime friends of Zhong Yu, a couple who owned a restaurant in Sidu. This was their residence, which also housed a private dining room reserved for particularly cherished friends, where 4th brother and 4th sister personally prepared the meals. 4th brother soon joined them, and both looked quite ordinary, but greeted Zhong Yu with warm familiarity. The private dining room was on the 2nd floor, with windows overlooking the street, where the South River flowed through the city, providing a pleasant view. Having prepared in advance, the dishes were served promptly, with Zhong Yu particularly highlighting a dish of clay-baked chicken. This culinary creation, reminiscent of beggar's chicken, was said to have originated from the artisans of Sidu. The chicken was stuffed with spices, wrapped in lotus leaves, encased in clay, and buried in the high-temperature ash of a kiln to cook. Of course, there was no kiln here. They used a large cooking pot instead. Zhong Yu had arranged for it to be prepared earlier in the day, and it was now perfectly cooked. The dish was fragrant and tender, earning enthusiastic praise from Yu Yao and Pu Jie. After raising a toast, 4th brother and 4th sister did not rejoin them, as the wine flowed and the dishes were savored. Just as Yu Yao was about to broach the subject of Lu Baoshan, Pu Jie preemptively spoke up, "Brother Zhong, what sort of person would place an ancient coin within a newly replicated porcelain piece? Is there not some significance to porcelain?" Yu Yao inwardly cursed, as he had not intended to bring this matter up with Zhong Yu. However, since Pu Jie had posed the question, Zhong Yu felt compelled to respond. "Is there any particular significance?" "What? Apart from that Hongxian porcelain olive vase, Did you acquire any other replicas? Wasn't he that one easily identifiable? It wasn't he me. It was old Zhou who came with us. It was not easily recognizable. A large, red glazed flower cup from the Qianlong period, and inside it was a paper package. After some effort to extract it, we discovered it contained a copper coin. At this moment, Yu Yao could not suppress a cough. Zhongyu glanced at him and then turned to Pu Jie, stating, "Indeed, there is no particular significance. Since it was not your purchase, do not dwell on it further." Pu Jie had a drink at noon and indulged again in the evening. His tolerance for alcohol was considerable, though not fully intoxicated. He found it difficult to restrain his speech. He pointed towards Yu Yao, intrigued by his cough. That ghost-face currency, old Zhou gifted it to him. Yu Yao felt a sense of helplessness. Yet with Pu Jie broaching the subject, he could only manage a couple of awkward chuckles, remarking that he found the ghostly face design rather unique. As Pu Jie mentioned the ghost face currency, Zhong Yu's expression shifted dramatically. When Yu Yao reiterated the point, Zhong Yu abruptly stood up, sending chopsticks tumbling to the floor, heedless of the mess, and loudly inquired, "Ghost-faced currency? Is it truly the ghost-faced currency?" Both Yu Yao and Pu Jie were taken aback by Zhong Yu's unexpected outburst and turned to him in unison. "Brother Zhong, please calm down," Yu Yao quickly interjected, explaining that there were many varieties and styles of such currency. "Is it the type that has a round hole in the front resembling a ghost's eye, with inscriptions on the back? Does it feature a character for fire?" To their astonishment, Zhong Yu accurately described the specific characteristics of the ghost eye currency, even mentioning the fire character correctly. Pu Jie, startled, glanced at Yu Yao, questioning whether it might indeed be something extraordinary. In truth, aside from his previous unusual encounters, Yu Yao knew little about the ghost-faced currency itself. He had searched for information repeatedly, but to no avail. "Indeed, Brother Zhong, have you encountered this ghost-faced currency? Where is it now? Show me." Zhong Yu raised his voice once more. Chapter 60. Ghost Eye Pierces Fire. Observing Zhong Yu's fervor, Yu Yao realized that even if he did not have it on him, Zhong Yu would insist on an immediate examination, regardless of its location. In actuality, he was carrying it with him. Moreover, it seemed that Zhong Yu not only possessed substantial knowledge about this character of fire on the ghost-face currency, but it appeared to hold some connection to him as well. Yu Yao's own ghost-face currency bore inscriptions of the 5 elements, while this one only had the fire character. It was implausible that there was no connection between the two. Additionally, Yu Yao's ghost-face currency might also relate to Su Taiyan. As he pondered these possibilities, Zhong Yu suddenly recognized his own overreaction. With a sigh, he bowed his head. Deep in thought, Yu Yao and Pu Jie exchanged glances but refrained from interrupting. After a considerable pause, Zhong Yu finally looked up and said, "Brother Yu, I'm not coveting this coin." To the unknowing observer, it may merely appear as a privately minted currency from the Qianlong era of the Qing dynasty. However, the ghost eye piercing fire is profoundly connected to our Zhong family. Ghost eye piercing fire? Yu Yao felt a jolt of realization. He recalled that on the day when golden light filled his eyes, he distinctly heard a voice proclaim, "The 5 elements penetrate gold. The ghost eye pierces the heart." The phrase, "the 5 elements penetrate gold," seemed to suggest that the inscriptions of the 5 elements were cast upon this gold and copper coin, akin to a descriptive phrase about the currency itself. Whether it featured all 5 elements or merely the fire character, it was simply a matter of having all elements in harmony versus one among them. The concept of the ghost eye piercing the heart was, however, more enigmatic and required contemplation. However, upon hearing Zhong Yu's words about the ghostly eye piercing through fire, Yu Yao suddenly felt enlightened. This ghostly face coin surely extends beyond the 2 he had encountered. With all 5 elements inscribed, it must indeed be referred to as the ghostly eye piercing the heart. The ghostly eye piercing through fire is one among the other 5, while the remaining 4 should be ghostly eye piercing wood, ghostly eye piercing water, ghostly eye piercing earth, and ghostly eye piercing metal. Ghostly eye piercing fire? Yu Yao glanced at Zhong Yu and pondered, "Brother Zhong, could it be that this ghostly face coin has a set, divided among the 5 elements?" He intentionally omitted one and did not rush to inquire about the connection between the ghostly eye piercing fire and the Zhong family. Zhong Yu's expression grew solemn. "No, there are a total of 6 coins. What does the 6th one look like, aside from the 5 elemental characters?" Yu Yao pressed further. Zhong Yu hesitated. "Brother, the situation is quite complex. I've already said more than I should have today." As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Yao retrieved the fire character ghostly face coin from his pocket, cradling it in his palm. "Since that is the case, Brother Zhong, you may take a look first." Yu Yao preferred to act decisively, and although this fire character coin held intricate significance for him, Understanding its origins was paramount. Presenting it to Zhong Yu did not signify relinquishing control. Rather, it was an exceptional opportunity where the power remained in his hands. Zhong Yu's eyes sparkled with delight as he nodded earnestly at Yu Yao, carefully accepting the coin. Indeed, this is it. Zhong Yu's body quivered slightly. Brother, name your price. No matter how steep, I shall find a way. At this juncture, Pu Jie could hardly contain his frustration, wishing he could slap himself for his earlier jest. At the time, he had not perceived this as a valuable artifact, hence his light-hearted banter between Yu Yao and Old Zhou, primarily to avoid witnessing their back and forth over a few hundred yuan. Fortunately, Yu Yao had managed to secure it first. Earlier, on a whim, he had thought that since Zhong Yu hailed from a porcelain city, he might possess insights into why copper coins were placed within porcelain, casually posing the question. Little did he anticipate the ensuing situation. Yu Yao surely recognized the extraordinary nature of this coin, yet it now appeared to be a lost item of the Zhong family, thrusting him once more into a predicament. Throughout, Yu Yao bore no resentment towards him, amplifying Zhong Yu's feelings of guilt. Yu Yao contemplated, Brother Zhong, if this truly belongs to your family, I would not wish to retain it against your will. However, this coin holds immense significance for me, transcending mere monetary value. Zhong Yu paused. What do you mean, brother? Brother Zhong, you only provided a general outline without delving into specifics. There are many aspects I cannot assess. Zhong Yu smacked his forehead in realization. Upon seeing this coin, I lost control of my emotions. Now is not the time for such discussions. Yu Yao interjected. Brother Zhong, do not rush. Speak plainly. The pressing matter is not whether you will sell this coin, but that we must first locate my uncle. Zhong Yu interposed. Your uncle? Indeed, this coin belongs to my uncle. However, he vanished 3 years ago. What? Yu Yao was taken aback. The situation was becoming increasingly convoluted. According to this coin, it may be possible to uncover clues regarding my uncle's whereabouts. Zhong Yu continued. If you manage to find my uncle and he consents, I am more than willing to divulge all the intricacies surrounding this money. Are you implying that the elderly gentleman who vanished 3 years ago possessed this ghostly eye pendant? Indeed. How old was he? He was 75 at the time of his disappearance, and he turns 78 this year. The brow of Yu Yao furrowed deeply at the thought of a nearly octogenarian man missing for over 3 years. Suddenly, Zhong Yu tensed and bowed almost 90 degrees, saying, My dear brother, if you truly find my uncle, you will have our Zhong family's eternal gratitude. No, Brother Zhong, it cannot be like this. Yu Yao quickly stepped forward to assist Zhong Yu. Straightening up, Zhong Yu cradled the ghostly eye pendant in his palm again. My dear brother, I am not one to disregard propriety. Therefore, accept this for now, and we shall discuss it further once my uncle is found. Yu Yao did not hesitate to accept, as it rightfully belonged to him until Zhong Yu clarified matters. The most pressing concern now was to locate that square-faced, middle-aged vendor. Yu Yao then stated, the ghostly eye pendant was purchased from him. Square-faced? Zhong Yu immediately pulled out his phone. Please describe his physical features in detail, including his attire, stall location, and the general items he had on display. Relay everything to me. I will have someone investigate. As Zhong Yu made a call in the corner of the room, Yu Yao glanced at Pu Jie. Let us keep this from old Zhou. It's a bit complicated. Rest assured. Pu Jie patted his chest, though a slight blush crept onto his face. Just don't blame me for being too talkative earlier. Yu Yao chuckled. If it weren't for your chatter today, we wouldn't have unraveled this matter. The disappearance of a 70 to 80-year-old elder is a monumental issue for their family. While we may not be saving a life, it certainly feels as significant as constructing a grand pagoda. Please, spare me the consolation. Chapter 61. The Imperial Snuff Bottle. In truth, Yu Yao had come to terms with it. Every situation bears its advantages and disadvantages. Had Pu Jie not spoken up, he might have continued holding onto these two ghostly eye pendants, perpetually investigating this matter. However, would he have ever discovered the truth? When would he have found it? All of it remained uncertain. Moreover, he had previously searched for information, and the chances seemed slim. He had gained the discerning eye of a master through the ghostly eye pendant, and thus far, he had experienced no adverse effects. He felt quite fortunate indeed. His desire to understand further stemmed from 2 reasons. First, he still harbored doubts regarding the ghostly encounters and wished to scrutinize the circumstances thoroughly. Second, having encountered the ghostly eye pendant, he felt a sudden surge of greed and aspiration. If indeed there were a set of larger and smaller ghostly eye pendants, could their assembly reveal some extraordinary utility? Pu Jie nodded in agreement. He had sensed that Yu Yao possessed some knowledge, albeit limited. This ghostly eye pendant seemed to be part of the set, and if introduced to the antique market, it might not fetch a significant price. The true value of this ghostly eye pendant lay in the secrets it concealed. Whether this secret was material or spiritual remained to be seen. Furthermore, it appeared that Zhongyu was aware of some aspects, though likely only a general outline. His uncle was likely the key figure in this mystery. I kindly request that both of you keep this matter confidential. Zhongyu clasped his hands together and, upon seeing their nods of assent, continued, as for the subsequent affairs, I shall take charge of the investigation. You need not worry, my dear brother Yu. I will keep you informed of any developments. Zhongyu refrained from inquiring why Yu Yao also valued the ghostly eye snuff bottle, as it was evident that both parties harbored unspeakable secrets. Only by locating Zhongyu's elder uncle could a genuine exchange of ideas transpire, albeit with uncertainty. The three men resumed their seats and shared a drink together. Subsequently, Zhongyu took the initiative to say, we cannot abandon the plans we initially laid out. Regarding Liu Baoshan, I have devised a proposal to present to you. With that, he retrieved a brocade box from his bag and placed it on the table, opening it to reveal its contents. Inside the box, a vertical divider separated two porcelain snuff bottles, each adorned with delicate pastel designs. Take a look at these, he urged. At first glance, the two snuff bottles appeared identical, both featuring porcelain bodies with red coral caps and illustrations of longevity, symbolized by a cat and butterflies, which phonetically resonate with the notion of a long life. One languid, plump cat and two fluttering butterflies, surrounded by floral vines, created an enchanting scene. Yu Yao and Pu Jie each picked up a bottle. The base markings were identical, inscribed in seal script as made during the Daowang period of the Qing dynasty. Yu Yao examined as closely, concluding that it was undoubtedly a genuine artifact, an authentic Daowang imperial snuff bottle. He could not help but glance at Pu Jie, who, with a furrowed brow and pursed lips, finally managed to stammer. This appears to be genuine. Zhongyu chuckled and suggested, feel free to exchange them for comparison. A discerning eye is indeed a discerning eye. One bottle was authentic while the other was a clever imitation. Zhongyu sighed, noting that the counterfeit had been crafted by his uncle. These two Daowang imperial snuff bottles had been gifted to him 3 years prior, just before his uncle's mysterious disappearance. At that time, his uncle had sought to test his discernment, indicating one was genuine while the other was not. He had advised that upon determining their authenticity, the false one should be shattered. Furthermore, if he could identify the truth within a month, it would signify his proficiency. Yu Yao mused. No wonder Zhongyu possessed such remarkable discernment regarding porcelain. He had a mentor of great stature guiding him. Indeed, he had discerned the truth within a month. Yet his uncle had inexplicably vanished. Zhongyu continued, I brought this item not anticipating that it would resonate with the cycle of cause and effect. Because my uncle disappeared at that time, the imitation remained intact. Consequently, it can now serve to assist you. And you have fortuitously provided me with a lead regarding my uncle. Pu Jie awkwardly set down the snuff bottle, realizing his own discernment fell far short of being able to distinguish between the two. Brother Zhong, your plan is to go directly to Lu's porcelain shop, present the genuine article to Liu Baoshan, yet sell him the counterfeit? Yu Yao inquired. Precisely, Zhongyu affirmed. Pu Jie has met him and cannot make another appearance. However, you're a stranger and can partake. Upon hearing this, Yu Yao understood. You mean you will arrange for a supplier to bring goods to Lu's porcelain shop, while I casually visit to assist in creating a distraction for this supplier? Exactly. My dear brother, Zhongyu confirmed. This snuff bottle currently commands a market price exceeding 50,000. The merchant can first allow Liu Baoshan to examine the genuine item, directly quoting a price of 20,000, firmly holding his ground. Yu Yao nodded in understanding. Given Liu Baoshan's character, even a lower offer would not guarantee his immediate consent. At this moment, I, as the customer, felt that this price was exceedingly favorable and stepped forward to express my intent to purchase. The merchant you arranged must possess considerable skill. During my persistent negotiation, he would likely substitute the genuine article with a counterfeit. Zhongyu tapped his fingers lightly on the table, indicating that Liu Baoshan, being both cunning and greedy, would never allow a purchase if you indicated you could pay 20,000 on the spot, whether he pressed you for time or attempted to drive you away. All you needed to say was, I will wait outside, and you cannot control that before stepping out of the shop. Inside, the merchant could then finalize the deal with Liu Baoshan. In the antique trade, orchestrating such schemes relies not only on cleverness, but also on the authenticity of the items. If the other party possesses a discerning eye, even the most elaborate designs would be futile. With one genuine and one counterfeit snuff bottle, presenting the real one first before selling the fake one so convincingly crafted that even Liu Baoshan might fall for it. Chapter 62. A more ruthless scheme. Yu Yao acknowledged with a hum. If Pu Jie were involved, any communication with the merchant would certainly arouse Liu Baoshan's suspicion. Upon hearing this, Pu Jie directly inquired, "Brother Zhong, do you have an even more ruthless plan?" Zhong Yu nodded, affirming that it would indeed be more ruthless, albeit riskier. This time, Pu Jie refrained from pressing for specifics, and instead glanced at Yu Yao. Having previously spoken out of turn, he had learned his lesson. Although Pu Jie and Yu Yao were childhood friends, their life experiences diverged significantly. Pu Jie was born into a working-class family and later served in the military, where he learned to heed his parents at home and his superiors while serving. Although he had spent several years in the antique trade, his work primarily involved running errands and earning small profits. In contrast, Yu Yao grew up in a family of antique dealers, while not unscrupulous. His upbringing had sharpened his wits. After the passing of his parents, he independently managed the shop for over 3 years, gaining invaluable experience regardless of profit margins. Thus, Yu Yao possessed a deeper, more astute mindset compared to Pu Jie. Pu Jie was well aware of this, yet their brotherly bond allowed him to be more casual, particularly in matters involving finances. At this moment, Yu Yao had already contemplated the situation. He sensed that Zhong Yu was not merely an arrogant player. Observing his tactics and thought processes, one could discern a distinct air of the underworld. Furthermore, his uncle, an exceptionally skilled artisan, added considerable weight to the Zhong family's reputation. The scheme that Zhong Yu had not disclosed, being labeled as risky, might expose him and directly create enemies. This plan wouldn't burden brother Zhong too much, will it? Yu Yao pondered aloud. Liu Baoshan is, in fact, a menace in the antique circle. Had my uncle not gone missing, I would have remained particularly low-key over these past 3 years and might have dealt with him myself. Now that you have provided me with leads, taking a little risk is worthwhile. To say it burdensome is an exaggeration. After all, Liu Baoshan is not a formidable opponent. Yu Yao then glanced at Pu Jie once more. Given Pu Jie's temperament, the harsher the approach, the better. Though he had yet to speak, his expression betrayed his thoughts. Very well, let us heed Brother Zhong's counsel. Whatever Brother Zhong decides, we shall comply. Yu Yao remained non-committal. Zhong Yu raised an eyebrow, suggesting they proceed with a more severe plan, as this would yield greater financial rewards for them. We only require 20,000. 10,000 would be a loss, while the other 10,000 serves as compensation, with any surplus naturally reserved for Brother Zhong. This matter need not be further debated. Yu Yao's tone was resolute, primarily for Pu Jie's sake, as it would alleviate his pent-up frustrations. Zhong Yu did not press the issue. Fine, I shall initiate the discussion, and you may provide your insights on any shortcomings. The following morning, the four gathered for breakfast at the hotel restaurant. Both Lao Zhou and Lao Huang expressed their discomfort, naturally inquiring about Zhong Yu's strategy to deal with Liu Baoshan. Yu Yao discreetly omitted any mention of the financial aspect, but refrained from explicitly detailing the plan against Liu Baoshan, instead hinting that it would primarily be orchestrated by Zhong Yu, and they would collaborate later that morning. Let us discuss the details once the matter is resolved. It is somewhat complicated, he concluded. Having navigated the complexities of their respective lives, Lao Zhou and Lao Huang, seasoned individuals, refrained from further inquiry upon hearing Yu Yao's words. Nevertheless, Lao Zhou could not help but remark, this Zhong Yu seems far more than just a player. At 9:30 that morning, Yu Yao and Pu Jie made their way to Lu Ji Porcelain House. En route, Pu Jie queried, "Do you find this plan unsuitable? After all, it is you who stands to be taken advantage of, and your opinion holds significant weight. If we undertake this endeavor and you remain unsatisfied, it would be rather pointless. Moreover, Zhong Yu is inclined to favor a harsher approach, and with both of you against me, I am left with no choice." "He is indeed willing?" Pu Jie asked, realizing that Zhong Yu owed him 2 favors, one for assisting in identifying a counterfeit Yongjing porcelain cup, and another for providing leads regarding his missing uncle. He had presented 2 options, the first being a clandestine scheme to extract funds, which, if successful, would entail little consequence, thus requiring repayment of only 1 favor. Pu Jie then grasped that this more severe plan would inevitably expose him, increasing his burdens. Although the 2 favors could justify the arrangement, he was reluctant to engage in discussions that would leave him feeling uncomfortable. Yu Yao observed Pu Jie and remarked, "Is it not clear to you? In the future, before you speak, compel yourself to reflect thoroughly." I, too, pondered this matter before retiring last night. As they conversed, the 2 spotted Lu Ji Porcelain House in the distance, ceasing their discussion before approaching the entrance. Inside, a young attendant in his 20s was polishing artifacts on the shelves, while Lu Baoshan sat at a table sipping tea. With the ghost market just concluded, business was slow, and the shop had no customers. Ah, the young man returns. Lu Baoshan recognized Puji at once. Indeed, Boss Lu. Last time I acquired a splendid item from you. It made my friends quite envious. They insisted on joining me this time, Puji replied with a grin, as if he had gained a tremendous bargain rather than having made a mistake. That was indeed a rare find. You were fortunate. Such an item is irreplaceable. Lu Baoshan remarked, casting a glance at Yu Yao. Greetings. It seems that an increasing number of young people are developing a fondness for antiques these days. Yu Yao had been observing Lu Baoshan, noting his average stature, gentle features, and cheerful demeanor, precisely as Puja had previously described, kind and amiable. Moreover, his voice possessed a certain charm, imbued with a hint of magnetism. Alas, the market is now rife with forgeries. I have heard that your esteemed shop boasts a plethora of fine goods, so I naturally wish to come and take a look, Yu Yao replied. One should not speak so definitively. In this trade, there exists neither authentic nor counterfeit items, only new and old goods. While I cannot claim to have an abundance of fine merchandise, I can assert that I possess numerous antiquities, Lu Baoshan remarked, extending his hand in greeting. It is a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your guidance. Your insights are truly enlightening, Lu Boss. I shall first peruse at my leisure before seeking your advice, Yu Yao responded, shaking his hand. Very well. If nothing catches your eye, do not fret. I shall assist you further, Lu Baoshan replied with a smile. All visitors are guests, and words alone suffice. However, the true measure of interest lies in actions. It was apparent that Lu Baoshan regarded the two of them with a degree of indifference. Yet, a flicker of doubt lingered in his mind. On the surface, this clumsy fellow seemed oblivious, having brought someone along for a second attempt. Yet, upon deeper reflection, could he be feigning ignorance while actually harboring ulterior motives? Chapter 63. A fortuitous discovery. Yu Yao and Puja began their exploration. Puja, distracted, fiddled with his phone, mentally urging the individuals arranged by Zhongyu to arrive promptly. In contrast, Yu Yao was methodical and unhurried, genuinely engrossed in his examination. Since he had come, he resolved to make the most of his visit. Luji Porcelain Gallery showcased primarily porcelain items, with a modest selection of jade and miscellaneous artifacts. As Lu Baoshan sipped his tea, he occasionally glanced at the pair, and his initial trepidation swiftly dissipated. After all, they were merely two inexperienced youths. How keen could their discernment and cunning possibly be? Yu Yao eventually came to a halt at a corner of the display. He spotted a cloisonné vase, approximately 10 centimeters tall, square-shaped with a square mouth, adorned with an 8 treasures motif. Cloisonné typically features a copper base, with copper wires forming intricate designs and subsequently coated in various colors of enamel. Enamel, in essence, is glass glaze akin to porcelain. In the past, many used enamel tea mugs and basins, predominantly in white, whereas cloisonné exhibits a vibrant array of colors. Cloisonné is also known as Jingtai blue, as this style flourished during the Jingtai period of the Ming Dynasty, characterized by predominantly blue enamel exterior. As previously mentioned, the Jingtai era marked a hiatus in porcelain production, with the imperial kilns virtually dormant. However, Emperor Zhu Qiyu had a particular affinity for copper-based cloisonné, which largely supplanted imperial porcelain. Yu Yao examined the cloisonné vase, inspecting the base, where he found no inscription. He furrowed his brow in surprise, but soon relaxed. This small cloisonné vase was originally placed upon a small root carving, nestled within a gap between branches, effectively displaying it. Have you taken a liking to this piece? As Pu Jie observed Yu Yao's prolonged gaze, he could not help but speak up. In today's scenario, they were neither the protagonists nor the main attraction. Rather, they were merely pretending to browse until the true stars of the event arrived, at which point they would play their part and serve as witnesses, a straightforward affair. There might be a need for some involvement later, but it would merely be a formality. However, Pu Jie knew Yu Yao well, and when he noticed a flicker in Yu Yao's eyes, he sensed that Yu Yao had genuinely taken an interest in the item before him. Indeed, Boss Lu's shop did possess exquisite treasures. Yu Yao intentionally raised his voice and strode directly to the counter with the small enamel square bottle in hand. Upon seeing this, Lu Baoshan promptly moved to the counter, signaling to the young assistant to step aside. Just as Yu Yao was about to place the small bottle on the counter, Lu Baoshan swiftly presented a thick velvet pad, urging him to avoid any damage. Lu Baoshan's eagerness seemed a touch excessive. A barely perceptible smirk crept upon Yu Yao's lips. As he set down the small bottle, he exerted a slight pressure, and indeed, the velvet pad provided a subtle sensation. Careful, Boss Lu. Yu Yao inquired directly. Haven't you opened for business today? I have my eye on this small bottle. Excellent taste. Excellent taste. Lu Baoshan exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. This is an official piece from the Qianlong Emperor. Huh? Yu Yao feigned surprise. That can't be right. If it were an official piece from the Qing Palace, it would have a mark on the bottom. My young friend, you may not be aware that some official pieces do not bear marks, such as those given as gifts to ministers. Lu Baoshan thought to himself, realizing that this young man seemed to possess more understanding than that foolish giant. Perhaps Boss Lu has been in the porcelain business for too long and has mixed things up, Yu Yao continued. While there may be unmarked pieces in the official kiln of porcelain, copper-based cloisonne from the Qing Palace seemingly does not lack a mark. The situation is quite straightforward, as the characters are directly engraved on the copper base, unlike porcelain, which must be inscribed before firing. Lu Baoshan was taken aback, as Yu Yao spoke with increasing clarity, resembling an expert. However, since he had come with that foolish giant, it was possible he had failed to comprehend the olive vase from the Jirantang mark. Perhaps he was an academic, relying on theory. My young friend, history is replete with ambiguities. Whether it is an official piece depends on the item itself. Observe the exquisite craftsmanship of the cloisonne and the enamel work. They are of the highest caliber, and this 8-treasure motif, so grand, it absolutely exudes a courtly elegance. Yu Yao smiled and raised his hand, gesturing toward Lu Baoshan. You certainly know how to flatter. You make me seem like a mere bookworm. Not at all. The fact that you have taken notice of this item speaks volumes about your discernment. Before Lu Baoshan could finish his sentence, Yu Yao suddenly reached out, seizing the small bottle and placing it from the velvet pad onto the glass counter, then casually gave it a gentle shake. Lu Baoshan's expression shifted. Upon placing the small bottle on the glass surface, an unusual faint sound emanated. Yu Yao tilted his head to inspect the bottom closely. Oh dear, I merely wanted to hear a sound to gauge the copper's quality. It appears to be misshapen. The base is uneven. Yu Yao had long harbored suspicions, as placing a cloisonne small bottle within a wooden carving seemed incongruous and visually unappealing. A seasoned collector would never commit such a blunder. As Lu Baoshan swiftly placed the thick velvet cushion beneath the item, his understanding deepened. However, based on the situation and Lu Baoshan's remarks, Yu Yao felt a secret delight, convinced that Lu Baoshan had misunderstood the significance of this object. Today, at Lu's porcelain shop, he encountered such a remarkable item unexpectedly. Perhaps he might seize a fortunate opportunity. The gloom on Lu Baoshan's face dissipated in an instant. Indeed, the young man was perceptive. True, antiques are relics of bygone eras, and slight imperfections are not necessarily faults. Yet, Yu Yao pondered, if this were an official piece, how could the copper body be so carelessly crafted? If it were from the Qianlong period, even a genuine Ming dynasty cloisonne should not have lost its form by today's standards. Yu Yao maintained a serious demeanor. Every item has its exceptions. A flaw does not overshadow its brilliance. He reflected. Indeed, he was quite fond of this small square bottle. However, although Lu Baoshan was convinced it was an official piece, lacking inscriptions and showing signs of distortion, he could not accept the price of an official artifact. Lu Baoshan involuntarily twitched, recognizing that Yu Yao's 2 points could indeed serve as significant arguments against classifying it as an official piece. Young man, this isn't your first time supporting my business. A discount is in order. Then, could you offer the lowest price? Yu Yao inquired. I find it quite difficult to quote a low price. You, young man, do not run a store and may not grasp the cost of essentials. This item's base price is already considerable, and maintaining such a large shop requires support. Today, I am here on regular days. If my assistant were present, I couldn't possibly sell it for less than 12,000 less. That includes 6,000 as his commission. Upon hearing this price, Yu Yao smiled silently. If this square bottle were regarded as a copper cloisonne from the Qing court, even if it were part of a set, it would not command such a low price. However, if it were not an official piece, the disparity would be immense. Even an old Qing dynasty item, despite its exquisite craftsmanship, would only be worth around 10 to 20,000 due to its distortion. Seeing that Yu Yao remained silent, Lu Baoshan interjected, since I am here, and considering you supported my business last time, let us settle on a round sum. Take it for 100,000. Lu, I thought my friend could purchase an item for 10,000 from you, and I could as well. Yu Yao finally spoke. If Yu Yao were merely wandering, he would have indulged in a prolonged negotiation, but circumstances had changed. Personnel arranged by Zhong Yu were bound to arrive at any moment. Moreover, Lu Baoshan had indeed underestimated the value of this small square bottle. Even at 10,000, it remained a fortunate find. Let us proceed this way. 20,000 is the highest I can offer. Yu Yao suddenly increased his bid by another 1,000. That is simply unfeasible. A slight concession could be made, yet you cannot expect me to incur a loss. Lu Baoshan shook his head resolutely. In truth, he had acquired this item as part of a larger collection. The 10,000 was the price he had paid during that acquisition, which encompassed several pieces of porcelain. In the antique business, it is common to bundle items. If negotiations stall, requesting an additional piece deemed of lesser value often proves easier. Lu Baoshan was not ignorant of cloisonne. To speak of craftsmanship in isolation, even a distorted piece could yield a profit. And let it be. Yu Yao glanced at Pu Jia. I suppose I am not as fortunate as you. I have found nothing appealing. Let us depart. The strategy of feigned retreat can prove effective, contingent upon the opponent's hidden cards. If Lu Baoshan's inventory amounts to merely 20,000, he would not pursue after a hasty exit. Through Lu's dialogue and pricing, Yu Yao discerned that the cost of his goods was undoubtedly not high. 20,000 would suffice. A price Yu Yao proposed for the sake of swift resolution. Should this deal falter, there remain other treasures yet to be explored. Pu Jia has been quite cooperative this time. I observe that your previous luck was merely fortuitous. With Lu's exorbitant quotes, pursuing other items would seem rather futile. Just then, another individual entered the shop. This gentleman appeared to be around 40, with an unremarkable appearance. His hairstyle, attire, and demeanor were all ordinary, making him easily blend into a crowd. He carried a simple black leather bag. The shop assistant approached him with a smile, asking if the owner had arrived and what he wished to see. The man spoke with a voice as ordinary as his appearance. He proceeded directly to the counter beside Yu Yao, opened his bag, and revealed a brocade box, which he promptly opened to unveil a blood-red glazed vase. The vase, aptly named for its shape, features a slender neck, a bulging belly, and an additional foot ring at the base. Standing at about 15 centimeters tall, the man's actions were somewhat too direct. After placing the vase down, he addressed Lu Baoshan, commenting on the impressive nature of the shop and its name, which led him to enter. However, due to recent financial constraints, he lamented having to part with this exquisite piece. Upon seeing the crimson vase, both Lu Baoshan and Yu Yao were captivated, their expressions shifting dramatically. Langyao Red. Its vibrant hue, striking brightness, and intense glass-like sheen create an astonishing visual impact. The glaze is rich, revealing white clay at the rim, with a flowing glaze forming a pattern known as the dropping edge. The outer side of the foot reveals a scraped base that forms a two-tiered platform, preventing the glaze from flowing downward, a characteristic of the non-flowing foot. Langyao Red, a distinctive monochrome glaze variety from the Kangxi Imperial Kiln, was named after Lang Tingji, a notable figure. In the 44th year of Kangxi's reign, ZJ Governor Lang Tingji was promoted to JX provincial governor. His duties included overseeing the porcelain production at the Imperial Kilns. Over 8 years, during which this mysterious yet revered monochrome glaze emerged, Langyao Red was born. In simple terms, the red glaze of Langyao Red is a beautiful blood-red hue. At the time, officials referred to it as gem red, while the common folk called it chicken blood red. And upon its introduction to Europe, it was dubbed bull's blood red. The adage goes, if one is impoverished, one should fire Lang Red. The red glaze requires copper as a coloring agent, enduring temperatures of 1,300 degrees Celsius. At such high temperatures, copper is notoriously unstable, making color control exceedingly challenging, resulting in a low yield of Langyao Red, thus rendering it precious. Lu Baoshan, unable to discuss pricing with Yu Yao, reached for the vase. But Yu Yao raised a hand to interject. Lu boss, may I inquire if my offer is acceptable? The man glanced at Yu Yao and Pu Jia, and suddenly spoke again. You two are customers? You can purchase my items as well. This was something he had planned. Yet he was taken aback to find Yu Yao actually buying something in Lu Baoshan's store. Lu Baoshan could not help but feel irate. The items were indeed of good quality, but the man's lack of decorum was astounding. Selling to customers while offloading goods in my store. What kind of behavior is that? Such individuals are often unreasonable. Of course, the crux of the matter lay in the item he presented. Had it been a common piece, Lu Baoshan might have swiftly expelled him. However, what he revealed was a Langyao Red vase. In truth, Yu Yao was equally astonished. This man was, of course, arranged by Zhongyu. At that moment, Zhongyu had merely mentioned he would produce a valuable piece of porcelain, but he did not expect it to be a Langyao Red. As Yu Yao observed Lu Baoshan, regardless of how well he concealed it, the fascination in his eyes was unmistakable. Lu Baoshan initially did not wish to engage with Yu Yao. Although he did not place much importance on the cloisonne, the price had been slashed from 100,000 to 20,000, which left him displeased. Nonetheless, the words the customer directed at Yu Yao and Pu Jie were undeniably impactful. Furthermore, after that remark, Yu Yao immediately questioned himself. If he aimed to acquire this Lang Yao red vase, what if he and Pu Jie, out of spite for this cloisonné square bottle, deliberately interfered? Even a casual exchange of prices could cause him significant discomfort. Alas, what a predicament for you, my young brother. Very well, you have spoken. I have yet to open for business today, so let us consider this a friendly encounter and a stroke of luck. I shall accept the price you proposed. Chapter 65, The Slingshot Mark. Yu Yao was thoroughly satisfied. Surely, Boss Lu would include the root carving base as well. Of course. Lu Baoshan called to his assistant, pack up the items for the guests, and settle the bill. The assistant busied himself while Yu Yao completed the transaction. However, Pu Jie remained nearby, observing the two. Shall we discuss this inside? Lu Baoshan smiled at the man. Unexpectedly, the man waved his hand. This is a Lang Yao red piece. From the Kangxi Imperial Kiln. If I weren't in urgent need of cash, I wouldn't bring it directly to market. If it were to go up for auction, I suspect many auction houses would be eager to bid. But I simply cannot afford to wait. Lu Baoshan cursed the man's ancestors in his heart, but felt powerless. After all, who could argue with someone holding hard currency? Unable to force him into the back room, he decided to stall for a while. Then let me take a look first, Lu Baoshan suggested. Just don't take too long. If you do, I will seek another buyer, the man replied. Maintaining his haughty tone, Lu Baoshan glanced at Pu Jie. My young brother must be thirsty. Why not have a cup of tea to rest? He then called to the assistant. Prepare a pot of fine tea for the two guests. Yet Pu Jie chuckled. I'm not thirsty. I have yet to see a Kangxi Lang Yao red with my own eyes. It's the perfect opportunity to learn, and Lu boss surely wouldn't deny me this chance. Would he? Lu Baoshan was left speechless and could only pick up the Lang Yao red vase to examine it. The glaze, the body quality, and the foot's condition were all flawless. It was indeed a genuine piece. Upon inspecting the base, he noted the absence of the Imperial Kiln mark, which was quite normal. The Lang Yao red porcelain is almost devoid of inscriptions. This is primarily due to the low yield rate of Lang Yao red porcelain. Inscriptions must be written before the kiln firing. However, once the items are out of the kiln, any that are deemed unfit must be destroyed. With such a low yield, if half of 10 pieces are broken, and those are consistently from the Kangxi period, it would be detrimental to the reputation of the Kangxi dynasty. The Kangxi Imperial Kiln not only lacks inscriptions on Lang Yao red porcelain, but also on early imperial wares for similar reasons. At that time, the Qing dynasty was still unstable, and the nation was not yet secure. If fragile porcelain were inscribed and subsequently shattered, the broken inscriptions would portend ill for the country. Lu Baoshan primarily examines the base clay. Upon inspection, he finds it to be a translucent milky yellow, characteristic of what is referred to as the rice soup base in Lang Yao red porcelain, causing him to nod in approval. Lang Yao red porcelain typically has two types of bases. One is this rice soup base, while the other has a slight green hue, commonly known as the apple base. Both are satisfactory. However, Lu Baoshan does discover a slight flaw at the bottom of the bottle, a small engraving near the edge about the size of a melon seed, shaped like a slingshot with 3 shallow lines. This engraving does not appear to be an old injury, nor does it seem to have been newly made within the past year or two. This small and shallow mark can be considered a flaw, but it does not significantly affect the value. I'm uncertain if this flaw existed when I acquired it 10 years ago. The man then interjects, Boss, you've inspected it. Will you give me a straightforward answer? If you want it, I'll quote a price. If not, I need to find another buyer quickly. Yes. Lu Baoshan replies decisively. However, I cannot offer you the price of the Kangxi Imperial Kiln. Enough of this nonsense. Upon hearing this, the man swiftly takes the bottle and places it into a brocade box. At this moment, Pu Jie has not left, and Yu Yao, having settled the payment, approaches with a bag in hand, saying, Hey, don't rush off. Can we also make a purchase? You young one, what are you meddling in? The man replies impatiently, waving his hand. Hold on. Lu Baoshan presses down on the brocade box. You won't lose much time. How about you let me finish speaking? The man furrows his brow slightly, but relents, then speak quickly. Let us not dwell on the small flaw at the bottom of the bottle. This vessel has a somewhat coarse texture, and overall, the glaze feels. All right, enough. Aren't you implying it's not genuine? Spare me your words. I'll take my business elsewhere. The man seals the brocade box and places it into a black leather bag. Yu Yao quickly interjects, Wait, I haven't even made a price yet. Shall we discuss this outside? Without waiting for the man to refuse, Lu Baoshan's expression hardens. Gentlemen, that's enough. Do you understand the rules? Is it customary to poach business? This is my shop. After exchanging glances, Yu Yao and Pu Jie fall silent, but do not leave. They simply sit by the 8 immortals table. After sitting down, Pu Jie exclaims, "You continue your discussion. We've made a purchase. Haven Tiwi? Let us enjoy a cup of tea before we depart." "Very well. Let us not discuss that any longer." Lu Baoshan turns directly to the man. "Shall we negotiate the price in the back room?" "That would be acceptable, but your previous implication seemed to suggest you doubt its authenticity. So I must negotiate here." Coincidentally, the two individuals drinking tea are customers, not associates of yours. They can serve as witnesses. If you are unwilling, I was already planning to leave. Lu Baoshan was genuinely becoming somewhat agitated. What kind of senseless individual was this? Strangely, he held a truly exquisite item in his hands. "Very well, as you wish. What is your price?" "I am not one for rambling. 1 million. No sense," the customer declared with unwavering resolve. This piece from the Lang kiln, to speak candidly, does exhibit a slightly darkened hue. Moreover, the body does indeed possess a certain porosity. Lu Baoshan, being an expert, did not fabricate the claims he made earlier regarding the characteristics of imitation. Additionally, the form is relatively common, slightly smaller than the standard gallbladder vase, and it bears a minor scratch. These detract from its value. Were these flaws absent, the market price should exceed 1.5 million. Should it go to auction, a hammer price surpassing 2 million would not be out of the question. With these imperfections, however, a transaction around 1 million aligns more closely with the market standards. Thus, the price proposed by the man is indeed reasonable. Nevertheless, Lu Baoshan is a shopkeeper, not a collector. He seeks profit and cannot acquire goods at mere market value. Therefore, if the man insists on this price, no matter his fondness for the item, Lu Baoshan would not proceed with the purchase. After some contemplation, the man gritted his teeth and declared, "Forget it. This is not an auction. I can secure cash directly. My bottom line is 80,000. Chapter 66, The Golden Key of Longevity. Lu Baoshan shook his head, smiling. This price remains unacceptable to him. A market price of 1 million does not guarantee a swift sale. To avoid long-term inventory, he must concede a bit, acquiring at 80,000, investing substantial capital and time, only to earn a meager profit of 10 to 80,000 is, in Lu Baoshan's estimation, an unwise venture, one might say, not worth pursuing at all. Unexpectedly, the man did not lower his price further. Grabbing his bag and walking out of Lu's porcelain shop, Lu Baoshan showed no inclination to pursue him. His previous attempts to retain the customer were based on the fact that it was indeed a profitable item. However, circumstances shifted rapidly during the negotiation. This customer proved to be quite obstinate. If he resolutely clings to 80,000, what is the point in further attempts at persuasion? Moreover, Lu Baoshan harbored a calculation in his mind. This price would not be accepted by other shops either. He initially quoted 30,000, not genuinely expecting the man to sell it for that, but his psychological estimation was that 56,000 would be more appropriate, allowing room for negotiation. As for this customer, under pressing financial circumstances, selling the gallbladder vase for over 80,000, even reaching 100,000, would indeed prove challenging. The best route would be to pursue an auction. Yet the man had just mentioned that the auction process is too lengthy, and he cannot afford to wait. Alternatively, he could seek out a player who adores this gallbladder vase and is financially unencumbered, but such individuals are not easily found. Furthermore, private transactions with collectors can lead to unforeseen complications, posing significant risks. As the man exited, Yu Yao and Pu Jie followed closely behind and spoke at the doorway. 80,000 is a bit high. How about we negotiate further? Lu Baoshan found himself somewhat at a loss, though he had not entirely forgotten about the two individuals before him, whom he regarded as mere troublemakers. However, he was adamant that the sum of 800,000 was simply unacceptable, and he doubted these two would be able to muster such a considerable amount. At that moment, Lu Baoshan realized he could not pursue them any further. He subtly signaled to a young assistant, who quietly followed the two outside. Yet, the man seemed indifferent to Yu Yao and Pu Jie, proceeding directly to the next shop, while the duo chose not to follow him in. Upon exiting the subsequent store, the man vented his frustrations towards Yu Yao and Pu Jie, ultimately leading them to depart in annoyance. The man continued his exploration of other shops, while Yu Yao and Pu Jie wandered off in an unknown direction. Naturally, the assistant trailed behind the man. In a secluded corner of the Morning Light Road Antique Market, Yu Yao and Pu Jie settled on a wall-mounted bench. As they indulged in a leisurely smoke, Pu Jie spoke up, questioning the value of a cloisonné square bottle that seemed misshapen and bore no inscription. If it were not misshapen, it would be suspicious. for it is not crafted from copper base. He exclaimed. What? There are no evident signs of violent impact. Would a copper-based official vessel easily lose its shape? Do you think the artisans of the esteemed Imperial Workshop are mere apprentices from a roadside shop? Pu Jie scratched his head, perplexed. A copper base gilded in gold and adorned with colored enamel is certainly significant, he replied. But the more you say, the more confused I become. A gold base. A genuine gold base, not merely a gilded copper one. Yao clarified. Using a gold base would render it relatively thin, and since gold is softer than copper, it is not surprising that it would become misshapen over centuries. A gold base? Good heavens, the value of the gold alone exceeds 20,000. Puis responded incrédulity. Of course, I would not engage in a venture that incurs losses. Indeed, this is not a mere trinket or accessory. How could it possibly possess a gold base? Pu Jie was not entirely uninformed, yet he pondered how a gold-based official vessel could lack an inscription. Were it not for this serendipitous encounter, would I have been able to unearth such a treasure from that old fox Lu Baoshan? Yu Yao explained, this cloisonné square bottle is not a standalone piece. It is part of a set. The inscription would be found on the main item. Pu Jie's eyes widened, realizing that the implications were growing more substantial. Of course, the significance is considerable. Are you familiar with the celebration of Emperor Qianlong's 60th birthday? At that time, the palace commissioned a limited number of gold-based cloisonné pieces. It is said that fewer than 100 were made, and very few have made their way to the market. Most are now housed in the National Palace Museum in Taiwan. Gold-based from the birthday celebration? How many bottles are in this set? Pu Jie inquired. This set does not consist of bottles. It is a collection of incense utensils. The so-called 3 items of the incense burner includes this piece, which is the chopstick bottle. The term originates from Dream of the Red Chamber and has since been widely used to refer to a complete set of incense utensils. In addition to the chopstick bottle, there are the incense burner and the incense box, which are the primary 3 items. However, there are also smaller components, such as the fire tongs or spatula placed within the chopstick bottle and the separator used in the incense burner. In ancient times, incense was not in stick form, but rather in shavings or powder, necessitating the use of an incense box to hold the materials. The fire tongs or spatula were employed to add incense. The chopstick bottle served as a container when not in use. I understand now. The 3 items of the incense burner designate the incense burner as the primary piece, so the inscription should only be on the burner. Pu Jie deduced. Logically, it would be best for all 3 to be inscribed. However, it is not uncommon for only the primary piece to bear an inscription, albeit less frequently. However, this set comprises gold-clad cloisonné wares. If the gold base of the chopstick vase and incense box is relatively thin, inscribing it may pose challenges. The incense burner, being robustly constructed, allows for inscriptions only upon itself, which is quite reasonable as it serves as the centerpiece. Pu Jie excitedly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, impressive, fish head. Everything is interconnected. This is a quintessential example of technical acumen in uncovering hidden treasures. Such discoveries are inherently technical. Nevertheless, fortune plays a pivotal role. Firstly, the Lu Baoshan shop must possess these items, and more importantly, the seller must not fully comprehend their value. His thoughts are consumed with scheming against others. Puji Shukud. The Qing dynasty official gold-clad cloisonné wears lack a market reference price. Yu Yao nodded in agreement. It is undoubtedly worth more than the copper-clad, gilded official wares. This set of incense burner and vases, if genuine, could potentially reach a value of 10 million. Goodness, what about this piece? A minimum of 1 million, with 2 million within reach. The disparity between 10 million and 1 million seems considerable. There are nuances regarding whether items are part of a set. In the realm of antiques, paired or complete sets often command prices that exceed the cumulative value of individual pieces. For instance, an antique rosewood chair might fetch 1 million, and 2 would typically amount to 2 million. However, if these 2 chairs form a pair, they could very well sell for 4 million. The same principle applies to sets. For instance, a set of 4 teacups often sells for 8 times the price of a single cup, rather than 4 times. A complete set of incense burner and vases, if valued at 10 million, would see individual pieces worth approximately 1/3 of 5 million if sold separately. Furthermore, the incense burner and vases are not identical items. Selling them individually will inevitably yield varying values. The incense burner, being the principal item, is priced higher than the other 2, the chopstick vase. While not as valuable as the incense burner, is worth more than the incense box. If one were to possess only the incense box, it likely wouldn't reach a price of 1 million. Pu Jie rubbed his hands together, contemplating the situation. This isn't merely about gathering opportunities. It feels more like a high-stakes gamble. Chapter 67, Contraband. Yu Yao was certainly pleased, but then he remarked, I just wonder if this endeavor will yield fruitful results. Do you think the Zhong family might have started from a foundation of high-quality replicas? With such an impressive uncle in the porcelain capital, how could he possibly go missing? It seems unlikely. Yu Yao pondered, recalling Zhong Yu's account of the pair of Daoguang imperial snuff bottles, which did not sound like fabrications. His uncle had stated that once he understood them fully, he would destroy them. If they were indeed high-quality replicas leading to wealth, he surely wouldn't have been so willing to dispose of them. I've hesitated to ask, but where did you learn about the ghostly eye expenditures? I merely overheard a few whispers from seniors. My knowledge is quite limited, Yu Yao replied vaguely. Pu Jie suddenly grew animated. Could this set of ghostly eye expenditures be linked to some grand treasure secret? Yu Yao chuckled softly, in broad daylight. How could you possibly be so imaginative? Pu Jie shrugged, shifting the topic. This trip to the porcelain capital has been quite fruitful. I should venture out more often in the future. Let's go. Yu Yao rose, feeling a final shiver of excitement. The two individuals arrived once more at Lu's porcelain shop. At that moment, the man was awkwardly listening to Lu Baoshan's admonitions. I have already informed you. You desire to rush and yet seek a high price. Where in this world can one find such bargains? Pu Jie chuckled carefree. What if Boss Lu cannot even meet our price? We could still negotiate, couldn't we? The man retorted angrily. These two rascals are with me, and the highest bid reached only 400,000. If that is the case, I would rather mortgage my house to cover the deficit. Lu Baoshan smiled lightly. Not to worry, my brother. If you're facing difficulties, I must lend my support. However, the man's words had an effect. Lu Baoshan certainly did not wish to close the deal in front of Yu Yao and Pu Jie. He had initially intended to invite the man into the back room. Yet upon hearing the mention of mortgaging his house, Lu Baoshan mused that the situation had not yet reached a point of desperation. The man was still unwilling to enter the back room for negotiations, and Lu Baoshan thought that the two onlookers were already somewhat aware of the price, so he did not press further. With his eloquent tongue and psychological advantage, Lu Baoshan ultimately secured the deal for 500,000 for the Guan-style vase. After inspecting the item thoroughly, he confirmed its authenticity. At the man's request, Lu Baoshan issued a check. With the payment settled, Lu Baoshan invited the man for tea before he departed, but to his surprise, he suddenly noticed that Yu Yao and Pu Jie had vanished. He wondered, are these two akin rabbits? The man declined the invitation for tea and quickly took his leave. Having just completed a lucrative transaction with a genuine item, Lu Baoshan calculated his profits. Yet when he glanced around his empty shop, an uncomfortable feeling unexpectedly surged within him. Yu Yao and Pu Jie, having witnessed the completion of the deal, naturally decided to leave. Their business was concluded, and it was time for a meal. Old Zhou and Old Huang mentioned their plan to visit Luanjing Antique Street in the morning. So Yu Yao and Pu Jie did not contact them and headed out to find a restaurant instead. What a delight. Now Lu Baoshan must be left in a quandary. Pu Jie chuckled. I did not expect such a significant transaction without Lu Baoshan even requesting a contract. He truly has no fear of illegitimacy. A seasoned player. Do not be deceived by his constant claims of needing money urgently. Do you think he is unaware of various scenarios? First, his acting is commendable, and he does not seem to possess ill-gotten goods. Secondly, he entered and exited the shop with the item concealed in his bag. Once he left the premises, he could easily deny ever having received anything. The moment he mentioned the check, why did Lu Baoshan immediately agree? Which is cleaner, a check or a mobile transfer? Indeed, that old fox has left himself a backup plan. If the origins are legitimate, everything is easy to discuss. But should the goods be illicit, signing a contract would only provide them with leverage. Yu Yao scoffed. A meticulous plan has its flaws. He could never have imagined that we would serve as witnesses. Is your mobile recording functioning properly? Absolutely. The visuals and audio capture only Lu Baoshan. The Guan-style vase is clearly visible, and it appears to be an accidental recording. Whether it was accidental or not matters little. When the time comes, who will care? Only the content of the recording is significant. Subsequently, Yu Yao made a call to Zhongyu. All right, once the money is transferred and the individual leaves the porcelain capital, I will alert the authorities. This scheme is indeed somewhat ruthless, yet it is relatively easy to fall for. The Langyao red-dipped bottle sold to Lu Baoshan is indeed an authentic piece, and there is no fear in having it verified by him. However, this item is also considered contraband. The determination of its status rests solely with one individual, Zhongyu, as it rightfully belongs to him. If Zhong Yu claims that it was stolen from him while he was out, then it qualifies as stolen property. But how can one prove it belongs to Zhong Yu? The answer lies in the slingshot mark. This bottle was an old collection of Zhong Yu's uncle, and Zhong Yu had a fondness for it since childhood. In his youthful ignorance, he sneaked into his uncle's study and, armed with a small carving knife, etched a slingshot mark on the bottom of the bottle. In truth, it resembles not a slingshot, but rather the letter Y, the initial of the pinyin for you. Who can substantiate that Liu Baoshan is in possession of stolen goods? Liu Baoshan would certainly deny it. It is not feasible to have the thief or the seller come forward, is it? Thus, Yu Yao and Pu Jie were tasked with this endeavor, with Pu Jie responsible for recording the events on his phone. They were fortunate, as their setup was quite successful. However, implicating Liu Baoshan for 50,000 should not pose a problem. Nonetheless, establishing that he knowingly received stolen property remains nearly impossible. The law governing such matters is relatively intricate, but in simple terms, there are essentially two scenarios. One, knowingly accepting stolen goods. The other, unwittingly acquiring stolen goods at a price significantly below market value. Naturally, Liu Baoshan would never admit to knowingly receiving stolen property. Yet, even if the purchase price was low, it would be challenging to prove it as receiving stolen goods, particularly since antiques do not have fixed market prices, only reference prices. Even so, facing police inquiries and investigations after incurring a loss is an unpleasant experience. Moreover, the community is abuzz with gossip, and Liu Baoshan finds himself the subject of scorn. Chapter 68. The antique street. Zhong Yu's demeanor indeed exudes a considerable air of the underworld. After hanging up the phone, Yu Yao shook his head slightly. Wherever there are people, there exists a world of intrigue, Pu Jie chimed in. That's not quite the point, Yu Yao replied, rubbing his face, and with a double entendre, added, never mind, overthinking is futile. Let us first fill our stomachs. After their meal, the two visited the antique street at Luanjing, without attempting to reach out to Lao Zhou and Lao Huang, who might have already departed. This narrow street stretches approximately 1 kilometer, with a width of merely 2 to 3 meters. It is said that recent renovations have made the street much more pleasant to behold. Once a bumpy, dilapidated path, it has now been refurbished, with many areas transformed into faux antique architecture. On either side of the street, there are numerous shops selling imitation antiques, and every so often, one might see someone carrying a load of porcelain in a basket, entering or exiting the narrow lane. Look, they even advertise restoring the old base right on the sign, Pu Jie pointed out, indicating a shop's advertisement. The term restoring the old base refers to attaching a new upper section to the base of an old piece of porcelain. When assessing porcelain, one must first examine the base. Aside from markings, the base usually reveals the clay body, allowing for the evaluation of its quality. And the juncture of the body and glaze is also crucial for authentication. Thus, restoring the old base has become a common technique for porcelain forgery. Yu Yao and Pu Jie did not rush into the store, but instead strolled leisurely along the street, observing that, apart from the main thoroughfare, there were numerous side alleys. Similar to the numerous advertisements that shamelessly proclaim their antiquity, many items are merely imitations rather than genuine antiques. Outside the shops, one can often witness individuals applying potassium permanganate solution on various vessels. Typically, newly crafted porcelain differs in luster from that of old porcelain. It possesses a fiery sheen, often referred to in the trade as thief's light, which tends to be rather discomforting. This distinction is apparent to seasoned connoisseurs, yet for newcomers to the field, the differences are subtle and challenging to discern. In addition to establishments that directly sell imitation porcelain, there are also shops that offer processing and inscription services. Despite the abundance of these shops, they attract a considerable clientele. Even without entering the stores, Yu Yao and Pu Jie could glean that most customers were antique dealers. It is easy to imagine the vast quantities of imitation porcelain that flood the antique market daily. Here, the items are openly labeled as replicas, priced accordingly. However, once they reach antique markets in distant locales, the pricing becomes a matter of unspoken agreement. After a cursory exploration, Yu Yao lost interest, as the place indeed resembled what the taxi driver had described, primarily commonplace goods. The best offerings were comparable to the level of the red glazed flower vase purchased by Old Joe. The inferior pieces, on the other hand, could only deceive the uninitiated. However, just as Yu Yao was about to suggest leaving, Pu Jie paused at the entrance of a shop, eyeing an impressive yuan blue and white jar depicting the legendary figure of Geguzi descending from the mountain, and expressed a desire to take a closer look. Yu Yao did not object, and they both entered. This shop was relatively spacious, with several customers browsing the merchandise. Seemingly regular patrons jotting down notes, likely regarding the types and quantities of items they wish to procure. As newcomers, Yu Yao and Pu Jia were greeted by a middle-aged woman who inquired what they were seeking. Pu Jia pointed to the yuan blue and white jar and asked for its price. The yuan blue and white jar had made headlines in 2005 when it sold for over 200 million, setting an auction record for Chinese porcelain, and had since become widely recognized. Coupled with the beautifully composed and executed illustrations of Giguzi's descent, even those unfamiliar with the field often found it aesthetically pleasing. Consequently, high-quality replicas of the jar appeared in abundance. Although the fervor for replicas had waned over the past decade, the business remained robust. The middle-aged woman smiled and asked which tier of goods they were interested in. Which tier? Pu Jia inquired, puzzled. We have bottom-tier, mid-tier, and high-tier items. As for the top tier, we do not handle those, she explained. The bottom tier refers to common goods. The mid-tier is somewhat refined, but still lacks in color and illustration quality. The high tier employs specially mixed materials and skilled artisans for painting. The top tier is characterized by an exceptionally high degree of authenticity, making it difficult even for experts to discern. But this shop does not offer such items. Yu Yao surveyed the wares and asked, "Is this one the high tier?" "Indeed," the middle-aged woman replied. "This is a sample. It can be taken. In the backyard, there remains stock. I can retrieve another piece for you." "How much is this one?" Pu Jia inquired. "A few years ago, these were priced at 100,000 each, but now it is 50,000. The middle tier is 20,000, while the lower tier can be obtained for just a few thousand." Yu Yao glanced at Pu Jia. "Why do you always wish to purchase high-quality replicas? You missed out on the Ru Kiln piece, and now you wish to acquire a yuan blue and white." "We have Ru Kiln as well," the middle-aged woman interjected. "And it can even be inscribed. The three-legged washing bowl from Emperor Qianlong is crafted exquisitely, done by a seasoned artisan. I assure your satisfaction." Yu Yao found it amusing yet exasperating. Amidst the antiquities street of Luanjiang, how could one still discern the unique charm of genuine antiques? The act of inscribing on the Ru Kiln three-legged washing bowl is tantamount to wastefulness. The artisan, using a diamond drill, inscribed a poem on the bottom of the bowl, along with the inscription, totaling over 30 characters, occupying most of the base. Truly, without a diamond drill, one ought not to undertake the task of porcelain work that jeopardizes the precious Ru porcelain. Furthermore, it is not merely a single Ru Kiln three-legged washing bowl. Currently, the known surviving Ru Kiln porcelain pieces number fewer than 100. How many pieces did Qianlong have inscribed? 22. He composed a total of 15 poems, inscribed on 22 pieces of porcelain. Some of these poems, of course, were inscribed on more than one piece, presumably his self-proclaimed masterpieces. The issue lies in the fact that the quality of these poems is rather mediocre, and more critically, among these 15 poems, it is verified that 6 contain recognized errors. For instance, on a sky-blue glazed Ru Kiln bowl, the opening lines of his poem state, "Jing Kiln produces for the inner palace," even to this day. Plates are hard to come by. Well, one might overlook the crude poetry, but this is a Ru Kiln piece. And yet you insist on referring to it as Jing Kiln, the former name of Jun Kiln. As Yao pondered this, his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up to find it was Zhong Yu calling, so he stepped outside the shop to answer. Chapter 69. Can he fly to the skies? I reported it to the police at noon and provided the necessary information. I stated that it was stolen last night around 10, near the antique market on Chengguang Road. Well, my handbag was slashed. Since I first sought assistance from friends in my circle, I delayed reporting it until today. Yao nodded. In that case, we should accompany you to the police station this afternoon, right? Yes, I've already arranged for someone to keep an eye on Lu Ji porcelain shop. The item is still in the store. The night is long and fraught with uncertainties. It cannot extend to evening. Very well, we shall meet at Luanjiang. What is there to explore in this dreadful place? It has become a tourist spot for the porcelain capital. By the way, has the square-faced vendor been located? Yes, he has been found. He is nicknamed Board-Face Chong, an old vendor. However, he seldom deals in high-quality replicas. This piece was surprisingly acquired by his wife last week at the antique market on Chengguang Road. He even scolded her afterward. His wife has a poor memory. She only recalled that the seller was a greasy middle-aged man she had not seen in the market before. Doesn't this sever the lead? There's still a bit of a trail. At that time, besides seizing a flower vase, his wife also captured a 1960s flawed-in stone ink slab, which they retained for their son who studies calligraphy. Hence, it has not been sold. I shall investigate further from this ink slab. That sounds promising. Please wait for me. I will drive to pick you up. Yu Yao hung up the phone, only to see Pu Jia emerging. What is the matter? Not buying anymore? 50,000 with no room for negotiation. Purchasing a replica would indeed be a loss, wouldn't it? However, it's not about profit or loss. The genuine article is a mere dream for a lifetime. If you were to display it at home for decades, it would amount to merely a few coins a day. A comfortable, spacious bed can cost over 10,000. Damn, why are you belittling me? Why don't you buy it? Antique, you say? If it's not truly antique, what's the point? Damn it, I'm already here. Of course, I want to buy it. Just as well. Jean, will come and pick us up shortly. All right. I've practiced the lines until they're second nature. 20 minutes later, Jean arrived to pick them up, and they proceeded to the Chengguang Road police station, where he had previously reported the case. Upon entering the station's lobby, a dark-skinned police officer with 2 stripes and 3 flowers on his uniform happened to exit, and upon seeing Zhongyu, he remarked, "Hey, Xiao Zhong, solving the case isn't that swift. Director Wang, I'm here to provide a lead." Director Wang glanced at Yu Yao and Pu Jia, then turned back to Zhongyu and said, "You have quite the connections. Come on in." Director Wang led the 3 of them into an interrogation room. The inquiry room differed from the interrogation room. The latter was primarily for questioning suspects and contained a solitary interrogation chair, creating a rather oppressive atmosphere. Since Zhongyu was the victim, and Yu Yao and Pu Jia were witnesses, the inquiry room was spacious and bright, with a female officer bringing in tea and then sitting aside to take notes. These 2 are truly exemplary citizens. Zhongyu began, "They are players from Jiangzhou, and this morning while browsing the market, they fortuitously discovered a clue in a shop named Lu Ji Porcelain." Director Wang furrowed his brow slightly and asked, "How did you find them?" "I had mobilized several friends in the circle to inquire around. By chance, a friend ran into them at the market. They were feeling disheartened for not securing an item. They kept lamenting about a Langyao red dish bottle. Had they known it would cost an extra 100,000, they would have acted differently, which my friend overheard." "You truly have remarkable luck," Director Wang nodded. Following this, Yu Yao and Pu Jia recounted their experiences, and the video from Pu Jia's phone was copied. "Please don't leave just yet. Wait here for a moment while I take team out. It may not take long," Director Wang concluded. Lu Baoshan had mingled in the Chengguang Road antique market for many years, which fell under the jurisdiction of the Chengguang Road police station. He had long been acquainted with this Director Wang. Moreover, Lu Baoshan was quite adept at handling matters, maintaining a good reputation. Thus, when Zhongyu mentioned Lu Ji Porcelain, Director Wang exhibited some interest. Director Wang personally took an officer with him to Lu Ji Porcelain, where Lu Baoshan and his assistant happened to be present. They separated to conduct inquiries. Director Wang instructed the accompanying officer to question the assistant while he entered the inner room with Lu Baoshan. Being familiar with each other, Director Wang directly stated, "Someone witnessed you receiving a Langyao red dish bottle," rather than asking if he had ever received one. Lu Baoshan's heart sank, yet he maintained a broad smile, replying, "Director Wang, is someone trying to stir up trouble? I don't know about stirring trouble, but this is someone else's stolen property. Moreover, a witness in your shop fortuitously recorded a video." This statement from Director Wang effectively assisted Lu Baoshan. "Recorded a video? What are the odds of that happening?" Lu Baoshan appeared outwardly calm, yet internally he was cursing vehemently. Those 2 rascals were clearly not up to any good. "I've been ensnared in their trap." Regardless of whether it was coincidental or deliberate, the recording constitutes undeniable evidence. "Wang, even if I acquired a Langyao red dip vase, these vases are commonplace. How can you assert that it is the stolen item belonging to the victim? You are truly relentless. Surely, they must have left some mark or evidence behind. Moreover, you just happened to receive one at the right moment. We must corroborate the evidence, mustn't we?" Wang gazed at the sheepishly smiling Lu Baoshan and exhaled heavily. "Old Lu, I believe I have made my point clear. Haven Ti?" Realization dawned on him. He had indeed fallen into a trap. "Wang, just tell me who it is. We'll find out at the station anyway." "Zhongyu. He is quite well known in your circle." "Huh." Lu Baoshan felt a bit bewildered. He had never wronged this person. "Let us not dwell on that for now. Is the item still in your shop? Bring it with you and follow me." Lu Baoshan hesitated momentarily, but ultimately offered no resistance, retrieving the Langyao red-dipped vase and accompanying Wang. It was evident that he had been drawn into a scheme. The adversary had meticulously planned every aspect. Continuing to fabricate excuses without producing the item would lead to endless complications. With both eyewitnesses and tangible evidence, the item would undoubtedly be returned to its rightful owner. However, since the case remained unsolved, the item would need to be stored at the police station for the time being. The police station recorded the detailed information of Yu Yao and Pu Jia, had them sign statements and provide fingerprints, and then allowed them to leave. Meanwhile, at this juncture, Lu Baoshan did not conceal anything and recounted the entire process truthfully. Given the unique nature of antiques, even if he had purchased it for 500,000 or even 50,000, he would not be guilty of handling stolen goods. His ignorance in this matter was not a concern. After listening to Liu Baoshan's testimony, Wang promptly dispatched officers to investigate the check. Liu Baoshan had issued a regular check, not a transfer check, allowing for both withdrawal and transfer. However, whether withdrawing or transferring, it had to be conducted at the bank counter. This was straightforward to verify, and soon a result emerged. The individual had gone to the bank and made a withdrawal. For small withdrawals, some banks might only require the check, with less stringent regulations. However, for a substantial withdrawal of 500,000, identification was essential, and all banks were equipped with surveillance cameras. Upon viewing the video footage, Liu Baoshan exclaimed excitedly, "That's him. There's even identification information. And with cameras all over the streets, I doubt he can escape." Chapter 70. Take revenge, little brother. Indeed, he cannot escape. In reality, the whereabouts of the male owner were quite clear. After withdrawing the money, he took a taxi and exited the urban area of the porcelain city. However, he disembarked at a suburban intersection devoid of surveillance cameras. The taxi driver, traced through the license plate number, reported that the man, after alighting, hailed an unmarked, covered tricycle. The lead had effectively run cold. Yet, there remained the identification card. Upon retrieving the identification information, the police discovered that this individual was a local of the porcelain city. At the age of 38, Han Xiaowang runs a business dealing in aluminum alloy doors and windows and operates a small storefront. Upon comparing his identification photo with surveillance footage from a bank, authorities found a striking resemblance. That evening around 9 o'clock, the police successfully apprehended Han at his residence. It was hardly a challenge, as he was already asleep and his wife answered the door. Less than 24 hours had elapsed since the disappearance of the Langyao red-bellied vase, and less than 12 hours since the theft was reported. Liu Baoshan had remained at the police station, having dined on large dumplings filled with chives and meat. Upon hearing of the arrest, he let out an excited belch, the pungent aroma overwhelming even himself. However, his joy seemed somewhat premature. Throughout his journey from home to the station, Han exhibited a notably irritable demeanor, perhaps influenced by too many Hong Kong films or the grogginess of sleep, as he incessantly demanded to file a complaint. The police proceeded with the interrogation. Yet, Han claimed he had been helping at a friend's wedding that morning, having departed around 5 and not leaving until the afternoon. There were at least a dozen individuals who could vouch for his presence, and footage from the wedding company further corroborated his alibi. He was not like the Monkey King, dispatching a hare to the Lu Ji porcelain shop while attending the wedding. When Han rolled his eyes and spoke, Liu Baoshan sensed something amiss. The voice did not match. Han's voice was deep and somewhat hoarse, while the other man's voice was rather ordinary, lacking any distinctiveness. Upon closer inspection, Liu Baoshan realized that while Han bore a striking resemblance to the individual who had entered the shop, there were subtle differences. Both Han and the initial visitor were exceptionally ordinary in appearance, making identification challenging, and Liu Baoshan now felt uncertain, unable to articulate why. Even if Liu were convinced they were the same person, it would not matter, as Han's alibi was robust. Fingerprints had been collected, but results would not be available that night, and the investigating officers did not consider this evidence particularly useful. Regarding his identification card, Han stated it had been lost for about half a month. When questioned why he had not replaced it promptly, he retorted about a previous burglary at his shop and criticized the police for not responding swiftly. Losing an ID for half a month hardly constituted a serious issue. It was imperative to release him, and some flattering words were necessary, as Han was now demanding to report to the municipal inspection team instead of the complaints department, which was a more appropriate channel. This case left even the seasoned Detective Wang in a quandary. Meanwhile, Yu Yao, Zhong Yu, and Pu Jie were enjoying beers by a secluded railing along the riverbank. The evening breeze was slightly chilly as Zhong Yu set down his bottle and lit a cigarette, the smoke swirling away. "Since you both insist, let it be 20,000. I had even considered offering Han 50,000. Isn't he just seeking revenge, asking for no compensation?" After finishing his drink, Pu Jie remarked, "This guy is quite intriguing. If not for his unique background, I would have liked to share a drink with him." Pu Jie chuckled. Han Xiaowang possesses another identity. He is the brother-in-law of De Zhang, who owned the collection pavilion adjacent to Lu Ji Porcelain House. After De Zhang's passing, his wife, who is also Han Xiaowang's sister, has lived in rather dire circumstances, which has filled Han Xiaowang with a seething desire for vengeance. Though he lacks the means to enact it, Liu Baoshan had never encountered Han Xiaowang before. primarily because the latter had previously worked in an aluminum alloy door and window factory in his hometown, a rural county. Although he had made several visits to the porcelain capital, they were solely to see his sister. It was only 3 years after De Zhang's demise that Han Xiaowang arrived in the porcelain capital to open a small shop selling aluminum alloy doors and windows. Zhong Yu sent someone to approach Han Xiaowang, demonstrating sincerity and stating his intentions. Upon hearing that they were to deal with Liu Baoshan, Han Xiaowang's eyes immediately sparkled with interest. In truth, Han Xiaowang had little to do. Initially, there were 2 tasks at hand, but as fate would have it, he needed to assist a friend at a wedding today, leaving him with only one remaining task. He had accidentally lost his identification card during an outing last night at a designated time and place, while also needing to remember that it was lost half a month ago. Thus, when faced with the police, he essentially played his part to perfection. His reaction to Liu Baoshan's derogatory remark was sincere and heartfelt. Of course, Han Xiaowang's role could be filled by another if necessary. However, Zhong Yu's approach was rather elaborate, ingeniously allowing him to participate in the act of retribution while also achieving multiple objectives. The individual who subsequently found the identification card was the one who would handle the Langyao red bottle at Lu Ji Porcelain House. Interestingly, this person bore a striking resemblance to Han Xiaowang in the surveillance footage. Whether or not they actually looked alike is inconsequential, for there exists a certain skill in the world known as disguise. This person would never again present themselves in Han Xiaowang's visage. Yu Yao had remained largely silent. In dealing with friends, one should embody the warmth of spring. In confronting foes, one must be as unyielding as winter. Suddenly, Zhong Yu patted Yu Yao on the shoulder. "Brother, let us set aside everything else. The bond forged by the Ghost Eye Fire is enough for us to be friends." Yu Yao took a deep drag from his cigarette, pondering the Ghost Eye Fire. "Brother Zhong, within the 5 elements, it seems that only ceramics can embody the essence of fire, does it not?" Zhong Yu paused, then smiled. "Ceramics are fundamentally rooted in earth. Moreover, bronze vessels are also forged with fire. Why do you not consider that they are primarily of the fire element? Your insights are profound." Zhong Yu maintained a smile. Yet even if ceramics correspond to fire, the interplay of the 5 elements, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, is ultimately dictated by those who cast money. Indeed, you know this better than I. I cannot dwell further on this topic. Let us await news from my uncle. Yu Yao offered a cigarette, adding, "There's one more matter, Brother Zhong. You have connections in Jingxidian village, do you not? A small village, yet it is a world unto itself. Indeed, there are connections, but it remains to be seen what you wish to pursue. I merely wish to witness it for myself, right?" Pu Jie chimed in. "Very well. Tomorrow, you shall proceed to the 2nd alley east of the village and locate the 4th courtyard from east to west. There, you will find the lame elder. I shall ensure that he is properly informed." "Thank you, Brother Zhong. Among friends, such formalities are unnecessary. You are mindful, and I need not worry." Upon reaching the entrance of the courtyard as indicated by Zhong Yu, just as I was about to press the doorbell beside the entrance, the door swung open. The first to emerge was a middle-aged man clad in a suit, appearing to be under 50, with a ruddy complexion. A prominent mole on the right side of his nose rendered his otherwise symmetrical features slightly awkward. Behind him stood a man in his 30s, sporting a crew cut and exhibiting a somewhat dull demeanor. The dull man nodded, and Mr. Feng departed slowly. After the man with the mole had taken a few steps away, Yu Yao inquired, "May I ask if the lame elder is present? What business do you have?" "Oh, I was introduced by Zhong Yu. My surname is Yu." The dull man nodded, acknowledging the introduction. "Come in, please." The courtyard was expansive, with a 3-story building at its center, undoubtedly accompanied by a backyard. To the west, there was a long row of auxiliary rooms, while the east side featured makeshift shelters. A small portion of the shelter was piled high with bags of various colors, which Yu Yao surmised to be different types of clay. The other half of the shelter housed several machines, one of which resembled a glaze preparation machine, as it had a small extension with glistening glass-like objects hanging from it. Yu Yao mused that given the presence of such items, there must surely be a kiln in the backyard. "Fu, who has arrived?" boomed a voice from the living room on the 1st floor, shortly followed by the emergence of an elderly man with a head full of white hair. His face was etched with deep lines, yet beneath his long eyebrows his eyes shone brightly. Observing his gait, it was evident that one of his legs was somewhat impaired, appearing slightly stiff and dragging, though not to the extent of being severely lame. "Lame elder, Mr. Yu from Brother Zhong has arrived," Ah Fu respectfully announced. "Which one is it?" The lame elder glanced at the 3 of them. "Greetings, lame elder, I am Yu Yao." As he spoke, Yu Yao handed 2 boxes of tea leaves to Ah Fu. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your guidance." Businessmen prioritize profit over parting ways. Last month, I went to Fuyang to purchase tea. Fuyang is the porcelain capital, and if you arrive there, purchasing tea leaves for me when you may not even know what to buy seems rather pointless. The lame elder scrutinized Yu Yao, then added, however, "You are somewhat pleasing to the eye. Come in." Yu Yao chuckled lightly. "I apologize for the intrusion." The three men entered the living room on the first floor. The room was quite spacious, approximately 30 to 40 square meters, yet furnished with only a single 8 immortals table and a chair on either side, complemented by 2 additional chairs on the flanks. Between the 2 chairs stood a narrow side table. "Please sit." The lame elder took a seat on the left side of the 8 immortals table, while Yu Yao and his companions chose to sit on the chairs flanking him, not approaching the table directly. Ah Fu served tea and placed it on the small table before them. The lame elder then picked up a small purple clay teapot from the 8 immortals table and took a sip, saying, "The Zhong family lad is obsessed with maintaining appearances. Now speak. What is it that you desire?" "Lame elder, our primary intention is to gain some insight." As the lame elder waved his hand dismissively, his left hand paused in the air, and Yu Yao noticed a jade ring adorning his left thumb. The hue is a pale white, tinged with a lake blue shade, yet it appears more vibrant than the lake itself, exuding an overall translucence. Though a simple jade ring lacks any pronounced green, the gaze of Yu Yao shifts perceptibly. Sifting through the plethora of jade information available online, one can easily be swayed by various labels and convoluted explanations. For instance, some may be aware of the term glass type, yet remain oblivious to its true quality. In fact, glass type jade bears little resemblance to actual glass. The luminescent quality associated with glass is absent. However, it is challenging to find an apt metaphor for glass type jade. When assessing jade, 3 primary aspects must be considered: type, clarity, and color. The terms newt, cloudy, ice, and glass pertain to the fineness of the jade as particles. Clarity refers to its transparency, while color needs no further elucidation. Nonetheless, there exists a so-called imperial green, a designation primarily inflated by merchants. What exactly constitutes imperial green? Is it reminiscent of Qin Shi Huang, Hanwu Di, Tang Tai Zong, or Song Tai Zhu? Jadeite is indeed prized for its green hues, with the most coveted being Zhengyang green, characterized by its purity, richness, and lack of color deviation. When both type and clarity reach the pinnacle of excellence, it manifests a dripping emerald green, exceptionally beautiful, initially dubbed emerald. Emerald, a type of green gemstone, possesses a hue that is difficult to describe, blending green with blue and a hint of yellow. The finest Zhengyang green jadeite, due to its top-tier type and clarity, shares a delicate, translucent quality akin to that of superior emeralds, thus borrowing the nomenclature. However, the two are not identical, nor can they ever be, due to differing primary mineral compositions. Merchants may find that emerald lacks sufficient allure, thus they concoct the term imperial green. What advantages does this new label confer? Perhaps a piece of jade might not meet the highest standard of type and clarity, yet if its green is sufficient, it can still be touted as imperial green, facilitating its sale. However, connoisseurs discern jade based on the intrinsic qualities of type, clarity, and color. Of course, it is not to say that nomenclature lacks importance. For instance, the jade ring in the possession of the illustrious Qiao Yi bears its own esteemed title. Qiao Yi, Yu Yao mused. Is it possible that you are wearing a piece crafted from that legendary material? Chapter 72, The Jade Pot and the Ice Heart, the Plum Vase of 3 Friends. Qiao Yi's expression shifted. Young man, do you possess knowledge of jade? Many are familiar with jade, yet few can truly appreciate the essence of the jade pot and ice heart. A slight smile graced Yu Yao's lips. Qiao Yi set aside his small purple clay teapot, acknowledging the youth's depth of understanding. During the Republic of China era, a renowned figure in the jewelry world named Ma Yuding imported materials from the western regions, including Hutian jade and jadeite from Myanmar, processing them in Beijing and selling them in Shanghai, eventually expanding his business to Europe and America, earning the title king of jade. His jade pieces were characterized by authenticity, premium materials, and exquisite craftsmanship, with many dignitaries taking pride in acquiring his works. Yu Yao's remarks astonished not only Qiao Yi, but also Old Zhou and Pu Jie. Old Zhou, an expert in jade, was familiar with Ma Yuding, but could not speak as fluently as Yu Yao. What knowledge does this young man possess? Well said, Qiao Yi nodded, impressed by his discernment. Yu Yao continued, stating that among the numerous jade materials that Ma Yuding had encountered, only one was accorded the solemn name of Jade Pot Ice Heart. It is said that Ma Yuding acquired a piece of old pit rough stone with its skin intact in Myanmar, which others dismissed as unlikely to yield green jade. And even several peers believed it might crumble during cutting. However, Ma Yuding, with his discerning eye, boldly declared that even if it did not produce green, it could still be a masterpiece. Upon cutting, the material indeed lacked green and was not of the highest glass type. Yet, its color was remarkably unique. While it could be considered somewhat white, it subtly exuded a hint of lake blue, infused with a touch of verdant freshness. Moreover, although it was not of the glass type, it approached the high ice variety, possessing a near-translucent quality tempered with a slight haziness. Such textual descriptions always seem inadequate. This material enchanted Ma Yuding, who had seen countless exquisite jade pieces, revealing its distinctive allure. He crafted over a dozen bracelets, rings, and clasps from this material. Why? One might ponder. This approach maximized the utilization of the raw material, as the cores of bracelets could be transformed into rings, and the cores of rings into clasps. Furthermore, circular designs were relatively easier to create while circumventing any material imperfections. It was indeed this particular piece that prompted the otherwise unyielding Ma Yuding to be so economical. After crafting, before selling, Ma Yuding pondered deeply and named this material Jade Pot Ice Heart. The bracelets, rings, and clasps could be purchased as a set or individually. Priced exceedingly high but quickly sold out. He himself retained a complete set. The clasp of Jade Pot Ice Heart had appeared in auction, yet the bracelets and rings had never surfaced. Yu Yao then remarked that Old Man K was indeed affluent to acquire such a ring. Old Man K suddenly burst into hearty laughter, acknowledging that though it was not a purchase but a trade, it was nonetheless quite valuable. Young man, not only do you possess a pleasing appearance, but your discernment and knowledge are also remarkable. Old Man K praised. You flatter me. Jade is not as complex as intricately crafted porcelain. It primarily requires an understanding of the material. Moreover, jade was introduced to China only after the Kangxi era, so there aren't many ancient pieces. At this moment, Afu, who had previously exited the parlor after serving tea, re-entered, holding a plate adorned with a green double dragon design. Just as he was about to place the plate on the Eight Immortals table, Old Man K waved his hand, stating, Young Yu is a connoisseur. This cannot catch his eye. Ah, since three of us are here today, go fetch that San Yu plum vase. Afu displayed a look of surprise, but nodded and retreated. Those that lie down are inferior to those that stand, Yu Yao remarked, expressing gratitude for the old gentleman's commendation. In the realm of porcelain, generally speaking, those that lie down refer to plates, dishes, and bowls, while those that stand encompass vases and jars. Afu returned once more, this time with a petite blue and white plum vase. Its small round mouth, short neck, broad shoulders, and rounded belly, tapering to a slender foot, rendered the plum vase's shape truly exquisite. This term emerged only during the Ming dynasty, as the small mouth could only accommodate plum branches, thus bestowing a poetic essence upon its name. Nevertheless, the plum vase shape had gained popularity during the Song dynasty, primarily used as a wine vessel, known then as a jing vase. The form of the plum vase, indeed, lent itself well to serving as a wine container. However, why was it referred to as a jing vase when used for wine? This is attributed to the Song dynasty's royal system of discourse, where after engaging in discussions on scriptures, the emperor would host a feast for the attendees, utilizing vessels of this particular design, hence the name scripture bottle. By the Ming dynasty, the aesthetic appeal of such bottles had far surpassed their practical use, leading to the designation plum vase. For those versed in porcelain, ignorance of the plum vase would be a source of embarrassment, as it is renowned as the quintessential porcelain shape of the Huaxia culture. Since the Song dynasty, every notable kiln has produced plum vases. Shall we take a closer look? The lame elder gestured. Yu Yao nodded and stepped forward to grasp the plum vase, while Pu Jia and Old Zhou also approached to observe. The vase featured a painted scene depicting the three friends of winter, pine, bamboo, and plum. Though diminutive in size, the interplay of the aged pine, resilient bamboo, and plum branches created a composition that is both vigorous and elegant, captivating in its artistry. The base bore a blue and white design with double circles and the inscription made during the reign of Emperor Yongzheng of the Qing dynasty. In terms of form, both overall and in detail, as well as the depth of the blue hue, it was truly exceptional. The Yongzheng Imperial Kiln is one of the most challenging to replicate, known for its exquisite craftsmanship and the ability to convey grandeur in its subtlety. Surprisingly, Yu Yao found no flaws in this three friends plum vase. Not only did he fail to identify any imperfections, but he was also deeply impressed by the artistic mastery. Old Zhou and Pu Jie stood in stunned silence, unable to utter a word. What do you think? The lame elder asked, taking a sip of tea with a knowing smile. Yu Yao furrowed his brow, then raised his gaze and chuckled. Elder, if you were to show me a genuine Yongzheng imperial piece, I could not afford it. Genuine? Are you certain? I am absolutely certain. Ha ha! The youth is formidable, truly formidable. The lame elder's hearty laughter echoed. This piece could easily be recognized in a museum. It could also be identified at an appraisal conference. However, to place it in Jingzi Dian village, even the finest expert would find it exceedingly difficult to authenticate. Chapter 73. It is like Zhao Zilong. Pu Jie and old Zhou exchanged glances, realizing that this was indeed a genuine artifact. This piece is my old collection. I had intended to create a new one, but have yet to begin. The lame elder rose and invited Yu Yao to sit beside him at the 8 Immortals table. Come now, let's engage as equals. Based on your discerning eye, Yu Yao felt a slight sense of relief. While he firmly believed it to be a genuine Yongzheng imperial piece, a faint doubt lingered. The world is vast and full of wonders. What if this lame elder possessed unparalleled skills, capable of crafting counterfeits that could deceive even the most discerning eye? This little rascal from the Zhong family certainly knows how to make friends. The lame elder pondered for a moment before addressing a Fu. Bring me the Tianyuan Difong I just made. A Fu nodded and carefully set aside the three friends' plum vase before retreating. The Tianyuan Difong was in fact a blue and white gourd vase adorned with dragon motifs, distinct from ordinary gourds due to its unique rounded upper section and flat lower half. After a Fu placed the gourd vase on the table, the lame elder remarked, Young Yu, forgive my humble display. Blue and white porcelain is my specialty. The lame elder was indeed too modest. Yu Yao remarked that blue and white porcelain has consistently held a prominent position within Chinese ceramics, and it seems that the limping master is reluctant to deviate from this path. At that moment, old Zhou, upon seeing the gourd vase, could not help but exclaim, What a magnificent Buddhist head blue! Ah, your discernment is commendable. The limping master appeared to be in good spirits as he invited old Zhou to take a closer look. Old Zhou approached and immediately turned the vase over, confirming that the base mark indeed indicated it was made during the reign of the Jiajing Emperor of the Ming Dynasty. The term Buddhist head blue is a colloquial expression that signifies the pinnacle of blue and white porcelain during Jiajing, characterized by a vivid blue hue with a hint of purple. Blue and white, at its essence, is underglaze blue decoration. The sky blue color, reminiscent of misty rain, is not blue and white porcelain, but rather sky blue glaze. Inscribing Han clerical script on the base is an exceptionally challenging task, as the base is not made of rice paper, and the variations in the strokes of clerical script are considerable. Thus, the inscriptions are typically rendered in seal script and regular script. When examining blue and white porcelain, the hue of the underglaze blue is of utmost importance. Mastering the proportions of the two colors is the key to successfully producing Buddhist head blue. The exquisite blue and white pieces from the Jiajing Imperial Kiln are exceptionally well controlled, featuring a blue hue tinged with purple, with little discernible diffusion and clear, natural designs. The limping master had already stated that this piece was a high-quality imitation he had crafted, so Yu Yao refrained from handling it and stood beside old Zhou to observe. There were no apparent flaws, particularly in the hue, which was indeed beautiful. Although there was a slight diffusion, it still reached the standard of the Imperial Kiln. In terms of shape, creating a gourd vase with a round top and flat base is more challenging than producing a double gourd vase. Yet the limping master displayed remarkable control over the lines. This form was quite common during the Jiajing period, as the word gourd is a homophone for blessing and fortune, and it is rich in Taoist symbolism. Emperor Jiajing Zhu Hozong was a devout believer in Taoism, significantly influencing the porcelain produced at the Imperial Kiln. Yu Yao also examined the bottom, and from the exposed clay, he could discern its fine, pristine quality, indicating that it was made from kaolin. If I were to declare this a genuine article, young Yu, you would hardly believe me, would you? The limping master, noticing that Yu Yao had finished his examination, inquired. The limping master squinted his eyes and asked, regarding that Sanyu plum vase, are you absolutely certain? As for this piece, you say it's nearly so. What flaws can you point out to this old man? Although his words were ostensibly polite, his tone was rather unkind. The limping master has spoken too harshly. It was merely a matter of my imprecise wording, Yu Yao replied. Let's speak plainly. After all, I have shown you two pieces. Shall I then express my thoughts? Yu Yao glanced at the limping master, noting that the glaze color of the Jiajing Imperial Kiln's blue and white was indeed slightly grayish. The limping master's piece leaned towards a brighter hue, making it more aesthetically pleasing. To say it is not perfect is to say it is not perfect. What more can be said about its beauty? The limping master did not dispute this, responding, "You are correct." After firing, to achieve this subtle grayish effect directly on the glazed surface is something I cannot accomplish. Yu Yao reflected, sensing the underlying meaning in his words, and invited the limping master to elaborate. To achieve the effect you describe, an additional step is necessary: polishing with cowhide and plant ash for 1 hour each day over the course of a week. The daily polishing time should not exceed 1 hour, and the total duration should not surpass a week, lest it appear unnatural. So that's the secret. Yu Yao realized that the limping master's work was still incomplete. What would such a task cost? For regular clients, 500,000. For first-time dealings, 600,000. The limping master assessed Yu Yao, noting that the glaze color produced by polishing with cowhide and plant ash still bore slight differences from that of genuine articles. Your discerning eye is akin to that of a rare prodigy, a caliber I have yet to encounter. It is unlikely to evade your notice. However, drawing a parallel to past experiences, if we were to liken the auction to the legendary Changban slope, it would undoubtedly resemble Zhao Zilong. Nonetheless, the esteemed Old K has mentioned that his expertise lies primarily in blue and white porcelain, suggesting that other varieties may not measure up to his prowess. If you desire this piece, given your remarkable perception, I shall make an exception and let it go for 300,000. While the two conversed, both Old Zhou and Pu Jie listened intently. Old Zhou gently shook his head. He would never purchase a high-quality replica. His presence here was solely to broaden his horizons and gain knowledge. In contrast, Pu Jie's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Yet he maintained his composure and glanced at Yu Yao. Yu Yao did not entirely oppose the idea of deception, but depended on the target. For individuals like Lu Datu or Lu Baoshan, he would act decisively. However, he would never con anyone among ordinary players or at an auction, leaving the unsuspecting in the dark. Old K, I am truly grateful for your regard, but how could I allow you to earn less? After all, my primary purpose here is to expand my understanding. Chapter 74. The character Nai remains so true the round, flat gourd vase have been held by Old Zhou all along. In truth, after all this time, both he and Pu Jie had already examined it. Upon hearing Old K's remark, Old Zhou promptly placed the gourd vase on the 8 immortals table. Pu Jie and Old Zhou took their seats in silence. Previously, they had only heard tales of the ferocity of high-quality replicas. Seeing one of the finest in person was indeed breathtaking. How many such items exist in the market? And how many are in the hands of collectors? Yu Yao's discerning eye is truly rare, while most collectors are nearly defenseless against replicas of this caliber. Although Yu Yao was also deeply impressed, he did not exhibit it as overtly as the others. He turned to Old K and remarked, "Old K, this blue and white porcelain is indeed a rare find, particularly the sunflower-shaped bowl." Old K waved his hand dismissively. "This piece is not blue and white. While I excel in that genre, I have dedicated a fair amount of time to studying this item, having crafted 2 pieces that I find satisfactory." When the large sunflower-shaped bowl was presented, Yu Yao focused intently and discovered that it was actually from the Xing kiln, featuring a white glaze. The term sunflower-shaped refers to a bowl rim designed with evenly divided continuous arcs, resembling the petals of an okra flower. Yu Yao quickly examined the bowl, glancing at the interior glaze before flipping it over. The glaze on the bottom was insufficient, revealing a portion of the makeup clay, while the body of the bowl was pristine and delicate. Most importantly, Yu Yao spotted the ing mark. He swiftly set the bowl down, prompting both Old Zhou and Pu Jie to take their turns examining it closely. Old K was taken aback by how quickly Yu Yao had assessed the piece. He wondered aloud, could it be, young Yu, that you too excel only in blue and white? The character Nai remains so true, Yu Yao mused. But there is an excess of makeup clay. Old K paused, puzzled. The character Nai, the one above the ing? Yu Yao composed himself and succinctly articulated these 2 observations. This time, he was entirely at ease. Old K appeared contemplative, as if he were beginning to grasp the nuances. "But how did you arrive at your conclusions so swiftly?" Yu Yao inquired directly. "Old K, have you not also crafted a white glazed ewer from the Great Xing kiln?" The limping elder was taken aback. "How do you know? The Wanli multicolored plate? The Yongzheng blue glazed straight cup? Are you speaking of genuine artifacts or mere replicas? Perhaps they were authentic, perhaps they were not, for I had never laid eyes upon them. I had only seen the white glazed ewer." The elder shook his head. "I have not crafted either of those items." But had he heard of them? "Follow me." To my astonishment, the elder rose directly, then instructed Ah Fu, "Please attend to our 2 guests." With that, He exited the parlor, prompting Yu Yao to rise as well. Old Zhou and Pu Jie exchanged glances with the pair, and Yu Yao gestured for them to continue observing. Then followed the elder outside. The elder led Yu Yao into a room within the side chamber. Once Yu Yao entered, the elder closed the door. Yu Yao surveyed the space, which resembled a study. Aside from 2 chairs and a small table against the wall by the entrance, it was lined with bookshelves. The elder pulled 2 auction yearbooks from the shelves, flipping open to a page in each. One featured the Wanli multicolored plate, auctioned by Tianhe Auction House 2 years prior. The other displayed the Yongzheng Blue Glaze Straight Cup, auctioned last year by the same house. Both items commanded a considerable price, ranking among the higher echelons of their kind. Is this what you refer to? The elder inquired. Yu Yao nodded. The scion of the Zhong family did not disclose your origins. It appears you hail from Jiangzhou? Indeed. Moreover, I am aware that these 3 items belong to the same consignor, each submitted for auction a year apart. The elder furrowed his brow. So, the white glazed ewer was also sent to Tianhe? Are you an appraiser for Tianhe? Not precisely. I am merely assisting a friend. Speaking candidly, the Xing Kiln white glazed ewer is indeed my work. As for the other 2, I have only heard customers mention them. I cannot ascertain their authenticity. In truth, when Yu Yao visited the elder, he fortuitously encountered the individual known as Feng, a large mole on his face, who had previously acquired the Xing Kiln white glazed ewer from the elder. However, this time he had learned caution. He understood that the elder's collection of blue and white porcelain was secure, having been sniped previously while attempting to sample the Xing Kiln white glazed ewer. He had encountered difficulties and had to seek another auction house. This time, he intended to consign a Yongzheng official kiln plum vase. As for the Wanli multicolored plate and the Yongzheng blue glaze straight cup he had previously sent to Tianhe for auction, he had indeed mentioned them to the elder in their prior dealings. Yet, he had claimed they were genuine artifacts. Of course, his assertion of authenticity did not guarantee their genuineness, and since the elder had not seen them, he could not determine their authenticity. The elder would certainly not disclose that the white glazed ewer was also set for auction at Tianhe. Nevertheless, through their exchange, the elder and Yu Yao reached an understanding. This white glazed ewer was to be consigned for the 3rd time to Tianhe, only to be intercepted by Yu Yao. Yu Yao nodded in gratitude for the elder's unspoken insights. Yet the elder suddenly chuckled coldly. I initially thought you came merely to broaden your horizons. It turns out you are tracing the origins. Regrettably, you shall be disappointed, for those 2 are not my creations. Hastily, Yu Yao responded, Elder, you misunderstand. I harbor no such intention. It was merely a coincidence. I deduced that the white glazed ewer was your work upon seeing the large bowl with a sunflower mouth. Oh, the elder slowly settled into his chair. The lame master slowly nodded, then let out a faint sigh. As you mentioned, the artifacts from the Xingyao Dang repository indeed lack the requisite refinement. High-quality replicas will always harbor flaws, varying in severity, ultimately depending on the observer's discernment. While these objects may deceive the market, they remain inadequate for Yu Yao. However, Yu Yao found it difficult to respond, merely offering a smile. Noticing Yu Yao's silence, the lame master remarked, I've shared much with you. Could you not enlighten me in return? At your tender age, from whom did you acquire such discerning insight? Chapter 75, Jing Ku assassinating the Qin King. This query left Yu Yao a loss for words. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, Lame master, my father previously owned an antique shop, and I grew up immersed in that environment. I pursued archaeology in university, took over the family shop after graduation, and spent several years navigating the market. The lame master offered a knowing smile, stating, if such experiences could grant one your level of discernment, the antique trade would become akin to a mere marketplace. Alas, this is a subject that is often deemed taboo. Perhaps the lame master holds me in higher regard than I deserve. Yu Yao acquiesced. The lame master did not pursue the matter further and shifted the conversation, asking, what else would you like to see? Yu Yao had initially wished to view the lame master's porcelain kiln, but after careful consideration, he decided against it. This was a sacred domain of a master craftsman, and he had merely come to indulge in a momentary delight, appreciating the high standards of Jingzi Dian village without any intentions of learning the art of ancient porcelain replication. Yet, the lame master seemed to pierce through his thoughts, suddenly stating, Afu is my distant relative. He lost his parents early and has been with me since childhood. However, he has never set foot in the porcelain kiln's back courtyard. My kiln is constructed strictly according to ancient methods, and I do not allow assistance. I can only fire 2 pieces at a time. I have no desire to show you the kiln. Today, you demonstrated your discerning eye, and I showcase my work. Thus we are even. However, You have pointed out two issues with the Dang repository Xingyao, enabling me to refine my craft, which leaves me indebted to you. The lame master's words were heavy. I have always detested being indebted to others. Naturally, I do not wish to owe you anything. If you do not wish to take anything with you, aside from the kiln, feel free to voice any other requests. Yu Yao lit a cigarette, taking a few slow drags. Lame master, I wish to inquire about one matter. Ask away, as long as it is within my capacity to answer. What, pray tell? Is the identity of Zhong Yu's uncle? Upon hearing this, the lame master furrowed his brow. I find it curious that you do not even know who his uncle is. What could possibly warrant the Zhong family lad introducing you to me? Because I provided information regarding his uncle. The lame master shook his head. His uncle has been missing for 3 years, an elderly man nearing 80, silent for 3 years. I fear any clues may now be futile. That is difficult to ascertain. For him, a glimmer of hope is of utmost importance. Indeed, you speak truthfully. His uncle is, in fact, his master. The illustrated catalog is rather unremarkable. A collection of contemporary landscape paintings published in the 1980s. The lame master gently placed the catalog on the small table, then sat back down in his chair, glancing at Yu Yao. Please, sit down. Have you not grown weary from standing? In truth, he was not fatigued at all, although Yu Yao said so. He sat down accordingly. The crippled elder extended his finger and tapped on the art album, stating that although Zhong Yu had provided clues, he refrained from disclosing matters concerning his uncle due to his junior status. I had once interacted with his uncle on equal terms, reminiscing about past acquaintances, which is not inappropriate. Thank you, crippled elder. No need to rush to thank me. You must remember that once you leave this study, my words will hold no weight. Do you understand? Understood. Rest assured, crippled elder, I am not particularly curious about Zhong Yu's uncle. I do not care what piques your curiosity. However, I must remind you once more that it is far better to rely on keen observation to seize opportunities for wealth than to delve into matters that do not concern you. Knowing certain things may not be detrimental, but meddling could invite calamity, including the peril of one's life. The crippled elder is overly cautious. With my limited abilities, I can at most ensure my own well-being. The delusion of benefiting the world often begins with the pursuit of self-cultivation. The crippled elder gestured towards the art album again, saying, all right, take a look. Yu Yao picked up the album and flipped through a few pages, finding nothing particularly remarkable. Upon reaching the middle, a piece of slightly smaller Xian paper emerged. The paper depicted an illustration. The ink on this paper and the illustration was no longer fresh, certainly not created in recent years. One sheet of paper featured 2 illustrations, both portraying the same object, the 2-dimensional representation of a grand blue and white jar. Although rendered in black and white, it was evident that this was a Yuan dynasty blue and white jar, complete with its distinctive style and motifs. Furthermore, the main illustration depicted a narrative involving characters. The jar's design was divided into 5 layers, with the narrative occupying a significant position between the shoulder and the base. Jing Ke's assassination attempt on King Qin. In the Grand Hall, Qin Wuyong knelt on the ground, trembling, holding the map of the Duxiang. A box containing the severed head of Fan Yukik was set aside. Jing Ke, in a fit of rage, lunged forward, his dagger missing King Ingzheng and striking a bronze pillar instead. Imperial physician Xiao Wuk was desperately throwing a medicinal pouch towards Jing Ke, while the startled King Qin, narrowly avoiding the dagger, hastily drew his sword, his long robe trailing the ground, his face filled with astonishment. A Yuan dynasty blue and white jar? A jar adorned with narrative illustrations? Yu Yao exclaimed, crippled elder, is this what you wish to create? Such an extraordinary piece, if thrown into the market, would be akin to a bombshell. It is likely that all top porcelain experts would examine it. Am I not courting trouble? Yu Yao had initially reacted with shock at first glance, but he understood the crippled elder's reasoning. Yuan blue and white is actually a broad term. Not all blue and white porcelain from the Yuan dynasty is exceedingly valuable. The most precious of them all belongs to the Zhijing type of Yuan blue and white, and among the Zhijing types, the most valuable are those featuring narrative illustrations. Currently, it is known that there are only 9 such jars in the world. Aside from the well-known Guguzi descending the mountain, there are Zhou Yafu at the Willow Camp, Wang Zhaojun departing the frontier, 3 visits to the thatched cottage, Yu Qihong rescuing his lord, Baiwa Pavilion, Jinxiang Pavilion, and the West Chamber. There is one more that I have yet to mention, Xiaohe pursuing Han Xian under the moon. It is listed separately because it cannot be considered a jar, but rather a large maping vase. If the assassination of King Qin by Jing Ke were to materialize and appear on the market, it would undoubtedly become the 10th significant artifact, a true masterpiece, valued in the hundreds of millions, thus capturing the keen attention of the entire antique community. Should it not be an authentic piece, it would be challenging to conceal its true nature. Could this have been the ambition of Zhong Yu's uncle? Yu Yao immediately interjected. Please refrain from continuously referring to him as Zhong Yu's uncle. It sounds rather awkward. His name is Zhong Qiansu, and 4 decades ago, he was a worker at the Chengwang ceramic factory, just like me. Chapter 76. Did you comprehend that? A worker? Yu Yao mused, growing increasingly perplexed. Could it be that the ghost face coin was not a family heirloom of the Zhong clan, but rather something Zhong Qiansu stumbled upon by chance? Is it so strange? At that time, Zhong Yu had yet to be born, and given your age, you would hardly understand. Back then, there were only workers, farmers, and cadres, were the antique dealers and markets. So, if he wished to create this, it must have been purely out of interest. To be precise, I'm not certain if he truly desired to create it or not. And what of this drawing? Back in the day, at the Chengwang ceramic factory, both Zhong Qiansu and I excelled in our craft. I admired his work greatly, yet there was one area where my skills in traditional Chinese painting slightly surpassed his. Although painting on ceramics required the use of an outlining brush, the principles are transferable, and I could easily navigate both realms. We exchanged knowledge back then. As the lame elder spoke, his gaze became somewhat distant. We had labored together in the same workshop for several years. Then one day around the early 1980s, he presented me with this drawing and inquired about my opinion on it. Seeing the lame elder's demeanor, Yu Yao felt a sudden stir within. This elder, sharing such personal reflections, likely did not wish to remain indebted to him. Such matters, when bottled up inside, often require an outlet for release. Simultaneously, perhaps his discerning eye led the lame elder to perceive him not merely as a competent listener, but also as someone who might help unravel some of the subtle ambiguities. According to the lame elder, he had been quite unaware of the significance of a yuan blue and white large jar at the time. He only recognized the renowned Yongxian blue and white, and found the jar's shape somewhat uncommon. This is hardly surprising. Although yuan blue and white is now celebrated, its historical research is relatively recent. During the Republic of China period, a pair of dragon-patterned elephant ear vases made their way abroad, adorned with not only decorative motifs but also inscriptions, including those from the 11th year of the Zhijing era. In the 1950s, these were discovered by an American named Pop, sparking extensive research. It was only thereafter that the term Zhijing type yuan blue and white emerged, generally referring to yuan blue and white featuring rich designs crafted from cobalt materials. Indeed, blue and white porcelain existed during the Song dynasty, albeit in a rather ordinary and rudimentary form, and some yuan blue and white porcelain was similarly simplistic until later periods birthed the Zhijing type. Even with Zhijing type blue and white, most designs are predominantly dragons or floral patterns. Several hundred such pieces still exist today. However, large yuan blue and white pieces depicting narratives or figures are exceedingly rare. Later researchers speculated that these were not products of the Mongol Empire's control over the Fuliang porcelain industry, as by the later years of the Zhijing era, the porcelain capital had already fallen to Zhu Yuanzhang. Consequently, blue and white pieces featuring narrative illustrations likely emerged only during Zhu Yuanzhang's reign, which is why they are so distinctive and scarce. During the Republican era, there was minimal understanding of yuan blue and white porcelain domestically. Even those who conducted research on the subject did so privately and infrequently. By the early 1980s, however, foreign scholars had made significant advancements in the study of the Zhijing style of yuan blue and white porcelain, while domestic expertise lagged far behind, known only to a select few specialists and top collectors. The emerging scattered antique markets in the country were even less informed. It is said that when the large yuan blue and white jar first appeared, it was mistaken for Ming Dynasty blue and white ware during transactions. Eventually, Zhong Qiansu informed me that this was indeed a yuan blue and white jar. He elucidated the essence of the Zhijing style, asserting that pieces featuring narrative scenes were truly exceptional. Upon hearing this, Kei was momentarily taken aback, and after a pause, inquired about the source of such knowledge. Kei then asked if the content of the scene was derived from a broadcast, crafted from mere imagination. Zhong Qiansu, however, was somewhat evasive, merely suggesting that one should assess the quality of the painting itself. Kei examined the scene and, being truthful, acknowledged its excellence. Nevertheless, he remarked that painting on paper is far simpler than on a large jar. Zhong Qiansu nodded, confessing that he was merely indulging in a bit of creative play. After a moment's reflection, Kei added, "How should I put it? In terms of the ancient essence conveyed through your craftsmanship, You have already surpassed me. Seemingly delighted by this compliment, Zhong Qinsu urged, you may keep this for contemplation, as you have imparted so much knowledge to me. Consider it a gift. At that time, Kei genuinely appreciated the scene and accepted it. However, Zhong Qinsu cautioned, given our relationship, I trust you not to pass this on to anyone else. Throughout this exchange, Zhong Qinsu never mentioned the possibility of creating such a large jar. Later, both Zhong Qinsu and Kei departed from the ceramic factory. After Kei began producing high-quality replicas, he discovered that Zhong Qinsu and his younger brother, Zhong Qiansheng, who was the father of Zhong Yu, had ventured into the antique business. Yet, their operations remained shrouded in secrecy. Although Kei and Zhong Qinsu resided in the same porcelain capital, their encounters became infrequent, and he only heard tidbits from Zhong Qinsu during a chance meeting. Furthermore, Kei's sources of information were varied, revealing that the Zhong family appeared to have close ties with numerous figures from the underworld. As for Zhong Yu, who had been learning from Zhong Qinsu since childhood, his discerning eye was remarkable. He often frequented markets, acquiring goods without selling, earning him the moniker of Ghost Market Zhong Kuei. After recounting these details, Kei paused briefly before slowly asking, did you comprehend what I said? I believe I grasped 2 points. Excellent, Kei replied, rising from his chair, taking a few steps before hesitating again. Your discerning eye truly astounds me, prompting me to pose one more question. If you were to create something from the Xing Kiln's Dainku, resolving the 2 issues I mentioned, would I still be able to distinguish between the old and the new? Kei nodded, affirming that conversing with an intelligent individual is indeed effortless. As of now, no. Does that count? Does it? Ah, Kei, I am merely engaging in a scholarly discussion with you. Why take it so seriously? Kei refrained from further comment. Moving to the door and directly pulling it open, the lame master spoke, inquiring if the 2 of them had anything they wished to purchase. Yu Yao promptly responded, apologizing for the interruption and indicating his intent to take his leave. Afu, please see me out. After departing from the lame master's courtyard, Yu Yao remained silent, taken aback. What had begun as a simple desire to witness the finest quality of imitation porcelain had unexpectedly led him to uncover a wealth of information. The lame master had elucidated the matter regarding the white glazed teapot from Xing Kiln quite clearly. However, his words concerning Uncle Zhong Yu were rather cryptic. Nevertheless, Yu Yao listened attentively and pondered deeply, managing to grasp at least 2 significant points. Chapter 77. Entangled yet unbreakable. The lame master's implications were subtle, and thus, Yu Yao's deductions were likewise nuanced. Yet his own analysis led him to a clearer understanding. First, Zhong Qinsu was not an ordinary individual prior to his employment at the Chengwang ceramic factory. His background was shrouded in mystery, one that even the lame master did not fully comprehend. Considering what Yu Yao had gathered, this enigmatic identity was likely connected to the ghostly eye that pierced through fire. Second, the large blue and white jar attributed to Jing Ke's assassination of King Qin might indeed exist, and it could very well still be in Zhong Qinsu's possession today. The lame master hinted that the artistry bore an ancient essence, suggesting it was not an original creation by Zhong Qinsu, but rather a meticulous reproduction. The likelihood of reproducing a piece while retaining the jar's form, in comparison to the original, was quite high. Furthermore, this jar had never stirred any rumors in either the market or the circle, indicating it had likely never changed hands. If so, based on Zhong Qinsu's actions, it seemed he had harbored intentions of imitation many years ago, albeit lacking the skill at the time, which led him to seek the lame master's counsel. However, one thing puzzled Yu Yao. Despite his desire to replicate it years ago, no such jar had surfaced in the market until now. What was Zhong Qinsu truly aiming to achieve? Had he already replicated it for his own collection? This seemed unlikely, as possessing the genuine article would render the creation of a replica rather meaningless. Perhaps he intended to sell the imitation, allowing the new owner to believe it was genuine without making a sound? While this possibility existed, it remained difficult to accept both logically and emotionally. Understanding the lame master's meaning, the underlying matters still eluded clarity. The lame master had expressed a fondness for Zhong Yu, subtly advising Yu Yao to refrain from becoming too entangled in the affairs of the Zhong family. The warning of potential peril was quite grave. What is on your mind? Pu Jie finally spoke, unable to contain himself. Were they truly willing to forego such an opportunity for wealth, feeling a pang of regret? Lao Zhou interjected. Do you think Yu Yao is like you? Your eyes practically gleam with greed, as if you wish to swallow that Jiajing blue and white gourd vase whole. Indeed, he was tempted. However, this was not akin to consuming a magical elixir, and the stakes were too high. To blatantly deceive strangers felt rather unsettling upon reflection, Pu Jie admitted. The phrase eating a magical elixir was an old saying in their field, akin to finding a bargain, but it carried an additional connotation. It referred to acquiring something one particularly cherished. Yu Yao sighed, astonished by the multitude of events that had unfolded during his visit to the porcelain capital. Both Yu Yao and I still wish to procure some ordinary goods. For after all, there is still a store in Jiangzhou. Recently, he has cleared quite a bit of inventory. Pu Jie's remark pleased Yu Yao immensely, as he was indeed unable to leave and could not divulge the truth to old Zhou. Very well, Yu Yao nodded. Seeking to alleviate his tension, he acquiesced. They entered the building, requested a private room, and after tea was served, they dismissed the tea master and closed the door. I inquired, "What did the lame master say to you?" The lame master and Zhong Yu's uncle were former colleagues at the Chengwang ceramics factory. What? Yu Yao raised an eyebrow. Zhong Yu's uncle, named Zhong Qiansu, is quite an extraordinary individual. The lame master implied that I should steer clear of matters concerning the Zhong family. That will not do. To investigate on our own would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. This ghostly eye, the fire piercing through, is likely known only to the Zhong family. Then let us not investigate. Yu Yao retorted. If we cannot strike it rich, we might attract unnecessary trouble. It is not merely a matter of wealth. Yu Yao shook his head. Trust me, let us wait for news from Zhong Yu. Pu Jie offered Yu Yao a cigarette. I have contemplated this matter as well. Observing Zhong Yu's behavior in the underworld, it is possible that Zhong Qiansu has become entangled in some vendetta. Yu Yao remained non-committal. Suddenly, Pu Jie exclaimed, could it be that this ghostly face value is the Saint Fire token? What nonsense is this? It's the emblem of some organization. Yu Yao felt a wave of frustration. Why not cut through the chaos? Simply return the ghostly eye to Zhong Yu. Out of sight, out of mind. Even if there is a hidden treasure behind it, we shall not covet it. Pu Jie continued, cutting through the chaos. Yu Yao sighed again. Were it not for this ghostly eye, I would not wish to involve myself in such affairs. As the lay master said, it is better to quietly seek out opportunities for wealth than to engage in this turmoil. Yet, it seems I am ensnared by an invisible force unable to let go. Not only is it unbreakable, but it is also perplexing. Enough, enough. It is clear you cannot let this go. Shall I follow your lead? Pu Jie exhaled a plume of smoke. Since you are unwilling to release it, then we shall wait. With me here, at least you need not worry about safety. I need to use the restroom, Yu Yao said, rising to leave the room. Damn, you're increasingly resembling a leader, Pu Jie remarked with a smirk as he leaned back in his chair. As Yu Yao exited the room and walked a few paces down the corridor, he unexpectedly encountered two individuals who seemed to be departing. To his astonishment, one was Shun Ge. The other was merely familiar, specifically the individual with the large mole. After leaving the restroom, Yu Yao stood at the stairwell, lighting a cigarette and pondering. During this brief interlude, he suddenly realized, could it be that this individual with the large mole is the one who delivered the white glazed teapot? The lame master knew the owner, but would not disclose it to Yu Yao. Yet coincidentally, encountering this mole-faced individual at the lame master's place, while Shingu also arrived in the porcelain capital to meet him. Chapter 78, The Tube Money. Could we perhaps change how we address each other? Yu Yao frowned. Wasn't he that individual with the large mole, the one who delivered the white glazed teapot? What is this? Unwilling to rescind the contract? The contract has already been rescinded. According to regulations, compensation is required. So what is there to withdraw? Shingu casually replied before realizing, oh? How did you know it was him? Not only do I know who he is, but I also know who crafted the white glazed teapot. Could it be sourced from Jingxidian? Shingu pondered for a moment, realizing it was of no consequence. Jingxidian's merchandise is always produced in the style of ancient art. Since the contract has been rescinded, why would you still come to the porcelain capital to meet him? Yu Yao inquired. Shingu shot Yu Yao a glare, stating, he is my client. I must seek an opportunity to converse further. What is there to discuss? He will certainly deny sourcing from Jingxidian and will firmly assert his belief in its authenticity. Yu Yao scoffed, suggesting that such individuals should simply be removed from the client list. While that may be true, finding a substantial client is not an easy task. Moreover, he mentioned that during next spring's auction, he would procure a genuine piece. The Yongzheng official kiln 3 friends of Winterplum vase? Yu Yao laughed coldly. Indeed, with such merchandise, you would be even less discerning. Shingo was taken aback. How do you know everything? This person cannot possibly be your partner. Partner? Hardly. Just looking at that large mole and the tuft of hair is enough to make one feel queasy. What is his name? Feng Zhaoong. He has an art company in the porcelain capital. Shingu then comprehended, I see. You ran into him at Jingxidian. No wonder he said I looked familiar. I thought it was merely casual banter. A shell company, perhaps? Yu Yao paused. However, the Wanli multicolored large plate and the Yongjing blue glazed straight cup are not Jing Zidian's wares. Those two he was quite adamant about. I doubt their authenticity. But since the auction has long concluded, there's little left to discuss. Shingu briefly regarded him with disdain. So you believe genuine items yield slow returns, and thus you also source from Jing Zidian? In your eyes, I am nothing of worth. Am I? I merely wish to broaden my horizons. You ought to be cautious at your auction house. If all your appraisers are like you, incidents involving white-glazed teapots will persist. Goodbye. Shingu turned to leave. What business is it of yours? All right, I just acquired a fine piece. I shall contemplate how to present it. Shingu halted and turned back. Really? We must act swiftly. Tomorrow we are sending the auction catalog for printing. Did I not mention I would deliver it to the auction house? The Wang Yulan-style bronze statue of Zhao Gongming. Our director Chun is highly impressed. You have become one of my major clients. Were we not bidding farewell? Are you not a rogue? You, a grown man. How can you be so petty? Is there any amusement in that? Yu Yao shook his head. I am just perplexed. You claim not to lack funds, yet you work as if burdened by colossal debt. With such vigor, if Shun Laobing were to support you, you might as well strike out on your own. Those are two different matters. While at the auction house, one must fulfill their duties. Very well, for your diligence. I shall pass along a fine piece I discovered in the porcelain capital. However, let me make it clear. The starting bid must be at least 1 million. Anything less, and I shall not proceed. Have you found something exceptional? What is it? A gold-bodied, cloisonné, square-mouthed vase. Gold-bodied? From a Qing palace? Could it be something from a celebration of the Qianlong Emperor's 60th birthday? Only one vase, without incense burners or boxes. Shingu bombarded him with questions. Yao nodded. You possess some discernment. However, your last inquiry was unnecessary. Had it been a complete set, I would have kept it for myself. Indeed, there's truth in that statement. If it were truly a collection of 3 exquisite items, Yu Yao might well choose to keep them for himself. The exquisite incense burner from the Jingtali kiln and the correspondence from Wang Fanggang are pieces he has no intention of parting with. Even the rare Xuanda blue and white dice bowl, albeit slightly damaged, is something he contemplates selling, though he decides to hold off for the time being. Why the haste? Yu Yao intended to make a jest, but refrained from doing so. At that moment, he heard Pu Jie's voice from a distance. Hey, I thought you had fallen into a pit. Turns out you were flirting. Don't be ridiculous. Yu Yao stepped forward to greet Pu Jie. Allow me to introduce you. This is Shun Gu, an appraiser from Tianhe. What a fortuitous encounter. Finally I meet you. So you're my sister-in-law. Truly, a vision of beauty, like a fish diving and wild geese flying. Moonlight shy and flowers embarrassed. Shunji's cheeks flushed slightly as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, replying, Hello, Yu Yao is my client. He quickly interjected to Pu Jie. Let us refrain from jesting. We are discussing serious matters. That cloisonné piece is intended for auction at Tianhe. The trio then departed. Upon exiting the tea house, Pu Jie suddenly mentioned that his phone was broken and needed repair, suggesting they proceed ahead. After taking some photos and signing the contract, Shun Gu prepared to leave. Yu Yao asked, Are you sure you'll be all right? Shall I accompany you? No need. My colleague drove, and he has some business to attend to as well. I'll have him pick me up. Is he a male colleague or a female one? A man, quite dashing. Ultimately, Yu Yao escorted Shun Gu to the lobby, waiting for her colleague to arrive, who indeed turned out to be quite handsome, in his 50s, and the director of the miscellaneous department at Tianhe. Having the boss pick you up, quite the stature. Why is your phone off? Out of battery. What? Has he left already? A quick one. Stop rambling. He merely came to collect items and sign the contract. You missed a crucial opportunity. Pu Jie waved the plastic bag in his hand. Well then, let us take a look at what's inside. Yu Yao followed him into Pu Jie's room, where Pu Jie closed the door. Yu Yao waved a hand in front of his nose. A strong, earthy scent wafting through the air. What on earth is this? Cylindrical coins. There's a small market in the park adjacent to the tea house where they sell these temporarily. Lacking discernment, I bought a couple to try my luck. Chapter 79. The Shame of Jinkong, Yet to be Atoned. These cylindrical coins, as the name suggests, are shaped like tubes. Each individual copper coin, having been buried for hundreds or even thousands of years, becomes fused together with soil and rust upon excavation, forming a tubular shape, either short or long. As such, the exterior of these cylindrical coins offers no indication of the ancient currency contained within. The value can only be discerned once the tube is opened. This truly is a matter of chance. What kind of pit is this? A water pit, resembling Song Dynasty coins. The pits from which copper artifacts are unearthed are commonly referred to as dry pits and water pits. Though coins are often categorized as a distinct collection type, they are predominantly made of copper. A dry pit typically consists of yellow earth, yielding artifacts primarily in northern regions, characterized by red spots and green rust. Conversely, a water pit, naturally, is one from a waterlogged or damp area, predominantly yielding black artifacts, with some exhibiting yellow skin and green rust. When it comes to the aesthetic appeal of rust, one must naturally favor the dry pits. However, items from the wet pits sometimes exhibit a uniformly lustrous black patina, which has captivated a considerable following. In fact, some enthusiasts colloquially refer to this black patina as a euphemism for the surface sheen and skin of the coins. As for Song Dynasty coins, their value seems negligible to many. Before Pu Jie could unveil his findings, Yu Yao had already doused the excitement with a dose of cold reality. The minting of coins during the Song Dynasty was extensive, with both the government and civilians engaged in production, leading to several instances of inflation. If one were limited to using only copper coins, lugging a sack through the streets to make purchases would surely be exhausting. Upon inspecting the two tubes, Yu Yao realized that even the coveted black patina was unlikely to appear, as they were heavily encrusted with dirt, exhibiting yellowish skin and green rust. The inscriptions on both the top and bottom coins were indecipherable. Most critically, they appeared to be small denomination coins. Small coins refer specifically to the lowest value currency of that era, thus they were also the smallest in form. Higher denominations, such as the San, and Jishur, could represent 2, 3, or 10 small coins respectively, and were larger in size. The two tubes purchased by Pu Jie had only one notable feature. The yellow skin and green rust from the wet pit were prone to flaking, which made them easier to open. Well, if luck is on your side, the arrangements for indulgent feasting and entertainment will be set for the days to come. Yu Yao certainly wished for Pu Jie to strike it rich. However, even the easiest tubes require a degree of skill. For Pu Jie, this was merely child's play, as he had commenced his journey in this field by dealing with copper coins, having opened numerous tubes in the past. The common techniques for opening tubes include 3 methods: dropping, slicing, and soaking. Dropping involves hurling the tube of coins onto the ground to create a shock that opens it. However, this is not a casual toss. The angle must be precise, as insufficient force will fail to open it, while excessive force may fracture the ancient coins. Slicing entails using a sharp knife to cut through the larger gaps in the tube, which requires a delicate balance to avoid damaging the coins while ensuring the cut is effective, all while protecting one's hands. Soaking involves immersing the coins in warm water. For stubborn rust, some may opt for white vinegar, although caution is necessary, as the chemical reaction can lead to the leaching of copper ions, resulting in a reddish hue that affects the coin's appearance. Pu Jie, well versed in the process, wasted no time. He first scattered the coins from the tube, then utilized a utility knife for further disassembly, ultimately soaking the mostly separated coins in white vinegar. After a few minutes, he rinsed them off and placed them in a basin filled with warm water. Once thoroughly soaked, both Pu Jie and Yu Yao picked up toothbrushes, meticulously scrubbing each coin. The two tubes were not large, and with the rust being loose and thick, they managed to extract around 50 or 60 ancient coins. In their eagerness to expedite the process, they did not scrutinize each coin individually as they cleaned, instead collecting them and arranging them at the bottom of the basin once they were done, although they did not inspect each coin closely. Having handled them provided a general understanding. Most were indeed low-value coins, typically worth no more than 10 units. After a thorough examination, Pu Jie was left utterly disheartened. Realizing he was merely a cleaner, with a wry smile, Yu Yao burst into laughter, extending his left hand and teasing. "Can you guess what I have here?" "What the hell?" Pu Jie exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. "When did you hide that?" "As I was examining this coin, I inadvertently caught sight of its size, and lo and behold, it was a jinkong." Yu Yao opened his palm to reveal the jinkong yuan bao. Pu Jie immediately snatched it up, and upon discerning the 4 characters on the obverse, he quickly turned it over to inspect the reverse. "The shame of Jinkong remains avenged, the resentment of the ministers. When shall it be extinguished?" Jinkong refers to the era of the last emperor of the northern Song dynasty, Zhao Huan, also known as Emperor Qinzhou. It is crucial not to confuse him with Zhao Hong, his ancestor, who was the 3rd emperor of the northern Song, Emperor Zhenzong. Zhao Huan ruled for just over a year before he, along with his father, Emperor Huizong Zhaoji, was captured by the Jurchen forces, leading to the downfall of the northern Song dynasty. However, due to the brief duration of the Jinkong era, coins from this period are exceedingly rare. The Jinkong coins include both Jinkong Tongbao and Jinkong Yuanbao, and regardless of the type, be it copper or even iron, any authentic piece command a market value exceeding 10,000. The highest auction record has reached several million. Pujia was understandably exhilarated. Specifically, the Jinkong Yuanbao has appeared in two styles of script, clerical and seal script, each with its own variations. Clerical script, Type 2. Pujia exclaimed, "This cannot possibly be a forgery." Jinkong coins are highly renowned in the category of ancient currency, hence the market is rife with fakes. Yet this particular coin was excavated from a genuine source, with its earthy patina confirming its authenticity. Moreover, even if one were to assess a single Jinkong Yuanbao, Yu Yao's discerning, I could easily authenticate it. There is no doubt regarding its genuineness. You've truly struck gold. Yu Yao was also surprised that such inconspicuous tubes contained a Jinkong Yuanbao of clerical script, Type 2. Pujia took out his phone to conduct some research. No need to look it up. A Jinkong Yuanbao of clerical script, Type 2, in the best condition, can fetch over 2 million. As long as it is intact and the inscriptions are legible, it would at least be valued at 5 to 600,000, comparable to the amount of copper coins you've unearthed. Upon hearing this, Pujia set his phone down. Based on your estimation, how much do you think this piece is worth? Between 800,000 and 1 million. Pujia swung his fist in delight. Excellent. This Jinkong is truly remarkable. The shame of Jinkong remains avenged. Who says I cannot strike gold? Let this Jinkong serve as my redemption. Who said you cannot strike gold? Yu Yao chuckled. It's just that you've yet to experience such fortune. Chapter 80. The Golden Incense Burner. Pujia, in a state of excitement, paid no mind to Yu Yao's jest. Feeling that their trip was indeed worthwhile, Yu Yao proceeded to gather the dozens of copper coins. Wiping them clean, these can be stored as well. They can fetch a few hundred. I say, you have a couple of items set for the autumn auction, and millions are nearly in your grasp. Why are you still being so frugal? Money can be spent. As long as you have it and spend it joyfully, there's no issue. However, one ought not to squander. Yu Yao smiled. For instance, you could treat me tonight. Spending any amount would be perfectly acceptable. Hey, my fortune in striking gold pales in comparison to your technical acumen. That evening, while dining together, the two discussed plans to visit the antique art market in the porcelain capital the following day. In the porcelain capital, aside from a Morning Light Road antique market and the Wanjiao Well Antique Street, there exists a relatively concentrated antique market known as the Antique Art City. This establishment primarily comprises a series of shops that typically remain open. However, it is generally observed that markets of this antique city style either feature stores dealing in contemporary artworks or offer goods that are quite expensive. Even replicas tend to be pricier than those found at street stalls. With time to spare while awaiting news from Zhongyu, it seemed fitting to explore this unfamiliar place. They were residing near the Morning Light Road Antique Market, making the Antique Art City a more distant destination compared to Wanjiao Well Antique Street. The duo did not set out early. They hailed a taxi at 9:30 and arrived shortly after 10. The first floor is an expansive hall, predominantly showcasing counters adorned with jade and gemstone bracelets and pendants. It is on the second to fourth floors where the shops are located. The second floor primarily features wooden carvings and furniture, while the fourth floor is mostly dedicated to modern paintings and calligraphy. The fifth floor serves as an office area. Thus, it is only on the third floor that one finds the true antique shops. They meandered about and quickly ascended to the third floor. Pu Jie pointed to a shop named Hongbao Tang, noting the impressive characters on the plaque. Let's take a look inside, he suggested. Yu Yao, surveying the surroundings, followed Pu Jie's gaze and remarked, Indeed, it's quite commendable. These characters are not merely inscribed by someone, but are lifted from the works of Mi Fu. Upon entering, they were greeted by a young woman clad in a blue and white porcelain qipao, her presence graceful and delicate. Hello, how may I assist you? She inquired. Pu Jie scratched his head, glancing at Yu Yao. Why does that sound so awkward? Yu Yao chuckled, replying, Let us take a look ourselves first. As they surveyed the shop, they noticed it was quite spacious, with counters and shelves meticulously arranged. In the center stood an incense table with sandalwood burning in the incense burner. A small private area was separated by a screen in one corner. There were 3 attendants in qipeos, 2 engaging with customers while 1 manned the counter. The merchandise primarily consisted of porcelain, with the counters showcasing jade artifacts. The porcelain was largely comprised of replicas, with a few genuine antiques, the oldest dating back to the late Qing dynasty or early republic. The jade collection was extensive, featuring varieties such as jadeite, Heqian, Nenhong, green pine, Huanglangju, and Alasan agate, with little in the way of genuine antiquities. As Yu Yao completed his inspection and prepared to leave, a middle-aged man entered through the door. "Boss!" The three qipao-clad women exclaimed in unison. Yu Yao recognized him and thought to himself, "No wonder it's called Hong Bao Tang. The owner is the notorious Feng Zhaoong." Feng Zhaoong nodded in acknowledgement, stepped forward, and upon spotting Yu Yao, exclaimed, "Ah, sir, we meet again. I now recall that this is our third encounter." "Indeed, I had no idea Boss Feng had such an impressive establishment," Yu Yao replied with a smile. Feng Zhaoong chuckled. "What a coincidence. Just a bit of fun, running a company in a shop." He continued, "Such fate. May I ask your name?" "Yu," he replied. "Mr. Yu, are you from Jiangzhou?" Miss Shun mentioned your discerning eye. In truth, Shun Ge had merely referred to him as a friend from the Jiangzhou antique industry. Feng Zhaoong continued, "Have you found anything of interest? Please, do not hesitate. I can offer you the cost price." "Just browsing. I wouldn't want to interrupt Boss Feng's business," Yu Yao politely declined. "Indeed, you have visited the home of the limping master, and my humble offerings are hardly worthy of your attention." Feng Zhaoong revealed a hint of awkwardness, yet maintained a courteous smile. "My visit to the limping master was merely for guidance. I still prefer the old treasures." Upon hearing this, Feng Zhaoong stepped aside, lifting a pastel-painted square brush holder adorned with floral and avian motifs. "This piece is rather exquisite. Although it hails from the Republic era, its craftsmanship is superb, making it a delightful ornament for one's desk." "Too recent in age," Yu Yao replied nonchalantly. While Feng Zhaoong conversed with Yu Yao, Hu Jian merely cast a glance and did not approach. He was engrossed in examining a piece of official kiln vase. At that moment, he stepped forward and inquired, "Have you seen that official kiln vase? Who is this?" Feng Zhaoong had not paid much attention to Pu Jia. "A friend who came with me," Yu Yao responded, then addressed Pu Jia. "What do you mean by official kiln?" It is essential to clarify that when speaking of official kiln, it is not a general term. It specifically refers to the official kilns of the Song dynasty, such as Ru, Guan, Ge, and Jun. It was uncertain whether his words provoked Feng Zhaoong, but he raised his voice. "If there truly is an official kiln, would you be interested?" Yu Yao was taken aback. The 5 renowned kilns of the Song dynasty, with Ru at the forefront, would indeed yield a rare treasure if a genuine piece were to surface. Given his current financial standing, it would certainly be beyond his means. However, the likelihood of a genuine official kiln piece appearing in Feng Zhaoong's shop seemed quite improbable. "Of course, I would be interested. I mean, are you interested in acquiring it?" Feng Zhaoong emphasized, with a hint of provocation in his tone. "Do not dismiss my shop's items as too recent. If they are indeed older pieces, can you afford to purchase them?" Yu Yao smiled faintly. "One must at least take a look, right? Perhaps I could afford it. Or perhaps I simply choose not to buy." Feng Zhaoong ushered Yu Yao and Pu Jia into a small room separated by a folding screen. He did not extend any pleasantries or offer tea. Once Yu Yao and Pu Jia were seated, he opened a safe and retrieved a wooden box. At first glance, this box was no ordinary item. It was crafted from aged small-leaf red sandalwood, square in shape, devoid of embellishments, yet the quality of craftsmanship was exceedingly evident. Feng Zhaoong, revealing a trace of pride, took out a celadone incense burner with ear-shaped handles. Pu Jian nearly spoke, but quickly changed his mind. "Is it inlaid?" "Indeed," Feng Zhaoong confirmed. "The mouth of this burner is adorned with a band of brass, giving the impression that the rim was damaged and was subsequently smoothed and inlaid for aesthetic purposes. In porcelain, if a piece lacks a lid, it can be termed shaved head. If the rim is damaged and then polished or inlaid, it is also referred to as shaved head. Yet, Yu Yao drew in a sharp breath, for this was neither a shaved head nor an inlaid brass rim. It was inlaid with gold. Furthermore, it was not a later addition. It had been meticulously inlaid at the time of creation, signifying a golden top. Chapter 81. Is this piece yours? This golden-topped incense burner, with a glaze marked by intricate crackles, revealed lines of dark brown, and in the fissures, a subtle golden hue shimmered. The golden threads and iron lines contrasted beautifully with the slightly grayish celadone. The 2 ear-shaped handles were likewise exquisitely crafted. Contrary to the notion of ear-shaped resembling a centipede with its numerous legs, these handles simply curved delicately like tiny ears. This is undoubtedly a genuine piece from the Southern Song official kiln. Yao's heart was tumultuous. Could Feng Zhaoong possess such exquisite treasures? Observing Feng's cautious demeanor, he first retrieved a soft cloth from a Zeton wooden box, laying it delicately upon the tea table before placing the incense burner atop it. Was this incense burner truly from an imperial kiln? Pu Jie began to comment on its rim, but upon noticing Yao's silence, redirected his inquiry. "What does Mr. Yu think?" Feng Zhaoong turned his gaze toward Yao. Yet, Yao remained reticent, merely nodding in response. Pu Jia, suppressing his astonishment and reading the room, chose not to speak further. This piece from the Song Dynasty's imperial kiln was indeed a rare gem. There were certain items within my shop that I dare not display. Feng Zhaohong elegantly produced a pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes, offering 2 to Yao and Pu Jia. Yao looked toward Feng. Boss Feng, I am genuinely intrigued. Could you elaborate further? This Song Dynasty imperial kiln is well known to all. What more is there to introduce? Its mere presence speaks volumes. Feng Zhaohong managed to smile. After a moment of contemplation, Yao suddenly declared, Since you have extended such courtesy, I shall take this imperial kiln. Upon uttering these words, Feng Zhaohong's expression resembled that of someone who had just swallowed an egg whole. He could hardly fathom that Yao would actually express a desire to purchase it. Initially, it was merely a gesture of politeness, yet unexpectedly, this young man was genuinely interested in buying it, and moreover, acknowledging its authenticity. Pu Jia's astonishment surpassed even Feng Zhaohong's. He was acutely aware of Yao's financial background. This was a matter of tens of millions, if not billions. Even if Yao had stumbled upon a few fortunate opportunities, how could he possibly amass such a sum? Feng Zhaohong took a deep drag of his cigarette, a smirk playing on his lips. Mr. Yu, knowing it is a Song Dynasty imperial kiln, one must acknowledge it is not inexpensive. I have no interest in the cheap stuff. Yao chuckled lightly. I hadn't anticipated that Mr. Yu possessed such formidable financial resources. Mediocre. I simply dare to spend, Yao replied. Name your price. Boss Feng, I happen to have some spare funds. Feng Zhaohong furrowed his brow, then relaxed. 100 million. Do not even think of haggling. I possess 100 million. Do you dare to sell? Yao, emboldened by youthful exuberance and unwilling to accept Feng's condescending attitude, boldly countered. Mr. Yu, what do you imply? Boss Feng, does this item belong to you? If it were not mine, would I place it in my safe? Your shop is convenient and secure. Surely the owner shares a close relationship with you? It is quite suitable for them to retrieve it here. Feng Zhaohong blurted out. How did you know? Worry not. I merely deduced it, Boss Feng. Yao, now in a position of advantage, wore a satisfied smile. Feng Zhaohong's facial muscles twitched, and his prominent mole quivered as well. Mister, you are indeed astute. I would love to hear your reasoning. First, Boss Feng, you frequently speak of the Song Dynasty imperial kiln. Perhaps your understanding of it is not as profound as it could be. True connoisseurs would never refer to a specific item merely as a Song Dynasty imperial kiln during a transaction. Is there truly no distinction between the Northern and Southern Song periods? In truth, the Song Dynasty's imperial kiln emerged quite late. It was not until the late Northern Song period that Emperor Huizong established the kiln, and shortly thereafter, the Huizong and Qinzong emperors were captured, leading to the fall of the Northern Song. The official kiln of the Northern Song Dynasty is exceedingly rare, while the official kiln of the Southern Song Dynasty was established anew following the relocation of the capital, primarily at 2 sites, the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Altar of the Ancestors. Indeed, the surviving examples of Southern Song official kilns are scarce, yet they are relatively more abundant compared to their Northern Song counterparts. In the industry, the Northern Song official kiln is often referred to as the Old Kiln, while the Southern Song official kiln is designated as the New Kiln. Casual conversations may suffice, but when it comes to transactions and negotiations regarding a particular piece of official kiln pottery, one will invariably specify Northern Song official kiln and Southern Song official kiln, even without mentioning the terms old and new. This distinction is not merely a matter of price. It embodies an attitude, a certain elegance. Furthermore, you have mentioned that this is a gold-topped incense burner. I requested a detailed introduction, yet you seem to have little to say. Not every piece from the Southern Song official kiln is adorned with a gold top. Those that are indeed imperial possessions. Shouldn't this be a focal point during negotiations? Your specific understanding of this official kiln appears to be a knowledge gap for Feng Zhaohong. However, if this item belongs to Feng Zhaohong, such gaps in knowledge would be implausible. Who would remain oblivious while acquiring such a significant artifact? Yet, since this item is within Feng Zhaohong's shop, it suggests he is merely an intermediary, and this possibility aligns most closely with what Yu Yao has posited. Feng Zhaohong was taken aback, contemplating how this young man not only possessed keen insight, but also demonstrated remarkable acuity. Suddenly, Feng Zhaohong's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on Yu Yao and inquired, Mr. Yu, have you ever laid eyes on a white-glazed ewer from the Xing kiln? I have encountered numerous items from the Xing kiln, including white-glazed ewers, large bowls with sunflower mouths, and covered jars. Yu Yao responded vaguely, attempting to embellish his expertise. And what about the white glazed ewer from Dainku? I have seen it. In a museum, he replied with a smirk. Feng Xiaohong, no longer pressing for details, produced a business card, stating, Mr. Yu, you have truly enlightened me today. Let us befriend each other, and I look forward to your guidance in the future. Yu Yao accepted the card, and Feng Xiaohong continued. Would you kindly share your contact information as well? Initially ready to take his leave after receiving the card, Yu Yao felt compelled to comply with Feng Xiaohong's request, especially since Feng was acquainted with Shungu, making it easy for him to find out more. Thus, he provided Feng Xiaohong with his own card. It turned out they were colleagues in the same field, with the name Gu Gu Zhai being quite commendable. Feng Xiaohong tucked away the card and remarked, In the porcelain capital, I consider myself a landowner. How about we have lunch together sometime? Perhaps another day, Yu Yao replied, feeling a tinge of regret. In his youthful exuberance, he had been overly assertive and should not have engaged in such lengthy discourse with Feng Xiaohong. After admiring the Southern Song official kiln gold-topped incense burner, it would have sufficed to simply state he could not afford it and take his leave. At that moment, a figure in a blue and white qipao knocked on the screen, announcing, Boss, someone is looking for you. Just in time, we must take our leave. Yu Yao said smoothly, Mister, you let us stay in touch. Feng Xiaohong adjusted his address. Upon exiting the screen, Yu Yao encountered a young man who appeared only slightly older than himself, standing straight at the counter, slender and pallid, with a fringe of hair cascading over one eye, failing to conceal an exceptionally cold gaze. Chapter 82. Is your surname Su? At this moment, Feng Xiaohong had yet to emerge. It was indeed more pressing to secure the gold-topped incense burner back into the safe than to bid farewell. Yu Yao and Pu Jie stepped outside, with Yu Yao leading the way and Pu Jie following closely behind. A young man with long hair stood motionless, casting a few glances at Yu Yao, who reciprocated with a couple of his own. In that fleeting exchange, the young man's expression shifted unexpectedly. Yet he remained still, slightly bowing his head, his fingers fidgeting in a manner that left one wondering about his intentions. As Yu Yao and Pu Jie walked past several shops and turned a corner, Pu Jie finally whispered, Did you notice that person? Indeed, Yu Yao replied. There is a palpable aura of menace surrounding him. His gaze is quite cold and somewhat peculiar. Yu Yao nodded in agreement. It's not merely his gaze. It's his presence. Pu Jie rubbed his temples. You could discern that as well. I once participated in a mission where I assisted in the local capture of a notorious bandit, a man responsible for numerous deaths. Even when he was shot 6 times and subdued, I still felt an overwhelming chill emanating from him. The malevolence he exuded was not as intense as that of the individual we just encountered. Is it truly that sinister? Yu Yao's countenance shifted. Could he be the one seeking the golden censer? Pu Jie rolled his eyes. Let us head to the 4th floor. What for? Aren't you curious to determine if he is indeed the one after the censer? Curiosity killed a cat, Yu Yao responded, yet he followed Pu Jie up the stairs. The antique market as structure featured a central atrium that connected all floors, each adorned with a wide railing except for the first. Pu Jie found a discreet spot where he could observe the entrance to Hongbao Hall from an angle. He was empty-handed earlier. We can simply wait to see if he emerges with anything. After a 5-minute wait, the young man had yet to make an appearance. Perhaps it's best to let it be. Knowing it's him changes nothing, Yu Yao suggested, shaking his head. It's wise to avoid provoking such individuals. But we haven't provoked him. This is merely coincidence. A quick glance won't hurt. Just as they were discussing, the young man exited Hongbao Hall. However, engrossed in conversation, they failed to see his face. They only caught a glimpse of his silhouette. Notably, he held one hand in front and the other behind him, obscuring any view of whether he carried something. It seems he isn't holding anything, Yu Yao remarked, glancing at Pu Jie. Damn it, we missed our chance while chatting. Pu Jie exclaimed, striding towards the escalator. Come on, do you think this is a mission? Yu Yao followed suit. Let us just continue browsing. It's not worth it. Pu Jie remained silent, descending to the 3rd floor, but did not stop there. His determination, fueled by a stubborn instinct, compelled him to confirm whether the young man had indeed taken the golden porcelain. Reluctantly, Yu Yao followed, relieved that the antique art market was not a dead end. From a distance, they could still ascertain whether the young man was carrying anything. Besides, a flicker of curiosity nudged him to pursue. Upon reaching the 1st floor, Pu Jie quickly spotted the young man's silhouette once more. Surprisingly, the young man had not exited through the main door, but was instead meandering about on the ground floor. Meandering might not be the right term, as he moved swiftly between the counters, leaving Yu Yao and Pu Jie with nothing but his retreating figure. However, just when Pu Jie quickened his pace, closing the distance to a mere 10 steps, the young man suddenly vanished. Standing before a jade display counter, Pu Jie surveyed his surroundings, yet failed to spot the young man. Yu Yao approached, inquiring, "So, have you given up? What have you two set your sights on?" asked the proprietor, peering out from behind the counter with a cheerful grin. "Nothing at all," Pu Jie retorted and turned to Yu Yao, saying, "Let us go." The two then made their way back to the escalator and ascended. The counter owner muttered a curse, casually pressing a button on a small speaker, which emitted a clear male voice. "My jade carving factory has gone bankrupt. The owner has fled with his family, taking away millions. We're left with no choice but to sell our inventory to pay wages. Jade artifacts originally priced at over 1,000, 2,000, or 3,000 are now all just 200 yuan." At that moment, while on the escalator, Pu Jie above and Yu Yao below, Yu Yao suddenly felt a light tap on his shoulder, accompanied by a clear tenor voice from behind. "Do you have a moment to chat?" As the escalator reached the second floor, Pu Jie stepped aside, and, as Yu Yao joined him, pulled the young man aside, asking, "What do you want?" It was then he realized the young man was empty-handed. Stepping off the escalator, the young man positioned himself at a nearby, secluded angle, gazing at Pu Jie and stating, "I'm looking for him, not you." Yu Yao gently pressed Pu Jie's arm, suggesting to the young man, "Let us talk over there, don't block the escalator." The young man nodded and walked a short distance to a relatively quiet corner. Yu Yao chuckled softly, remarking, "Well, you wanted to see, now you've seen clearly." Pu Jie pondered, since he isn't carrying anything, what could he possibly want? "Stay slightly behind me and be adaptable," he advised. The two then approached the young man. The latter glanced at Yu Yao and asked, "Can your friend step aside? Don't be alarmed. I just want to chat." "No," Pu Jie declared firmly. "We are strangers. Why can't we discuss things together? If you're strangers, why are you following me?" The young man shot back, his eyes glinting coldly. "I was addressing him, not you. Keep your comments to yourself." Yu Yao smiled, diffusing the tension. "It's all a misunderstanding. This vast market is open to anyone. Your words are excessive. Let your friend step aside. I have something to ask you." The young man seemed to be exercising patience. "I see you're just looking for trouble." Pu Jie scoffed. "What if I don't step aside?" Before he could finish, the young man fixated on Pu Jie's eyes, parted his lips, and softly exhaled. Pu Jie's expression hardened, and he bluntly stated, "Fine, you two talk. I'll wait over there." With that, he turned and walked to the opposite wall, leaning against a trash bin, bowing his head as if he were a student in detention. "You?" Yu Yao exclaimed, both astonished and angry. "Who exactly are you?" "Don't worry, I mean no harm, but what I'm about to say cannot be heard by him. It's too chaotic here. I'll be brief." "Is your surname Su?" The young man's tone softened considerably. Yu Yao was taken aback. "You must have mistaken me for someone else." Just then, a cacophony erupted from the third floor, mixed with the sharp cries of a woman. "Call an ambulance." Chapter 83. The Mysterious Elder. The young man furrowed his brow slightly. This was not the appropriate place for a conversation. Yu Yao heard sound from the third floor, seemingly emanating from the direction of Hongbao Hall. But he had no time to ponder further. There was little to say. "You have truly mistaken me for someone else," the young man emphasized. "Since we have encountered each other, there are certain matters I must clarify." Upon hearing this, Yu Yao glanced at the punished Pu Jie, who was still trembling with trepidation. Previously, he had only heard tales of such illusions, never anticipating that he would witness something akin to it in reality. This young man exuded an air of malevolence, and it was uncertain what arcane arts he possessed. There was no escaping this confrontation, nor could one afford to offend him. Given this predicament, it seemed that without a clear discussion, matters would become troublesome. "Very well." Yu Yao gritted his teeth, simultaneously raising his hand to point at Pu Jie. The young man nodded, approached Pu Jie, and seemingly tapped a spot on his face, causing Pu Jie to shudder involuntarily. Yu Yao stepped forward. "Is everything all right?" He patted Pu Jie's shoulder reassuringly. "Don't worry, let's step outside and talk. I truly need to have a private conversation with him." Pu Jie looked at Yu Yao suspiciously. "What do you intend to do?" "Nothing to worry about, let us go." The three exited the antique art city together, and Yu Yao gestured toward a nearby cafe. "How about over there?" "That works." Upon entering the cafe, Pu Jie's expression fluctuated. Yu Yao resolutely instructed him to wait at a table by the entrance. And after much persuasion, Pu Jie finally sat down. Yu Yao and the young man chose a secluded booth in the back. To call it a booth was somewhat inaccurate. It was actually a partition made of frosted glass, not reaching the ceiling, standing just over a person's height, complete with a glass door. After casually ordering 2 cups of coffee, Yu Yao closed the glass door, sat down, and lowered his voice. "My friend, I have already stated twice that you have mistaken me for someone else. We have never met, and my surname is not Su." "Then what is your surname?" The young man interjected immediately. My surname is Yu. What business do you have at Hongbao Hall? What else could it be? Just browsing. Your eyesight must be quite discerning. It's passable. Why did that tall friend of yours follow me? Initially, it was a rapid exchange of questions and answers, but at this juncture, Yu Yao hesitated. However, since clarity was necessary, he could not avoid this topic and indeed needed to provide an explanation. There is a fine item in Hongbao Hall that we were inspecting in the back room. However, the proprietor refused to sell it, claiming a buyer would come to collect it. Coincidentally, as we were leaving, you arrived. Thus, we were merely curious to see if you were the person there to retrieve the item. It's as simple as that, a misunderstanding. The young man did not inquire further about the nature of the fine item, nor did he carry anything in his hands, indicating he was likely not the person there to collect. As for what he had done upon entering the shop, and why chaos erupted later in Hongbao Hall, Yu Yao saw no reason to ask further. After listening to Yu Yao's explanation, the young man lightly tapped his fingers on the table, pondering, surname Yu, surname Yu. Yu Yao took a sip of coffee. Now that we have clarified everything, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Not so fast. The young man suddenly looked up. Do you happen to possess a flower money? The front bears a ghost face design, while the back features 5-element seal characters. Ghost face flower money? The word struck like a thunderclap, nearly stunning Yu Yao to his core, causing him to instinctively press a hand to his chest. Earlier, when the young man had inquired whether his surname was Su, Yu Yao had felt a moment of disarray, failing to connect the dots at that time. Now, with the mention of the ghostly-faced coin, realization dawned upon him. The inquiry regarding his surname was indeed linked to Su Taiyin. It became evident that this young man must be aware that this ghostly-faced coin originally belonged to Su Taiyin. Furthermore, such an item would be difficult to fall into the hands of outsiders. This young man was clearly probing to ascertain if he was a descendant of Su Taiyin. Even if he were not a direct descendant, there could still be further inquiries about any inherited connection. However, how could he possibly determine any relation between himself and this ghostly face coin after merely glancing at him a few times? Recollecting the strange night of the 3rd day of September, along with the ominous aura described by Pu Jia surrounding the young man, a chill ran down Yu Yao's spine. Upon witnessing Yu Yao's reaction, the young man softened his tone, seemingly reassured that he had not erred. This coin must indeed be nestled close to Yu Yao's heart. Yu Yao was once again alarmed. Could he possess some form of clairvoyance? Yet, he quickly realized that his hand was still resting on his chest. The ghostly face coin, strung with a red cord, was indeed situated beneath his palm. If he did not bear the surname Su, this coin could not be a familial heirloom. Yet, given his evident reverence for it, could he divulge its origin? Yu Yao struggled to regain his composure, demanding to know how the young man could ascertain a connection between him and the ghostly face coin after merely glancing at him. The young man smiled lightly, his expression softening, making him appear far more amiable than when he wore a stern countenance. If you did not carry this coin with you, 100 glances would yield no insight. The implication of his words suggested that this ghostly face coin could evoke a unique resonance, one that seemed imperceptible to the average person, yet accessible to him. However, after mentioning the coin and observing Yu Yao's reaction, the young man appeared to adopt a more courteous demeanor. It seemed he was not merely intent on acquiring the ghostly face coin. At the very least, his primary objective now was to unravel why Yu Yao possessed it. It was not stolen, nor taken by force, nor simply found. Yu Yao interjected, "It was given to me." To say it was a gift was not entirely inaccurate. The other party had not demanded payment, having exchanged it for paper money. Moreover, Yu Yao had burned the paper money, further distancing it from the notion of a transaction. Given? By whom? The enigmatic benefactor had been elusive and had not introduced himself, leaving Yu Yao unaware of his identity. This assertion was meticulously crafted. Even if he recognized the people he had encountered in the shop with the photograph of Su Taiyin in the newspaper, could one truly conclude they were the same individual? Besides, Su Taiyin had long since passed away. Thus, claiming ignorance of the benefactor's identity posed no issue whatsoever. Upon hearing this, the young man regarded Yu Yao with a hint of reverence, as if he wished to inquire further, but hesitated, weighing his words. Chapter 84. The Master of the Palm. Observing the young man's reaction, Yu Yao felt reassured. He was not one to treat the ghostly face coin with frivolity. At last, the young man inquired softly, "You two are strangers, yet he gifted you a ghost face coin?" Yu Yao nodded, confessing, "I am equally perplexed. When did this transpire?" By this point, Yu Yao had decided to loosen up a bit. On the 3rd of September this year, a gentleman of middle age visited my antique shop. He was remarkably handsome, and we conversed amiably. He presented me with his ghost face coin and also left behind an 8-character adage. Yu Yao recounted breathlessly, only to realize afterward that his words possessed a certain poetic quality. His candor was not merely a result of relaxation. Evidently, this young man was well informed. Perhaps even more so than Zhong Qiansu. Do you still have an antique shop in the porcelain capital? What is its name? It is not the porcelain capital. It is Jiangzhou, named Gugu Zhai. On the 3rd of September, Gugu Zhai, the young man squinted slightly, nodding slightly. Yet, Yu Yao added, could it be that this person's surname is Su? Relaxation does not equate to foolishness. Yu Yao still retained a measure of caution. The events of that night were extraordinary, and Su Taiyan had, after all, passed away during the Republic of China era. From the young man's perspective, his earlier inquiry about Yu Yao's surname could imply that he believed the individual he referred to was a descendant of Su Taiyan. The surname is now of little consequence. This ghost face coin would certainly not be easily passed down. However, the young man remarked, what is most crucial is the 8-character adage he imparted to you. Yu Yao shook his head, responding, my friend, I have shared much already, yet I am still unaware of your background. I am Xiao Ying, the Xiao of Xiaohe, and the Ying of Shadow. Xiao Ying suddenly clasped his fists together. Additionally, may I have the honor of examining this ghost-faced coin, Mr. Yu? Yu Yao hesitated, testing the waters once more. To his astonishment, Xiao Ying produced a copper coin from his person and gently placed it on the table. Yu Yao focused intently, exclaiming, heavens, another ghost-faced coin. However, this one, while comparable in size to the ghost-eyed fire coin and bearing a similar design, exhibited distinct differences. It possessed a round coin with a square hole. The reverse side, adorned with the complete 5-element seal characters of the ghost-eyed heart and merely the character for fire of the ghost-eyed fire coin, were both round coins with round holes. Albeit the ghost-eyed heart was slightly larger. Yet this one matched the size of the ghost-eyed fire coin, yet bore a square hole. Yu Yao's first thought was, could it be that the reverse side of this ghost-faced coin does not feature one of the 5-element characters? Naturally, he was eager to inspect the reverse side, but he cautiously extended his hand while observing Xiao Ying. Xiao Ying promptly gestured for him to proceed. Upon flipping it over, shock struck him anew. The reverse side of this ghost-faced coin not only lacked one of the 5-element characters, but was entirely devoid of any inscriptions. The reverse appeared akin to a blank surface of an ordinary copper coin. However, judging by the craftsmanship and age, this ghost-faced coin was consistent with the other 2 ghost-faced coins. Yu Yao was left bewildered. Did Zhong Yu not mention there were 6 coins in total? Logically, there should indeed be 6. One slightly larger coin with the complete 5-element seal characters and 5 smaller coins, each bearing one 5-element seal character. How could another one of such distinctiveness emerge? Not only did it possess a unique square hole, but its reverse side was also unmarked. The coin I possess is slightly smaller than yours and bears no inscriptions on its reverse side. Why is that? Yu Yao hesitated momentarily to organize his thoughts before posing the question. He refrained from mentioning the matter of the ghostly eyes and fire, as it would be prudent to keep that to himself for the time being. A hint of color returned to Xiao Ying's pale face as he responded, Mr. Yu, I have already shown considerable sincerity. However, without the ghostly face coin in your possession, there are certain matters I cannot disclose. The fact that Xiao Ying was willing to present his own ghostly face coin was indeed a testament to his sincerity. Yet, unbeknownst to Yu Yao, this sincerity was somewhat augmented by an unseen advantage, for he could sense that Yu Yao possessed the other ghostly face coin, prompting him to reveal his own. Without further pretense, Yu Yao removed the ghostly face coin, strung on a red cord, from around his neck. It was evident that Xiao Ying's heart was stirred by this revelation. He cautiously took the ghostly face coin and scrutinized it closely, seemingly attuned to some deeper sense. It truly is it. When Xiao Ying returned the ghostly face coin, his demeanor shifted to one of utmost reverence, as he cradled it in both hands and presented it before Yu Yao. Mr. Yu, I have but one final question. What are the 8-character precepts you mentioned? 5 elements penetrate gold. Ghostly eyes pierce the heart. Yu Yao's voice, though soft, resonated with clarity, seemingly influenced by Xiao Ying's respectful demeanor. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Ying abruptly rose, standing by the table, and performed a deep bow. 5 elements penetrate gold. Ghostly eyes pierce the void. I, Xiao Ying, the heir of the Hidden Word sect, pay my respects to the Grand Master. Grand Master? From where does this Grand Master hail? Ghostly eyes pierce the void? Hidden Word? And what are the Master S.I.? Do the 5 elements have their own Master S.I.s as well? Are all these Master S.I.s subordinate to the Grand Master? Yu Yao was utterly bewildered, yet amidst his confusion, a flicker of realization crossed his mind. He suddenly recalled a conversation from earlier when he had meticulously analyzed the Yongzheng period's imitation of Chenghua Dotsai, during which Zhong Yu had inadvertently remarked on his keen insight, suggesting that the Grand Master of that era was likely also involved. When he casually inquired whether the Master's eyes varied in size, Zhong Yu had deftly sidestepped the question. It dawned on him that the Grand Master of that time referred to Su Taiyan. The ghostly eyes piercing the heart must be the sole token of the Grand Master from that era. The phrase, 5 elements penetrate gold. Ghostly eyes pierce the heart pertains to an internal lineage. If these 2 elements were to be passed down together, it would affirm the status of the heir to the Grand Master. Judging by Xiao Ying's demeanor, this indeed seemed to be the case. Furthermore, it became evident that the master of the hidden word sect, known as Xiao Zhuqi, had passed down this legacy within the Xiao family. If this were a family tradition, it would imply that the Xiao clan had not encountered the ghostly eyes piercing the heart since Su Taiyan's passing in 1938. Did this mean the legacy had not been transmitted since then? If so, had the faction remained disbanded during that chaotic time? Xiao brother, please take a seat. My mind is awash with questions. I hope you can illuminate the doubts that plague me. Chapter 85. The Ghostly Eye Sect, Memories Like Smoke. Xiao Ying nodded solemnly and sat down slowly. The Grand Master is the highest authority within the Ghostly Eye Sect. The Ghostly Eye Sect? Upon hearing about the highest administrator associated with the Ghost Eye Gate, Yu Yao felt a peculiar sense of unease. However, he soon detected an underlying scent of something else. Indeed, Xiao Ying subsequently remarked, in truth, the Ghost Eye Gate has long ceased to exist. What about your earlier statement? Despite this, the Xiao family has never severed the lineage of the hidden word, and we have remained in the dark regarding whether the Grand Eye has been passed down. Now, with the Xiao family's male descendants reduced to just myself, I can finally fulfill my aspirations. Xiao Ying sipped his now cold coffee and added, my earlier mention of paying respects to the Grand Eye was also in honor of my great-grandfather. My great-grandfather, Xiao Gong, whose given name was Zhuqi, served as the Eye of the Hidden Word during Su Taiyan's tenure as the Grand Eye. However, when Su Taiyan passed away unexpectedly, my great-grandfather was left unaware of the reasons and regrettably never got to meet him one last time. Just as Yu Yao was about to speak, Xiao Ying raised his hand, indicating for him to let him recount the story from the beginning. However, by the time it reached my generation, much has been lost. My knowledge is far from exhaustive. The Ghost Eye Gate was established during the Qianlong era of the Qing dynasty. At that time, the emperor himself led the trend of antique collecting, which flourished among the populace. The Ghost Eye Gate initially comprised a few masters from the ghost markets, distinguished for their keen eyesight, and began as a treasure appraisal group, hence the name Ghost Eye Gate. Gradually, it grew in scale, prospering through the antique trade. By the mid-Qianlong period, it had expanded significantly with a structured organization. At that time, there was 1 Grand Eye and 6 eyes representing various words, collectively minting 7 ghost-faced flower coins. The one you hold is the token of the Grand Eye of the Ghost Eye Gate, while the other 6 are tokens of the respective word eyes. These coins are of a golden nature, with the 5 elements inscribed on the back, thus unifying the internal cuts to represent the 5 elements penetrating gold. The Grand Eye presides over the Ghost Eye Gate, with the ghost-faced flower coins bearing inscriptions of all 5 elements, uniquely cut with the Ghost Eye piercing through the heart. The 5 word eyes correspond to the 5 elemental attributes, each responsible for different categories of antiques. The Gold Eye primarily handles gold, silver, and bronze artifacts. The Wood Eye deals with wooden furniture and items like ivory and rhinoceros horn. The Water Eye focuses on ink paintings and various ancient texts. The Fire Eye is chiefly concerned with ceramics, while the Earth Eye specializes in jade, stone carvings, seal stones, ink stones, and the like. After this introduction, Xiao Ying paused, allowing Yu Yao to seize the moment to step outside and inform Pu Jia that he needed to converse a while longer. Noticing that their discussion had extended without incident, Pu Jia nodded, appearing more at ease. Following this, Yu Yao requested the waiter to bring 2 cups of hot coffee once again. Evidently, Xiao Ying possessed a deeper understanding of the hidden word. He continued, the hidden word's eye, represented by the ghost-faced flower coin, bears no inscriptions on its reverse. Yet, its essence embodies the concealed 5 elements. The flower coin itself is square, symbolizing the harmony of heaven and earth, and its hollow center suggests an inherent obscurity. You should now comprehend that the hidden word does not solely oversee one category of antiques. Rather, it excels in esoteric arts, uniquely characterized by the Ghost Eye piercing through emptiness. This field of antiques encompasses a vast array, and aside from items unearthed from tombs, There exist peculiar artifacts among those passed down through generations, which the hidden word adeptly addresses through the art of feng shui. Simultaneously, it often serves to mitigate disasters for the ghost eye gate. The 5-word eyes of the ghost eye gate frequently engage in collaboration and are well acquainted with one another. However, within the realm of the hidden word, only the Grand Master holds sway, while others in the various word factions are aware of the existence of the hidden word and its dealings. Yet, they remain oblivious to the unique ghostly flower coin that distinguishes the Grand Master of the hidden word, as well as the enigmatic cut of the ghostly eye. This is due to the fact that throughout history, the Grand Masters have often been unparalleled polymaths, their discernment rivaling that of any Grand Master from the 5 elements. They harbor no fear of potential conflicts between factions. Conversely, the hidden word is comprised of extraordinary individuals, necessitating the sole governance of the Grand Master, impervious to the enticements of any other faction. By the late Qing dynasty and early republic, the power of the ghostly eye had significantly waned. This decline was primarily due to the immense profits within the antique trade. The longer time passed, the more intense the internal strife became. During the tumultuous Republican era, amid a cacophony of chaos and foreign influences, a plethora of antiques flooded into the hands of the public, giving rise to an unprecedented surge in counterfeiting, leading to a mix of authenticity and deception. Amidst this turmoil, one individual emerged to turn the tide, the then Grandmaster, Su Taiyan. Su Taiyan's ostensible role was that of the proprietor of the Gugu Zhai in Lilikang. He was a prodigy in the field of antique appraisal, enjoying a stellar reputation, often referred to as Su Yan. Among the triad of esteemed figures in the realm of cultural relics, he was unanimously regarded as the preeminent authority. According to familial lore, Su Taiyan possessed a keen intellect and grand ambitions, reforming the ghostly eye's previous neglect of profit orientation, staunchly preventing valuable artifacts from leaving the country. In the 1930s, he even organized disciples to contribute to the resistance against the Japanese. Simultaneously, he expelled numerous unworthy apprentices. At that time, the 5 Elements factions had all held significant artifacts in their possession. They chose to refrain from any hasty actions, opting for meticulous examinations to ensure no items were allowed to flow into Western or Eastern hands. However, as the Japanese invasion of China escalated, the ghostly eye found its circumstances increasingly dire, necessitating a dispersal of their forces across the nation for strategic mobility. At this juncture, Xiaoying took a sip of coffee and glanced at Yu Yao, remarking, "You are from Jiangzhou, and the heir of Su Taiyan has sought you out," which seems rather fitting. Are you aware that when Yanjing fell, Su Taiyan painstakingly ensured the preservation of a significant artifact, ultimately securing it for the Jiangzhou Cultural Relics Department? Yu Yao was taken aback. Could it be the Taidian Fongding? Indeed, Xiaoying confirmed. Although my great-grandfather was away at the time and merely heard rumors, it is unlikely to be mistaken. In an instant, Yu Yao recalled something his father, Pu Kunzes, had mentioned. The Chiho Museum in Japan claimed that the Taidian Fongding held by the Provincial Museum was a forgery, asserting that their own collection was the authentic one. If Su Taiyan had handled it, how could it possibly be false? What is it? Xiao Ying inquired, noticing Yu Yao's unusual demeanor. Nothing, just some reflections. Please continue. Xiao Ying resumed. On the 3rd day of September 1938, news of Su Taiyan's death spread through Lilikang. It is said he passed away within the Gugu Zhai. The cause of death shrouded in mystery. At that time, Yanjing was already under the control of the Japanese puppet regime, and rumors circulated that individuals from the police bureau were seen removing Su Taiyan's body from the Gugu Zhai. However, thereafter, he seemed to vanish without a trace, leaving no further information. My great-grandfather tirelessly sought the whereabouts of the ghostly eye's heart, yet to no avail. Su Taiyan married and had children relatively late in life. He had only one son, Su Chang'an, who was just 6 years old. Before the Japanese invaders reached Yanjing, he was taken away by his wife and brother-in-law. Later, when my great-grandfather finally located the wife of Su Taiyan in Yuzhou, she was gravely ill, clinging to life with her last breath. Her parting words to my great-grandfather were that along the journey from Hankow to Yuzhou, she and her brother had tragically lost their children. The mysterious demise of Su Taiyan, amidst the turmoil of war and chaos, led to the disintegration of the Ghost Eye sect, severing connections between its various branches, ultimately resulting in their complete dissolution. In those days, my great-grandfather was the overseer of the hidden sect and held great reverence for the esteemed Su Taiyan. His thoughts were consumed by this event, prompting him to pass down his profound knowledge of esoteric arts and the secrets of the ghost eye through generations. Chapter 86. I came for Zhong Qiansu. If you're unfamiliar with the esoteric arts, you might find it perplexing that I can sense the ghostly heart-piercing emblem upon you. Xiaoying mused aloud, explaining that the first overseer of the hidden sect originally hailed from the Taoist Zhenzhou lineage, specializing in talismans and the art of perception through seals. You may have heard of this, as burning a talisman can allow a distant recipient to perceive its effects. This ghostly emblem, however, differs from what you described. Does it not? While it certainly differs, it serves a similar purpose. The principal figures within the Ghost Eye sect have encountered it, and the distinctive hidden sect operates solely under the commands of the overseer. To mitigate any uncertainties, the overseer has inscribed an imperceptible mark upon a coin, enabling perception within a 3-zhang radius, rendering the coin counterfeit-proof. Consequently, each successive overseer of the hidden sect has mastered the art of perception. I see. Although Yu Yao still found it difficult to comprehend, he could not conjure a more reasonable explanation. At that moment, he gathered his thoughts and had several questions to pose. Yet he initially inquired why Pu Jie could be so easily controlled. Was this a form of sorcery? How could it be sorcery? Are you familiar with hypnosis? My techniques are rather similar, though I cannot explain them in detail. However, remember that esoteric arts are not mere trivialities. They intertwine the principles of yin and yang, the 5 elements, as well as the celestial and terrestrial realms and the human body's meridians, along with various traditional medical practices and so forth. Although Yu Yao was not particularly interested in this knowledge, he felt reassured knowing that Pu Jie experienced no adverse effects. He then shifted his inquiry. What brought you to Hongbeitang to seek out Feng Zhaoan? Are you referring to the matter of Zhong Qiansu's disappearance? Yu Yao interrupted, blurting out the question. You actually know of Zhong Qiansu? Xiaoying expressed surprise, his typically cold demeanor rarely betraying any noticeable emotional shifts. During their exchange, he had previously offered a faint smile, marking this as the second instance of such a display. The ghostly heart-piercing emblem had been with Yu Yao all along. Initially, he had no intention of mentioning it. However, after Xiao Ying's introduction to the Ghost Eye sect, he hesitated over whether to disclose Zhong Qiansu's situation. Now, it appeared that Xiao Ying had come specifically regarding Zhong Qiansu. Yu Yao promptly retrieved the emblem. Could it be that Xiao Ying had recognized the ghostly emblem? Zhong Qiansu was the eldest son of Zhong Beilian, the overseer of the fire sect from years past, and with such a lineage, it was only natural that he would not part with it. Allow me to share my tale. My visit to the porcelain capital was originally meant to assess the market, but I inadvertently met Zhong Qiansu's nephew, who is named Zhongyu. Interestingly, a friend of mine acquired a high-quality replica of a flower vase, from which he extracted a paper package, within which lay this peculiar ghost face coin. While dining with Zhongyu, my friend inadvertently let slip this detail, and upon seeing the ghost face coin, Zhongyu revealed that it belonged to his uncle, who has been missing for 3 years. Oh, so it is quite possible that this ghost-eyed fire coin was intentionally placed there by Zhong Qiansu? Indeed. However, it is curious that this is a recently crafted replica, and its quality is rather subpar. What you mentioned is a possibility. Moreover, I cannot shake the feeling that Zhong Qiansu is still alive. What else did Zhongyu say? Nothing much else. He likely knows a bit about the Ghost Eye sect, but he refrained from mentioning anything to me, only insisting we should locate his uncle first. Since the Ghost Eye fire coin has not been passed down to him, it is reasonable for him to withhold information. Xiao Ying nodded. I sought out Feng Zhaohong because I uncovered another lead, prior to Zhong Qiansu's disappearance. He and Feng Zhaohong had met at a private tea art venue, where they conversed for over an hour. Did you glean anything from that? My visit to his establishment was not primarily for answers, though I did inquire. The place was crowded and full of distractions. This evening, I shall visit the hospital to ask further. Oh, it seems he is not in any significant trouble at the moment. He is not in any grave trouble. Yet the doctors cannot provide a cure. Xiao Ying remained expressionless. Yu Yao pondered for a moment. It seems the relationship between your Xiao family and the Zhong family was rather amicable. Not all. While we reside in Yuzhou, they are in the porcelain capital, and we have never had any contact. I only recently received news from the Zhong family and learned of Zhong Qiansu's disappearance, which prompted me to commence my investigation. Brother Xiao, you are quite noble. Have you settled in Yuzhou? Yes, my mother still resides there. I have established a studio for esoteric feng shui and divination. And you, Mr. Yu? Esoteric, the character for hidden, Xiao Zhuiqi. Why do you no longer refer to me as the Grandmaster? Upon hearing this, Yu Yao smiled widely. Xiaoying understood he was jesting, but was momentarily taken aback. The Ghost Eye sect has disbanded, and the successors cannot truly be compared to a genuine grandmaster. Xiao Ying initially addressed him as grandmaster, primarily in fulfillment of his great-grandfather's wishes, where form outweighed substance. Addressing you as Mr. Yu feels somewhat awkward. Let's follow your suggestion and refer to each other as brothers. What of you, little brother? I am currently alone in the world. The one outside is also my brother, sharing this life with me. At this point, Yu Yao suddenly recalled that Pu Jie was also aware of some matters regarding the ghost face coin. Despite his various shortcomings, Pu Jie has consistently strived to protect his good brother. Yet, from Xiao Ying's demeanor, it seemed inappropriate to divulge such matters to unrelated individuals. Should I tell him or not? Xiao Ying appeared to perceive his thoughts, stating that when I share this with you, no one else may be present. However, whether you speak to outsiders is your own affair. Understood. Yu Yao nodded. Does Brother Xiao wish to get in touch with Zhongyu? At least for the time being? There is no connection between Zhongyu and me. My only concern is assisting the heir of the fire character, Zhong Qiansu. Yu Yao mused to himself. This Xiao Ying is indeed clear about boundaries. Very well, let us remain in contact at any time. You two shall investigate your respective leads. I shall remain here for the next few days, continuing to explore the market. Chapter 87. The Four-Sided Gourd. Subsequently, the two exchanged contact information and exited together. Yu Yao briefly introduced himself, and they exchanged names. Yu Yao proposed a lunch together, but Xiao Ying mentioned he had some matters to attend to and took his leave. Once Xiao Ying departed, Pu Jie eagerly inquired, "Who is he?" After all, Yu Yao had already contemplated this. Personally, it would be inappropriate to withhold information from Pu Jie, and publicly, it would be unwise to reveal the secrets of the Ghost Eye sect and the six-character phrase. Thus, he provided a simplified overview of the matter, including his own acquisition of a ghost face currency, but with a rephrased context. The essence of his explanation was that this ghost-faced currency served as a token for an antiquities guild from the Qing dynasty, renowned for its expertise in appraisal and gathering a multitude of skilled individuals with several branches. It disbanded during the turbulent times of the Republic, yet it is likely that descendants continue the tradition. For instance, he had inadvertently obtained a piece inscribed with 5 elemental characters, which belonged to the guild's chief, while Zhong Qiansu possessed one marked with a fire character, identifying him as the head of the ceramics branch. Xiao Ying, whom they had just met, also possessed one, being a descendant of the feng shui branch leader. Upon hearing this, Pu Jie's interest waned significantly. I thought there would be some treasure or secret involved. It's merely a form of entertainment for the elite within the circle. This ghost-faced currency functions akin to a VIP badge, in a sense. Pu Jie further remarked. Feng shui branch. A pleasant term, but essentially, they engage in tomb raiding and treasure hunting, correct? Not entirely, Yu Yao replied. That individual possesses considerable skill. Did you not realize you were entranced by him in the antique art city? What? Pu Jie exclaimed, smacking his forehead. No wonder I felt something unusual. You seem to become quite familiar with him instantly. I had never encountered such a situation before, but I was assured that you would be fine. In any case, I now understand that it is prudent to avoid provoking individuals from similar mystical sects in the future. The term chief feels somewhat awkward in the Qing dynasty. They would likely have been referred to as the Grand Master, akin to Chun Jinan of the Heaven and Earth Society. Such trivial matters, as long as it is clarified, are sufficient. Yu Yao added that Xiao Ying's visit was also related to Zhong Qiansu's disappearance, given their ancestral connections. He had learned that the owner of Hong Baotang had previously interacted with Zhong Qiansu, hence the inquiry. Checking the time, Yu Yao concluded, there is no need to rush. We may observe for a while longer. It is nearly lunchtime. Let's dine first and continue our exploration of the antique art city in the afternoon. What are you pondering now? Pu Jie glanced at Yu Yao and said, never mind. I found a piece from the Jinkong era. My spirits are high, and I can stay a few more days. Shall we go? I am genuinely hungry. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they found Hong Baotang had closed its doors. Pu Jie, indifferent to Feng Xiaohong's fate, squinted in contemplation. When might I possess a gold-topped incense burner from the Southern Song dynasty? In due time, Yu Yao chuckled, pointing diagonally across the street. Look, there's a Jin Ding Xian. It seems serendipitous. Shall we go check it out? Let us go. Jin Ding Xian is a quaint establishment, modest in size, and rather eclectic in its offerings, reminiscent of the unkempt gaguzhai that Yu Yao had encountered previously. The proprietor, a meticulously groomed gentleman in his 30s, stands alone in the shop. Welcome. Feel free to browse. What catches your fancy? He invites. Your shop is quite intriguing. Pu Jie remarks. The owner chuckles. I merely indulge in this for fun. I used to be a collector. This space came to me as a form of debt settlement, and without the burden of rent, I decided to open it, allowing my collection to sustain itself. Rest assured, the prices are significantly lower than those at other shops. Yu Yao interjects, I see. At first glance, I assumed Jindingxuan specialized in metalwork. Another laugh escapes the owner. I simply named it Jinding and added Xian as a flourish. So you're Mr. Jean. We shall explore for now, Yu Yao concludes, resuming his examination of the wares. The assortment within the shop is varied, which may initially suggest a lack of quality. Indeed, the larger pieces are scarce, with the majority being small curiosities, and given the shop's location in the porcelain capital, it surprisingly lacks ceramic items. However, this diversity arouses a slow-burning curiosity. In a corner of the shelf, Yu Yao discovers a pen holder. Its vibrant red and yellow hues are complemented by a purple-black inlay at the mouth and interior, adorned with entwined floral motifs. This pen holder is crafted from gourd, skillfully cut and inlaid. Yu Yao's attention is captured by its square shape, as typical gourds, even when carved, generally yield rounded forms. Moreover, the surface of this pen holder bears no evidence of seams. It is evident that this distinctive square shape was achieved through the use of molds during the gourd's growth. Gourds, now popular among collectors, are often small ornamental pieces that one can hold and manipulate. However, they require careful preparation, including skinning and drying. Over time, the gourd skin transforms from yellow to a lustrous red, becoming visually appealing. The word gourd is a homophone for fortune and prosperity, adding to its charm. The craftsmanship of this pen holder is notably intricate, demanding exceptional skill for the mold application and replacement. Additionally, the floral patterns on the gourd surface are also molded. And achieving clarity and smoothness in these designs is no small feat. Such gourd artifacts, unlike the simple, original ornamental gourds, are referred to as paoki. The most commonly found folk paoki includes the cricket and grasshopper gourds, often crafted using molds, typically featuring inlays of ivory or fine wood, and often accompanied by a lid. Today, many collectors who procure old cricket and grasshopper gourds do not use them for their intended purposes, but rather as objects of admiration. Many decorative items have evolved from practical tools. For instance, the thumb ring was initially designed for archery, but has since transformed into a mere plaything and accessory. However, this square gourd pen holder is certainly not an ordinary folk paoki artifact. Chapter 88. This eunuch is quite astute. The reason it is not merely an ordinary folk-crafted gourd artifact lies not only in the complexity of its production process, but also in its artistic merit. Moreover, its age is noteworthy. At first glance, Yu Yao discerned that it was not a creation from within the last century. The value of antiques, akin to their designation, primarily hinges on two aspects. Firstly, there is the antiquity, the passage of time. This age is not merely quantitative. It encapsulates historical culture, which is the essence that attracts numerous enthusiasts. While there may be a plethora of individuals indifferent to antiques, those who appreciate them predominantly possess a fondness for historical culture. Secondly, there is the aspect of enjoyment, the appreciation of beauty, which delves deeper into artistic value. An artifact can possess age, but without artistic significance. It is challenging to classify it as an antique. For instance, a rudely crafted ceramic bowl from the Han Dynasty, surviving to this day for 2 millennia, boasts age. It would hardly fetch a significant sum in the antique market. Merely possessing age without artistic value relegates it to the status of a cultural relic, albeit cultural relics encompass antiques. Conversely, if an object possesses only aesthetic value but lacks sufficient age, it can only be classified as a modern decorative piece. The term decorative piece encompasses a vast spectrum, including ancient decorative items. Although the realm of decorative pieces appears broader than that of antiques, it cannot be asserted that antiques are merely ancient decorative artifacts. Certain ancient items, such as ritual vessels, Buddhist statues, and furniture, embody both historical culture and artistic value, qualifying them as antiques, yet they cannot be termed decorative pieces. This gourd pen holder, square in form, is both an antique and an ancient decorative item. Yu Yao first retrieved a folding fan from within the gourd. Upon examination, he noted that both the ribs and the face of the fan were rather ordinary, prompting him to gently set it aside. Inspecting the base of the pen holder, he observed an inlaid ring around the base. However, the center retained the gourd's natural form, revealing the navel. The navel refers to that small, concentric circular area at the bottom of the gourd. Contemporary collectors may refer to it in less flattering terms. The presence of a navel indicates that the gourd pen holder was crafted using the original base, a challenging feat given that the gourd naturally grows round. Molding a portion into a square is relatively manageable. However, Achieving a perfectly flat, square base necessitates meticulous craftsmanship and significantly higher technical demands. A flicker of astonishment crossed Yu Yao's face as he noticed the inscription in regular script, made by Jiogong. Holding the gourd pen holder, he glanced upwards, finding the shop owner, Jean Ding, observing him with a smile from a few paces away. Meanwhile, Pu Jie was examining 2 copper coins, having found a rare Jinkon Yuan Bao. His enthusiasm undiminished. "Boss, this is made of gourd, isn't it?" Yu Yao inquired casually. Jean Ding stepped closer, affirming, "Indeed, it is gourd. Have you heard of it?" "Oh, I have heard of it. However, I have yet to encounter one fashioned into a square form." "What does that signify?" Yu Yao pressed on, somewhat hesitantly. This Jiogong evidently required immense effort. The number 9 is the largest odd number, symbolizing countless efforts, indicating that the artisan was exceedingly meticulous and careful. At last, a true masterpiece has been crafted. This is indeed a remarkable item. Yu Yao exhaled deeply, addressing the proprietor. "It appears you possess considerable expertise in gourd vessels." The owner modestly replied, "It is merely average. I dabble in various crafts and have a smattering of knowledge about many things." This is understandable, as gourds are commonplace materials, and gourd vessels hardly hold a prestigious place in the art world. The history of gourd vessels is indeed brief, commencing around the late Ming dynasty. Initially, they were strictly folk artifacts, lacking sophistication. However, during the reign of Emperor Kangxi in the Qing dynasty, gourd vessels experienced a remarkable transformation, ascending to the imperial court. This was largely due to Emperor Kangxi's profound admiration for gourd vessels, which led to the production of numerous court items and gifts for nobles and officials alike. This pencil holder is an artifact from the Kangxi era. The gourds utilized by the emperor for crafting these vessels were not chosen arbitrarily. He decreed that gourd be cultivated in the Yingtai, Fengziyuan. Furthermore, he appointed dedicated personnel to manage the process, design molds, and undertake artistic refinement. The individual tasked with overseeing the gourds was none other than the person who frequently met with Kangxi, Liang Jiogong. The most frequently encountered individual by Kangxi was not his mother, children, concubines, or nobles, but rather the eunuchs. Liang Jiogong served as the chief eunuch during Kangxi's reign. Those familiar with the Kangxi dynasty would recognize that the character Li De was based on Liang Jiogong. However, Liang Jiogong was far more astute than Li De. In the 39th year of Kangxi's reign, there was a decree regarding the selection of eunuchs for the crown princean ring, which contained a line stating, "Even Liang Jiogong is quite clever. Should there be any assignments, I shall remain vigilant." Ultimately, the emperor chose a more straightforward eunuch for the crown prince. The emperor's caution was merely a pretext for selecting a trustworthy eunuch for the prince, as Liang Jiogong had served him for many years. Had he been unsatisfactory, he would have been replaced long ago. Nonetheless, the assertion of his cleverness was undoubtedly true. Indeed, astute individuals tend to excel in their duties, and Kangxi was particularly pleased with Liang Jiogong, especially regarding the crafting of gourd vessels. Entrusting Liang Jiogong with the cultivation of gourds was no arbitrary decision, for Liang Jiogong had his own enterprise outside the palace, gourd cultivation. When the gourds were not yet mature, he would bind them with molds of varying shapes and sizes to command substantial value upon sale. Thus, herein the nickname Liang Gourd. Yu Yao recalled only a few historical records and had a limited understanding, even harboring doubts about whether Kangxi's fondness for gourd stemmed from Liang Gourd. Chapter 89. The Horn Dragon. The community of collectors for gourd vessels is significantly smaller than that for porcelain, jade, calligraphy, paintings, and bronze artifacts. Moreover, the prices for ordinary items have yet to ascend. The court gourd vessels from the Qing dynasty are scarcely available. Yu Yao had encountered Qing court gourd vessels in auction catalogs, noting various inscriptions, both molded and engraved, primarily featuring the reign titles, such as Kangxi Year and a Qianlong Year. He had never come across an inscription by Jiogong Gongzhu. To his astonishment, in this unassuming shop in the porcelain capital, he discovered such an exquisite piece. "My intention was merely to purchase that folding fan, but your words have truly captured my interest," Yu Yao exclaimed with a smile. The proprietor replied, "Come now, do not feign indifference. In this instance, I am engaging in a practice of concealment and revelation. Although the items displayed may be sold, they are certainly offered at a more competitive price than those found elsewhere. That is commendable. However, to speak candidly, this pen holder is intrinsically more expensive. I do not arbitrarily set the price. Are you aware of what makes this pen holder costly?" Jean Ding remarked with a serious expression. "Oh, is it not due to the craftsmanship? While the artistry indeed contributes positively to its value, there is an additional factor." As he spoke, Jin Ding gestured towards the base of the pen holder in Yu Yao's hand. Upon reflection, Yu Yao realized that he was likely referring to the embedded material. Could you enlighten me, esteemed proprietor? Indeed, the base, the ceiling, and the inlay all consist of a singular material, which is none other than the exquisite small-leaf red sandalwood. Observe the beautiful cowhide grain. Yu Yao nodded slightly, maintaining his composure. What a splendid piece of small sandalwood. It turned out he had not even recognized the inlaid material. Although small-leaf red sandalwood is not inexpensive, this amount of material cannot be worth much. This material is not ordinary. However, it is not small-leaf red sandalwood, but rather the horn of the walrus. The dark purplish hue is a result of dyeing. During the Qing dynasty, walrus horn was typically used after being dyed. The patterns on it do not resemble the cowhide grain of sandalwood, but rather the smile of aged walrus horn. In the antique trade, this terminology is used not only for its euphemistic nature, but also carries a certain significance. For example, the cracks on ivory are referred to as smiles because the ivory resides in the mouth. The cracks on porcelain are termed collisions as they are often caused by impacts. In truth, walrus horn is not particularly difficult to identify. Presently, there are numerous enthusiasts in the cultural artifact community who appreciate walrus horn, including items such as beads, three-piece rings, and other replicas dyed using ancient methods. Furthermore, Yu Yao had indeed seen a walrus horn ring at Jinding Xian. Yet, this proprietor, Jin, mistook it for sandalwood. There are reasons for this misunderstanding. Firstly, walrus horn is commonly dyed a vibrant green, with few instances of it being dyed a purplish black. Secondly, those familiar with walrus horn know that it is divided into two parts based on structure and texture. The central portion, known as the brain, resembles a floral pattern, while the outer portion consists of a more familiar dental material. The brain is more valuable than the dental material, with the brain being the most prized, followed by the half brain and the dental material being the least expensive. Generally, people's focus on walrus horn centers around the brain. For instance, the walrus horn ring in the shop aligns with these two reasons. It is dyed a vibrant green and is indeed from the brain. However, this pen holder does not pertain to either category. It utilizes dental material, dyed a purplish black. Moreover, having aged over several centuries, the smile patterns have become somewhat chaotic, indeed resembling the cowhide grain. On a pen holder that is red and yellow with a glossy finish, the entire interior is inlaid with green, which is rather unattractive. Furthermore, the brain of walrus horn comprises only the central part, which is too fine and sparse. Thus, the choice was made to utilize dental material, dyed in a purplish-black hue. The gourd-shaped apparatus was crafted by Liang Jiugong. However, the decorative inlays should have been executed by skilled artisans from the palace workshops, who would have certainly considered these factors. Small leaf, red sandalwood? Yu Yao pondered. It does not resemble that at all. Rather, it seems akin to African blackwood, which is not particularly valuable. If I were aiming to negotiate a lower price, I would certainly express it in this manner. Jinding chuckled lightly. All right then, esteemed proprietor, let us cease this discussion. Please provide your direct quotation. It cannot be less than 20,000. What? Yu Yao feigned surprise, remarking that even for a small rosewood pen holder, it could hardly cost 20,000. Brother, it really depends on the material. Besides, I am not in the business of selling handicrafts. This item has considerable age, at least a century, and look at how exquisitely it is crafted from gourd. The seller himself has claimed it took countless efforts. Yu Yao calculated that according to the auction records of Qing dynasty gourd vessels he had observed, the price for fine specimens could soar into the hundreds of thousands. This particular piece, even among the imperial gourd vessels of the Qing dynasty, was of superior quality. Most importantly, it bore the rare mark of the nine gong gong ji, suggesting a valuation exceeding $1 million would be reasonable. 20,000 was, in fact, a significant bargain. 8,000 then? It's just a gourd after all. That bit of rosewood isn't worth much. After deliberation, Yu Yao spoke up. No way. I've already stated that I'm a collector. I do not engage in inflated pricing. If I offer 100,000 and you settle at 20,000, isn't that the same? Jin Ding shook his head repeatedly. 1,000. Is that acceptable? It's a firm price. Do not counter or simply let it go. Yu Yao indeed set the item down. However, after taking a couple of steps, he noticed that Jin Ding showed no inclination to lower the price, directly suggesting he look elsewhere. Jin Ding continued to shake his head. Yu Yao proceeded to incrementally increase his offer by 2,000 until he reached 20,000, hesitating before agreeing. The deal was struck. In truth, after observing Jin Ding's reaction upon his initial offer, Yu Yao realized that 2,000 less would not suffice. Nonetheless, he continued to raise his offer incrementally, ultimately settling at 20,000. The more one desires an item, the less haste should be exhibited. This method of gradual increase would convey to Jin Ding that while Yu Yao wished to make a purchase, he was also mindful of the price, indicating that an excessive amount would be unacceptable. Simultaneously, it reassured Jin Ding that his original price was not excessive. Otherwise, had Yu Yao immediately agreed to 20,000, it might have startled Jin Ding, leading to what is known as a buyout. He might have quickly retracted his statement, saying, "My apologies, brother, but I meant $20,000. At this moment, Jin Ding was quite pleased. "Brother, let me find you a suitable box." Yu Yao, equally satisfied, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Jin. How about it? Will you settle the payment now? Or would you like to look for more items to bundle together?" Jin Ding inquired while searching for a box. "Let us settle now. Since you held firm on the price for this piece, any additional items I find should come with a discount." "Not a problem, rest assured." Pujia, witnessing Yu Yao's purchase, was exhilarated, thinking to himself, "No fish, no fowl. This is another opportunity seized." This was not something to inquire about in the store. However, he needed to ask about the item he held. "Come, take a look at this." Chapter 90, The Night Pearl. Yu Yao did not glance at Pujia, first affirming, "I will settle the payment." Awaiting Yu Yao's mobile transfer, he approached only to discover that what Pujia held was not an ancient coin. Earlier, during the price negotiations, he had already set the ancient coin aside. Pujia was holding a grayish-green bead, roughly the size of a pigeon egg, which appeared to be stone. The surface was smooth and delicate, yet the texture was uneven, exhibiting some mottled patterns. Yu Yao stared, momentarily taken aback, as he could not immediately discern what it truly was. Upon observing Yu Yao's expression, Pujia lowered his voice and remarked, "Ah, so you too experience moments of uncertainty?" Yu Yao pondered for a moment. He could not precisely articulate his thoughts, yet he sensed that it was likely not a valuable item. Without hesitation, Pujia gestured towards the proprietor of the Golden Ding, inquiring, "Can you offer a discount on this pearl?" His question was subtly crafted, not explicitly stating intent to purchase or not, nor even knowing the price, yet directly asking for a concession. He managed to navigate the conversation with finesse, demonstrating that his years in the industry had not been in vain. The jovial proprietor of Golden Ding approached, cheerfully suggesting, "We have a larger one available. Interested?" Yu Yao thought to himself, indeed, it was not anything of significant worth. He responded vaguely, acknowledging it as a somewhat intriguing item. "Well, it certainly bears the title of a luminous pearl," the proprietor continued. "This one is a bit small, priced at 500. There's a larger one in the small box on the counter of superior quality at 1,000. Pujia was taken aback. Could it be that a luminous pearl was merely offered at such a meager price? However, upon hearing the pricing, Yu Yao appeared to recall something. During his academic days, a professor well-versed in artifact appraisal had mentioned several enigmatic treasures, including a few remarks about luminous pearls. He had noted that in contemporary markets, fluorite had often been referred to as luminous pearls. Since it was a passing mention, Yu Yao had not retained much, but the proprietor's words sparked a faint memory. The fluorite appeared to possess inferior quality. Tentatively, Yu Yao voiced his thoughts to the proprietor. "I had purchased one for personal enjoyment. This one indeed lacks quality. Yet it does emit light, and is certainly not a product of yttrium powder immersion." The proprietor elaborated. This proprietor, Mr. Jean, claimed to have eclectic interests, and indeed, his knowledge was far from superficial. Such a luminous pearl could hardly be considered an antique. It barely qualified as jade, essentially serving as a novelty for those who enjoy a bit of whimsy. Realizing the conversation had reached this level, Pujia concluded that the item was not worth purchasing. Instead, he decided to expand his knowledge. "Mr. Jean, could you enlighten us on distinguishing between genuine and faux fluorite?" he asked. The proprietor explained that genuine fluorite emits a softer glow in darkness, while many individuals now create pearls from ordinary stones, utilizing rare earth elements to produce yttrium powder for immersion. The resulting luminous pearls tend to be excessively bright, exhibiting an unnatural luminescence, and often found in larger sizes. Yu Yao nodded, contemplating that true luminous pearls, such as the Sway Prince's pearl, existed only in legend without any tangible specimens to ascertain their true composition. Some geologists now assert that luminous pearls are, in fact, fluorite, a claim he found questionable. How should one regard this? If luminous pearls could encompass various possibilities, fluorite might indeed be one of them. However, due to the abundant fluorite deposits, the prices for smaller specimens have remained stagnant, seemingly incongruous with the esteemed title of luminous pearls. Yet, in the realm of leisure, it is merely about enjoyment. observing them in the dark can be quite entertaining, Mr. Jean added. At this point, Pu Jie had lost interest. Let me peruse other items, he whispered to Yu Yao. I didn't realize you had some knowledge in this area. Yes, Yu Yao replied, but I rarely encounter such things, and they hold little allure. Yu Yao responded. The Jade of He and the Pearl of Sui are two magnificent treasures in the history of Huaxia. The He Jade has been lost to time, as has the Sui Pearl. It is said that the Sui Pearl is also a luminous pearl. If it indeed exists, it certainly could not be merely fluorite. Did not Empress Cixi have a luminous pearl buried with her? It was later plundered by the warlord's son Dianying during a tomb robbery. Yu Yao waved his hand slightly, indicating that there was no concrete evidence regarding this matter, and that legends abound. Some say that when separated, they are two halves, but when combined, they form a single pearl that exhibits a greenish glow, capable of preserving a corpse from decay. Others assert that the pearl in Cixi's mouth was an actual pearl. I have also heard that luminous pearls might be pearls, he mused. However, the likelihood of it being a pearl diminishes. After all, pearls are secreted by bivalves. How could they emit light? Unless the mollusk absorbed impurities containing radioactive elements, which then encase the pearl, it would require an extraordinary set of coincidences. Moreover, the primary component of pearls is calcium carbonate, which is quite fragile. It is rare for them to last more than 100 years. Pu Jie sighed. When will we also acquire a genuine, luminous pearl to play with? This remark was difficult to respond to, so Yu Yao changed the subject. Weren't you just examining ancient coins? Did you find anything of value? Mostly common cash, nothing particularly valuable. Isn't the owner a collector? I suspect he is, keeping the good pieces for himself. The two concluded their conversation and resumed their separate explorations. After a thorough inspection, they found nothing satisfactory and prepared to leave. As they approached the counter, a figure suddenly entered the shop, carrying a large woven bag. The individual, appearing to be in his 60s, had grizzled hair and was dressed like a rustic farmer. Boss Jean, once again, I am the first to arrive at your establishment. Let me take a look. The elderly farmer set the woven bag on the ground in front of the counter and casually pulled out a crumpled cigarette case, only to find it empty. Have one of mine, Jean Ding offered, handing him a cigarette. Uncle Zhang, it's been a while since we last met. Clearly, Jean Ding was quite familiar with this farmer, who seemed to be a seasoned trader from the countryside, frequently bringing items to Jean Ding Xian. Upon seeing this, Yu Yao and Pu Jie felt rooted to the spot, yet according to etiquette, they could not observe the farmer's transaction. Since we're here together, let's all take a look. In these times, I have no strict preferences, just one ugly truth. If I acquire something for a mere $1, I will sell it for 1,000 if that is its worth, Jean Ding responded promptly. Chapter 91. The Stone Lion Head of the Southern Frontier. Uncle Zhang took a puff of his cigarette. Then I have benefited from your generosity. If you, Boss Jean, do not find it appealing, and they do, I need not take it back. Uncle Zhang, is this not for you? Jean Ding replied with a faint smile. Yu Yao and Pu Jie exchanged glances, remaining silent. The farmer opened a large woven bag, revealing items wrapped in thick newspaper, with some foam padding in between. Jean Ding assisted in unpacking, spreading the items across the floor. One by one, Yu Yao and Pu Jie stepped back slightly, observing quietly. The items extracted were quite varied, indicating that Uncle Zhang was well acquainted with Jean Ding. Jean Ding first examined 2 pieces of porcelain. One was a small vase adorned with famille rose, bearing the Yongzheng mark, yet the craftsmanship and coloring were rather mediocre, resembling a low-end imitation from the Republic era. The other was a powdery antique bowl, devoid of markings, also from the late Qing or early Republican period. Jean Ding decided to keep the bowl, as its lack of a mark would make it easier to sell. The reputation of Yongzheng's famille rose is quite formidable. Even novices may hesitate to acquire replicas of such caliber. Among the items, there lies a pair of jade bangles, tinged with a hint of green. Yet their inferior quality and heavy stone composition detract from their appeal. Nevertheless, this pair has been retained by Jinding, as any piece bearing green is likely to find a buyer. A fresh layer of wax would enhance their allure. While the collection is abundant, the quality leaves much to be desired, a sentiment previously anticipated by Yu Yao. He dismissed the items Jinding deemed unworthy and found no merit in those that were retained. Upon unwrapping the contents, he discovered a thick, dark fabric concealing a pair of walnuts, adorned with faint patterns that remained indistinct from a distance. These walnuts are not for consumption, but rather of the artistic variety, traditionally appreciated in pairs, with emphasis on their shape and texture. Tracing their history reveals an ancient lineage, with references dating back to the Han Dynasty. However, they gained significant popularity during the Ming and Qing dynasties. For instance, Emperor Zhu Youjiao of the Ming era, aside from his penchant for play, was also an avid carver, famously neglecting state affairs in favor of walnut artistry. The Qianlong Emperor, a notable aficionado, dabbled in various collectibles, including jade, calligraphy, and ceramics, and expressed his fondness for walnuts through poetry. In the palm, the sun and moon rotate, time yearns to reverse, with vitality surging throughout. When shall I find my gray hair? Today, walnuts have become a prominent category in the realm of collectible art. Presently, 4 main varieties dominate the market based on their appearance: lion head, tiger head, official hat, and young master hat. Among these, the lion head is the most widely favored, with numerous subvarieties such as southern border stone, four towers, millstone, apple round, white lion, and starry sky, to name a few, numbering at least a dozen different types. Some are named for their shape and texture, while others derive their names from their place of origin. Specifically, the pair encased in the dark fabric is identified as southern border stone lion heads. The nomenclature of this variety may seem peculiar. It ought to be called southern general stone, as the original walnut tree thrived in Nanjing Stone Village in northern Hebei. Though known since the Qing dynasty, it was only appreciated by select few collectors until its eventual rise in popularity, attributed to the local dialect. Those aware of the true village name wrote it as southern general stone, while others miswrote it as southern border stone, resulting in a greater recognition of the latter. There is a saying that truth resides in the hands of the few. Indeed, in the realm of antiques and collectibles, this holds true, as connoisseurs are scarce while the uninformed abound. Regardless, southern border stone represents a specific type of collectible walnut lion head. This variety is characterized by its prominent cross tip, thick edges, intricate and well-defined patterns, concave base, and diamond-shaped navel. The latter, once referred to as chrysanthemum base, has lost its charm in contemporary discourse. Upon encountering this pair of southern border stone lion heads, Jean Yi's eyes brightened noticeably. This pair is truly a valuable treasure. The pricing of collectible walnuts is influenced by a multitude of factors. In addition to the varying prices of different varieties, even within the same type, those sourced from ancient trees command a higher value than grafted specimens. In terms of size, larger specimens are invariably more expensive than their smaller counterparts. Furthermore, the pairing is significant. Aside from matching sizes, the 6 facets of the walnut should be as consistent as possible, with well-matched pairs commanding a higher price than those of average pairing. Around 2011, there was a fervent craze for ornamental walnuts, with prices reaching outrageous heights, often ranging from several thousand to tens of thousands for a pair. In recent years, prices have stabilized, particularly for standard varieties and sizes. However, this refers specifically to newly harvested and paired walnuts. In contrast, the price of old walnuts has never diminished. For instance, a pair of well-matched Qing Dynasty lionhead walnuts, aged over a century, can fetch hundreds of thousands, with eager collectors vying for them. The pair of southern Xinjiang stones, presented by Uncle Zhang, though not as ancient, boast a deep, lustrous red hue, with their edges and patterns having become exquisitely rounded. Achieving such a polished effect typically requires 3 to 5 decades of careful handling. Moreover, these are not merely a pair of aged walnuts. The fame of southern Xinjiang stones primarily stems from their attractive shape and intricate patterns. Yet, for enthusiasts, 2 challenges arise. Firstly, finding well-matched pairs is particularly difficult, as 9 out of 10 southern Xinjiang stones are misaligned. Secondly, their high density makes color transformation arduous. The enjoyment of witnessing the gradual change from white to red is essential in walnut appreciation, and if this process is too slow, it diminishes the sense of accomplishment. This issue pertains to the inherent characteristics of southern Xinjiang stones, compounded by a deeper-rooted problem. Currently, the market is flooded with grafted lionhead southern Xinjiang stones, making it exceedingly rare to find a pair sourced from ancient trees. Presently, there exists only one ancient tree in the village, over 200 years old, which yields significantly inferior quality and quantity compared to the past. Consequently, selecting a well-matched pair is quite a rarity. However, the pair of southern Xinjiang lionhead stones before Jinding is unequivocally from ancient trees. Their exceptional pairing, considerable size, and the fact that they have been polished for 3 to 5 decades render them highly valuable. This pair could easily surpass any southern Xinjiang lionheads he has encountered or even heard of. Jinding is an aficionado, although his interests are varied. 2 particular passions stand out: ornamental walnuts, of which he has handled dozens of pairs, and ancient coins. This is also why Pu Jie could not find any coins that caught his eye in Jinding's shop, as the finest pieces are kept for himself. Uncle Zhang, from where did you acquire this pair of walnuts? Jinding inquired, deftly beginning to polish one. The sensation of an old walnut is truly unparalleled. Uncle Zhang, unhurried, prioritized his business dealings, sorting through the selected items while discarding the less desirable ones, correct? Indeed, Jean Ding observed, exercising patience as Uncle Zhang began to pack away the unwanted pieces. The old farmer's pace was leisurely, as Yu Yao and Pu Jia had yet to express their intentions. Yu Yao glanced at Pu Jia, raising an eyebrow as if to suggest, "Shall we go?" However, Yu Yao showed no inclination to leave. Instead, he picked up the dark cloth that encased the walnuts. "It seems you are quite familiar with Boss Jean. At the very least, you should use a nicer pouch for these walnuts. Instead, you wrap them in a household rag." Chapter 92. An inch of Kasai is worth an inch of gold. While conversing with the old farmer, Yu Yao carefully examined the cloth. It was rectangular, approximately a foot wide and over half a meter long. Although the fabric appeared quite soiled, it possessed a subtle smoothness to the touch. Upon closer inspection, the intricate patterns began to reveal themselves, resembling a landscape that hinted at a celestial abode. However, the filth obscured any finer details. Yet, in terms of texture, Yu Yao discerned its essence. A cleaning rag? Nonsense. This was merely a relic of time, neglected and accumulated over the years. Look closely. There are indeed mountain and water motifs adorning it. The old farmer, preoccupied with his wares, scarcely acknowledged Yu Yao. "Do you wish to acquire it?" Alas! Within the confines of the farmer's shop, Yu Yao had no choice but to hand it over to Jean Ding. Jean Ding examined it closely, seemingly unable to ascertain its value. However, he chuckled. "Uncle Zhang, I'll take these walnuts. Surely you'll throw in the fabric as well?" "That depends on your offer," came the reply. "I'm not merely selling you one item. It's a bulk deal. A bulk deal implies a collective price for several items." "Very well. Let us negotiate," he replied. At this juncture, the old farmer had finished packing up the items that Jean Ding had rejected and was tying up his woven bag. The two men moved towards the exit, engaging in hushed conversation. Pu Jia quietly inquired of Yu Yao, "Do you truly desire that piece of fabric?" "Indeed. Boss Jean is caught on. He intends to raise the price before selling it to me." Yu Yao frowned. "What could be so precious that it must be sold at such a cost? It is undoubtedly valuable, yet its provenance remains ambiguous. Only a professional cleaning could ascertain its true worth. Let us wait to see what price he offers." After concluding their negotiations, Jean Ding settled the payment with the old farmer. Once the farmer departed, Jean Ding turned to Yu Yao with a grin. "Brother, this is not merely fabric. It is silk." "Come now, Boss Jean, silk is never this thick," Yu Yao retorted. "Ordinarily, it wouldn't be, but the complexity of the woven patterns necessitates a certain thickness. Since you like it so much, why not keep it?" "Brother, to be frank, my true interest lies in those old walnuts. However, I perceive your fascination with the silk. That is a matter of pricing. As Uncle Zhang said, it depends on what you're asking. If it's too high, it loses its allure." Jean Ding pursed his lips. "How about 20,000? Yu Yao erupted in laughter. "Boss Jean, are you hoping to play with the walnuts without spending a dime?" Jean Ding's expression shifted in surprise. Indeed, although he had initially bundled several items together, when calculated, the walnuts alone had cost less than 20,000. Yu Yao adjusted the bag he carried. "As for the gourd pen holder, I regret its high price. If you insist this fabric is silk, then I'm interested. My ancestral altar lacks a curtain, and this piece, with its age and size, seems fitting. However, cleaning it poses a challenge, and I am still in deliberation." At that moment, Pu Jia tactfully nudged Yu Yao. Let us go. There are other shops yet to explore." Yu Yao nodded. "Boss Jean, you attend to your business. We shall take our leave." If Jean Ding truly comprehended the genuine value of the silk, such tactics would be ineffective, yet therein lies the issue. He simply did not grasp it. Furthermore, if it were indeed a fine item, why would it be in such a state of disarray? He had just inquired with Uncle Zhang, who was equally perplexed. The item was retrieved from an old residence, originally wrapped around a pair of antique jade bracelets, which the owner refused to part with unless an additional 200 was offered. This object, unlike a handkerchief, was too large, and unlike a scarf, it was too short. One might consider framing it for display. Yet if it were to be hung continuously, it would not be in such a state of disarray. "How much can you offer?" Jean Ding finally spoke as the two of them began to move. 2,000? That is far too little. What about 8,000? That demonstrates my sincerity." Yu Yao shook his head. The situation reversed itself compared to when Yu Yao purchased the gourd pen holder. Ultimately, Jean Ding compromised, hesitatingly conceding to 2,000. As Yu Yao and Pu Jia exited Jean Ding's Xian and walked a distance of 20 to 30 steps, Pu Jia eagerly pulled Yu Yao aside, inquiring, "Goodness, I can still discern some value in that pen holder. It may indeed be an extraordinary gourd, but what exactly is this piece of fabric? This fabric is worth no less than a court-grade gourd. Yu Yao then proceeded to introduce the pen holder. The gourd pen holder's authenticity was somewhat precarious. For Jin Ding surely understood that gourds could also be of imperial quality, yet genuine court-grade gourds are exceedingly rare in the market. Furthermore, he might not have known of Liang Jiogong, or perhaps he was aware of him, but the inscriptions on Qing dynasty gourds predominantly featured era marks, with personal names being a rarity, and this particular piece belonged to a eunuch, not a renowned craftsman. As for the fabric, Jin Ding was correct. It is silk, but not ordinary silk. It is known as keisai. Keisai represents the pinnacle of silk artistry, having been exclusively used by the imperial court since the Song dynasty. What was it primarily utilized for? Weaving dragon robes, phoenix garments, imperial portraits, and court draperies, as well as reproducing top-tier calligraphy and paintings. This is fabric, not ink and brush. To weave the content of calligraphy and painting with lifelike precision requires an exceptional level of skill. Not only must the technique be refined, but considering the fineness of silk, it is evident that this task is exceedingly intricate. Some creations can even take several years to complete. In ancient times, there was a saying that 1 inch of keisai equated to an inch of gold. Royal artifacts are inherently exquisite. In auctions, ancient textiles are dominated by 3 main categories: keisai, brocade, and embroidery, and keisai has consistently led in transaction prices. Furthermore, keisai rarely appears in imitation, due to the extreme difficulty of its craftsmanship. Presently, only a handful of artisans continue the legacy of keisai techniques. Take, for instance, the piece of keisai that Yu Yao purchased. It involves hundreds, if not thousands, of gradient colors, and even for a skilled artisan working diligently, it would likely require a year and a half to complete. The cost is exorbitant. Moreover, if one claims it to be an artifact of the ancient court, it must also exhibit signs of aging. Aging keisai is a feat akin to climbing a mountain. Thus, authentic old keisai works in the market are virtually non-fraudulent. Goodness! After hearing Yu Yao's explanation, Pu Jie could not contain himself, exclaiming before lowering his voice again. While we cannot pinpoint the exact era, at the very least, it must belong to the Qing dynasty, right? Chapter 93, The Bet. Yu Yao nodded, affirming that the likelihood of it being from the Qing dynasty is quite substantial. I had mentioned in the shop that it would be perfectly suited as a curtain for a Buddhist altar. As Pu Jie slapped his forehead, realization dawned upon him. Indeed, he had been pondering the peculiar dimensions of the item. According to your assertion, it would be quite fitting to hang it on the altar as a curtain. Perhaps it was even used by the noble consort Shi. Yu Yao remained speechless. Yet, Pu Jie continued his explanation, clarifying that he was not referring to her time as a consort, but rather after her son ascended to the throne. With little else to occupy her time aside from offering incense and prayers, it seemed plausible. After all, did not Emperor Qianlong himself refer to her as the venerable Empress Dowager? The altar in Shokong Palace was indeed tailored for such an item, was it not? Enough. Yu Yao gestured. This is not something we can scrutinize further. We shall leave it to a professional to clean and assess later. What puzzled me most was how such a magnificent piece of keisai silk could be soiled and tarnished. That you can hardly investigate. Pu Jie retorted. From the imperial palace in the capital to the humble villages of the porcelain capital, the distance is insurmountable. As long as you can ascertain its authenticity, that is all that matters. With a casual demeanor, Pu Jie expressed keen interest in the potential value of this Qing dynasty artifact. Yu Yao sighed, stating that its worth would depend on the extent of the cleaning. If it cannot be restored, it would pose a bit of a dilemma. In this age of advanced technology across all fields, surely we can find a specialist. Pu Jie insisted. Just imagine, if it were restored beautifully, what price might it command? That is difficult to specify, Yu Yao replied. Large keisai pieces from the Qing dynasty can fetch tens of millions. I have yet to encounter auction records for smaller sizes. Moreover, the cleaning process will undoubtedly affect the value. To truly ascertain the market price, one must present it at a major auction house. If you insist on an estimate, I can confidently say it would exceed $1 million. As for how high it might go, I cannot predict. 2 pieces valued at over $1 million in one shop? Boss Jean must be weeping. Crying? He is likely chuckling to himself. With his discerning eye, he has already made a considerable profit. Pu Jie exclaimed, shaking his neck. This excursion to the porcelain capital has not been in vain. By sheer chance, I stumbled upon a Jingkong Yuanbao. I believe we ought to venture out more often. Perhaps in Yanjing, if we linger for a month, we might uncover even more treasures. Finding such treasures requires not only keen eyesight, but also a stroke of luck. For instance, today, if Uncle Jean had arrived just a few minutes later, this case-eye piece would have slipped right past him. Yao, however, was not overly swayed by their success. Yinjing? That place is teeming with experts. One might not encounter any significant bargains. You always tend to see the glass half empty. Come, let's continue our exploration. Indeed, luck is an unpredictable companion. There are days when one roams the market, entering with empty hands and exiting the same way, while other times, one stumbles upon a succession of remarkable finds. In this day and age, it is not merely about uncovering hidden gems. Finding something reasonably priced that one truly loves is quite a rarity. As the two meandered through the antique art city on the third floor, they failed to discover any further treasures. Upon descending the elevator, Pu Jie whimsically suggested, since the second floor primarily features mahogany furniture, let's take a look. It's all modern furniture. What could possibly be appealing? Besides, timber is exorbitantly priced these days. Yu Yao expressed his disinterest. With your newfound knowledge, when you buy a house, you will surely want to invest in some upscale furniture. 1 TU. Let us just have a glance. Pu Jie said, striding towards the shop area. The statement holds a degree of credibility, and considering that Pu Jie had arrived first, Yu Yao followed suit. Casually browsing would not consume much time. According to the current international standards for rosewood, there are over 30 varieties. The term rosewood furniture commonly used in antique markets refers to this broad classification. However, connoisseurs in the field prefer the traditional nomenclature, with rosewood specifically denoting red sandalwood, while other types are designated by their respective names. The shops on the second floor are primarily large establishments, as the display of furniture necessitates considerable space, resulting in a limited number of storefronts. After wandering around, it became evident that these shops were rather quiet. Ultimately, they arrived at a rather inconspicuous corner, where they discovered a shop bustling with a crowd. Despite its subtle location, the establishment boasted an elegant name, Tannery Pavilion. In the hierarchy of wood types, there exists a distinction. While rosewood refers to red sandalwood, small-leaf red sandalwood and HN Wangwali have been regarded as premier materials from the Ming and Qing dynasties to the present day, truly the dragons and phoenixes among woods. These two names are colloquial. Small-leaf red sandalwood is formally known as sandalwood red sandalwood, with the finest specimens hailing from India. HN Wangwali, abbreviated as Hai Huang, derives its name from its origin and is scientifically referred to as Dalbergia odorifera. As Yao and Pu Jie approached, they realized the throng was gathered around a machine positioned at the shop entrance, preparing to cut a piece of wood. The material to be processed measured approximately 1.5 meters in length and had a diameter of several centimeters. The exterior featured a white bark, while the cross-sections at both ends revealed a yellow-brown heartwood. Judging by the exposed heartwood, its diameter should be around 7 to 8 centimeters, a commendable size. The white bark, or sapwood, is deemed unusable. Only the heartwood constitutes genuine Hai Huang material. Let the cutting commence. This piece is destined for beads. A cut through the center will reveal whether it is a gain or a loss, declared a middle-aged man with a flat cap to the spectators. It appeared that the shop specialized not in furniture, but rather in smaller items. In today's market, large quantities of red sandalwood and Hai Huang are scarce, thus rendering even boxes, ornaments, beads, and bracelets crafted from quality materials quite expensive. I never imagined I would witness log cutting here in the antique city. I had only heard of betting on live trees. Pu Jie remarked with a smile. The cutting of jade raw stones is referred to as betting stone, while the cutting of Hai Huang is termed betting log. This nomenclature arises from the fact that only the heartwood is usable, and the locals refer to it as log. The distinction between oil pear and sawdust pear in Hai Huang is also known as oil log and sawdust log. Betting on a live tree poses significantly greater challenges than betting on stone. When a tree grows in the earth, all that is visible are the bark and leaves. Its heartwood remains a mystery. As Hai Huang grows slowly, a trunk with a wide mouth can be deemed an old tree, making it conceivable for such a trunk to yield chopsticks or even toothpicks. The proprietor of Tannery Pavilion is currently wagering on a solid log with visible cross-sections at both ends. This situation entails lesser risks, yet it still carries an element of chance, as the growth of the heartwood may not be uniform. It can vary in thickness and may even present hollow sections. The log, with a diameter of several centimeters at each end, appears quite promising. However, whether the interior maintains the same quality can only be determined upon cutting it open. When gambling on the wood, utmost caution is typically exercised. According to the proprietor, this particular piece has already been designated for crafting beads. Otherwise, one would not dare to make a decisive cut through the center. Careful shaving from both ends would be the norm. The sound of the electric saw began to resonate in the air. As Yu Yao observed, he pondered the dwindling availability of such precious timber. With India's restrictions on the export of small-leaf rosewood and the rapidly depleting resources of old Wangwali trees, high-quality materials are becoming increasingly scarce. This pertains to plant-based resources. Many are now cultivating fast-growing forests. Conversely, mineral resources, like Hatian jade, have yielded little of value along the banks of the Yulon-Kashgar River. These are irreplaceable. Lost in thought, the log was finally severed. The result was neither exceptionally good nor particularly bad. The cut yielded a piece slightly narrower in diameter than the ends, measuring about 5 or 6 centimeters. The owner of the sandalwood gallery remained relatively composed, perhaps accustomed to the unpredictability of such ventures. This outcome was tolerable enough for him, and he prepared to make another cut. Whether it be gambling on wood or stones, onlookers generally despise encountering such indecisive results, lacking the thrill of significant gains or losses. Thus, before the next cut could proceed, the crowd had thinned considerably, with many seemingly intent on ordering custom beads. Yu Yao and Pu Jia decided they would no longer linger. Just before their departure, a man clad in a gray suit exited ahead of them, engaging in a phone conversation as he walked. His destination was the elevator, and Yu Yao and Pu Jia followed closely behind. Initially, the man spoke in hushed tones, but as he continued, his voice suddenly rose, expressing concern that the shop had closed and his calls were unanswered. Could he have absconded with the goods? He quickened his pace and descended the elevator. Once he was out of sight, Pu Jia abruptly shifted his demeanor, exclaiming, "No way." Could he be the rightful owner coming to retrieve the golden censer? They had both been eavesdropping intently. Yu Yao concurred, remarking that it did seem plausible, as the man had been waiting idly, only to find that Feng Xiaohong's shop was closed and his calls went unanswered. "I must find out who is here for that valuable artifact," Pu Jia declared, suggesting he would pursue the man and contact him by phone. Yu Yao chuckled wryly, bemused by Pu Jia's reckless spirit. What would that achieve? He thought. Reluctantly, Yu Yao followed suit down the elevator. Upon reaching the ground floor, he wandered around but did not spot Pu Jia. Exiting the antique market, he glanced around but found no trace of him. Feeling an inexplicable annoyance, Yu Yao realized that in this unfamiliar city, even if Pu Jia was adept, he could still encounter trouble. He reassured himself, "I'll wait for you in the lobby." When they reconvened, they opted not to venture outside, but instead found a secluded table in the hotel restaurant to dine and converse. After the man departed, he reached a nearby intersection and made several phone calls, which collectively lasted a good half hour. Eventually, someone arrived to pick him up. Can you guess who it was? A familiar face, Ah Fu, from the home of the lame master. Ah Fu drove him away, and to their surprise, they headed straight for the hospital. A hospital? This is the place where Feng Xiaohong is hospitalized. Feng Xiaohong has been in a coma, undoubtedly unable to speak, while his wife is by his side. They even purchased a fruit basket and stayed for just a few minutes before leaving. I did not follow them further. Yu Yao scratched his head, attempting to sort through the situation. Could it be perceived this way? Might it be that the item in question was placed in Feng Xiaohong's shop by the limping elder? While the elder may be reluctant to step forward personally, if the buyer fails to collect the goods as scheduled, they would certainly reach out to the true owner. Ultimately, after much urging from a buyer, it was Ah Fu who appeared. Indeed, this is the conclusion I have also arrived at. Is it possible that Feng Xiaohong is not merely a client of the limping elder, but rather an agent from the periphery? Beyond high-quality replicas, does the limping elder also deal in genuine antiques? One cannot solely rely on the elder's words, as he is not well acquainted with you. He may merely be performing for the sake of appearances. Although this porcelain capital may not be a large city, the prevalence of antiques is undeniable. We are not naive. There is no need to test the waters in this river. Yu Yao nodded in agreement. Yet, he pondered in silence. Xiao Ying discovered that Zhong Qiansu had met with Feng Xiaohong shortly before his disappearance. Could it be that Zhong Qiansu's vanishing act is connected to the limping elder? Reflecting on the elder's stories about Zhong Qiansu, it struck him as peculiar. Perhaps he suspects that he is being used as a pawn by Zhong Yu to probe for information, deliberately casting some smokescreens. That night, Yu Yao tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. Originally, he thought he could remain detached, but given that this matter involves the heir of the Ghost Eye sect, he found himself unable to resist contemplating it. Just past 1 in the morning, as Yu Yao was beginning to doze off, his phone rang abruptly. It was a call from Xiao Ying. Feng Xiaohong has disclosed everything he needed to say. I feared you might lose sleep over this, so I wanted to inform you. Is Zhong Qiansu's disappearance related to the Limping Elder? You are familiar with this Limping Elder? Not only am I familiar, but I have also met him in person. Are you available to meet and discuss? Very well. Yu Yao immediately got up, dressed, washed his face, and exited his room. The two met in a small park near the hotel. At this hour, even the wild ducks were absent, and they sat on the stone benches of a small pavilion. Xiaoying accepted the cigarette that Yu Yao offered and began, amidst the curling smoke, to explain that Feng Xiaohong is an agent for the Limping Elder on the periphery. Officially, he operates a company and a shop, yet primarily, he is engaged in sending replicas to major auction houses. Indeed, my conjecture has proven accurate. Yu Yao continued to inquire, but the item we inspected was undeniably a genuine Southern Song Dynasty official kiln piece. Correct. While the Limping Elder does conduct business in authentic items, Feng Xiaohong is not the main conduit for that. The piece placed in Feng Xiaohong's shop is indeed genuine. The buyer hails from Huhai and is a significant client. For their inaugural transaction, they likely took this cautious route. Feng Xiaohong's shop serves merely as a transfer station, and the Limping Elder has not divulged much to him, leaving Feng Xiaohong unaware of the buyer's identity. Chapter 95. Two Tigers on One Mountain, Old Grudges and New Hatreds. You have asked quite detailed questions. After listening, Yu Yao remarked, "Is there any issue with Feng Xiaohong?" Yu Yao gradually nodded. It appears that Zhong Qiansu's disappearance is indeed connected to the Limping Elder. The child is without a mother, and the story is lengthy. Xiaoying rubbed his fingers together, indicating that the meeting between Feng Xiaohong and Zhong Qiansu was far from straightforward. All right, please recount the story from the beginning. I shall listen attentively. The porcelain capital and the Ruzhou are two prominent hubs of ancient Chinese porcelain replication. While both regions produce a diverse array of ceramics, when it comes to top-tier reproductions, the porcelain capital leans more towards the imperial kilns of the Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties, whereas Ruzhou focuses on the old kilns. According to Feng Xiaohong, in the realm of high-end imitations, each region has a major player at the helm. The identity of the key figure from Ruzhou remains uncertain, but the principal figure in the porcelain capital is known as Lame Master. Lame Master and Zhong Qiansu entered the Qingguang ceramic factory nearly simultaneously 4 decades ago. At that time, Lame Master's skills were merely at the apprentice level, falling short of Zhong Qiansu's expertise. Given that Zhong Qiansu is a disciple of the Ghost Eye sect, it is evident that a comparison would be futile. Lame Master's proficiency in porcelain was predominantly acquired under Zhong Qiansu's tutelage. Additionally, Zhong Qiansu's painting skills were commendable. Thus, Lame Master, while learning the art of ceramics, also imparted the sophisticated painting techniques taught by his master to Zhong Qiansu, enabling him to further refine his craft. Upon hearing this, Yu Yao couldn't help but ponder how these revelations aligned with Lame Master's account. However, it appeared that Lame Master had downplayed Zhong Qiansu's artistic capabilities while exaggerating his own proficiency in ceramics. Feng Xiaohong recounted that after several years of collaboration, a significant conflict arose between Lame Master and Zhong Qiansu. At that time, Lame Master sought to learn the secret method of mixing a blue pigment similar to Su Mali Qing from Zhong Qiansu, but the latter stubbornly refused to share his knowledge. Lame Master was aware of Zhong Qiansu's ability to mix a blue pigment akin to Su Mali Qing because he had once replicated a pair of Yongla blue and white cups, which were subsequently destroyed, possibly due to dissatisfaction or other reasons. Moreover, Lame Master had also gleaned knowledge of Yuan blue and white porcelain from Zhong Qiansu. Yu Yao was taken aback. Was it stolen? Not gifted? Xiaoying nodded, affirming that this was what Feng Xiaohong had conveyed. Yu Yao drew a sharp breath. Such a disreputable incident from the past would hardly be disclosed by Feng Xiaohong, even if he were Lame Master's trusted aide. Naturally, it should be noted that Feng Xiaohong's information was not solely derived from Lame Master himself. In fact, Feng Xiaohong's uncle was the director of the Qingguang ceramic factory. Now it made sense why Lame Master would rely on him. Xiaoying continued. After the conflict erupted, the two men refrained from speaking to one another for quite some time. Eventually, Lame Master bought fine wine and cured meats, extending an apology to Zhong Qiansu, and they shared a drink, thus reconciling. However, this reconciliation merely entailed exchanging pleasantries. Their relationship was far from what it had once been. Zhong Qiansu had a passion for crafting ceramics and high-quality replicas, yet he never kept them. Once completed, they were either shattered or marked with Zhong's imitation seal. By the late 1980s, as the market for antique porcelain began to flourish, Lame Master resigned from the Qingguang ceramic factory. Before his departure, an incident transpired. A Schwanda blue and white plum vase created by Zhong Qiansu, which bore neither Zhong's imitation mark nor was destroyed in time, mysteriously vanished. Zhong Qiansu inquired with Lame Master, suspecting him of taking it, but Lame Master vehemently denied any involvement, and the matter ultimately faded into obscurity. Subsequently, Zhong Qiansu also left the Qingguang ceramic factory and, together with his younger brother Zhong Qiansheng, who is the father of Zhong Yu, ventured into the antiquities business. Subsequently, the antique market flourished, and the Limping Elder, having established his business through high-quality replicas, saw his enterprise expand significantly. Meanwhile, the Zhong family's antique business also reached a considerable scale. However, both the Limping Elder and Zhong Qiansu preferred to remain in the shadows. Zhong Qiansheng primarily handled social engagements, while the Limping Elder orchestrated operations discreetly. During live appraisals of ancient porcelain, should a modern replica be identified, it would be destroyed on the spot, hammered to pieces. For 2 consecutive years, the Limping Elder's replica business faced a steady decline. During this period, he began to diversify into the legitimate antique porcelain market. Yet in the porcelain capital, the Zhong family had already established a stronghold, leaving the Limping Elder to salvage only the remnants. Yu Yao lit a cigarette and remarked, "Xiao, isn't this setup a bit lengthy? I believe it can be encapsulated in 8 characters, 2 tigers on one mountain, old grievances and new enmities." Chapter 96. The New Generation of Fireword Inheritors. Xiao Ying, however, waved his hand and countered, "I can summarize Journey to the West in 8 characters as well. Tang Sung seeks scriptures, arduous success. Are you willing to listen? More importantly, you have met the Limping Elder and conversed with Zhong Yu, allowing you to synthesize and compare the perspectives of all 3 parties for a clear understanding." Upon hearing Xiao Ying's words, Yu Yao nodded in agreement. Indeed, a comparative examination seemed to draw one closer to the truth. In reality, Yu Yao had previously sensed that his display of discernment before the Limping Elder did not earn him the Elder's favor. The admonition to refrain from meddling was a stark warning. The threat to his life was a grave caution. Furthermore, the image of the large yuan blue and white jar, which he had been told was a gift from Zhong Qiansu, was now revealed by Xiao Ying to be stolen. Yet the Limping Elder still permitted him to view it, indicating that Zhong Qiansu was likely unable to speak for himself. Xiao Ying continued, "Both the Limping Elder and Zhong Qiansu are extraordinary individuals. On the surface, they have not openly clashed. Occasionally, there are interactions. As a junior, Zhong Yu has also paid visits to the Limping Elder. Thus, Zhong Yu's introduction for you to gain insight is quite reasonable. However, it seems he harbors intentions of securing the Limping Elder's trust." The Limping Elder produced the image of the large yuan blue and white jar, asserting it was a gift from Zhong Qiansu, intending for Yu Yao to relay this to Zhong Yu. Yet, Zhong Yu believed it to be stolen, indicating the Limping Elder's reluctance to sever ties with Zhong Yu, suggesting that Zhong Qiansu could no longer contest this matter. Yu Yao's expression turned serious. A trace of lament flickered in Xiao Ying's cold gaze, underscoring the dire circumstances. So, what was Feng Xiaohong's purpose in meeting Zhong Qiansu? To participate? To provide funding while organizing a special event for their clients? He aims to save the situation through indirect means, producing a batch of genuine items, thereby solidifying his position. Meanwhile, he subtly promotes among replica clients that the Limping Elder's replicas are increasingly difficult to distinguish. Yes, you grasp the essence of it. How could Zhong Qiansu be unaware? He outright refused the proposal. The prolonged duration of their meeting was primarily due to Feng Xiaohong's persistent persuasion. Yet Zhong Qiansu remained steadfast in his refusal. Yu Yao was momentarily taken aback, and what the conclusion? Like a eunuch, there's nothing left. Whilst did Feng Xiaohong know? He informed the Limping Elder about this matter, and the Limping Elder instructed him not to concern himself with it. Yu Yao pondered deeply. Although this meeting seemed inconsequential, the events that preceded it, coupled with the words of the Limping Elder, indicated that he was indeed involved. Thus, I emphasized the earlier matters to you. In fact, before coming to see you, I consulted an oracle. What did the oracle reveal? A sorrowful expression crossed Yu Yao's face. He was unfamiliar with Zhong Qiansu, yet his keen insight longed for a meeting. Xiao Ying, however, remained unperturbed. There was no doubt regarding the encounter between Feng Xiaohong and Zhong Qiansu. Other matters still had loose ends. After Zhong Qiansu's disappearance, the Limping Elder altered his strategy, dispatching several capable subordinates to directly infiltrate major auction houses under the guise of antique dealers, armed with top-tier replicas. Yu Yao raised an eyebrow, realizing that, had he known, Brother Xiao should have retrieved the golden incense burner from the shop. Some wealth is attainable, while others are not. The golden incense burner falls into the latter category. By the way, I forgot to ask, did Feng Zhaoang mention a Wanli multicolored plate and a Yongzheng sky blue straight cup? He did. Over the past 3 years, Feng Zhaoang has consigned 6 items to 2 major auction houses. The first item you mentioned, the Wanli multicolored plate, is genuine and was consigned to the Tianhao auction house in Jiangzhou to establish a solid reputation. Starting from the second year, the Yongzheng Sky Blue Straight Cup was a replica that passed without issue. This year marks the third replica, the Xing Kiln White Glazed Pitcher, which had initially passed but was later exposed, leading to the cancellation of the contract. 3 other items were sent to a major auction house in Hangzhou. Of these, the first was authentic, while the subsequent 2 were replicas, yet none encountered problems. Yu Yao sighed, acknowledging that he had discerned the Xing Kiln White Glazed Pitcher. Regrettably, the Yongzheng Sky Blue Straight Cup has already been auctioned off. Xiao Ying tilted his head slightly, inquiring if Yao had any special connection to the Tianhao auction house. Yu Yao hesitated momentarily, stating that he had a friend who was an appraiser there. Since it had already been auctioned, pursuing it further would be futile. Yu Yao nodded, lighting a cigarette as the cool night breeze dispersed the smoke. Suddenly, he looked up, realizing the necessity to inform Zhongyu of the current situation. Tracing the source of that floral vase may not yield fruitful results. Not only must he be informed, moreover, as disciples of the Ghost Eye sect, we must witness whether he will take on the responsibility of the Ghost Eye fire. Xiao Ying's voice resonated with conviction. However, his uncle still lacks definitive evidence. Zhong Qinsu's predicament likely involved initial captivity, followed by foul play. During this time, for him to have managed to convey the Ghost Eye fire was no small feat. As long as there is wealth, Zhong Qinsu, after transmitting the Ghost Eye fire, must have resigned himself to his fate and let go. The Zhong family has been fortunate. This Ghost Eye fire has not vanished into obscurity. Nevertheless, Zhong Yu's father, Zhong Qiansheng, is still alive. Zhong Qinsu, without children of his own, regards Zhong Yu as his own. The wisdom he imparted to his younger brother Zhong Qiansheng must have been passed on to Zhong Yu, affirming his belief that Zhong Yu is the rightful heir to the Ghost Eye sect's fire character. Yu Yao felt an undeniable sense of duty. Very well. We shall contact Zhong Yu tomorrow for discussion. Xiao Ying pointed towards the eastern horizon, where a pale light began to emerge. Tomorrow? It is already dawn. Yu Yao lifted his gaze and realized the sun was about to rise. Indeed, the day had broken. Just like the current situation, Zhong Yu, should he take over the Ghost Eye fire, would become the new generation's inheritor of the fire lineage. Although the Ghost Eye sect has long since vanished, the 3 of them remain inexplicably bound by a unique fate. The events of a century past seem to have dissipated like smoke, yet they linger, not entirely forgotten. In chapter 97, titled The Thief, amidst a moment of reflection, a thought suddenly ignited in Yu Yao's mind. Xiao, what of the grudge against Zhong Qinsu? What do you think? Our speculations, no matter how meticulous, lack concrete evidence. Ultimately, it hinges on Zhong Yu. Just as I imagined, I am unsure of Zhong Yu's intentions. But if he formally assumes the role of the fire lineage's inheritor and requires my assistance against the lame elder, I shall not remain idle. Xiao Ying glanced at Yu Yao, asking, what about you? After all, I am the Grand Seer, Yu Yao replied, gesturing with his hand. At 9 o'clock that morning, Yu Yao, Xiao Ying, and Zhong Yu convened at a remote levee by the river, chosen by Zhong Yu. This location was not a place for revelry, but rather a secluded area in the suburbs of the porcelain capital, earmarked for transformation into a wetland park, though construction had yet to commence. The choice of such a site was due to the gravity of the message Yu Yao conveyed over the phone, which pertained to news about Zhong Yu's uncle and the confidential matters of the Ghost Eye sect. Upon hearing about the Ghost Eye sect, Zhong Yu could not afford to be careless. Standing atop the levee, Yu Yao decisively handed the Ghost Eye fire to Zhong Yu. You hold on to this for now. We will discuss matters at length, he stated. Xiao Ying then revealed the Ghost Eye void. When Zhong Yu was unexpectedly presented with the Ghost Eye fire, he was momentarily taken aback. The sight of the Ghost Eye void only intensified his astonishment. Not only was Zhong Yu unaware of the existence of the Ghost Eye void, but Zhong Qinsu, too, had no knowledge of it, nor did Zhong Qinsu's father, the former Grand Seer Zhong Balian. Regarding the Ghost Eye sect, your uncle must have shared the tales with you, as he is the inheritor of the fire lineage. However, among the 5 distinct lineages, only the hidden lineage was aware of a similar token, the Ghost Eye void. As the chilling river wind whipped around them, Yu Yao began to speak softly. The Ghost Eye sect no longer exists, and the fact that the 3 of us can convene in this day and age is a rare opportunity. Hence, I shall not keep any secrets. I am Xiao Ying, the inheritor of the hidden lineage. Xiao Ying, descendant of the Grand Seer, Xiao Zhuqi. Zhong Yu realized that everything Zhong Qiansu needed to disclose had indeed been communicated. Zhong Yu was the chosen successor. Yes, he was my great-grandfather. Zhong Yu looked at Yu Yao and remarked, "You are also an inheritor of a lineage? No wonder you hold the ghost eye fire in such high regard." Yu Yao removed the ghost eye heart from around his neck, placing it in his palm before flipping it over. All 5 elements are present. The ghost eye heart? Zhong Yu suddenly found himself a loss for words. You are the disciple of the esteemed Grand Seer, Su Taiyin? Such discernment, such insight, I was... Before Yu Yao could respond, Zhong Yu seemed to regain his composure, exclaiming, "But wait, if your surname is Yu, how could it be passed to an outsider?" Xiao Ying interjected, "This is not unusual. If your uncle had no younger siblings or nephews and wished to pass down the ghost face to someone, what would he do?" Yu Yao understood that the 5 elements of gold and the ghost, eye piercing the heart, were no mere coincidence, indicating that this flower vase was certainly not a chance find. Zhong Yu nodded thoughtfully, admitting that he had been somewhat flustered earlier. Without discussing anything else, based on this discerning eye, it was unlikely that anyone in contemporary times could match such insight. While I too was somewhat astonished, fate had bestowed this opportunity upon me, and I cannot shy away from it. What Yu Yao expressed was heartfelt. Unlike Xiao Ying and Zhong Yu, who had clear family legacies, he had encountered a manifestation of divine intervention. Nevertheless, having inherited the master's discernment, he would also bear the responsibilities that came with it. Ultimately, certain matters are inescapable, and thus, there was no need to await my uncle's introduction regarding the ghost eye. Zhong Yu tightened his grip on the ghost eye, resolved to present it to my uncle after locating him, along with a detailed report. Your uncle Xiao Ying began to speak, but Yu Yao interrupted, asking about the lead on the alum red flower vase that had gone cold, and whether there were any updates on the connection to the Marred Stone Inkstone. Knowing that Yu Yao aimed to provide Zhong Yu with some respite before revealing the grim news, Xiao Ying refrained from further remarks. Zhong Yu's expression shifted, though not excessively troubled. He retrieved a cigarette case and offered one to each of them. Indeed, they had gathered information, albeit 3 heads are better than 1. Yu Yao relaxed his tone, suggesting a collaborative analysis. I've traced that greasy middle-aged vendor. He acquired both the flower vase and the inkstone from someone not long ago. I've identified that individual as a thief. The revelation of a thief caught both Yu Yao and Xiao Ying by surprise. This was indeed unexpected. Yes, I found his thief as well. After a bit of intimidation, coupled with some incentives, he divulged everything. Zhong Yu proceeded with the introduction. 3 years ago, this thief visited a community named Giyun Houding, which had recently been completed and the surveillance was not yet fully operational. He pilfered these items from a household. He had scouted the place several times and knocked on the door, but received no response. Eventually, he managed to unlock the door and discovered it was an empty shell of a house, with only a bedroom containing 2 army cots, a table, and 2 chairs. On the table were several sheets of rice paper cut to octavo size, a bottle of ink, an inkstone, and a brush. Additionally, the flower vase was being used as a lamp, with a light bulb directly connected to its opening. The thief did not leave empty-handed. Believing the inkstone and flower vase held some value, he took them. Shortly after, he was apprehended for unrelated matters and sentenced to 3 years. Upon his release, lacking funds, he recalled these 2 items beneath his bed and sold them at an antique market. Thus, the trail went cold once more. After hearing this, Yu Yao and Zhong Yu exchanged a glance, seemingly grasping the implications. This vacant house was likely where Zhong Qiansu had been temporarily detained. The items must have been hastily gathered by the guards. The thief's reconnaissance might have startled them, prompting a hurried evacuation, leaving these items behind. The ink, brush, and paper were of decent quality, presumably intended for Zhong Qiansu to write something, perhaps even some of his secret formulas, including the concoction of the Su Mali Qing. The floral vase lamp was hastily set up, perhaps initially intended to be completed during the day. However, due to Zhong Qiansu's persistent reluctance to write, the guards informed their associates to bring over a lamp. In the rush, they ended up with a flower vase and a light bulb. This vase certainly was not crafted by the lame elder himself. It likely originated from another kiln. Even so, the imitation quality of this piece would be deemed substandard for the lame elder's business, regarded as a discarded item, waiting to be smashed, yet it was conveniently taken. Zhong Qiansu might have seized the opportunity at night, while the guards were momentarily distracted, wrapping the ghostly eye fire in rice paper and stuffing it into the vase. He must have known who was responsible and understood that regardless of whether he wrote or not, survival was unlikely. It was with a resigned heart that he stuffed money into the vase. While this might not necessarily reach anyone, it was indeed his only chance. In an unexpected turn of events, the ghostly eye fire truly fell into Zhong Yu's hands. Thank heavens and thank the thief. Chapter 98. A true treasure awaits. Xiao Ying then asked, "Have you ever suspected that it was the lame elder's doing?" "Of course, I have my suspicions. Our businesses clash, especially since my uncle had a confrontation over ancient porcelain, which left him somewhat embarrassed. Yet, suspicions alone do not yield evidence or leads. After my uncle went missing, I encountered him twice, yet I could discern nothing unusual." "How much has your uncle shared with you about his past dealings with the lame elder?" "Very little. Primarily that they worked together at the Chengwang ceramic factory, where he imparted some skills." Yu Yao directly inquired, "Did he ever mention a drawing of a Zhang Yuan blue and white jar? How did you come to know of this matter?" Zhong Yu exclaimed in surprise. "The lame elder informed me." "He told you?" Zhong Yu confirmed, "My uncle indeed mentioned it, and suspected it had been secretly taken by him. But the lame elder vehemently denied it, leaving the matter unresolved." "What did the lame elder say to you?" "He showed me that drawing." "What? It truly is in his possession?" "Not only did he show it to me, but he also claimed it was a gift from your uncle." Yu Yao proceeded to recount the details. Zhong Yu furrowed his brow. He adamantly denied it before. "How can he now present it before you? Moreover, claiming it was a gift from my uncle. If my uncle were still alive. What if your uncle is no longer with us?" Xiao Ying interjected suddenly. Zhong Yu shivered involuntarily. Yu Yao patted his shoulder. "Brother Zhong, I know I shouldn't pry, but given the urgency, is it true that your family possesses a Jing, Ku assassins, Qin, Wang Yuan blue and white jar?" "Well, Brother Zhong, please don't take my word amiss. If the elder is indeed gone, how did that drawing come to be? The lame elder can fabricate any story he desires. However, since you are still here, him revealing it seems of no benefit to him. Yet, he chose to share it with me, which can only imply that he intends to create a high-quality imitation." Zhong Yu exclaimed. "Perhaps it has already been produced," Yu Yao interjected. "He undoubtedly has his clandestine dealings. Yet he leaves you with no recourse in the open." Zhong Yu's expression contorted with anguish. "You summoned me here not only to inform me of the ghostly idol, but also to suggest that my uncle is likely no longer alive?" Xiaoing nodded. "Please listen to what I have to say." Subsequently, Xiaoing meticulously detailed all the information and analyses. In conclusion, he stated emphatically that if you do not wish to take over the ghost eye fire, or if you remain hesitant, then this token shall be kept in our custody. "Nay." Zhong Yu suddenly raised his head. "I understand my uncle's intentions. I must first take over, then continue the investigation, ultimately avenging him." Xiaoing nodded, acknowledging that Yu Yao had anticipated this very response from you. "You have not disappointed us. You have maintained your composure." Zhong Yu carefully stowed away the ghost eye fire and faced Yu Yao, bowing respectfully. "I, Zhong Yu, a disciple of the ghost eye sect, pay my respects to the Grand Master." Yu Yao, with a wry smile, glanced at Xiaoing. "You two truly excel, each delivering the same message." Then, turning back to Zhong Yu, he added, "Brother Zhong, let's forego the formalities. My uncle once instructed me that if you were never destined to meet the Grand Master's successor or to behold the ghost eye heart, then upon my eventual encounter, I must conduct myself in this manner." "Very well, the formalities have been observed. Now, let's focus on a matter concerning the lame master and the Jingku assassination of King Qin's rare blue vase." Before Yu Yao could finish, Zhong Yu shook his head, interrupting, "This vase does indeed exist, but it is not in our Zhong family." "What?" Yu Yao was taken aback. Xiaoing, remaining composed in this matter, remarked, "I had anticipated this possibility. Old Master Zhong possessed a design and seemed intent on crafting one, yet he never proceeded. With the design lost, his endeavor became unfeasible, indicating that this genuine article may not be in his possession. This complicates matters." Yu Yao analyzed. "If the original is still with the Zhong family, and the lame master manages to recreate it, a subsequent series of contests may ensue, with the outcome uncertain. However, if it is not in the Zhong family and cannot be revealed, then once it is produced, it could indeed spell great fortune." Zhong Yu slowly began, over the years. "The lame master's craft has reached an extraordinary level, rivaling that of my uncle. However, in the formulation of the Su Mali Qing, he may still have some deficiencies. My uncle would never divulge the secret recipe to him, but given the advancements in technology, he has likely deciphered it. Where exactly is this vase?" Yu Yao inquired eagerly. Zhong Yu regarded him. "It seems that the elder who passed you the ghost eye heart did not relay this information to you." Yu Yao felt somewhat embarrassed. At that moment, it was all rather hurried and unexpected. "I only managed to acquire the ghost eye heart and the 8-character incision." Zhou Yu was not doubting Yu Yao. Otherwise, he would not have referred to him as Grandmaster earlier. He merely acknowledged Yu Yao's urgency with a prompt response. My uncle informed me that after the July 7th incident, the Ghost Eye sect secretly concealed a collection of invaluable antiques. The location is known only to two individuals, the Grandmaster and one of the sect leaders, but certainly not the Fire Sect leader. Nor could it be the hidden sect leader. Xiao Ying interjected. We of the hidden sect not only lack knowledge of the location, but we are entirely unaware of this matter. Yu Yao was initially taken aback, realizing he had been misled by Pu Jie. The Ghost Eye sect's hidden collection of top-tier artifacts must be worth a fortune. This indeed signifies the existence of a grand treasure. Yet he quickly shifted to a bittersweet smile, for as the Grand Master's successor, he was equally in the dark regarding its whereabouts. Zhou Yu continued, stating that according to my uncle, at that time, the Grand Master and the 5 individuals with the character mouth each possessed at least one supreme artifact. As for the location of the hidden treasure, it was exceedingly intricate. Firstly, only the Grand Master and one of the character mouth masters knew the specific location. Secondly, to gain access, it required 1 large and 5 small ghost face coins to be used simultaneously. The method of their usage, however, was known solely to one person, the Grand Master. Yu Yao sighed with a bitter smile. It seemed nearly impossible to uncover this grand treasure. There was no knowledge of the location, no awareness of where the other 4 ghost-faced coins were. Finally, the method of utilizing the ghost-faced coins to unlock the entrance remained a mystery. Xiao Ying pondered, concluding that the hidden character mouth was irrelevant. No, Zhou Yu interjected, I have yet to finish. There's a third point. The range of this hidden location was secured by a unique formation set by the master of the hidden character mouth, Xiao Zuiqi, which others cannot decipher. This implies that Xiao Zuiqi has knowledge of the general area. However, the specific location of the concealed supreme artifact remains unknown. The concealment of this treasure trove of supreme artifacts was indeed exceptionally tight-knit. Without any one individual involved, unlocking it would be impossible. Moreover, each party possessed hidden information. The Grand Master was the most informed, yet unable to break the formation or possess the other ghost face coins. The master of the hidden character mouth knew the least, but was the only one capable of unraveling the formation, and if this formation also contained illusions. Even those familiar with the area might find it impossible to locate. Seeing the sudden silence between the two, Xiao Ying softly spoke, I know which formation this is. Both turned to Xiao Ying, still silent. This formation is an extensive 5-element array, a unique technique passed down solely within the Xiao family. I received the knowledge to both set and break it. As Xiao Ying spoke, he gently shook his head, I know which formation it is, as there is only one that matches. However, my ancestors never revealed to me where the Ghost Eye sect once established this formation. Upon finishing, Zhou Yu pointed at Xiao Ying. You can break the formation, but do not know its location. Then he pointed at Yu Yao. You possess the Grand Master's Ghost Eye penetrating heart, yet lack the method to combine it with the other 5 ghost face coins. With that, Zhou Yu sighed deeply. When my uncle informed me, neither he nor I held any expectation. 80 years have passed, and the conditions are so complex and stringent that any lapse in one link would render our efforts futile. However, just now, you both have given me hope. One is a successor of the Grand Master, and the other a successor of the hidden character mouth. At the very least, we can ascertain what sort of place this is. Is it a cave? A subterranean lair? The depths of a river or lake? Or perhaps a grand estate? Yet, in our exchange, it appears I hold the most knowledge. The allure of this grand treasure was undeniably immense. And Yu Yao and Xiao Ying exchanged a glance filled with resignation. At this moment, not only was it impossible to reach the entrance of this hidden treasure, but even to ascertain its location remained a distant hope, relying solely on the master of the unknown character mouth and their successor. Even this slender ray of hope appears rather dim. After all, I do not even know which character is involved for now. I have merely ruled out the character for fire. The influx of information is overwhelming, causing Yu Yao's head to buzz. He decided to sit down on the embankment, lighting a cigarette and exhaling wisps of smoke. Zhou Yu also lit a cigarette, vowing that this grievance must be avenged. Moreover, the crippled elder must pay doubly for his transgressions. However, the matter is intricate. This old fox, the crippled elder, is not so easily dealt with. I need to investigate further, to deliberate carefully, and proceed step by step. Xiao Ying concurred, stating that a gentleman's revenge is not to be rushed, even if it takes a decade. If there is anything we can do, just say the word. Yet, Yu Yao cast a glance at Xiao Ying, saying, Brother Xiao, You misunderstand. He wishes to handle this himself, not wanting to implicate us. You are mistaken, my younger brother, Zhong Yu clarified. You are unfamiliar with the ways of this city, so your involvement is not necessary at this stage, but when the crucial moment arises, I shall not hold back. That is reassuring, Yu Yao said, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. Zhong Yu then shifted the topic, continuing with what he had previously left unsaid. Years ago, the secret cache of the Ghost Eye sect contained these premier treasures, primarily to prevent them from falling into the hands of pirates. There are 3 significant artifacts associated with the character for fire, one of which is this yuan blue and white large jar depicting Jing Ke's assassination of King Qin. So there are 3? Yu Yao was visibly moved. If the other 2 are of the same caliber as the yuan blue and white jar, each of these artifacts would be worth over $1 billion in today's market. Not merely over $1 billion. Zhong Yu's expression turned grave. Of the 2 known artifacts, each should also fetch around $1 billion now. As for the third, my uncle merely referred to it as an invaluable treasure. How is there still an unknown artifact? Does your uncle not even know? When my grandfather entrusted my uncle with these matters, he was already on his deathbed. He provided my uncle with 3 sketches. 2 were easily identifiable, but one was merely the outline of a plum vase, devoid of any color or description. My grandfather simply remarked that it was an invaluable treasure before he passed away. It was evident that one of the recognizable sketches was indeed the yuan blue and white jar depicting Jing Ke's assassination of King Qin. So that sketch was not drawn by your uncle? Yu Yao was taken aback. Indeed, Zhong Yu nodded. Now, my uncle has only 2 sketches remaining. One of the plum vase outline, which is quite challenging to decipher, and the other is a Changhua Douzai jar adorned with sea beast patterns. The Tianzi jar? At this, even Xiaoying could not help but interject. No wonder Zhong Yu asserted that the 2 artifacts could be valued at $10 billion now. One is the yuan blue and white jar depicting Jing Ke's assassination of King Qin, and the other is the Changhua Douzai Tianzi jar, truly sufficient. Xiaoying's astonishment was understandable, as the reputation of the Tianzi jar is indeed monumental. The Changhua Douzai is unparalleled, with a mere chicken cup fetching nearly 300 million at auction. Yet among the Changhua Douzai, the most precious is not the chicken cup, but the Tianzi jar. The Tianzi jar must have been imperial property, or, to put plainly, it surely belonged to Emperor Changhua. The shape of the Tianzi jar is generally characterized by a slightly larger round mouth, a short neck, rounded shoulders, and a gracefully converging abdomen, with a relatively broad base, typically accompanied by a compact, flat lid. The vessel known as the Heaven character jar derives its name from the character tin inscribed in blue and white on its base. Very few examples of this jar have survived through the ages, shrouded in numerous enigmas. Currently, 2 questions garner the most attention. Firstly, why is the character tin inscribed on the bottom? Many conjectures abound, but Yu Yao believes the most plausible explanation is its designation as Heavenly Number 1. The first 16 characters of the 1,000-character classic read, Heaven and Earth, profound and yellow, the universe vast and primal, the sun and moon alternating, the stars and constellations arrayed. Hence, the term Heavenly Number 1 emerges, signifying its imperial endorsement. Secondly, what was the purpose of the Heaven character jar? Some assert it served as a wine vessel, while others claim it was a food container. There are also those who argue it was a ceremonial vessel, suggesting that the inscribed character denotes its use in worshipping the heavens. Yu Yao has contemplated the jar's function, yet he finds himself unable to ascertain its true purpose, believing that none of the prevailing theories hold water. Eventually, he decides to relinquish his musings, acknowledging the plethora of historical mysteries that exist beyond his limited capacity to resolve. Perhaps, one day, a significant archaeological or historical discovery will bring clarity to these questions. Yu Yao lets out a long sigh, reflecting that even during the Republican era, and indeed during the subsequent Qing dynasty that followed the Ming, such an artifact would not be taken lightly by the emperor. This assertion is not an exaggeration. Furthermore, it is worth mentioning the inscription incident involving the Qianlong emperor at the Ru kiln. On one occasion, he contemplated altering a Heaven character jar, not by inscribing it, but rather by repairing a small area lacking glaze. In chapter 100, the azure sky breaks, while Yu Yao laments, Xiaoying's attention is drawn to another priceless Maping vase, undoubtedly surpassing both the yuan blue and white jar and the Heaven character jar. What could it possibly be? If it were a rare form, it would be easier to understand. However, the Maping is the quintessential porcelain shape, produced by nearly every kiln, and lacking any ornamentation, rendering it difficult to speculate. Zhong Yu ponders deeply. Suddenly, Yu Yao inquires, I have seen the depiction of Jing Ke's assassination of King Qin, rendered in black and white. Is the Chenhua Douzai heaven character, jar, also in black and white? No, comes the reply. The heaven character, jar, features color illustrations. The reason the depiction of Jing Ke's assassination is in black and white is due to the unique hue of the Su Ma Li Qing pigment, which is challenging to replicate with conventional painting materials. This indicates that the Meiping bears no ornamentation, Yu Yao asserts. If there were any designs, even if the colors could not be accurately rendered, they would have been replaced with ink outlines. The absence of decoration suggests it is a monochrome glaze. I have considered the possibility of it being from the Ru kiln. Though highly prized, several pieces from Ru kiln have survived, so to label it as priceless seems somewhat exaggerated. As Yao gazes up at the sky, he notes, moreover, since the heaven character jar can be adorned with paint, and the Ru kiln predominantly features celadon glazes, such as the sky blue and powder blue, I believe adjusting the colors with painting materials is not particularly arduous. Zhong Yu appears to grasp the implication. Are you suggesting that the outlines were painted due to the lack of ornamentation, and that the glaze color was not depicted because it could not be produced? I suspect this Meiping may be the only one of its kind remaining in the world. Yu Yao declares, turning to Zhong Yu. Their eyes meet, and in unison, they exclaim, after the rain, the azure sky emerges. This hue shall herald the future. The celadon of the chai kiln. Yu Yao concludes, the chai kiln truly deserves the epithet of priceless treasure. Currently, no universally acknowledged pieces of porcelain from the chai kiln have been discovered. The Ru kiln also produces sky blue glaze, which is the closest among all kilns to the ethereal hue of a cloud-split sky. However, historical records and various authoritative texts indicate that only the sky blue glaze of the chai kiln can be deemed the true essence of cloud-split sky blue. The chai kiln has captivated countless porcelain enthusiasts, yet it remains an elusive legend. The lore describes its glaze as sky-like in color, mirror-like in brightness, paper-thin in texture, resonant as a chime, and exquisitely delicate, so beautiful that it transcends worldly standards. Throughout the illustrious history of Chinese ceramics, most renowned kilns have left tangible legacies, but the chai kiln has unfortunately vanished from existence. Some historical documents from the Ming and Qing dynasties still mention the chai kiln. For instance, the well-known Xuandading Yipu notes that the imperial collection included wares from the Chai, Ru, Guan, Ge, Jun, and Ding kilns, placing the chai kiln ahead of the esteemed Ru, Guan, Ge, Jun, and Ding. The credibility of the Xuandading Yipu is quite high, suggesting that during the Xuanda period of the Ming dynasty, the imperial treasury indeed housed chai kiln pieces. In the Qing dynasty, several poems authored by Emperor Qianlong explicitly reference the chai kiln. 4 poems in total, 2 celebrating bowls, and 2 extolling pillows. However, given that Qianlong once mistakenly regarded Ru porcelain as Jun porcelain, the reliability of these references may be somewhat diminished. Some folk notes from the Qing dynasty have also recorded the chai kiln, but their trustworthiness is even less assured. By the Republican era, there were still rumors, albeit unverifiable, such as the discovery of chai kiln shards in Lilikang, which were fashioned into 3-inch circular forms, or the account of Guo Baochong, a chief steward aiding Yuan Shikai in the production of Hongxian porcelain, who allegedly traded a grand estate and several acres of fertile land for a piece from the chai kiln. To this day, no universally recognized pieces of chai kiln porcelain have surfaced, yet many remain skeptical. Regardless of others' beliefs, Yu Yao remains unconvinced. Nevertheless, he has faith in a certain Meiping with a fire character mark, despite never having encountered it in person or even seen an image. He merely speculates based on a hand-drawn outline. This, he surmises, must be a chai kiln's sky blue Meiping. When discussing the chai kiln in porcelain, 2 meanings arise. One refers to kilns fueled by firewood, while the other is the exclusive chai kiln itself. The chai kiln was the imperial kiln of Emperor Chai Rong during the later Zhou dynasty, and he was also the mastermind behind its sky blue glaze. Chai Rong was a remarkably talented emperor, regrettably passing away at a young age. Following his demise, with the crown prince still in his youth, his adopted brother Zhao Kuangyin ascended to power, establishing the northern Song dynasty. Nonetheless, the Zhao family treated the Chai family with respect, providing sustenance through generations. The character Chai Jin, a prominent figure in Water Margin, is depicted as a descendant of Chai Rong. Chai Rong had a profound passion for researching minerals and crafting porcelain. When an emperor devotes himself to a pursuit with diligence, the abundance of resources at his disposal inevitably leads to remarkable expertise. For instance, Emperor Huizong of the Song dynasty, Zhao Ji, innovated the slender gold script in calligraphy. Similarly, Emperor Shizong of the Ming Dynasty, Zhu Youjiao, created foldable, mobile beds through his carpentry. Chai Rong, with a flourish, declared, "After the rain, the azure sky emerges. Such hues shall prevail in the future." Thus, the Chai Kiln's sky-blue glaze made an unprecedented entrance, unparalleled and unmatched, reigning supreme over all monochrome glazes and standing proudly through the ages. As Yu Yao and Zhong Yu spoke in unison, Xiaoying drew a sharp breath. The mere existence of this fire character kiln was a priceless treasure. Was it not true that all these precious artifacts constituted half the empire? The corners of Zhong Yu's mouth twitched slightly, but alas, it was merely speculation, ultimately devoid of tangible evidence. Furthermore, I am unaware of other character kills and significant items. Yu Yao pondered for a moment. The Tai Dianfang Ding house in the Dongjiang Provincial Museum was a gift from Mr. Su Taiyan. Could it be that this piece was also originally listed among the hidden treasures? That remains uncertain. Zhong Yu interjected, suggesting that the concentration of hidden treasures was likely a reluctant decision, initially intended for secure relocation, yet proving exceedingly difficult to actualize. After all, the Japanese invaders had already begun their assault, and evading the watchful eyes of traders was no small feat. Could it be that the near mishap during the relocation of the Tai Dian Fong Ding led to the hidden treasures plan? A mishap? Both Zhong Yu and Xiaoying displayed expressions of confusion. Hadn't the Tai Dian Fong Ding remained well-preserved in Huaxia all along? You are unaware, Yu Yao elucidated. The reason I say this is precisely due to the involvement of individuals from Japan. Recently, the Senko Art Museum in Japan sent a letter and made a phone call to the Dongjiang Provincial Museum. They assert that a Tai Dian Fong Ding in their collection is indeed authentic and intend to visit Huaxia to discuss this matter. Nonsense. The Tai Dian Fong Ding has been in the Dongjiang Provincial Museum for many years. Why stir trouble now? Xiaoying scoffed. It seems that the current museum director, Nakaguchi Toiichi, has discovered his father's relics, Yu Yao observed, glancing at the pair. Do you think this Nakaguchi Toiichi could be related to Nakaguchi Anjiro from back in the day? Nakaguchi Anjiro? Zhong Yu's brows furrowed. That old man has undoubtedly absconded with countless Huaxia artifacts. Xiaoying rubbed his nose, suggesting, are you implying that if Nakaguchi Toiichi is indeed Nakaguchi Anjiro's son, it is quite possible that Nakaguchi Anjiro once acquired a Tai Dian Fong Ding from Huaxia? Yu Yao nodded in affirmation. Indeed. However, there is only one Tai Dian Fong Ding. If it was under the control of the Ghost Eye sect during the transfer, how could the one in the Dongjiang Provincial Museum be a counterfeit? This situation is rather troublesome, Xiaoying mused. From what you imply, it appears the Senko Art Museum is quite certain of its claim. Otherwise, they would not have been foolish enough to send a letter. We likely cannot intervene in official matters, Zhong Yu remarked, furrowing his brow. Yu Yao shook his head, lamenting, it seems the opportunity has slipped away. This Tai Dian Fong Ding was meant for irregular exhibitions. With the uproar from the Senko Art Museum, it is unlikely it will be displayed again anytime soon. Zhong Yu remained resolute in his stance. Yu Yao and Xiaoying exchanged a few more words, but Zhong Yu insisted on conducting a thorough investigation first, calculating his next steps without rushing into action. Ultimately, the two had no choice but to acquiesce to Zhong Yu's decision. At noon, the three shared a farewell drink. Yu Yao still could not divulge the series of events concerning the Ghost Eye sect to Pu Jie, as it was not his own affair and entailed too much complexity. Thus, he could only adhere to the previous narrative from the Antique Association, briefly mentioning, I returned the Ghost Eye Chuan Hua to Zhong Yu. We are free to depart. After all, he is a legitimate heir, while you merely acquired this ghostly face through chance. Pu Jie was not particularly concerned. He leisurely lit a cigarette. This morning, out of curiosity, I looked into various organizations resembling antique associations from the late Qing dynasty to the early Republic, and indeed, there are quite a few scattered across the country. Oh, did you uncover anything particularly intriguing? Not really. The findings were rather similar. During the tumultuous times from the late Qing to the Republic, it seemed that individuals in the trade banded together for support. The matter of the Ghost Eye Gate was beyond Pu Jie's reach, as Yu Yao had already investigated it, particularly regarding the ghost face flower expenditure. It seemed that only a handful of adept practitioners might possess that knowledge. However, Pu Jie then shifted his tone, saying yet, the Antique Association you mentioned appears to be quite distinct. In what way is it different? It has an air of duality about it. On the surface, there exists a legitimate antique business. Yet beneath, there operates an intricate system, likely with a lengthy history, and it carries a strong sense of the underworld, unlike any ordinary antique dealers could manage. Yu Yao thought to himself that Pu Jie's intuition in this regard was indeed commendable. He couldn't help but let out a slight sigh. Alas, the bear had still been dispersed. It was inevitable that it would be scattered. Had it not been dispersed back then, it would have eventually crumbled later. Yu Yao was momentarily taken aback. Pu Jie's tone suggested he was more familiar with the matter than Yu Yao himself. Why was that? After the establishment of the nation, even animals dared not become spirits. How could they still wish to operate in the shadows, disrupting market order? All right then, I find myself truly yearning for home. Tonight, once I disembark, I shall head to my residence. I'll have my mother prepare dumplings and whip up a pot of our favorite braised pork. The journey passed in silence. That evening, Pu Tsunji informed Yu Yao and Pu Jie that there had been new developments concerning the Tai Dianfeng Ding. It was said that several experts had been invited for further appraisal, all asserting that the piece in the provincial museum was unquestionably authentic. In the upcoming days, a bronze expert from Yinjing was set to arrive. Furthermore, this expert would represent the Huaxiao side in discussions with the China Art Museum from Japan regarding the authenticity of the Tai Dianfeng Ding. Father, such significant news. The Chinese and Japanese sides are set to meet to deliberate on the authenticity of the Tai Dianfeng Ding. Yet why has there been no media coverage? Pu Jie inquired after absorbing the information. The higher-ups are keeping it under wraps. An announcement can only be made once it is confirmed that the Japanese piece is indeed a forgery, right? This is merely an internal rumor I've heard. So, does that mean we must wait until this matter is settled before we can view the Tai Dianfeng Ding? Didn't you see it during the previous exhibition? Pu Tsunji glanced at Yu Yao. What more is there to see? Yu Yao chuckled. Back then, I simply lacked the discerning eye. Now that I've heard of this matter, I wish to see it again. The imaging gallery? I've never been there. I only attended to view the physical artifacts. As for employee benefits, we have complimentary passes. If you wish to see it, come find me tomorrow, and you can enter the imaging gallery at any time. Nowadays, the technology is advanced. It is no longer the domain of the second brother. Yu Yao couldn't help but smile slightly. Pu Tsunji was rather humorous, considering 3D was no longer the second brother's domain. Upon arriving at the entrance's reception, Yu Yao inquired and learned that Pu Tsunji was on duty at the office building, so he proceeded there to seek him out. The duty officer generally sat behind the registration desk on the inner side of the entrance. Just as he approached the office building, Yu Yao noticed Pu Tsunji standing at the entrance, facing a sharply dressed man. The two appeared to be in the midst of a dispute. Yu Yao took a few steps forward, positioning himself between the two individuals. He observed the man in a tailored suit, appearing to be in his 40s, adorned with silver-rimmed glasses, meticulously groomed, and exuding an air of arrogance. I shall reiterate, I am the expert invited by your provincial museum. Do not squander my time. The man spoke, his voice resembling that of a hoarse duck, exceedingly unpleasant to the ear. An expert? Pu Kunzes found himself momentarily taken aback. Not only was he surprised, but Yu Yao also paused, for the man did not resemble a typical relic specialist. Chapter 102, Zhongfang. Upon noticing Pu Kunzes' expression, Yu Yao discerned that he had also not anticipated this. Compared to the usual experts, this individual was notably younger, and his ostentatious demeanor was unbecoming. Most importantly, relic experts typically exhibit a degree of humility. Even if they possess arrogance, it is confined to their field of expertise, particularly when discussing artifacts. This man's overbearing attitude was directed towards an elderly gatekeeper, displaying a lack of courtesy. Had you informed us earlier that you were the expert we invited? Merely stating you sought the curator and barging in is hardly appropriate, Pu Kunzes retorted. How can this be considered barging? This is merely the office of your provincial museum, not the National Security Bureau's 18th Division. The man impatiently gestured dismissively. Well, now you know. Step aside. Pu Kunzes' stubbornness flared. You may enter, but please present your credentials and register. Yu Yao stood beside Pu Kunzes, pondering that if this individual were indeed the expert summoned by the provincial museum to re-evaluate the Tai Dianfeng Ding, they should have arranged transportation upon his arrival in Jiangzhou. At the very least, the curator ought to be aware of his presence. The only plausible explanation was that there had been no definitive schedule established, and this individual was rather self-willed. Despite his disdain for this man, Yu Yao concluded that his singular presence, which appeared to be valued by higher authorities, indicated a significant level of expertise. However, regardless of his qualifications, his brash intrusion was undoubtedly inappropriate. Pu Kunzes' insistence was justified. Seeing Pu Kunzes' steadfastness, the man let out a cold laugh and attempted to leave. Yu Yao, ever observant, was determined to support Pu Kunzes, particularly irritated by the man's condescending gesture towards him. As the man turned to depart, Yu Yao interjected. In this day and age, what sort of person would impersonate an expert? What did you say? The man halted, turning around. You insolent child. How presumptuous. Before uttering his words, Yu Yao had carefully contemplated his approach. He nonchalantly retrieved a snuff bottle from his pocket, declaring, expert. I doubt you can even authenticate this modest item. The snuff bottle, a Daoguang imperial porcelain piece, had been gifted to him by Zhongyu before leaving the porcelain capital. Zhongyu possessed two bottles, one authentic and the other a high-quality imitation crafted by Zhong Qiansu. Initially, he intended to use the genuine piece to entrap Lu Baoshan, but later opted for a more ruthless scheme. This particular bottle was the imitation made by Zhong Qiansu. As per his instructions, once Zhongyu had discerned the truth, it was meant to be shattered. However, due to his disappearance, it remained intact. When Yu Yao was about to depart, Zhongyu had intended to gift him the genuine piece as a token of gratitude and respect. Yu Yao had insisted against accepting, yet Zhongyu remained resolute in his intention to bestow it. At last, Yu Yao proposed to acquire this exquisite replica, claiming it was a means to compensate for the regret of never having met Zhong Qiansu. Zhongyu, understanding the sentiment, chose not to press the matter further. The man glanced at the snuff bottle in Yu Yao's hand and remarked, my field of expertise lies in bronze artifacts. Presenting a porcelain piece is utterly unreasonable. Oh, Yu Yao nodded solemnly, bronze artifacts. Hence, you ought to identify yourself as a bronze expert rather than simply an expert. This is the East River Provincial Museum, not the East River Provincial Bronze Museum. I trust you will be mindful of this distinction in the future, bronze expert. Though Yu Yao engaged in a clever wordplay, the man was evidently incensed. Do you think a mere snuff bottle can stump me? He retorted. Let us agree on this. Should you make an accurate identification, no signature or registration will be needed. You may enter, and we shall both apologize to you. Conversely, if your assessment is incorrect, our demands are modest. Simply present your credentials, sign in, and then you may proceed. What do you say? The man scoffed. I have no time to squabble with a mere youth. With that, he attempted to leave once more. Yet Yu Yao followed suit with a cold laugh. I knew you wouldn't dare. The man's shoulders twitched. Fine. Don't think I'm unaware of your provocation. Nevertheless, that snuff bottle appears to be a piece from an imperial kiln with famille rose decoration. It is certainly worthy of my examination. Pu Kunzizi felt a jolt of surprise. Realizing that an expert is indeed an expert, his knowledge extends beyond just bronze artifacts. After a mere glance, the man identified it as a famille rose piece, which suggested he would likely not err in his assessment. Should he declare it genuine, Yu Yao had his own secret weapon. The three entered, pausing at the registration desk by the entrance, where Yu Yao placed the snuff bottle down. The man picked it up, scrutinizing it closely while Pu Kunzizi felt a wave of anxiety, nervously rubbing his hands. In truth, Pu Kunzizi had committed no error. Everything was conducted according to protocol. Even if the man were to leave, it would be his own issue. However, if the summoned expert were to be dismissed, it would not bode well. Although Pu Kunzizi would not face punishment, he might incur the ire of his superiors. Conversely, allowing the man to enter without challenge would be unsatisfactory. Fortuitously, prior to leaving, Yu Yao had been toying with the snuff bottle and had casually pocketed it. A sudden inspiration struck him, leading to this clever stratagem. If he could persuade the man to register willingly, it would restore his composure and not jeopardize the museum's affairs. The man examined the bottle for a good 10 minutes, during which Pu Kunzizi attended to another visitor. This is indeed an authentic piece from the imperial kiln, a famille rose from the Daoguang period. The man set the snuff bottle down, casting Yu Yao a scrutinizing glance. This was a remarkable item. The young man, capable of carrying such a treasure, was evidently no ordinary individual. Are you certain? If I were uncertain, I would not claim to be unable to authenticate it. The man's demeanor was haughty. Yu Yao smiled slightly. As a bronze expert, it is understandable if you make a mistake in your assessment. Let us not engage in trivialities. To claim it is not genuine, one cannot rely solely on assertions. One must apply scrutiny. Sir, do you possess a strong flashlight? Let him use it for a closer examination. Yu Yao addressed Pu Kunzizi. We only have a large flashlight, not a strong one, Pu Kunzizi replied. The man, however, dismissed the suggestion. No need. Moments ago, I removed the lid to examine the snuff bottle's quality. Are you certain you don't need it? Yu Yao inquired. Why are you being so verbose? Fine, come and see for yourself. Yu Yao took out his phone, activated the flashlight, and simultaneously removed the lid of the snuff bottle. One hand illuminated the opening, while the other obscured most of the bottle, revealing only a small portion of its body. This exquisite famille rose snuff bottle, with its delicate body and translucent glaze, showcased an area devoid of any painted designs. The man leaned in for a closer inspection, utterly astonished. Under the intense beam, faintly visible through the outer wall, were two diminutive seal characters, Zhong Fong. Chapter 103. Accompany me to meet the curator. Zhong Qiansu's forgeries. Whether admired before being shattered or marked conspicuously with imitation labels, typically bore identifiers on the base or prominent parts of the vessel. However, this particular Famille Rose snuff bottle was a different case. Its exterior was crafted to be indistinguishable from the original, devoid of any markings. It could not be easily destroyed in a short time. This was intended to challenge Zhong Yu's discerning eye, as he needed to differentiate between the authentic and the counterfeit, mastering various techniques in the process. When Zhong Yu began his studies, he was prohibited from using strong flashlights to better hone his eyesight. Only after confirming the authenticity of the items did he employ the flashlight for deeper examination, ultimately uncovering the concealed markings within the inner wall. The location of this subtle inscription was quite obscure. Even with a strong flashlight, a cursory glance might not reveal it. Yet Zhong Yu had scrutinized it countless times, naturally informing Yu Yao of his findings. Initially, a plan was devised for Liu Baoshan, with this as a backup. Once Liu accepted it, arrangements would be made to purchase it, subsequently revealing the hidden mark and shattering it, an effortless progression. However, this scheme was never executed. Yu Yao had not anticipated that besides keeping it for personal enjoyment, it would serve a purpose once more. The realm of antique artifacts is vast, and expertise is specialized. Yu Yao was not confrontational. Rather, he held a degree of admiration for the ability to instantly recognize Zhong Fong despite the minuscule, faintly illuminated, and reversed characters, testament to extraordinary skill. The man promptly straightened and gestured. No need for pleasantries. I accept the wager. With that, he produced his work ID and placed it on the table, signing his name in the register. Pu Tsuinji opened the ID, reciting Institute of Bronze Artifact Research. China Archaeological Institute. He Wenguang, director. Yu Yao nearly gasped. It turned out to be He Wenguang during his university years. The textbook on bronze archaeology was authored by He Wenguang. He is indeed a prominent figure in the field of antiquities, having risen to prominence as a leading expert in bronze artifacts in the country by the age of 40. However, He Wenguang's steady ascent, coupled with the unique nature of his work, resulted in a certain social reticence, which was not particularly surprising. As for his tailored suit and polished appearance, that was another matter altogether. Not everyone prioritizes external adornment, especially outside archaeological sites. He Wenguang tucked away his ID and turned his gaze towards Yu Yao. His tone considerably softened. Young man, are you also a staff member at the Provincial Museum? No, I came to see the Taijian Fongding. What? Which institution are you from? In truth, the Taijian Fongding, regarded as the treasure of the Dongjiang Provincial Museum, is primarily a subject of admiration for Yu Yao. And He Wenguang ought to remember that he is here as a visitor. The matters surrounding the Taijian Fongding remain unknown to outsiders. However, due to He Wenguang's own identity and intentions, coupled with Yu Yao's recent indirect display of knowledge, he fell into a habitual line of thinking, mistakenly believing that Yu Yao's perspective was akin to his own purpose for visiting. Lacking affiliation, he could be considered a private antique dealer. He Wenguang immediately furrowed his brow, pondering how the Dongjiang Provincial Museum invites just anyone. Are artifacts and antiques truly the same? Merely recognizing the inscriptions on the Taijian Fongding is a feat few can accomplish. Naturally, Yu Yao refrained from revealing his awareness of the underlying circumstances. Ah, so that is the case. It dawned on He Wenguang, yet he soon scoffed. What audacity! The script of the late Shang dynasty's bronze inscriptions is hardly easy to identify. Yu Yao remained composed, stating that he had previously seen the actual Taijian Fongding during its exhibition, accompanied by rubbings of the inscriptions. The characters, bold and pronounced, displayed a distinct structure, characteristic of the typical bourgeois style, and the content of the inscriptions was not overly complex. He Wenguang's eyes widened in astonishment, adjusting his glasses. You can comprehend the bourgeois style? I mentioned it is not particularly difficult, Yu Yao replied. How many times have you seen it? Twice. The first time in detail. The second time in a cursory glance. And now you return? Why do you persist in visiting the Taijian Fongding repeatedly? Director He, your question is rather peculiar. As a museum's prized possession and a top-tier artifact, is it not natural for someone in the antiquities trade to observe it multiple times? Regrettably, I lack your status and must view the artifact through glass. Now, even that barrier is removed, and I can only access visual documentation. He Wenguang scrutinized Yu Yao from head to toe, how long have you been studying and researching bronze artifacts? Surely not as long as you, Director. Yu Yao replied vaguely. Knowledge has no precedence. The accomplished are the true teachers. Your ability to effortlessly distinguish the bourgeois style indicates a commendable proficiency. At the very least, if a Taijian Fongding were placed before you, authenticating its veracity would pose no challenge. Yu Yao did not feign modesty. This was not a moment for humility. Oh, He Wenguang's gaze shifted. Having seen it twice, do you recall the opening lines of the inscription? In the 5th month, the king is at Bai. Blessings from king when arise from the Hao. The king bestows 40 companions upon Taijian, to be used as a treasured ceremonial vessel. Yu Yao could recall only these initial lines verbatim. Impeccably accurate. Yu Wenguang pondered, I have previously examined the Taijian Fongding, and there should be no issues. But now it concerns. He abruptly paused, grasping Yu Yao's arm. Come, accompany me to meet the curator. A subtle smile curved the corners of Yu Yao's mouth. He Wenguang's character was somewhat straightforward, yet it was precisely this trait that led to this outcome. Chapter 104. A glimpse of the true form. At this moment, Yu Yao sensed that He Wenguang's imposing demeanor and haughty disposition were merely external facades. It is akin to individuals who greet you with cheerful smiles and abundant politeness, yet harbor contempt within, perhaps even harboring intentions to undermine you. The term smiling tiger and sweet words with venomous intent arise from such dichotomies. He Wenguang, on the surface, appears indifferent towards you, seemingly pressing upon you. However, this may not solely pertain to your character, but rather stems from a habitual demeanor. Regarding the Taijian Fongding, Yu Yao has demonstrated a measure of professional acumen, yet before the esteemed expert He Wenguang, it has not reached the level of astonishment. Nevertheless, he insists on bringing Yu Yao along to meet the curator. This is partly due to Yu Yao's repeated visits to the Taijian Fongding, during which he is yet to experience it firsthand, viewing it only through glass. Given Yu Yao's keen interest and certain professional knowledge, He Wenguang is inclined to offer him this opportunity, influenced by his own inclination to mentor others. Additionally, He Wenguang's visit to the Dongjiang Provincial Museum for a renewed appraisal of the Taijian Fongding is of significant gravity, and fortuitously, having a discerning Yu Yao as a corroborative witness is, at the very least, advantageous for him. Consequently, Yu Yao follows Yu Wenguang inside, only to be halted by Pu Cung, who demands identification and registration of names. With a resigned smile, Yu Yao produces his ID and registers his name. A bit of decorum, please. Pu Cung comments with a hint of significance. The curator's office is situated on the top floor of the administrative building. As the two arrive at the office door, it opens to reveal a man in his 50s with a square face, thick eyebrows, and prominent eyes. Director C? Ah, Curator C, I actually arrived last night, but it was too late, so I simply spent the night at the hotel and came straight here this morning. Oh, come now. You visit Jiangzhou, and I am, after all, a local host. You mentioned your schedule was uncertain, yet you should have informed me upon your departure. The curator of the Dongjiang Provincial Museum is named Si Qingsheng, who knows Yu Wenguang, albeit not very well. No need for that, Yu Wenguang replies casually. Come in, please. Si Qingsheng ushers them into the office and closes the door, then inquires about Yu Yao. This individual must be Director He's assistant, correct? How should I address you? Oh, I neglected to introduce him. Yu Wenguang interjects. He is not my assistant. This is my friend, a folk collector from Jiangzhou. In saying this, Yu Wenguang does not intend to elevate Yu Yao's status. To him, anyone capable of engaging in meaningful discourse about bronze artifacts is indeed a friend. And since Yu Yao owns an antique shop, he rightly qualifies as a collector. After this, Yu Wenguang glances at Yu Yao, realizing he has neglected to inquire about Yu Yao's full name. Greetings, Curator C. My name is Yu Yao. Yu Yao extends his hand. Si Qingsheng shakes Yu Yao's hand, but wears an expression of skepticism, asking, Young Yu is from Jiangzhou? Where did you pursue your studies? I run a small antique shop, Yu Yao replies. Director, he truly has friends across the globe. Si Qingsheng chuckles and turns his gaze back to Yu Wenguang. He had not heard of Yu Yao, and given his youth, he finds it difficult to discern the purpose of He Wenguang bringing him along. He Wenguang elaborates. Indeed, Yu Yao possesses a considerable understanding of bronze artifacts, and I wish to examine the Taijian Fongding with him. Ah, Si Qingsheng pauses, then furrows his brow. By the way, Director there is a document that requires your attention. Please accompany me to review it. As he spoke, Si Qingsheng gestured towards the inner office and addressed Yu Yao, saying, Xiao Yu, please have a seat and enjoy some tea. Yu Yao smiled and nodded. However, there was no tea or even a water cup on the coffee table before the sofa. Si Qingsheng led He Wenguang into the inner office and closed the door. Director He, re-evaluating the Taidian tripod is no trivial matter. Why did you bring someone from outside the system? He Wenguang was well aware that there were no documents to review. His intention to enter the inner office was solely to discuss the matter privately. The director was overly cautious. Yu Yao was unaware of anything. He was merely there to observe. Having an auxiliary witness was certainly not a disadvantage. Si Qingsheng pondered for a moment, recognizing that someone of He Wenguang's caliber should possess keen insight. However, we often exhibit items at the Provincial Museum. They are not secret collections. My current mission carries great weight, and additional corroboration would ensure greater security. As for the evaluation results, rest assured, should any issues arise, I will take responsibility. He will merely express his opinions after examining it, serving as my reference. Surely, Director Si Wun Ti deny me this convenience? Seeing He Wenguang's insistence, Si Qingsheng had no choice but to concede. Very well, but Director He, we must agree beforehand that your final evaluation conclusion must remain unknown to him. Additionally, he will need to register detailed identification information upon entering the artifact storage. He Wenguang nodded in agreement. As they exited, Si Qingsheng smiled at Yu Yao, saying, Director He is here to further investigate the Taidian tripod, and we must cooperate fully. Since Xiao Yu has come along, he will be considered a specially appointed assistant by Director He. Yu Yao understood that Si Qingsheng's words were merely establishing a temporary identity for him, a reminder to keep quiet outside, and he responded earnestly, Indeed. Director He has already briefed me thoroughly. He Wenguang, not one for unnecessary chatter, promptly suggested they proceed to view the item. The process of entering the museum's artifact storage was quite intricate. However, with He Wenguang possessing a complete set of procedures and being personally accompanied by the director, the pace was still quite swift. The Taidian tripod had its own dedicated storage room. Once the three entered, the anti-theft door was locked once more, with the head of the artifact management department and the security department director guarding outside. After entering the password and unlocking the door, they removed the final layer of fireproof and bulletproof glass, revealing the Taidian tripod for Yu Yao to behold. After donning disposable white gloves, Si Qingsheng remarked, Director He, although all procedures are in order, we are bound by regulations to only have 1 hour. That will suffice, He Wenguang replied, not taking the time to observe the item as a whole. Instead, he retrieved a miniature, high-powered magnifying glass from his toolkit and affixed it to his right eye. Yu Yao found his position somewhat awkward, but he was more than willing to overlook it in order to directly observe the Taidian tripod. The crucial aspect was that, in his previous visits, he had only glimpsed it from behind glass in the exhibition hall, and, at that time, he lacked the current level of discernment. To see it in its true form was indeed a rare opportunity. Today, he had initially come to view the visual materials, but unexpectedly encountering He Wenguang and the serendipitous unfolding of events had created this exceptional circumstance. He Wenguang stepped closer, and Yu Yao began to circle around to take in the entirety of the tripod. Chapter 105. Qiyun. This sense of incongruity was initially difficult for Yu Yao to discern. He steadied his mind, contemplating that it might arise from the enclosed environment or perhaps due to the unprecedented directness of the experience. The Tai Jianfang Ding, cast during the late Shang dynasty, predates King Wu's campaign against the tyrant Zhou. At that time, King Wu conducted a sacrificial rite to honor his father, King Wan, in the region of Bai, subsequently summoning the feudal lords at Mengjin to observe the military. Tai Jian, as a high-ranking official, was the principal overseer of the sacrificial matters. Hence, King Wu bestowed riches upon him, and Tai Jian crafted this ding to commemorate the event. According to the inscriptions on the ding, its creation required 40 peng, which referred to a form of shell currency. Historical records indicate that during the late Shang to early Western Zhou periods, 20 peng could be used to forge a finely crafted ding. Thus, 40 peng signifies an even greater magnitude. Moreover, given its profound significance, Tai Jian would undoubtedly have ensured meticulous attention to detail for posterity. Qiyun embodies an elusive essence that is challenging to articulate yet undeniably tangible. Certain master connoisseurs, even from several meters away, can assert the authenticity of an antique solely through their keen observation of its Qiyun. In truth, attaining such an elevated level of discernment is the result of extensive study, appreciation, and practical experience accumulated over time. Without this foundational knowledge, one asserting a misalignment in Qiyun may be deemed pretentious or foolish. Originally, Yu Yao lacked this foundation. However, The Yu Yao of today is no longer the individual who once gazed at the Tai Jian Fong Ding through glass. As Yu Yao pondered, He Wenguang had already removed his miniature high-power magnifying glass, selecting several points to scrutinize, exhaling a long sigh of relief. Do you require a magnifying glass? He Wenguang inquired of Yu Yao. The copper material, inscriptions, patterns, rust coloration, craftsmanship, all are impeccable. After Yu Yao observed, he instinctively moved back about 2 meters for further examination. The Qi Yun, however, felt distinctly amiss. At this moment, Yu Yao began to formulate a general understanding in his mind. Firstly, this ding was forged under the command of the king, intended as a tribute to the world and a legacy to future generations. Although Tai Jian, as a prominent minister, could not have personally crafted the ding, it was certainly not the handiwork of an ordinary artisan, and the mentality during its creation should align with its historical context. Furthermore, being a significant artifact from 3 millennia ago, even if it remained buried for the majority of time, its unique ancient essence and deep aura could not be entirely concealed. The combination of these elements would invariably yield a distinctive Qi Yun. However, the Tai Jian Fong Ding before him was lacking in this essence, despite still possessing a certain impactful presence. What troubles you? He Wenguang inquired. Yu Yao opened his mouth, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. After collecting himself, he replied, Director, he seems to have overlooked the overarching Qi Yun. Qi Yun? He Wenguang paused, but soon mirrored Yu Yao's actions, stepping back approximately 2 meters to circle around for an inspection. After his observations, He Wenguang appeared contemplative. Director, is there any further need for examination? Si Qingsheng directed his gaze toward He Wenguang. No need. He Wenguang nodded, then asked, You mentioned a limit of 1 hour. Is that daily? Not daily. It refers to the introduction letter you brought, which can only be viewed once, with a time limit of 1 hour. After explaining, Si Qingsheng continued, stating that since it was still early, if Director he felt that there were aspects he had not examined closely enough, he could take another look. Could it be that the young you had convinced him with his talk of charm? To him, that notion seemed rather absurd. The authentication of cultural relics is a science, whereas the so-called charm is merely an unreliable metaphysical concept. Si Qingsheng, who comes from a technical background, believed in the significance of keen insight in relic appraisal, but placed greater emphasis on evidence. At this moment, He Wenguang reiterated that he did not need to look again. Very well, let us step outside. Si Qingsheng replied as he reactivated the protective shield, secured it once more, and then opened the door. After the director of the Cultural Relics Management Department and the director of security entered to conduct their inspection, they locked the storeroom door again. Subsequently, the 3 of them signed a record before departing together. Upon exiting the storeroom, He Wenguang instructed Yu Yao to wait for him at the main entrance, expressing his desire to discuss something with him afterward. Si Qingsheng offered a strained smile to Yu Yao, saying, You've worked hard, young Yu. Yu Yao returned a smile, replying, Director Si, I will not express any opinions. I am merely assisting Director He. Si Qingsheng nodded, thinking that although he had not heard of this young man before, he was indeed quite astute. His earlier reminder to He Wenguang was merely part of his assistance, and he would remain discreet externally. No need for that. He Wenguang stated directly, Today, I cannot sign the authentication document. His reluctance to sign did not indicate a negative opinion. Rather, he was still undecided and needed further consideration, even contemplating whether to increase the appraisal efforts. Director, he had previously examined the same artifact. Indeed, he acknowledged. However, there's a distinction between my past insight and my current perspective, and I must admit that I have overlooked certain aspects before. Si Qingsheng's smile faltered as he produced a box of cigarettes, offering one to He Wenguang, who gently declined. Si Qingsheng then lit one for himself and exhaled a plume of smoke before continuing. Director, you cannot genuinely intend to heed that young man's opinion, can you? In truth, Si Qingsheng did not believe that He Wenguang had brought Yu Yao along to genuinely consider his input as a corroborative reference. He surmised that Yu Yao might be a friend of He Wenguang in some capacity, likely drawn to this field but lacking opportunities for such observation, thus seizing the chance afforded by He Wenguang's presence. However, since He Wenguang insisted on Yu Yao's involvement, asserting that he would take responsibility for any issues that arose, Si Qingsheng felt it inappropriate to undermine his authority. How could a young man in his 20s, even one with a notable reputation like He Wenguang, require the opinions of someone so inexperienced? Yet now, Si Qingsheng found himself somewhat bewildered. That young man had casually mentioned the concept of charm, and He Wenguang seemed to take it quite seriously.